Chapter 221 A Chaotic World. Arca felt himself floating in a strange world, and his body was very light. He himself was also very light. Jojo seemed to have no gravity, and no place to lean on. He could only float in the air, following the natural flow, floating aimlessly. It was pitch black all around. He wanted to open his eyes, but it seemed as if there was an infinite gravity pressing down on his eyelids. He wanted to open his eyes, but there was no way. It seemed that his limbs were no longer under his control. He was still floating. Alka opened his mouth to speak, but he could only open his mouth silently. His throat rolled and his tongue could not make any sound. The words he said could not even echo in his ears. Why couldn't he speak? Where was this place? Strange thoughts rang in Alka's mind. Yes, what was he doing just now? What was he doing just now? No, he seemed to be sailing on the sea. No, I seemed to be on an island. Oh, by the way, what is my name? Where is this place? Countless questions came to his mind, and he felt that his brain was empty. Every time he thought of a doubt, the doubt disappeared instantly, and he no longer had doubts. Every time an idea appeared, it would suddenly disappear in his mind. The brain was forced to become empty, and the brain rested. Thinking began to slow down. Thoughts began to decrease, and ideas disappeared. Without thinking, there is no passage of time. The brain seems to function less, until it stops functioning. Floating like this, Alka is like a corpse. A stone. I don't know how long it has been floating. It seems to have been floating for many years, and it seems to have just started floating. Suddenly, a force of gravity pressed down. Alka, floating in the endless sky, suddenly began to fall. And then the speed of falling became faster and faster. The feeling of weightlessness woke Alka up suddenly. Huff. Inhale. Huh. As his eyes opened, Alka stood up with a heavy breath and looked around. He seemed to have had a dream just now. But now he woke up. They were still on the deck, but everyone around them fell on the deck, as if they were asleep. The rope of the dawn sound was still tied around his waist. After taking a few deep breaths, Alka stood up. He looked towards the place where the ship was sailing. At this time, the dawn sound was surrounded by deep darkness, and nothing could be seen clearly. The dawn sound seemed to be slowly falling. Unable to tell where they were, Alka looked at his companions around him. Everyone still seemed to be asleep. Alka pushed Xiaodaidi next to her. However, Xiaodaidi did not wake up. She was still sleeping soundly. The push did not make her move at all. Even Air, who was sitting on her shoulder, also looked like he was asleep. The boat was not moving smoothly at this time. It was still shaking constantly. Fortunately, they were tied by the rope. If not, they would have been thrown out with the sleep. Looking at everyone, indeed no one could be awakened. Alka had to stand where he was. Dawn sound, what do you think you are traveling on now? As Alka asked, the music started to play. After listening for a while, Alka nodded. Does it seem like you are traveling on the sea? If Xiaodai had reminded her at this time, she might have been able to see clearly what the darkness around her was like with the dark vision of the ring of light. After all, her dark vision had a high priority. However, the people on the boat still had no intention of waking up. Alka couldn't help but think about it, closed his eyes and fell asleep. And then his body sank into the dream. However, he couldn't sink down at all. There is no dream here. Regaining control of his body, Alka woke up. There is no dream here? This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. He couldn't help but frown and think about it. According to his research on dreams, and some thoughts and information records, there is no dream, which indicates that this is not a normal world. So where is this place? Is it a mezzanine of some space, or a mezzanine between worlds? This place is completely beyond Alka's cognition. He has no idea where this place is. There was no information to speculate, and he could only rely on complete guesswork. Since he could do nothing now, he had to sit on the deck and watch the ship seem to move forward. But since there was no reference, he could only feel that he was moving based on the shaking of his whole body. If the ship was not still shaking, Alka might have thought that they were stopped in a dark world, and the people around him were still in a deep sleep, with no intention of waking up. So why did he wake up? Just like just now outside, they were all trapped in the illusion of seeing the dead, and couldn't extricate themselves. He could also see the phantoms of the dead, but he did not sink into them. Could it be that it was because his soul had merged with his own soul, causing the strength of his soul to be higher than that of everyone else? There was still no information to compare. So Alka could only guess casually. Thinking was also a way to pass the time. He thought it was best for him to do nothing now. Just wait. Suddenly, a strong light came from the deep darkness ahead. The light grew brighter and brighter. And then it got closer and closer to them. The glare of the light made Alka unable to help but reach out to block his sight in front of him, to prevent the light from shining into his eyes. As the ship entered the light, the darkness around them immediately faded, and they seemed to have entered another world. The sound of waves appeared in their ears again, and the breeze blew from the side, and the salty sea breeze entered their noses. They were once again on the real ocean. A hum came from the side. Alka turned his head, and saw Ziadide slowly opening his eyes, and waking up beside him. The rest of the people all woke up at the same time. It seems that the dark world can make people fall into a deep sleep. As soon as they left, they woke up immediately. I just don't know why I woke up in the middle of the journey. The only difference between me and them is that my soul is stronger. Where is this? Are we here? Ziadide, who woke up, sat on the deck and asked Alka, who seemed to have woken up a long time ago. At this time, the dawn sound was finally sailing smoothly, and the surrounding sea water was no longer moving forward forever. Without the resistance of the sea water, the long-lost automatic sail began to adjust itself according to the wind direction. They could finally sail freely on the sea. Alka looked at the vast sea around him. We are here. Hearing this, everyone who woke up looked around. The scorching sun, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the endless ocean. It seemed that this place was no different from the sea of home. The concentration of magic here, Julia said, and waved her hand gently. A large group of icy mist flew out, freezing the seawater below. The concentration of magic here is higher than that on the forward route. The speed of improving strength by meditating in this place will be further enhanced. Is this the infinite sea? It doesn't look like anything special. Jason leaned on the side of the boat, looking at the current below, and couldn't help saying, yeah, it's quite ordinary. Alka couldn't help saying, the only special thing is, perhaps, that the concentration of magic is much higher. It's not what I thought. I thought I would see something beyond my imagination as soon as I arrived. Jason couldn't help but say, after all, whether it was the writing in Dreamland, or the situation they learned, or the warnings they just heard, they all indicated that this place was full of bizarre scenery, which might impact their existing world. However, when they really came here, it seemed not what they thought. Ziadide looked at the world map in his hand, which was no longer useful. The world map specifically depicted the four connected for God seas, as well as the outer forward channel, and a current flowing downward below. Other than that, there was nothing on it. In other words, there was no map information related to the infinite sea on this map. So, where are we going now? He turned his head and looked at Alka and asked. Hearing this question, Alka shrugged helplessly, and then said, what else can we do? Of course, we should go straight. Then he said to everyone with a serious expression, everyone, cheer up. The infinite sea may not be safe. As he said this, Alka looked at the vast white sea, and felt a little strange. In his expectation, once they really arrived at the endless sea, they should be greeted by enemies. Nothing like now. The people who followed the forward route to the endless sea, and the team that arrived here at the final destination, must have treasures on board. This is basically certain. If there is no treasure, and they still make it all the way to the endless sea, then Alka really admires it. In such a certain situation, the entrance to the endless sea should be guarded by enemies. This is a foreseeable situation. This is the inevitable greed. If it were me, if I were a pirate or something like that, I would definitely do this. However, the reality is completely different from what Alka thought. It is impossible that the people in the infinite sea have high morals. This is obviously unrealistic. There are too many scumbags, from the four seas to the infinite sea. Are you wondering why we didn't encounter the enemy? Ziadide asked, standing next to Alka. Alka nodded. He did think so. Is it possible that the entrance is actually random? As he said this, Ziadide pointed in the direction they came from. Behind them was also the endless ocean, but they knew that they had just arrived here, not even a few minutes. They didn't even move forward for many meters. In other words, they appeared out of thin air. In a situation like this, it is very likely that the ships heading to the endless sea will land randomly in various places on the ocean. Of course, this is just a simple guess. Alka nodded. It is indeed possible. Forget it. Don't think about it. Be alert. Since there is no enemy, it must be a good thing. Julia then pulled a rope and was about to go to the watchtower for alert. The sea ahead showed exaggerated changes, making everyone on the ship stand still. The sea water, floating? Jason asked in surprise and confusion, his tone full of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he was not dazzled or hallucinating. Finally, he even slapped himself hard. The pain made him sober. The sea surface in front of him suddenly began to rise, and the entire sea water began to spread toward the sky. It was not that something emerged from the bottom of the sea, but that the sea surface arched upward. It was like a piece of silk, forming an arch in the sky, and then falling down. The sea area in front of them and around them was like a flat piece of cloth, shaking due to some breeze or external force, and began to become uneven. Looking at the sea surface that arched up beside them, like a mountain peak, everyone was stunned. Is this, what Maldo said, the change beyond imagination? Alka couldn't help muttering to himself. Even though the seawater arched up and floated, even spreading all the way to the top of the sky, the surface of the seawater did not have any fluctuations, still calm as usual. It did not begin to slide down due to inertia, as if it was still on the plane. Then their driving had to touch the slightly raised sea surface next to them, which was like a hill. However, the boats sailing on it were no different from sailing on the sea. They even felt a breeze blowing suddenly from the bottom up. It was as if they were still sailing on the sea level, not going up. It was as if all the changes around them were illusions. Such changes made them confused. They could not tell whether they were hallucinating. Julia frowned, feeling the strangeness brought by the surrounding environment. Then she said, "The rules of the surrounding space have become chaotic. This is the phenomenon caused by the chaos of rules. The sea surface we are sailing on is still flat, but the chaos brought by the rules has caused the flat sea surface to look irregularly convex and concave. But the other rules are normal and orderly." "Why is this?" Julia said, and she became confused. The rules around were fine just now. How come they suddenly became chaotic? And how did it happen that only the rules of space became chaotic, and only affected the sea surface, and not any other place? It stands to reason that the sky should also be distorted, and they might even float in the air, which would be consistent with the phenomenon of complete chaos in space. But the current situation, it gives people a feeling that it is a deliberate phenomenon. But what is the use of such a deliberate phenomenon? Julia's mind was full of questions. Just after arriving at the sea, the first change she encountered was already beginning to impact her worldview. Jason watched their ship reach the top of the mountain, and then began to move downward. However, even on such a gentle slope, the speed of the ship did not increase, and it was still as if it was moving on a flat surface. Jason stood on the deck. His body had long been tilted due to the downward movement of the ship, but he still stood straight. There was no downward gravity caused by the changes in the ship that made him stand unsteady. Such a change made his face full of surprise, and he couldn't help but say, "This is so interesting. Look at me! Look at me!" Air's voice came from above. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw Air hanging down with a silk thread, but her body was not downward, because the slope was tilted. This completely violated the phenomenon brought about by gravity in nature. When such information appeared in Alka's mind, he couldn't help but pat his head. "Forget it. Let's just put these things behind us. This place can no longer be described as a normal world. I should completely abandon my previous worldview." Just as Maldo said, this place is chaotic. Everything is chaotic. At this time, the raised sea surface under their ship suddenly sank, and they were sailing on the sea level again. Then the sea water in front of them suddenly began to curl, and the curled sea took them up to the sky. This phenomenon made everyone instinctively hold on to the objects around them. But they did not feel any weightlessness, and their feet were still firmly on the deck. The ship was still sailing steadily on the sea, until the seawater had completely turned upside down and formed a cylinder with the surrounding seawater, and their ship was sailing on the top of the cylinder, like standing upside down in the sky. Even so, they still stood firmly on the deck, even though they were already 90 degrees vertical. "So, are we up or down now?" Poro scratched his head and couldn't help asking. Because if you look at it this way, there is also flowing seawater above their heads, and they can't feel the feeling of standing vertically at all. It was as if they were driving on flat ground. If they hadn't just followed the sea water under their feet and floated into the sky, they would probably think that the sea water floated over their heads. Such an exaggerated change has made Julia stand still. This is no longer a problem of chaotic space rules. It's like a child rolling up the flat space like paper to play. Matt Lisa, who had been following him, looked at Julia's abnormal expression at this time, and couldn't help but pat her gently to comfort her. It's really chaotic. Alka looked at the sea above his head, and complained silently. The ship was still moving. After a while, they could clearly see that the sea began to return to normal. The surrounding sea surface returned to normal in a very short time, as if the change they had just experienced was just their illusion. At this time, there was a dinging sound in the observation room. When everyone looked up, they had completely accepted the changes here, and some even began to not care, and paid attention to being on guard above. She stuck her head out of the window. We found an island ahead? Should we go over there? Everyone looked forward after hearing this. After a while, a small black dot appeared in their field of vision. I didn't expect that we could see an island after only half a day. Go over there. Chapter 222 Day and Night. Looking at the black dot in the distance, the voice of dawn began to drive in that direction. This would be the first island they encountered in the endless sea. As they got closer, they could clearly see that the island was very large. The black dot they had seen before was just a small corner of the island. As they drove, the coastline appeared in the entire field of vision, completely filling the entire field of vision. Could it be a continent? This was the first thought that came to Alka's mind. It's no wonder he thought so. He had been in this world for so long, and he had never seen an island that could extend the coastline beyond the entire field of vision in the distant sea. As for the other people on the ship, the concept of a continent did not exist in their minds at all. They naturally thought that there was an island ahead, but it was just a big island. Only Lucilia had heard of the word continent in ancient mythological epics. Seeing this, Alka immediately waved to Xiaodai. Xiaodai, can you use your light ring to control the surrounding light and make the ship invisible? Whether it is a continent or an island in front, there may be intelligent creatures. It is better to be careful when you are new here. Control the light and make the ship invisible? Xiaodai was a little confused. How can this be done? Is there any similarity between controlling light and being invisible? Hearing this, Alka couldn't help scratching his head. How to explain this? After thinking about it, he made a mirror to wrap around the ship, and then said, "It is through the refraction of light that the scene on one side is transmitted to the other side, as if the entire ship is transparent. Then let the dawn sound slow down, or even stop on the sea." Alka began to explain the simple principle of how to achieve invisibility through the refraction of light. As for the specific details of how to do it, he certainly didn't know, but he could give a general idea. Remembering this, it was probably the proof that he had worked hard to learn. Although in fact, these are probably, he saw them while browsing videos when he had nothing to do. For Xiaodai, who can control light, as long as she can experiment and skillfully control the light, she should be able to succeed and complete this invisibility. As for the others, they were naturally confused, and they didn't understand anything, of course. Excluding Simon, who seemed to understand something and was thinking about something. But for Xiaodai, for her who can control light, she knows more about light than everyone present, including Alka. After all, he only knew some simple theories that he had known before, and this is no longer the world he used to be. With Alka's guidance, Xiaodai seemed to understand. When she started to experiment, everything was not as easy as it was said. After dozens of minutes, there was still no effect. The first thing that needed to be solved was that Xiaodai's control of light could not reach such a fine level. Her previous practice focused on gathering and emitting. She had almost no practice in this area. Obviously, they couldn't wait that long. After almost an hour, Xiaodai could only make the surroundings distorted and blurred, which made it more conspicuous. But it seemed to be moving towards success. However, the distance to success was still far. Xiaodai shook his head. "No, although I think it is feasible, but I can't do it now." "Well, I will use the mirror to cooperate with you." Alka thought for a while and said, "His mirror can be more rough. But no matter how rough it is, it can directly achieve some desired effects." After saying that, Alka controlled the mirror to emerge and put it on his face. But no scene appeared on the mirror. Alka raised his hands, and the liquid-like mirror gushed out and formed a semicircular cover, which locked the entire ship inside. Alka then controlled the mirror to transmit the scene on one side to the other side. Although there are still flaws. If you look closely, as the ship moves, There will be obvious shaking, or the asymmetry between the scenes can be found from other angles. However, the boundless ocean and the sunlight in the sky can easily cover up this flaw. The surrounding environment will help the ship hide, unless they are sure that there is a problem here. In order to ensure a better stealth effect, Alka asked Ziadite to control the light for a deeper cover. The combination of the two makes the ship's stealth effect perfect. Of course, this is just a substitute for Ziadite, who has not yet learned how to achieve invisibility through the refraction of light. After everything was ready, Alka said to the Dawn Sound, "Go ahead. Remember to slow down. And take your time. If it went too fast, it would be difficult to conceal the ship's path, and the distortion would be too obvious." The Dawn Sound slowly sailed on the sea. Everyone began to look forward to seeing what different scenery there was on the island. As they sailed, they soon arrived at the coast that was full of sight. It was foreseeable that the size of the island was beyond their imagination. It might even be a continent, because within their field of vision, they could not find the border of the coast. Is there such a big island? Jason looked at the endless coast in front of him and asked. In the home sea, the largest island is not this big. The home sea is full of very small islands, and the borders of the islands can be seen almost from a distance. In other words, there is no real big island. Even the cathedral, where the Church of the Virgin Mary is located. Really? Don't you have such a big island there? Simon said in surprise. Jason shook his head. The island where the Maltese kingdom is located is such a big island. There is no visible border. But I have only seen such an island from the discussion among the crowd. Alka learned that there are such big islands in other seas. There are also such big islands in the home sea. But the home sea is too big. Before leaving, Alka and his friends only moved in a corner of the map. But without exception, such large islands are very rare. The islands in all seas are very small. While chatting, they finally came to the border of the island and saw some of the conditions on the island. As far as they could see, there were some green vegetation, and most of the borders were steep stone walls, like cliffs. Only on the most side borders could you see something like a beach, and all you could see on the island were some vegetation and a lot of wasteland. However, they could also see something like a forest. The scene they could see was limited. Trees, uneven stones, upward slopes, and peaks blocked their sight. In this limited scene, there was nothing special. It was just like an ordinary island. The invisible ship slowly came to the border of the island. Go around the border. Hearing Alka's order, the ship slowly began to go around, and everyone also began to carefully observe the situation inside the island through such a detour. In this way, the group circled for 3 hours. Although they still did not see the border of the island. But they did not see any man-made traces in these 3 hours. But they did see some animals active in the border forest. Most of these creatures had never been seen before. Is this an uninhabited island? Juanlu asked after circling around for a long time without any gains. For such a large island, we are only checking the border. It is difficult to know the situation inside. The probability of an uninhabited island is too low. Alka shook his head and said, "Of course." He didn't say anything absolute. After all, this is the boundless sea. They just arrived and had no idea what the specific situation would be. Anyway, whether it is the home sea or other sea areas, such a huge island will definitely not be uninhabited. But who knows about the boundless sea? Speaking of which, have you found a problem? Julia suddenly said while standing in place. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him with doubts. Julia pointed to the sky with her finger, and then asked, "How long has the daytime been today?" Hearing this, everyone remembered. They'd probably entered the gate in the afternoon of the forward channel. If the time on both sides is the same, then it should be night now. But the problem is that the time they drifted in the dark space is uncertain. Alka was not awake at the beginning. He woke up halfway. And the ship arrived here not long after waking up. It may be that during the time we were asleep, a day or a few days have passed. Simon thought for a while and said, "No, that's not right." Ziadite said suddenly, and then she stretched out her hand, and a little light gathered on her hand. I am very sensitive to light now. When we first came to this sea area, the brightness of the sky was no different from now. And the position of the sun has not changed at all. This is what she could be sure of. So will the daytime here be long? Lucilia asked. Ziadite shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. But anyway, the sun has not moved for such a long time. So there must be something wrong with the daytime here. Looking at the way everyone was thinking. Jason shrugged and said, I think we should not think about these things. You also said that this place is chaotic. It will immediately turn into night. And there is nothing strange about it. Right? You are right. The sea level that just rose and fell like a piece of cloth had reshaped their worldview. The sun just didn't move. And there was no effect for the time being. So do we have to keep circling? Alka nodded and said, Continue. We haven't seen a suitable landing site in the past few hours. Even if there are people, they won't build a port in an unsuitable place. Right? If this is an island, the gathering place must be built in a place suitable for building a port. Or at least close to such a place. After all, areas like this are natural places to settle down. The boat started sailing again. And everyone began to pay attention to the changes in the sky. In this way, they sailed along the coastline for about 5 hours again, and the sky still did not change. In the process, they still did not find much, but Jason did catch a few fish. Finally, they found a bay that was very suitable for landing. Seeing the concave bay from a distance, Alka immediately ordered the dawn sound to slow down. Then, together with Xiaodai, they controlled the situation more carefully to reduce the possibility of being discovered. If there were people on this island, there must be buildings on this bay that was extremely suitable for landing. And the surrounding area seemed to be very suitable for settling down. As the entire bay came into their sight, there are abandoned ships, Jason said. Everyone also saw 3 abandoned ships of different sizes on the bay, broken on it. These abandoned ships were extremely dilapidated, more like the wreckage of a sunken ship pushed to the shore. Basically, only rotten wood was left. When they arrived at the bay, they were thinking about whether to enter or not. The sky suddenly changed. Everyone looked up. They saw a horizontal line quickly passing through the sky, and after it passed, the day turned into night. In just a few seconds, the sky was completely dark, and stars dotted the curtain. They even saw several huge planets hanging in the starry sky, just hanging there brightly, as if they would fall down at any time. It gave people a full sense of oppression. The sudden darkness, and the completely unfamiliar starry sky, made everyone stand there in a daze. So, this is how the darkness of the infinite sea came about. Xiaodai couldn't help asking. They just saw that thread-like thing, passing through the sky. And the scenery in the sky seemed to be covered, from day to night, in just a few seconds. It was like there were 2 pictures, and someone took one side of the picture and quickly covered it on the other picture. There is no such thing as dusk. It's just that direct. Okay, I won't be surprised if something outrageous happens now, Alka said, lowering his head. It's okay, this is the characteristic of the endless sea. You'll get used to it. Alka comforted himself like this. In just one day, 2 phenomena of reshaping the worldview appeared, but it doesn't matter as long as the worldview is fragmented enough. You don't need to care about these things. It's right for everyone to think about it. Even the seawater can fly to the sky, they can travel upside down. What's so unacceptable about the alternation of night and night? They have already started to get ready. All kinds of wonders and strange phenomena can come. They will never be surprised again. And with the darkness, plus the mirrors surrounding the ship, their disguise is basically perfect. Unless someone observes closely. So are we going to the island to check now? Jason asked beside him. Alka looked at the abandoned ship on the beach in the bay, thought about it, and shook his head. It is night now. And no one knows the situation on this island. Who knows if there will be anything outrageous on it? After all, the concentration of magic here is a bit too high. The high concentration of magic will affect everything in the world. And everything may come alive. No, let's dock the boat first, go ashore during the day, and I will go around in the dream at night and investigate. Hearing this, everyone nodded. If there is intelligent life on this shore, then Alka can find it through the dream bubble in the dream. Maybe we can get some information by then. And even the dreams of animals are not useless. In any case, it is always better to be cautious when you are new here. Damn the author, why can't he give more information in Dreamland? When he thought of the ambiguous descriptions in Dreamland, he got angry. Just lure people here and leave them alone. Right? So, they drove the dawn sound to a small depression in the cliff wall next to it. Prepare to rest here for a night. Speaking of which, how long will it take for the night to disappear? Jason, who was eating in the restaurant, suddenly asked. It was already daytime when they first arrived here, so they didn't know how long the daytime was. Don't worry, I have been counting since the night. As long as we wait until the night disappears, we will know how long the night will last, Simon said with a smile. Such an important matter, of course, must be observed at all times. Everything in this place is so special, it's great. For Simon, who has the attribute of a researcher, it's true. After finishing the meal, Alka said, everyone should have a good rest today, it's been a tiring day. This is true, it's really tiring today, both physically and mentally. After arranging the night watchman, Alka returned to his room. After a simple wash, he lay on the bed and quickly sank into the dream. He couldn't wait to know what the dream world of the endless sea looked like. Will it become more lively as he thought? Or will it become completely different? He was basically sure that there was an obvious barrier between the infinite sea and the sea where the four gods were. That was the dark place they had passed through before. Alka couldn't even enter the dream there, which meant that there was no dream there. Thinking of this, Alka's body woke up in the dream. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look at his dream bubble. There was no strange change in the bubble, really. Alka looked at the huge crystal behind him. In addition to the remaining golden energy, some silver energy that had never been seen appeared inside the crystal. Looking at these unknown energies appearing in the crystal, Alka frowned. When did this happen, and when did it go in? He stretched out his hand slightly, immersed his hand in the crystal, clawed a silver energy ball that was floating randomly in his hand, and then took it out. Pink mist poured out from his hands, and wrapped up the silver energy ball. He closed his eyes, and began to carefully sense what this thing was. After a while, the result came out. So that's it. This energy is almost the same as the golden dream energy. But the effect is different. The golden energy turns the things in the dream into reality, pours into the reality, and can open the door from the dream to the reality. The silver energy turns the things in the reality into the virtual and pours into the dream, and can open the door from the reality to the dream. Although the two look very similar, their meanings are completely opposite. For example, the gates are not interoperable. But according to some information obtained by Alka, basically when the gap between reality and dreams becomes faint, the gaps that are open can be interoperable. In other words, basically every gate that is open naturally has two energies used at the same time. And these two energies are indeed not the same. And you can use this energy to construct a one-way gate. This will allow Alka's control and the desired effect to be more flexible. Then the question is, where does this silver energy come from? I have no idea. After all, it is his dream, and the world has a detailed record. Alka closed his eyes, and began to recall what happened in his dream bubble. His control over his dream bubble has basically reached an extremely exaggerated level. It can even be said that he is the god in his dream bubble. Of course, it's not just him. Everyone is like this after training. The only problem is how to train. The moment when the silver energy appeared, it happened just now. When he knew the origin of the silver energy, Alka opened his eyes and frowned. The silver energy was brought by himself when he just sank into the dream. Every time he sank into the dream, he would bring some energy from reality, which was equivalent to breaking the gap between reality and dream. It was equivalent to a one-way passage. Such a passage produced silver energy. Thinking of this, Alka woke up immediately, and then lay on the bed, closed his eyes again, and sank into the dream again. Turning his head, there was not much silver energy in the crystal. No! Why? It was able to generate silver energy just now. But it doesn't work now. And why didn't it work before? Is there a time limit? Or is it only for the first time? Or is the situation in the endless sea special? There is too little information, and it is impossible to analyze normal information. I can only wait for the next time when silver energy appears to analyze the difference between the two. Chapter 223, The Settlement in the Dream. After confirming that in his dream, except for the silver energy, there were no other changes, Alka controlled himself to fly up, and came to the side of the bubble film, but did not get out immediately. The film was made thinner, so that he could see the situation outside. At a glance, there was no big change outside. It was still the same as the forward route, full of bizarre lights and shadows, and various colored clouds drifting by from time to time. Alka then stuck his head out. As soon as he came out, he found a light and shadow creature he had never seen before slowly approaching his dream bubble. Just like that, in front of him, it began to cut his dream with two sharp claws. The damage caused by the claws to the dream was no longer like the weak light and shadow creatures on the forward channel, but it really caused a wave in Alka's dream bubble. According to the intensity of such waves, it might not cause any damage to the dream bubble even if it was cut all night. But this already showed the difference between it and the weak creatures before. A pink spear appeared in Alka's hand, and he threw it out directly. The pink spear disappeared the moment it was thrown out. And when it appeared again, it had already penetrated the light and shadow creature. The spear immediately disintegrated, turning into pink mist, which completely enveloped it. It can be seen that the light and shadow creature composed of strange light was extremely terrified and tried to struggle madly. However, these were all in vain. The pink mist wrapped him tightly like a cocoon, and then compressed until it completely turned into a round pink mist ball, which floated into Alka's palm. Alka looked at the pink mist ball in his palm. This ball was bigger than all the ones Alka had obtained before, which meant that the loot inside was better. Most of the mist balls he had obtained before could be grasped by hand, but this one was half the size of his head. The mist wrapped around the surface disappeared and merged into his body, and the loot wrapped inside also fell into his hand. This was a pitch-black wooden branch, with 2 branches of different lengths sticking out from it, and a small black leaf hanging under the branch. It looked like it had just been broken off a tree. This should be a material. A kind of wooden material, although it also has the usual dream attributes, but it has more of a nutrient attribute. Although it was the first time he saw this material, he had no idea about its attributes. Alka didn't know how to use it, so he had to throw it into his dream bubble. Then he looked around. There were dream bubbles everywhere, of different sizes, and because he might be on the border of the island, there were also many dream bubbles of terrestrial creatures. But without exception, these dream bubbles are not large in size, and are all transparent, indicating that these are the dreams of wild animals. Alka lowered his head and looked at the dreams of the crew members around him. This sight made Alka frown. When he looked at Simon's dream bubble, a dangerous light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Even after such a period of maintenance, Simon's dream bubble was still slightly dim compared to other people's bubbles, and there were still very small cracks on it. The wounds in the soul were not so easy to recover. This was when their god slightly repaired it with treasures. And such a dream in the middle of them looked like an obvious soft persimmon. Soft persimmons are naturally popular. There was a huge, 3-meter-tall humanoid black shadow giant who was using his hands, trying to open a hole in the edge of Simon's dream. The problem was that he had really opened a gap, and pink fragments had begun to flow out. While the giant was swallowing, he used his fingers to try to open the wound of bubble through the hole. This was the first time that Alka saw the dream bubble of his crew members being damaged. A mirror immediately appeared on his face, the costume of the dream god of death appeared on his body, and a huge black sickle appeared in his hand. The extra track of the sickle was pink. A huge amount of energy was integrated into the sickle, and was thrown out by Alka. The sickle spiraled quickly, and then disappeared in an instant, and after it appeared, the blade of the sickle had completely pierced into the body of the little giant. Silent roars were transmitted along with the waves. Alka could feel the pain of the shadow giant, but he showed no mercy. 2 pink spears appeared in his hands again, and he threw them out quickly. The spears arrived in an instant, and pierced his body from both sides again. The monster finally realized that someone was attacking him from behind, and turned around to see Alka. He saw Alka's dreamlike death costume, and he showed no fear, but anger, and roared loudly. Then several thin arms grew out of his armpits, and firmly grasped the sickle that was stabbed into his body. Then he ran quickly, stomped in the air, and rushed towards Alka. Such an action made Alka frown. This black shadow giant must have fought with the dream god of death. When those thin arms of the black shadows grasped the sickle of light and shadow, the sickle was completely out of Alka's control, and was nailed firmly into his body. Without this sickle, the power of the dream god of death would be reduced by half. The problem is that the strongest attack of the Dream Reaper is to use special power to pour into the sickle, and then throw it out. With the perfect control of the sickle, it can achieve unexpected results. This situation made Alka immediately exit the state of the Dream Reaper, and the black sickle held in the chest of the Shadow Reaper also broke into a mirror-like special effect. The mirror surface disappeared into Alka's face. A large amount of pink mist poured out. However, when Alka revealed his true face, the dream giant immediately stood still, and then ran back in fear. The state of his performance was just like the dream death god he had seen before, as if he had seen his natural enemy. However, the escape speed of the black shadow giant was much slower than that of the dream death god. Even though he had tried his best to escape, he was still within Alka's attack range. Alka threw out spears one after another. They quickly penetrated the giant of light and shadow, until the black shadow giant could no longer run. But even so, he still had no intention of resisting, and kept shrinking back. The emotion of fear was fully revealed. Even though his life was seriously threatened, He still had no intention of resisting, and was only thinking about escaping. When Alka came in front of the Black Shadow Giant, the black light and shadow on the Black Shadow Giant even began to disintegrate, and the emotion of fear spread out crazily. Alka frowned. Is it really that serious? Scared like this? The mist spear that penetrated the monster's body began to disintegrate, turning into pink mist that enveloped it. The roar with strong fear was still coming out. He struggled violently, but still couldn't break through the pink mist, until it was completely covered. This was the first time that Alka killed a monster with obvious intelligence in a dream. The last time, the death god ran away too fast. Looking at the huge pink mist ball that was half a meter wide, Alka couldn't help but look forward to it. However, the pink mist ball was still shrinking, and soon it was only the size of a palm. It was even smaller than the pink mist balls before. Looking at the tiny pink mist ball in his hand, Alka frowned, and then inhaled the mist on the surface. Although the mist in the ball was small, it contained a lot of mist, and it took a long time to completely absorb it into the body. The object inside was exposed. Alka pinched the small round bead, which was only the size of a little finger, with his index finger and thumb, and placed it in front of his eyes. This was a black pearl, almost pure black. When the pearl is dancing quickly, you can see that there is an obvious black trail at the tail when it is dragged. Looking at the pearl, Alka's face is smiling. He knows the effect of every trophy in his hands. This thing is a very typical energy block, in simple terms. It is full of dream energy. Alka crushed it, and threw it into his dream bubble. Then he also got into the dream bubble. The black pearl was broken, a large number of golden light balls floated out, and quickly poured into the crystal. In an instant, a corner of the crystal was completely filled. And then these light and shadow energy balls began to fly around in the crystal. The golden energy brought by such a small black pearl was more than the golden energy Alka had obtained in the dream of the forward channel for several months. Even twice as much. Such energy harvest made Alka smile. Sure enough, the forward channel was really a poor place. However, when he thought that there were not many things that could be done with this energy, Alka's smile gradually subsided. Even if these energies are connected by mirrors to reduce consumption, they can still only produce 6 lightning rods. There is still a long way to go. Afterwards, Alka returned to the outside world again, cleared out the dream monsters around the bubbles that everyone dreamed of one by one. These gave a lot of materials, and crushed all the useless things into energy. Looking at the dream bubbles all around, and the various light and shadow monsters coming and going, there are so many monsters here. And the people on the ship may wake up more and more often in the future. We must find a way to protect everyone's dreams. In dreams, it is both good and bad to become lively. But up to now, Alka has no big clue. With a slight sigh, Alka rebuilt the detection device. Then he redebugged the device, and put in the parameters of the dream bubbles of the surrounding terrestrial creatures. This way, the ripples can be prevented from sweeping the dreams of ordinary beasts. The only waves that can be reflected now are the dreams of intelligent creatures, or the dreams of powerful creatures. The waves began to spread outward, circle after circle. Alka waited quietly in place. According to his previous speculation based on distance, the distance of this detection wave in the dream, if reflected in the actual detection distance, is about 60,150 kilometers. The fluctuation is huge, and this is the actual proportion in the forward route. I don't know if there will be any difference in this endless sea, but Alka thinks it should be. After all, this place is chaotic enough. Don't be surprised by anything that happens. Soon, the first wave detected was reflected back, and there were a lot of reflected light waves. Afterwards, more and more waves were reflected, and they were densely packed. Alka immediately shielded and shut down these waves. These waves reflected back like countless sharp alarms ringing wildly in his ears. So many waves meant that there must be intelligent life around, on this island. Because the reflected waves were in the direction of the island. Alka calculated the distance of the reflection, thought about it, and did not use the pink mist to propel himself as before. Instead, he transformed himself into the dream god of death and flew quickly. This way, he would not alarm the surrounding light and shadow monsters, and he could conduct a certain degree of reconnaissance around. If he directly revealed his original voice, and used the pink mist to propel him, it would definitely alarm the surrounding monsters. It is very likely to scare away those dream monsters with a certain degree of intelligence. The Dream Death God and the Black Shadow Giant have confirmed that they are in the dream, and they have the attribute of being like natural enemies to some creatures. They will only run away madly when they see him, which is obviously not conducive to his observation of the dream. As he flies quickly, the surrounding environment also comes into his sight. The dream death god, which was once rare, has been seen for a while. And when Alka, who has become the dream death god, flies over their heads, they will cast a slight gaze. Alka also saw many different dream monsters. However, most of them were at the level of the dream god of death and the shadow giant, but their appearance was slightly different. If it were normal, Alka would observe carefully, but now was obviously not the time. Moreover, these creatures in the dream were also fighting constantly, and they would prey on each other. After a simple observation, Alka found that the creatures in the dream were roughly divided into 3 categories. Light and shadow, mist. Light and shadow creatures are like creatures made up of various colors twisted together. The dream death god belongs to this category. Their robes will constantly change color, but they still maintain the twisted appearance of light and shadow. The black shadow creatures are just like their names, completely a group of pure black shadows, such as the black shadow giant just now. The second is the fog-like creatures, which are the least, and I have seen them several times in the dream of the forward channel, but most of them are small creatures like birds. It is slightly less rare here, but still much rarer than the shadow and light. And these cloud creatures almost never attack the dream bubble. At least he didn't see it now. And no matter the light or the shadow, neither will attack them. The shadow is the most aggressive and the most numerous monster. They will attack the light creatures and even each other. Alka found that some shadow creatures will destroy the dream bubble, but some shadow creatures are not for hunting, but for simple destruction. The light and shadow creatures are not very aggressive, but they will still fight with the black shadow creatures. They destroy bubbles to hunt. At least in this journey, Alka did not see any light and shadow creatures destroy bubbles without hunting, and he has not seen the light and shadow creatures attack each other. At this stage, the mist creatures seem to be very different in this dream world. It is not yet known what they do, but they will not attack other creatures, nor will they attack dream bubbles. The shadow creatures behave like typical villains. They fight each other, are very aggressive, and have a strong desire to destroy. But there are also intelligent beings among them, such as the shadow giant just now. The light and shadow creatures behave like normal creatures in the dream, destroying the dream bubble to hunt. When encountering shadow creatures, either avoid or attack, and their aggressiveness is much lower than that of shadow creatures. I don't know if there are other dream creatures. Alka just kept observing. He hadn't found any powerful dream creatures yet. The most powerful ones were probably at the level of giants and death gods. He kept flying at a high speed while observing. After passing a long distance, Alka finally came to the range where the waves bounced back. Among all the waves that were emitted, almost March 4th were gathered together, indicating that this should be considered a gathering place in reality. The scenery in front of him also proved this point. Countless bubbles of different sizes were crowded together. The surface of these bubbles was hazy, and it was difficult to see the situation inside. With so many of them crowded together, it was basically certain that it was a settlement of intelligent creatures. Correspondingly, there were also many dream monsters hunting around. Chapter 224 Broken Islanders. Alka looked at the scene in front of him. The dense dream bubbles of intelligent creatures piled up together and spread out, which also caused the dream creatures here to be much more than other places. A casual look at it can find too many monsters similar to the dream death god and the previous shadow giant. Basically, all the monsters around that look relatively powerful have gathered in this place. Obviously, for these relatively strong dream creatures, the dream bubbles of intelligent life are much more attractive. This place is almost equivalent to their hunting ground. Looking around, it is almost certain that, relying on the dreams of these intelligent creatures, a kind of dream ecosystem has basically been formed here. Because around the dream bubbles of these intelligent creatures, there are also many dream bubbles of animals. It seems that these intelligent creatures are feeding. Alka observed and constantly drew some conclusions. The first is the size of these dream bubbles. When he was in the home sea, he observed the dream bubbles of everyone and others. He clearly knew the difference between the dream bubbles of ordinary people and those of those who touched them, and how the dream bubbles would change depending on the strength of the individuals. Most of the dream bubbles in front of him had reached the level of 12 spirals, accounting for about 95% of all dream bubbles. In other words, there were thousands of dream bubbles, none of which were ordinary people. These people all had some strength to a certain extent. A small number of dream bubbles had reached the second stage, As for this so-called minority, Arca simply counted, and there were 30 or 40 of them. These were still sleeping people. Maybe there were many awake people outside. I can only say that it is indeed worthy of the infinite sea. There are so many strong people in the settlement of intelligent life on a random small island. You know, for the infinite sea, those who can survive will naturally become touchers in the natural growth. As for the difference between these naturally grown touchers and those who become touchers by touching treasures, Arca doesn't know. Only after that will we be able to understand. Also, Arca saw several huge dream bubbles. These dream bubbles were bigger than his own. With dream bubbles of this size, Arca no longer knew the specific strength it represented. But at least, it was above the second stage. Now, in addition to himself and Julia, the two newest people on board had reached the second stage. Simon's strength was 7 spirals. Matt Liza's strength is at the same level as Julia's. At the 6th spiral level. The next person to reach the second stage should be Pororo, whose strength has been greatly enhanced by the storm trial. Although his current strength seems a little unstable, it has been climbing up. Retracting his thoughts, Arca chose a dream bubble. Judging from the size of this dream bubble, its owner's strength is about 3 spirals. He killed the creatures outside the dream bubble, which was considered as a reward for entering his dream bubble to explore. Quietly poked his head in. A dense forest. Arca took a brief walk and saw that apart from the dense forest, there was only a pointed roof house made of wood in the center of the dream. It was said that the house was more like a triangular tent. These houses were not the kind of quadrilateral with a roof that Arca had seen for a long time. They were triangular like tents. It seemed that such a structure was more solid and saved wood. There were also some beast bones around the house for decoration. It gives people a sense of wildness. Outside the house, a humanoid creature was chopping with a stick in his hand. Arca quietly floated over. The humanoid creature looked up at Arca, then lowered his head, and continued to do his own thing. Just like all dreamers. Arca looked at the man in front of him, and it was obvious that he should also be a special race, because the skin of the man in front of him was light gray, and his eyes were completely red. It was not scarlet like blood, but orange-red like flames, as if his eyes were always full of anger. In addition, there are some unknown totem patterns on his body. It looks like an uncivilized savage living deep in the jungle. But looking at the clothes on his body, it is obviously not the case. Although his upper body is naked, his lower body is wearing leather-like shorts. He also has a pair of hunting boots on his feet, which can be used to move better in the woods. All this shows that he is not a savage. Savages don't have such good sewing skills. Watching this man's actions, Arca considered his own problem. Fortunately, the only thing he didn't need to consider was whether the person in front of him could understand what he said. There was no difference in language in dreams. In dreams, language was simply a means of expression. No matter what language you spoke, the other person could understand it. And vice versa. After thinking for a while, Arca asked, "Are you going to hunt for something?" This was a question based on the current behavior of the person in front of him. Arca could also obtain some potentially useful information through this question. The main thing is to analyze the range of questions that the person in the dream can accept. When he heard this question, the man really raised his head, looked at Arca, and smiled. "Hunting? No, I have already hunted successfully." He stood up directly, and then entered the house, and a huge object was pulled out. Arca looked at the triangular wooden house. According to his speculation, the interior of such a wooden house is obviously not enough to accommodate this huge prey. This is just a means of expression. It's a dream, so understandable. Then Arca looked at the huge creature that was dragged out. It was a deer-like creature. The two horns on its head crossed and collided with each other. The left horn extended and touched the right horn, then extended upward from the right, while the right horn extended in the opposite direction. The middle part of the upper horn formed an X-shaped shape. The hair on the whole body was pure black, and it had a thin and pointed tail like a demon. And Arca calculated the length of the body. It was about 6 meters, and the height was nearly 2 meters. For humans, this is a true giant. Just listen to the man in front of him. Because of what Arca said just now, he began to introduce it non-stop. Thundercaller. See the length of its horn. It must be a warrior in their tribe. With its horn and its tail, I can receive another totem. When the time comes, hee. Ha ha ha. Looking at the man in front of him, he began to fantasize inexplicably. Arca was slightly silent. It was the first time he met such an active dream master. Thinking about it, he could probably understand it. It was probably like catching a huge fish. The kind that slithered around the street. He wanted to let everyone know that he had caught a big fish. Alka had seen this behavior many times from Jason, so it was familiar. In other words, he really hunted such a prey in reality, and it was reflected in his dream. This situation is normal. Alka asked, with his horns and tail. You can? I can accept the thunder pattern. And then I may be able to become a warrior of the tribe. And I can also master the power of thunder and lightning. He gave it back to Alka and looked at the totem patterns on his arms. The totem pattern extends from the upper arm to the shoulder behind. And the patterns on both sides are different. The totem on one side looks like a cat. And the totem on the other side looks like a wild boar. Hearing the words of the man in front of him, Alka narrowed his eyes and thought. Then he asked, Is it to turn the two materials you mentioned into something and carve it on your body? The man in front of him nodded. Sure enough. Then Alka asked again, What kind of creatures did the two totems on his body hunt? Once the question was about the creatures he hunted, he would start to introduce them to Alka in a torrent of words. From his introduction, Alka knew that the two creatures he had hunted before had reached the level of 1 spiral and 2 spirals respectively. And the deer he hunted had reached the level of 3 spirals. Step by step. Right? And the patterns on his body were carved on his body with the materials from these creatures in order to master their power. Isn't this the material for the spell? Is it too hasty to use the materials to carve on his body to master the power of the spell without learning the spell? Just look at the person in front of you, and you will know that their tribe all does this. This is completely the method of the carver. And they carve people as if they were objects. According to the information Alka knows, it is not that no one has done this in the Elhome Sea, but the physique of ordinary people is simply not enough to withstand such pressure. Not to mention that ordinary people have no magic power at all. Even if they carve it, it cannot be activated. And such a method is too useless to use on the toucher, because those who can withstand and use it can naturally learn it. And they can use it more freely when the time comes. So is it a unique method of the infinite sea? Or is it a method that the race in front of him can use? Alka didn't know. He asked a few more questions casually, and then the man in front of him stopped answering. He only cared about those questions related to his prey and prey. Alka left his dream. There are enough dream bubbles around. As long as he finds a suitable dream owner to ask, Alka can get enough information and intelligence. He randomly chose a dream bubble next to him, and drilled into it again, and also helped him clean up the dream creatures around the bubble. After a lot of inquiries, Alka finally got some information he wanted. First of all, the place where they lived was indeed an island. But the area of the island was very large. Alka asked, and found out that they were the only intelligent creatures on the island. These people called themselves Broken Islanders, and still believed that they were human beings, because the island was called Broken Island. However, Alka did not ask why the island was called this name, because most people themselves did not know why. Secondly, Alka roughly understood the composition of the power on their island. First of all, there are many powerful beasts on the island. No, they can no longer be called beasts. They can be completely replaced by magic beasts. According to the information Alka learned, there are also people with strength reaching the second stage. Because he had entered the dream of a person with strength at the second stage, and asked some related questions. Moreover, this island is very dangerous. Here we are talking about the environment of the island. Also, it is best to keep your mouth shut outside, and don't talk nonsense. In addition to these questions, Alka also speculated from some people's dreams that some of them had sailed on the sea. And most of these people who had sailed on the sea were the best in the entire settlement. Now their strength is almost above the second stage. However, Alka did not ask for information related to the treasure, because no one's dream is related to this for the time being. As for the huge dream bubbles, Alka did not rashly explore them. He had never seen the dream bubbles of people who had reached the third stage or even higher, and had no idea how much control they had over their dream bubbles. What if they find out? So for the sake of caution, Alka did not enter. Instead, he asked the countless people around him whether they were hostile to outsiders. The final conclusion was no. Outsiders often come to this island, so it is not strange, and some islanders even follow outsiders out. And many things on the island are also traded with these outsiders. Almost every once in a while, there are outsiders who trade with them, and there are also outsiders who have never been seen exploring this island. They did not claim to be the masters of this island, but just thought they were the people living on this island. Strangers were not strange to them. For this question, Alka asked at least a dozen different people. He felt a little relieved after getting the same answer. At least the people on this island were not xenophobic, and were happy to trade or communicate with strangers. This would make his future actions much better. The main thing was the strength of this group of people. Just looking at the bubbles, you can tell how powerful they are. Alka didn't want to have a conflict with him. Then the dream bubbles around him were decreasing one by one. This meant that they were beginning to wake up. At the same time, some new bubbles appeared. Alka calculated the time and began to return. When he returned, around the dream bubbles of the crowd, he saw those ungrateful dream creatures. He simply eliminated these creatures, decomposed the spoils into dream energy. And then Alka returned to his own dream bubble. Too much noise is not a good thing. After resting for a while in his dream bubble, Alka woke up. When he opened his eyes in his room, it was still dark outside, and there was no sign of dawn. He looked at the time next to him. These clocks brought from the sea of home were completely meaningless. On the contrary, those hourglasses accurately calculated the time. Alka had the habit of turning over after going to bed. He rested for about 6 hours, and at least 4 hours of them, Alka was exploring in his dreams. Calculated in this way, about 910 hours of the night had passed. When Alka came to the deck, he found Juanlu busy in the kitchen. Looking at Alka, who had woken up, he smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, if it's morning." He shrugged and complained slightly. "To be honest, the day and night here, it's only the first day, and they are very uncomfortable with it. Perhaps they may no longer be able to estimate the time based on the weather as before. And confusion in time is inevitable." Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but think of Dreamland. He often felt that the time records in it were a bit confusing. And the wording used was probably maybe a few days, maybe a few months. It was very vague. There was never an accurate time. The only thing that was accurately recorded was the year. Now it seems that it is not that they don't want to record, but they really don't know how to calculate. If there is a pattern, there will definitely be no such problem. It seems that we have to be prepared for the chaos of day and night. After Juanlu prepared breakfast and rang the bell gently, everyone woke up one after another. Although there are changes between day and night, everyone's biological clock is not so easily confused. "I don't know how long this night will last," Xiao said helplessly while eating breakfast and looking at the deep night outside. It looked like this night would not fade away for a while. "By the way, how is the dream world here in Alka? Has there been any changes?" Lucilia suddenly asked. She remembered Alka had said before that if you go to the infinite sea, the dream world might change a little, and not be as desolate as before. Heard this, Alka nodded. "It has become much more lively. There are too many dream bubbles and creatures in the dream." Speaking of this, Alka began to talk about the results of his exploration in the dream world last night. There should be a settlement of intelligent life on this island. There are many strong people in that settlement. But fortunately, they don't seem to be exclusive. Everyone knows that Alka can explore other people's bubbles and dreams and get some. "Really? What do they look like?" Jason, who had just woken up, asked curiously. After briefly talking to everyone for a while, Xiao asked, "Then should we go to the island?" For this question, Alka shook his head. "Don't rush to the island. It's very dangerous at night. We'll go up during the day. It's safer." These are the information Alka got from the dreams of those intelligent creatures last night. But what are the specific dangers in the night environment? No one has given a specific explanation. After hearing Alka's words, everyone nodded. Since that's what they said, they had to continue waiting on the boat. So how long will this night last? How long has it lasted now? Jason suddenly turned his head and asked Simon. Hearing this, Simon took out a spiral sphere, which seemed to be something used to calculate time. "It has been 12 hours since the night. Has it been half a day? It seems that the night and the day are not divided in half," Julia said as she looked at the night. On the curtain of the night, the densely packed stars, the Milky Way, and those starry spheres were hanging in the sky. It seemed as if they were so close to the universe. Chapter 225, Going to the Island. Since it was still dark outside, Arka was going to return to his room again and sink into his dream. He was going to return to the settlement where the intelligent life was before and continue to ask for some information in their dreams. "If it's daytime, remember to wake me up," Arka said to Lucilia, who was sitting on his shoulder. Lucilia nodded. Then Arka returned to his room, lay on the bed, and quickly sank into his dream. Following the original path, they quickly returned to the previous settlement. At this time, the dream bubbles around them did not decrease as AKA expected. Instead, Bubbles kept breaking and waking up, and bubbles kept appearing from nothingness. This meant that while some people woke up, many others fell asleep. Such a scene made AKA frown. This meant that the night outside might be longer than he thought. Retracting his thoughts, AKA began to choose the target he wanted to enter. The worst thing about searching for information in a dream is that you have to choose questions based on the situation in the dream. You can't just ask questions randomly to get the information you want. It depends on the situation. As for waking people up and getting more information, Alka never thought about it. The accuracy of the information obtained in this way cannot be known. After another intelligence survey, Alka found that most of the people on the island had never left the island. The number of islanders who left the island and returned to live on the island again was very small. Even if the dream is related to the outside world, it is difficult to get some useful information. Alka had to continue asking about the information of this island. As he asked, the danger level of this island seemed to be higher than he imagined. At night, the danger level would increase exponentially, so most of them left the settlement during the day. These islanders never regarded this island as their home, but only regarded the place where they lived as their home. Therefore, they are not opposed to outsiders coming to the island and exploring around. Because the island is dangerous, even among ordinary people, it is better not to talk after leaving home. Alka originally wanted to ask about information about day and night, but no one cared about such things. For these islanders, this is daily life. Apart from this, there is not much worth mentioning about the information obtained this time. But at least the information obtained was quite a lot, although not detailed enough. Due to the dangerousness of the island, the more common islanders, and those who were not very powerful, did not leave their settlements very far. The number of islanders with slightly stronger strength was too small, and the situations in the dreams were mostly related to hunting or rest. Alka, on the other hand, knew a lot of information related to the creatures on the island, and even saw some trophies and monster corpses through their dreams. He also learned from the side how dangerous this island is. Dangerous plants, strange environment. For the hunters of these tribes, the most dangerous thing is not their prey, but the environment on the island. After not getting more information, Alka began to return. He didn't know until now that, going to too many other people's dreams in a short period of time, Bubbles seemed to be very easy to get tired. He could already feel that his body in the dream was a little tired. Never before had he gone to so many intelligent creatures' dream Bubbles to ask for information in such a short time. This was the first time Alka had discovered this problem. Wake up from the dream. It is still dark outside. I don't know how long it will take for the day to return. Just like that, Alka lay in bed waiting, recovering his physical strength and spirit. Finally, a beam of light appeared on the horizon, as if a curtain was pulled open, and the sky quickly began to brighten. After just a few seconds, it went from dark night to day. Simon took out the ball he used to calculate time, and then said, "The night lasted 20 hours. Close to a day." Alka muttered to himself. This night was really long. Then Simon turned the ball over. "Now let's start calculating the daytime. Since it's dawn now, let's get ready. We're going to explore the island." Then he asked the voice of dawn to take them to the bay they saw yesterday. After approaching the bay, everyone jumped from the boat to the beach. This time, all the crew members on the boat were dispatched. Alka looked at the sound of dawn and said, "When we are not here, you should sink directly to the bottom of the sea. Hide your tracks, and wait for our call." As he said that, Alka shook the harmonica in his hand. A melodious song came, and the sound of dawn slowly sailed out of the bay, and then gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the sound of dawn leaving, Alka nodded. He couldn't let the sound of dawn wait there. If they encounter danger, they can only go to the nearest place, and then leave the island, which requires dawn sound to adapt to the situation. Dawn sound can detect Alka's position, so he can circle around the border of the island and stop at the closest place to Alka at any time. This will also allow Alka and his friends to return to the ship as quickly as possible. Then he turned his head and looked at everyone. At this time, everyone was already scouting around the beach. "Oh!" Jason suddenly screamed, and then jumped back. Hearing his strange cry, the people who were looking around on the beach turned their heads. In front of Jason, a gray crab about the size of a palm appeared. It was indeed not so noticeable hiding on the beach. The crab was waving its claws at Jason, as if trying to drive him away. Looking at the crab, Jason smiled. "Little thing, you still want to pinch me?" He stretched out his foot, kicked the crab and said with a smile, "Come on, come and pinch me." Looking at Jason's childish appearance, everyone turned their heads away helplessly. Only Air walked over with great interest. Alka looked at the crab. He had seen this crab in those people's dreams. It seemed to be a very good delicacy, but don't underestimate this crab. This crab is a magical creature with a spiral, not an ordinary animal. If Alka remembered correctly, he had seen this crab in an islander's dream. It seemed to be able to cause great pain to the person caught by it. In that dream, the islander kept hammering the crab, venting his anger. However, this crab seems to have no special attack methods other than causing pain. Thinking of this, he looked a little gloating. Looking like Jason. "Are you thinking of something bad?" Xiaodaidi asked him beside him. Hearing this, Alka retorted, "No way. I'm not that kind of person." Hearing this, Xiaodaidi was sure that Alka was thinking of something bad, and followed his gaze to look at Jason. Then he saw the great crab under Jason's feet, and seemed to understand something. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Will it be dangerous?" "No," he had asked before. There were many people who were caught by this kind of crab. Many islanders on this island had been caught when they were young. This is a necessary sacrifice for delicious food. "Ah!" Jason screamed, because he arrogantly let the little crab catch a little bit of his flesh. As he screamed, the crab just kept falling on his flesh, with no intention of letting go. Hearing the scream, Matlisa, who had just been on the boat for a few days, swam over quickly, prepared to check if there was any danger. Juanlu, who was right beside him, had already taken the crab from his hand. Jason's skin was not injured except for a tiny red mark. With such a small wound. "Why are you screaming so loudly?" Juanlu asked curiously. He thought that if Jason screamed slower, the red mark might disappear. "It hurts? It hurts so much." Jason frowned, looking at the red mark on his hand. There was no wound at all. Why did it hurt so much? Alka and the others also walked over. "How is it? Is it still a little crab?" Alka asked with a smile. At this time, Matlisa had already rushed over and was checking nearby. In less than 2 seconds, she knew the cause of the pain and said, "This is the effect of some kind of magic, which is equivalent to a spell. It's not a big deal." Hearing her words, Jason frowned and asked while enduring the pain, "How can I relieve it?" "You can use your magic to flush this place several times to eliminate the magic attached to it." Hearing Matlisa's opinion, Jason nodded quickly and used his magic to flush back and forth at the painful location. As the water washed away, the pain quickly eased and disappeared. Jason breathed a sigh of relief. With such a simple method, why was that person so angry in the dream? After all, there was no ordinary person on the island. He took back his thoughts. Alka looked at him and said, "It seems that this lesson can let you know that this is already an endless sea, and nothing can be underestimated. Be vigilant enough about everything." After hearing Alka's lesson, Jason nodded. This is what Alka meant. Jason is not a reckless person who is not vigilant enough, but his mentality seems to be still in the home sea. He is not vigilant enough about the surrounding environment. Xiaodaidi, who was standing next to Alka, heard his lesson and smiled slightly. Jason rubbed his fingers and seemed to still have phantom pain, looking at the crab in Juanlu's hand. "I didn't expect such a small thing to be so powerful." Juanlu was studying the crab in his hand. This crab has magic power in its body, and it has quite a lot of it. Alka answered directly beside him. This crab is called a gray crab just like its appearance. It is a creature with a strength of about 1 spiral. People who are caught will feel severe pain. Besides, it is also very delicious. As for whether it is really delicious, Alka does not know. He only knows from his dream that this crab is a delicacy. Who knows if the people on the island have the same taste as them? Delicious food? Juanlu heard this and looked at the crab in his hand. After thinking for a while, a thin rope appeared in his hand, and he tied up the crab. He turned his head and then looked at Julia. "Julia, help freeze it." A cold breeze blew, and a white chill floated out, freezing the crab and staining it with frost. The crab died. Then, Juanlu threw it into his pocket ring. After this episode, everyone continued to conduct a simple investigation on the beach. What attracted their attention most was naturally the ruins of the 2 ships. However, it can be seen that the 2 ships have been broken for a long time, and no useful information can be obtained from the ships. "Okay, be alert. Let's go inside." As they said this, Everyone began to move towards the island. There were scattered plants around, and some trees could only be seen at the edge of the field of vision. As they went deeper into the island, everyone's positions moved closer. Julia felt the surrounding environment. She said to everyone, "Be careful. The concentration of magic here is high, and the space is also a bit chaotic." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Xia Dai, who was walking in front of the team, still extended the silver ripples to scan the surroundings. Now her silver ripples were hard to find, and with the help of the Ring of Light, the range of exploration was getting farther and farther. However, the size of this island was not small, and it was not easy to make a map of the entire island at one time. "Be careful. There are some large creatures ahead," Xia Dai suddenly said and squatted down slightly, hiding behind the huge rock next to him. Everyone turned their bodies slightly to hide as well. I saw heavy footsteps coming from the small woods ahead. From the slight vibration, I could tell that the animal was not small. Then a creature came out of the woods. It was a huge monster, about 3 meters tall and more than 6 meters long. It looked very strange, a bit like a huge wild boar, with sharp spikes on its body, a pair of huge fangs on its head, and a sharp horn on its forehead. As it moved, the spikes scraped off the branches and twigs of the surrounding trees. Fortunately, Alka did not feel too dangerous from the monster, but he could still feel its strength. Julia's voice sounded. "Its strength is about 45 spirals. Be careful. It seems to be in a bad mood." As soon as the monster finished speaking, it noticed their presence, turned its head slightly, and stared at their location with scarlet eyes. The monster panted, and white steam came out of its nose like 2 chimneys. Then it ran violently and charged directly towards the boulder where they were hiding. "We've been discovered." As they said this, everyone quickly jumped to both sides. The monster was extremely fast, and the 2 fangs on its head and the long horns on top of its head were shining black. Fortunately, everyone had dodged to both sides. The monster's charge was extremely fast, but it obviously couldn't make it turn in time, and it smashed the boulder they were dodging. Then it stopped, leaving a cloud of dust. Looking at the people on both sides, it arched its back fiercely, looking at the spikes on its back that began to shake. Alka immediately said, "Be careful. The spikes on his back may be fired." As soon as he finished speaking, several spikes flew towards them on both sides. Pororo on one side quickly rushed over, and then jumped up. He held the flying spikes in his hands one by one, and his hands were still wrapped with blue lightning. After holding them, he fell to the ground, turned around without hesitation, and threw the spikes in his hands with force. At the moment of throwing, lightning also wrapped around the spikes. On the other side, Xia Dai, who was with Alka and the others, had the solar shield pattern on her arm light up, flashing the light of the sun. She moved as fast as a beam of light, jumping up, kicking the incoming stick away with a whip kick, turning around in midair and kicking the second one out. The whole action was very fast, accompanied by a strong flash, which made their eyes flash, and they didn't notice how she moved at all. At this time, Poro had already rushed towards the enemy. The spike he threw out shot out at a faster speed, with burning lightning on it, and fiercely pierced into the body of the monster. The lightning attached to it paralyzed the monster, and Poro jumped up and hit the monster's head heavily. You know, Pororo's body is not small. There was blue lightning wrapped around his body, and the moment he hit it, it directly broke the 2 fangs of the monster. The monster fell to the ground directly, howling in pain. Pororo immediately turned over and fell from his head, and then held a protruding forehead horn and fiercely lifted the monster's huge body. The huge force made it not too difficult for Poro to lift the monster. Then, he smashed it down. With a violent sound, smoke and dust rose all around. The monster screamed louder, but it also showed that it was not dead yet. Poro's hands left the sharp corners of its forehead and grabbed its 2 small ears. Holding the monster's head, the lightning in his hands flew wildly. A burning smell came. The wild boar-like monster kept twitching, and the screams began to sound like twitching. The sound became weaker and weaker, until there was no more movement. Seeing that the monster did not last a few rounds on Pororo, Alka came to his side. He looked Pororo up and down. "When did you advance to the 2nd stage?" Since Pororo passed the trial, his aura has been unstable, causing everyone to not know that he has been promoted to the 2nd stage. Haha. Just last night. The concentration of magic power in the infinite sea is too high. Even if Pororo advances from the first stage to the second stage, the magic power required is not worth mentioning for the environment here. Such a magic reaction was not even perceived by their companions on the boat. Chapter 226 Activated Ruins. Is this the monster that has reached the second stage of strength? Jason squatted beside the giant beast's corpse next to Poro, curiously observing. The corpse was generally well preserved. Except for the 2 spikes inserted into his body, only 2 fangs were broken. How should I put it? It's a bit of a pity to see it this way. After all, the huge fangs are excellent trophies. The irregular fractures are a bit of a pity. Fortunately, Jason was obviously not interested in these things. The main cause of death was that Poro poured lightning into the beast's head, causing the beast to be directly fatally injured by the lightning. Juanlu also observed curiously from the side. For a chef, the moment he saw the corpse, the first thing he thought about was, can it be eaten? Is it delicious? How to eat it? Alka walked over and picked up the 2 broken fangs next to him. Looking at the 2 huge fangs in his hand, Alka tested the properties of the material. Not bad, very good material. Alka couldn't help but exclaimed. These 2 fangs can really be called very good materials, not to mention that they are so big, bigger than his 2 arms. They are very strong and have good magic conductivity. You know, for materials, good magic conductivity is almost irrelevant to strength. And now we have the best of both worlds. It seems that inside its fangs, there is a channel specifically used to supply magic transmission. Except for the necessary gaps, the density of other places is extremely high, which is simply natural material. Artificial smelting can never reach the magic of nature. He walked over and squatted with Juanlu to check the various parts of the monster. The fangs brought a lot of surprises to Alka, and he couldn't help but want to see what other materials this giant beast had. There is actually some strange energy in this horn. The skin is hard, and the spikes on the body are not bad. Obviously, this monster did not disappoint him. In response to Alka's admiration, Juanlu also cut a piece of meat from the monster's body. Looking at the crystal clear meat in his hand, covered with beautiful patterns, it was clear that the dish made from this meat would be absolutely delicious. The 2 of them began to dissect the corpse. The bloody smell is so strong. Won't it attract other monsters? Poro asked as he stood by and sniffed. They were not in a slaughterhouse now, but on a dangerous island. For him, the smell of blood was too obvious. Hearing this, Xia Dai, who was standing next to him, immediately used a spell similar to blowing wind. He blew the smell around to the direction of the seaside, so that it would not spread everywhere. Fortunately, Juanlu's butchering skills were very good. With Alka and his cutting skills, it took less than 20 minutes for the huge monster to be separated cleanly. Except that the blood is not very useful. This monster is full of treasures. Alka looked at the separated materials, shook the blood on his hands and said, the bones and fangs on the body are made of the same material. This alone is enough to make Alka laugh for several days. The most valuable thing is the sharp horn protruding from the top of its head. However, Alka has not yet checked how to use this horn. The leather and spikes on the body are also very good. Secondly, this is the flesh and blood on his body. The flesh from all over his body was cut off, which was enough for everyone on the ship to eat for a long time. Not to mention that this meat is rich in magic. Clean the blood on his hands and the cut materials, and put them all into Juanlu's pocket ring. The main reason was that Alka's pocket ring didn't have much space. Is this meat really delicious? Lucilia couldn't help asking beside him. Just now, Juanlu kept sighing while cutting it, which aroused everyone's curiosity. Don't worry, it's definitely top-notch. Saying this, Juanlu smiled. If it were in the home sea, it would be very difficult to find such ingredients. For a chef, making delicious food requires not only exquisite skills, but also good ingredients. Both are indispensable. Better materials can also hone more exquisite skills. The 2 complement each other. He was very satisfied with his first stop in the endless sea. Apparently Alka had the same idea as him. Okay, let's move on. After saying that, everyone maintained the previous duel and began to explore the small woods ahead. It seemed that because of the second stage monster that just passed by, there were basically no small animals around, all scared away. Then, they saw Mathlisa entering the woods. Squatting here, running there. Every time, she could harvest some plants that people couldn't understand. Seeing the way people looked at her, Mathlisa said a little embarrassedly, "These are all very good medicinal herbs. I'll collect some." Everyone nodded. Alka and Juanlu, who had just harvested a lot, understood very well. Do you want us to help? No. No. I'll just pick a little. Madlisa waved her hand and said. Although they said so. As they moved forward, there were more and more various medicinal herbs around them. Madlisa could not hold them all, and finally had to give up. The concentration of magic here is too high. The high concentration of magic makes it possible to find many medicinal herbs that are hard to find in the home sea. Julia said, as she looked at the plants around her, that were almost all rich in magic properties. The magic of this island is higher than that of the surface of the infinite sea. The most bizarre thing is that it seems that the concentration of magic in each area is different. For example, the concentration of magic power on the beach and the plain next to it is only slightly higher than that on the sea surface, which is within the normal range. However, this forest has obviously exceeded the normal range. These various materials are basically forced out by the excessively high magic properties. This is not good for the balance of the entire environment. But for these plants themselves, it is the greatest benefit. For the chaotic endless sea, perhaps no one cares, as it has long been in chaos. After hearing Julia's words, Simon thought for a moment and asked, does that mean that all kinds of precious spell materials are actually scattered all over the ground? Julia nodded. That's what she meant. Because not only Madlisa, but also Alka and Juanlu had collected a lot of materials along the way. Edible vegetables and fruits. And some interesting wood branches and fragments. Even Simon himself did the same. He had just picked up a lot of vines from a tree. The 4 people who needed various materials gained a lot here. I can't put it in anymore. The pocket ring can't hold it at all. Alka checked his pocket ring and said helplessly. Juanlu beside him nodded in agreement. Forget it. Let's collect these after we finish exploring this place. Alka looked at the materials around him, said with pain. Fortunately, this small forest is not wide, and they got out quickly. There is another wilderness ahead, and the materials here are obviously much less, compared to those in the forest. Suddenly there is not so much desire to collect. It's a bit desolate here. Too much magic power doesn't make it easy for any plant to grow, not to mention that the magic power here seems to have changed its properties, and is more inclined to the earth element, Julia said beside them. As they walked along, there were more ordinary muddy ground, and weeds with extremely strong vitality. There were fewer trees and plants, except for the dense forest just now. Walking in the wilderness, looking at a huge rock protruding from the ground not far away, the crowd saw a group of burning bonfires below, which looked like traces of someone camping out. Someone has camped here. Probably within a week. Jason squatted down and checked the ruins of the campfire. This can only be said to be further confirmed that there are people on the island, although everyone has already confirmed it. Passing this huge rock, everyone continued to move forward in the direction indicated by Alka. Soon everyone saw a huge man-made object in the wilderness, which was just a huge building ruins. Looking at the ruins, everyone walked over with a little caution, and confirmed that there was no danger around. There are footprints here. Someone has been here before, Jason said, looking at some traces around the ruins. Alka also found a lot of traces in another place. There are so many people who have been here. There are traces from far to near. Almost every once in a while. Everyone looked up at the ruins, and could clearly see that it was a building made of some kind of huge stones. But it collapsed in the end. Even though it was a collapsed ruin, the piled up huge stones made the highest point reach more than 10 meters. One can imagine how magnificent it was before it collapsed. But what is strange is that there seems to be no supporting building ruins around it. There are a lot of weeds around these collapsed ruins, which have long been integrated with the surrounding environment. The height of the ruins can be seen, and there are more than what they see. Many parts have been buried deep underground. There are many blurred carvings on these boulders, but as time goes by, many of them can no longer be seen clearly. I've seen similar carvings like this, Lucilia said as she jumped onto the ruins, and then began to carefully examine the carvings that could still be seen clearly. Temple. She found a huge stone with the most carvings, and studied it carefully, and then read out the characters she could recognize. Everyone was watching, and keeping alert, waiting for Lucilia to finish studying the ruins. Lucilia was the most knowledgeable among them, and might even have more knowledge than the rest combined. And Alka also knew in the dream that Lucilia's exaggerated knowledge was just the tip of the iceberg. Professional things should be left to professionals. With Lucilia's exaggerated knowledge, it is no problem for her to play the role of an archaeologist. It can even be said that most archaeologists are not as professional as her. due to the limited exposed stones of the collapsed ruins. Coupled with the passage of time, Lucilia did not spend much time to simply interpret it. Looking at everyone, he said, "These carvings have been recorded in the book, but they are more ancient in comparison. Well, a similar existence is the Malpa Empire, which is recorded in the book as an empire that perished about 3,800 years ago. The characters they use seem to be a simplified version of the civilization in which the ruins were located. So the Marquay Empire should be the successor of the civilization that the ruins once existed." Listening to Lucilia's words, everyone was a little confused. They didn't understand it more or less. For example, who is the Marquay Empire? Looking at the expressions of the people, Lucilia knew that they didn't understand much. Alas, so you have to read more. Anyway, you only need to know that this ruin is the more distant ancestor of a country that existed 5,000 years ago. Everyone understood after saying this. Simply put, it is the ancestor civilization of ancient civilization. From the carvings and texts on it, this should be some kind of temple, according to the fonts that can be seen clearly, plus the records I have seen before. If I read it in their language, it should be, Lucilia spoke an unknown language. It should be the former name of this building ruin. So how many languages does she know? Alka thought helplessly. He probably learned 7 or 8 different languages from Lucilia. But Lucilia could still speak many languages that he had never heard of. He might have learned only a tiny fraction of them. The languages that Lucilia taught him were the ones that Lucilia thought had more users. As she finished speaking, a breeze blew around. This breeze made Julia frown, who was a little wary. Be careful. The concentration of magic power around seems to be increasing. As soon as she finished speaking, the ruins under their feet began to shake. Just as everyone was about to leave, a burst of energy spread out from the ruins. They were instantly fixed in place, and then disappeared. The whole process was extremely fast, as if it was a blink of an eye. The energy waves that spread out alarmed some other people on the island. For example, in a strange town, another temple has been opened. "Which little bastard is wandering around again?" said a middle-aged man wearing leather armor and holding a book in his hand. Hearing his words, the people who were talking nearby turned their heads. "Chief, do you want us to send someone to check it out? Will it cause another riot among these beasts? We don't know what it will be. Who knows, maybe a meteorite will fall on our heads." "Stop making sarcastic remarks here." "Sarcastic remarks? You were hit by a meteorite when you were a child." Looking at the people around him making a fuss, the man in his hand shook his head helplessly. "Okay, let everyone be alert, increase patrols, and take care of their little bastards, Baishar. Take a team to check it out." The man called Baishar nodded. Then these people followed the order and began to act. At this time, Alka and others who were frozen and disappeared in place have arrived at a strange space. "It's so dark, so where are we now?" Jason rubbed his head with a big bump on it, looking at the surroundings and said. Tiny lights were floating, and one by one, balls of light were controlled by Siadini to float out from where she was, lighting up the surroundings. Everyone stood up from the ground, looking at the surroundings. "Is everyone okay?" Alka turned around and looked at the situation of everyone. Seeing that everyone shook their heads, Alka counted the number of people, and nodded after confirming that everyone was okay. Only then did he observe the surroundings. They seemed to have fallen into some kind of underground cave, and their voices were slightly echoed. This means that the hole is not small, and it is very spacious. Of course, all of this can be seen, as more balls of light floated out. The entire space was completely illuminated, and they were able to observe the whole view. In the huge cave, they landed on a platform. This platform was obviously man-made, and it was round. The stone floor was polished very smoothly, and the carved textures on it could be seen. Very regular, for bridges formed across, connecting the central platform. The width of the bridge was about 4 meters, and there were stone pillars like braziers on both sides. Looking closely, there are 4 brazier pillars on each side. Outside the platform is a dark abyss. Alka looked up and looked down. It was bottomless. He threw a piece of gravel next to him, but he didn't even hear an echo. In the abyss, 4 huge stone pillars stretched from bottom to top. The platform above the stone pillars was level with the platform they were on. On each stone pillar, there was a human-shaped statue wearing a full robe. Except for the appearance, there was no facial carving. These statues were about 12 meters high. All of them were holding hands, but their hands were empty. In addition, in the center of the platform where they were, there was a stone sculpture that looked like a holy grail. The surrounding scene attracted everyone's attention. They remained vigilant and observed everything around them. No one has been here for a long time. Jason looked at the human print he left on the ground after landing. And the dust on his body. Almost every step they took, dust would fly everywhere. The thick dust was enough to show how long it had been since anyone had set foot here. Alka stood there, frowning as he began to recall how they came to this place. The reason we came here is probably because of the unknown language that Lucilia spoke? Alka said uncertainly. Because when Lucilia spoke the name of the temple in a language they couldn't understand, strange visions began to appear. The increase in magic power concentration, the breeze blowing and the waves transmitted after the vibration, brought them to this place. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi looked at Lucilia, who was dusting herself off, and asked, "So what did you mean just now?" "The Temple of Parsva. I just used a language similar to this civilization to pronounce the name of this temple," Lucilia said. She didn't expect that just by pronouncing the name of the temple, something would be activated and brought them to this place. "Forget it. Let's disperse and see if there is any place to leave. And by the way, see if there is any danger inside. Remember to watch your feet and don't fall down," Alka said, and began to check the entire platform. The crowd dispersed slightly, but kept a certain distance. Alka first looked at the Holy Grail sculpture in the center of the platform. The Holy Grail sculpture was about 1.5 meters high, and there was nothing inside. There were also patterns carved on the Holy Grail that were completely incomprehensible. Then Alka, Xiaodaidi, and Lucilia followed the stone bridge connecting the platform to the other side. The materials in the stone braziers on both sides of the stone bridge could no longer be ignited. After arriving at the other side, everyone found that there were rows of seats in this place. They were arranged in 4 steps, surrounding the entire platform. Other than that, there was nothing special on the other side. Nor were there any passages or suspension bridges connecting to the outside. This seemed to be a completely closed, huge underground cave. We had to turn our attention to the carvings to see if Lucilia could find anything. After about half an hour, everyone gathered in the center of the platform again and began to share their discoveries. Chapter 227, Broken Town. "Did you find anything?" Alka looked at everyone and asked first. "This place is neither big nor small. But if it is in terms of depth and height, then it is obviously very large. But the place they can explore is so small, the platform in the middle, and the audience seats on the opposite bank." Xiaodaidi said first, "I detected the surrounding situation. We are indeed underground, not in the mountains. Her silver ripples can penetrate the soil, and Xiaodaidi can also distinguish whether the surrounding is deep soil or stones. From this she came to this conclusion. And after walking around, I really didn't find any exit passages around, or even any signs of excavation. What puzzled them the most was that there was no exit passage in this place. I observed the seats, and it's not that no one has been there, but there are a lot of signs of being used by people," Jason said immediately. When he checked the seats, he found that many of them had different signs of wear and tear. These marks are caused by long-term use. For example, the stone bench under the buttocks has sunken in some places, and some handrails used for storage also have different dents. These are all wear and tear caused by long-term use. This shows that this is not a decoration, but it was often used by people in a certain period of time. Simon spoke next. He had 2 flying balls in his hands, and he seemed to be using them to help him explore. "I used these 2 objects to explore the height and depth here. The top of the cave above our heads is about 16 meters above the platform, and the deep pits around it are quite deep. Due to the control range, I can only see a distance of more than 100 meters below. But this deep pit does not rise all the time, but has irregular stone protrusions. The longest of these 4 stone pillars is only 80 meters, and the shortest is only 60 meters. They are all built on these irregular stones." Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. That is to say, the deep pit he just saw was not as deep as he imagined. He might have just thrown the stone into the deepest direction. However, it is very outrageous to be able to build a stone pillar as long as 80 meters in such an irregular and extremely dangerous deep pit. It's really outrageous. That is to say, the people who built this place wanted to come here, all came in the same way we just did? Juanlu asked uncertainly. Alka nodded, kicked the stone platform under their feet with his hand. Most of the dust on it had been cleaned up by them during the exploration just now. A lot of long-term trampling marks can be found on these stones, especially in the circle where they just fell. The marks there are the deepest. This means that basically everyone who comes here appears at this location, and then goes to their respective locations. Only when a large number of people use it frequently will such obvious traces be left on such a stone platform. Then others began to add their findings. You and I almost said all the problems that could be found. Finally, everyone turned their heads to Lucilia sitting on Alka's shoulder. Because around here, whether it was the seats next to it or the statue stone pillars, there were many carved patterns, and things like words. They couldn't understand, but Lucilia should be able to understand. Looking at the eyes cast at her, Lucilia, who had been silent, coughed. Well, now it's my turn to speak. As she spoke, she stood on Alka's shoulder and began to speak. She had been constantly checking the information obtained from these words and patterns. This is the real temple. The ruins we saw outside before are just a kind of passage or slide leading to here. And I just read out the name of this temple in their language. Maybe it's the secret code to enter here. And it can't even be called a secret code. Lucilia complained a little. After all, who would write the secret code directly as the name of the building in front of them? What kind of secret is this? You just need to look up at the name on the temple, read it softly, and you will be sent directly in. From these recorded words and patterns, I roughly know what this place is used for. Various festivals and memorials, prayer sacrifices, and even large-scale meetings, funerals of celebrities, or speeches, all take place in this place. As she spoke, she pointed to the stone pillars, and the words densely carved on them. Every activity is recorded there. And I also learned from it that this temple should have originally belonged to a certain city-state, which was called Vasva and believed in a god called the Four-Part God. Then he looked up at the human-shaped statue that was more than 10 meters tall and wrapped in robes. These 4 statues are the symbols of the god. Then, he briefly listed a few meetings and ceremonies that had been held in this place. After listening to Lucilia's story, everyone knew more about this place. Then Alka looked at her. So, how do we get out? This is the main problem now. I don't know. Everyone looked at Lucilia with confused eyes. Lucilia looked at everyone's eyes and spread her hands. I really don't know. These information is not recorded at all. Just like no one would write how to open the door in an important place. Speaking of this, although it is reasonable, it is too hard to accept. Why don't you repeat what we said when we came down? Alka thought for a moment and said, After all, they came down here because of this sentence. I actually tried it. It didn't work at all. Lucilia said the name of the temple in that unknown language again. But there was no response. Seeing this situation, Jason's expression collapsed. It's over. We won't be trapped here. Right? Alka frowned and thought for a moment, and nudged Xiaodai next to him with his elbow. Do you have tools for drawing maps? Xiaodai turned around and heard this. And he probably understood what Alka wanted to do, and nodded. I did. And I have explored this place. Do you want me to draw it now? Alka nodded. Yes, let's draw it, and see if we can find any clues. Jason also looked at Lucilia and said, Do you want to change some words, such as words like going home and leaving? I just tried it, but it didn't work. I don't know how long the food I brought can last. Juanlu said, and began to check the dry food he carried in his pocket ring. Just when Xiaodai had just taken out the drawing board, Julia suddenly looked up and said, The concentration of magic power has increased. This attracted the attention of everyone present. Then a circle of energy ripples came down from above, and fell on everyone. Their bodies were fixed again, and then disappeared on the spot. A feeling of being dragged appeared, but it only lasted for a few seconds, and the dark vision was restored to light again. This time, they appeared again around the ruins outside in the position where they had just been scattered. It's just that other people appeared around. Alka looked at the humanoid race that appeared in front of him. Everyone was ready for battle instantly and became alert. The unknown race in front of him had gray skin and orange-red eyes. They were the intelligent races on this island that Alka saw in his dream last night. The leader, who was wearing leather armor and holding a bow, looked at them. Another incomprehensible word, but the tone of voice seemed to be very similar to the unknown language that Lucilia had just used. He said, I didn't expect it was a group of outsiders. Lucilia translated. But before she could speak for everyone, the leading alien man thought Lucilia was talking to him, but it was a strange language. After a slight adjustment, he spoke the language used by Alka and others. That is, the language used in most areas of the home sea. Do you understand? Although the tone was a little awkward and sounded a little strange, but fortunately, He could understand it. Alka nodded and said, "No problem, we can understand." The man in front of him was quite friendly. Adding some information that Alka had asked in his dream yesterday, he raised his hand slightly, indicating that his teammates should not be too vigilant. That's good. He seemed to understand the vigilance of Alka and others. "Although I don't know who you are, where you are from, and what you are doing on this island, you are welcome to come," the gray-skinned man in front of him said with a smile, acting very friendly. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Shiraishi, a patrol leader. Arka, the leader of the treasure hunting team." Hearing Arka's answer, the patrol leader named Shiraishi nodded. "There must be someone in your team who can speak Savoyard. Otherwise this temple cannot be activated. Savoyard should be the language that Lucilia just said." Arka nodded. When Shiraishi heard Arka admit it, he said, "This is the first time I have seen an outsider speak this language. But you can't speak this language on the island, especially around such ruins. You must not say anything, because these ruins will always be activated by inexplicable word combinations, and then bring unexpected effects." As he said this, he shook his head, motioning everyone to look. Above the ruins, there was a person of the same race as him, with magic wrapped around his hands, and it seemed that he was using a spell. The energy of the spell penetrated into the ruins. These ruins will bring about effects that are unknown, good or bad. If you want to shut them down, you have to say the spell you activated in reverse. If you can shut them down, or use the power of the spell to reverse it. But such an effect needs to be maintained for a long time. After saying that, he looked up at the people on the ruins and said in their language, "Logs. It's okay. The effect of this ruin is teleportation, and the people have returned." As for why Alka could understand, it was because Lucilia translated softly in his ear. Then he saw Alka and others and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to our town. Don't worry. There are often outsiders coming, and we also have normal trade with some outsiders. Of course, if you don't want to come, it's okay. Remember what I just said? Don't talk nonsense next to the ruins. This time you activated only this harmless ruin. If you activate a ruin that will bring serious disasters, don't blame us for being rude. If you can live to that time." The main reason is that he didn't expect that there would be outsiders who could speak their language. They never had to worry about these problems before. After that, he waited for Alka and others to answer. Alka thought about it, and said without much hesitation, "Of course. I am still very interested in this island. If you don't mind, can you take us to your town to have a look? Well, you are really brave. Have you learned about the situation of this island?" Shiraishi didn't expect Alka to agree so easily. If it is a stranger, they will generally refuse, unless these strangers know something about this island. "This is the first time we know about this island, but we are still confident in our strength, and you look kind." Although Alka said so, he actually made up an excuse. He can't say that he walked around in your dreams for many times last night, so he knows this island well. "Haha, are you a very confident person? Okay, come on, it's still very dangerous around here." As he said that, he led his team members to walk forward, and Alka and others followed behind. They could have walked in a straight line, but this man kept taking Alka and others in circles. There was a forest that they could have walked through directly, but he had to take Alka and others around from the small hill next to it. As if he could sense Alka and others' doubts, Baishur answered them as he walked. The environment of this island is not safe. There are too many monsters, and various dangerous plants, and there are often cracks in the space that break, bringing some strange monsters. There are still many ruins, which were activated because of talking nonsense, and the person who activated them died, and they don't know how to close them, and the spell can't be closed. So in many cases we have to take a detour. Otherwise it will be very troublesome." The people following him nodded. It seems that this island is really unsafe. Alka finally understood why he saw many children in his dreams who wanted to go out, but were afraid to go out. Every time he asked, the answer he got was that if they sneaked out, they would definitely be beaten by their parents. It seems that this is the reason. After all, children will definitely gather in places like ruins. In addition, the language of opening ruins is their common language, so they may open the ruins inexplicably at any time. These are all lessons. As they walked, they could see patrol members on both sides taking out some kind of pollen and spreading it around. As a result, their movements along the way were quite fast, and there were no monsters to stop them. It seemed to be because of the pollen. Soon they saw a wooden sentry tower, and Baishur greeted the people on it and continued to move forward. After passing one sentry tower after another, they finally saw the gathering place of the island in the distance. The wall made of stone and wood, although it looks a bit crude, seems to be quite solid. There are people dressed similarly to these team members patrolling on it. The side of the town can be seen, and there seems to be some areas for planting. Some people with the same gray skin are farming on it, because the height of the outer wooden wall reaches 5 or 6 meters. People cannot see the situation inside from the outside, and the sea surface not far away can be seen from this place, which means that this place should be built on the seaside. Maybe this place is also close to some places that are more suitable for building ports. Alka and his friends went around for most of the day yesterday, but they didn't get here, so they didn't find it. At this time, Baishar said, "This is where we have lived for generations, Broken Town. Looking at the direction you are coming from, it should be in the bay over there. Right? If you leave, if you are lucky enough to come to this island again, you can go there. There is a small port we built. Of course, if you can bring some supplies we need, then we will welcome you even more." Baishar turned around and said with a smile, "I have to say, he seems to like chatting with outsiders, and he has been communicating with Alka and his friends in a language that is not very smooth all the way." Listening to his words, Alka nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, if you come again next time. But what does it mean to be lucky?" Chapter 228 Intelligence. When the night falls again, Alka and others have already arrived at this place called Broken Town. In the northeast corner of the town, there is an idle triangular house. This area is the ruler of Broken Town, specially allocated for outsiders to live in when they come. 1 silver snake per week for one house. Such a rent, compared with the surrounding environment and the size of the house, if it is placed in the sea of homes, it is no different from robbery. But this is the boundless sea. What Alka didn't expect was that even the people on this island would actually use silver snakes for transactions. Just as the book said, almost all places use these 3 currencies for transactions, almost reaching the level of universal currency. Of course, this is talking about the leadership of the town. For the residents of the town itself, it is more about bartering and unified distribution. This is what Alka got in the town today. They rented 4 rooms in total, which was enough for all of them to live in. Pororo. This is the largest house, and it's for the 2 of us, Alka said, looking at the house in front of him, which was more than twice as high as the surroundings. This room would take 2 silver snakes a week. There was no other way, mainly because Pororo's body was much larger than that of a normal human. He was equivalent to a small giant. 4 houses. The specially provided large house was occupied by Pororo and Alka. Siadeti, Julia, and Mathlisa lived in one. Jason, Simon, and Juanlu lived in 1 room. 4 puppets lived in 1 room. Alka looked around. This area was a house specially rented to outsiders. But now there were only 4 of them here. And perhaps considering that they were acting together, the townspeople also thoughtfully built a circle of bonfires in the open space in the middle of their 4 houses. At this time, the crackling sound of burning wood and sparks floated out. After a brief look at the room, Alka and Poro came to sit by the bonfire. When sitting down, Pororo was far away and used the water to moisten his skin. Today, the daytime was long, so he had not been in contact with sea water for a while. Gradually, everyone packed up their temporary homes and sat down by the campfire. Everyone separated today and walked around this town for most of the day. "Did you gain anything?" Alka asked everyone. After they were brought to the Broken Town by Baishar's patrol team today, they were allowed to wander around the town freely. Just as they had said in their dreams, there was nothing strange about outsiders. As long as they did not disturb the residents here and did not cause conflicts, no one would care about them. By the way, they were also told where to rent a house if they wanted to rest here temporarily. Alka had thought that their town would have such a thing as a hotel. The residents here all have magic in their bodies, and their magic has reached the lowest level of 1 spiral. Jason looked at the bonfire in front of him and said after fiddling with it twice. However, Alka had already received this news in his dream yesterday, and he'd briefly told everyone about it. Although they were still prepared, they were still a little shocked. They had never seen so many people with magic gathered together in their lives. Jason continued to say, "These people who have active magic in their bodies because of the high magic environment around them are completely different from those who touch the treasure and become touchers. These ordinary people become people with active magic due to the environment. And the survival rate of newborns is not high, even though they have lived in such a high magic environment for generations. Their physical constitutions have long been changed. But the children born will not be born to withstand the surge of magic in their bodies. The probability of death for newborns is not low, but the exact probability is unknown. And in the subsequent growth, the damage caused by magic will make these children face certain dangers before the age of 5. And some of the children who survive will die of illness due to weak constitutions. When Jason finished speaking, everyone looked at him. Juanlu scratched his head, not understanding. Did we really enter this town at the same time? Why does it feel like Jason has been in this town for a while? Is this information obtained in such a short time? I don't understand. Humph, I haven't finished yet. Jason snorted proudly. I found that I don't know who is the leader in this town, but it must be the one who controls the treasure. Oh, why do you say that? Alka asked curiously. He had deliberately asked in his dream. But no one had told him. So he didn't know if anyone on the island had the treasure. You said that the means by which they controlled their power was the tattoos on their bodies. Right? Jason looked at Alka and asked. Alka nodded. This was indeed the information he had obtained in his dream. And he had told everyone before. But I found out today that the man named Bashir must be stronger than me. Right? Julia next to him nodded and said, he can give me a sense of danger. And he should be at the same level as me. Well, that means he is around the 6 spirals. Or even a little higher. Hearing Julia's answer, Jason clapped his hands. Yes. He is very strong. But he has very few tattoos. Only one. How do you know this? Simon asked curiously. He had not been on this ship for a long time. So in his impression, Jason was a clown type of character on the ship. Probably someone who used a gun to attack from a distance. The impression he gave was that he was not very reliable. Not only him, but Mathlisa, who had just been on the ship for a few days, also felt the same way. This even includes Juanlu. They don't know that Jason's real strength is in intelligence collection. I asked his subordinates, a man who got a new tattoo a few days ago. Did he tell you just like that? Simon asked doubtfully. He felt that such things should be considered confidential, and no one would tell such things to an outsider. Even for this small town, outsiders are not strange. But necessary vigilance should not be absent, especially for the hunters patrolling the town. Hearing this, Jason looked at him in surprise, came to his side, patted him and said, Friend, he doesn't know that he has told me. He and I are just chatting. He winked at Simon. Got it. Some kind of rhetoric was used to get it out. The power of language? He felt that he would definitely not be able to do it. Jason continued, I have also learned about other patrols. Most of the people in leadership positions here have few tattoos. But ordinary hunters have many tattoos. This possibility is not low. But I can't guarantee it completely. I also followed them outside for a walk and saw how they fought. People with fewer tattoos obviously use the power of spells. And people with more tattoos use the power of their tattoos. Those with fewer tattoos obviously control their own magic very finely, just like us, and can use magic accurately to make their attacks more powerful. Those with more tattoos are not like that. They can only use tattoos simply, and simply integrate magic into tattoos. You want them to wrap magic in their hands, and let them flow out and attach to weapons. But they can't do it. Jason observed very carefully, including those old hunters who seemed to have a lot of experience. And they couldn't do it either. This is obviously unreasonable. Unless they are born with poor control over magic. This is a problem caused by hard conditions. And it cannot be compensated by experience. Then I walked around the town for a few times, and roughly understood those with fewer tattoos. They should be people who were inspired by treasures. And they are all very powerful. And those with more tattoos, their magic control is very poor. They are all ordinary hunters without exception. Because of this high magic environment, the magic in their bodies is active. After listening to all the information Jason collected, Alka understood. He was thinking about it before. If the people in the Boundless Sea are all active in magic due to the environment, then one of the important characteristics of the treasure, the characteristic of being able to enlighten people to become touchers, is it meaningless? This will lead to a significant reduction in the importance of the treasure. This is inevitable. For some large forces, the number of people who can be enlightened may be more important than the ability of the treasure itself at some point. But in Dreamland, we can know that the treasure is still the core of a force, which is obviously not equal to what we know. Now this point is explained. For ordinary people whose magic power is active due to the environment, although the magic power in their bodies can make their physique stronger, They find it difficult to control the magic power in their bodies. The magic power is difficult to control, so basically, they can say goodbye to meditation to improve their strength, and can only rely on natural improvement. This is definitely much slower than the speed at which they improve in the home sea. In the home sea, they can still control the magic power in their bodies, and spiral in the circuit to speed up the absorption of magic power. It is obviously impossible for ordinary people to do this here. Although it is not logically reasonable, after all. How can the ability to control magic power be low since childhood? But it is true. However, from some information in the dream, it can be learned that, as the number of tattoos on their bodies increases, their strength will naturally increase. Obviously, in addition to giving them the power to use some specific spells, the tattoos can also increase the total amount of magic power in their bodies. How they do it is obviously not something they can peek at now. However, Alka still wanted to know the nature of these tattoos, so that he might be able to better carve more useful spells on the dolls. Alka felt that there was a commonality between the two. The residents of this island chose to use, and could use the tattoos of spells to make them fight, to make up for the gap between them and normal touchers. But this obviously has its limits, and those who are enlightened by treasures do not have such shortcomings, and because of the high magic environment, their strength is improved very quickly. A simple guess. The town's power is divided into different levels. Ordinary tattoo hunters are at the base of the power level, which is the bottom level. Experienced tattoo hunters can probably reach the middle level. The touchers are obviously the middle and high-level forces of this island. I just don't know how many touchers there are. If I knew the exact number, I might be able to figure out how many treasures they have. In the dream, Alka couldn't figure it out completely. Then Alka looked at the others. Want to see if they have any more information. Does it count if the crabs are really delicious? Juanlu thought for a moment, and answered awkwardly. Obviously not everyone got useful information, especially among them, only Alka, Xiaodaidi and Jason had experience in treasure hunting before. Xiaodaidi thought for a moment and said, because of the language barrier, it is too difficult to get some information from these people. She also tried to collect some information, but the language barrier made her unable to move forward. Especially the residents here, who have almost never left the island. Even if there are outsiders, no one would have the patience to teach them foreign languages. And obviously they are not in the mood to learn. After hearing this, Jason added, yes, I also found this problem. Those who can speak the language of the homeland are basically hunters, and even among the hunters, only a small half of them can speak it. If it weren't for the language barrier, Jason could have obtained more information. And these hunters, who can speak the common language, are very skilled in answering questions. However, at this time, Xiaodaidi smiled and said, fortunately, Lucilia is with me. So I have gained something. The residents of this island actually have a fixed trading fleet, which will arrive every 3,050 days and nights. A day and night is their timekeeping method, which can be simply understood as a day. But the time of each day is not equal, and the length of the day and night is variable. Hearing this, Simon next to him nodded. They wandered around the town for a long time today. Today's daytime is 18 hours in total, which is even shorter than last night. Xiaodaidi continued to say, most of the materials they traded are daily necessities that are not available on the island, and what they traded out are materials on the island, especially the bones, furs, and other spell materials of the prey. The large number of monsters on this island seems to be the specialty of this island? There are a lot of them. She was not sure. Alka nodded and continued, the reason why there are so many strange monsters on this island is because of the activated ruins. After all, he is the leader of this team, so he met the leader of this town today. Just by looking at him, Alka could feel the danger that person posed to him. His strength must have exceeded the second stage. The people who communicated with him were all the leaders of this island, and they were very casual about his questions. They knew that Alka was coming to this island for the first time. It has been 36 days and nights since the last team came. It may not be long before a trading ship arrives. Xiaodaidi said that this was all his information. Then Alka looked at everyone. When facing Alka's sight, everyone shook their heads slightly to indicate that they did not get any useful information. Even if there was any, it was already revealed by the two people before. Well, tell me what I know. This island is very dangerous. You all knew it before. If you want to go out and explore, you can't go to those dangerous ruins that are surrounded by them. These ruins are surrounded by patrols and guards. As for whether they are really dangerous, that is unknown. Don't talk nonsense in their language outside. It's dangerous at night. It's best not to go out. That's about it. Then Alka started to talk about business, after dawn. I will let the voice of dawn come directly to the port behind the town. The ships that arrive normally basically stop there. Then let's talk about what we will do after dawn. Hearing this, Xiao smiled and said, draw a map? Yes. But this island is a bit big. We don't necessarily have to draw it all at once. When the time comes, find a guide to take us around in a safer place. Alka has tried it before. The map does not necessarily have to draw the entire island. It is also feasible to draw only one area. It's just because if you draw the island directly, you can know where the treasure is intuitively, so as not to waste time. Then send a team of people, wait for us in the town, and guard the ship, and get more information. As if afraid that everyone didn't understand, Alka pointed to the houses around them. See the number of these houses? It means that outsiders often come to this island. Just the day before yesterday, a team of people just left. Not to mention that there are houses specially prepared for larger people like Poro. While being considerate, it also indirectly shows that there are enough strangers coming to this island. And to be honest, they have just arrived at the Endless Sea, and they know very little about the overall information of the Endless Sea. However, the problem is that the ordinary residents of this island have never left the island. Among the hunters, there are also very few who have left the island and traveled outside. But there are some. These people are also the source of Alka and others' general information about the entire Endless Sea. For them now, the overall information of the Infinite Sea is countless times more important than the information on this small island. These all need someone to operate. And this island also needs to be mapped. Because this island really has ruins. Although he doesn't know how much the islanders of this island know about these ruins. He can know from the ruins they left before. There are still many ruins that have not been opened. And they are afraid to open them. Ancient ruins, and functions that can be opened with special languages. It is hard not to associate them with treasures. Since we have come to this island, we must naturally search for treasures. So maps are also indispensable. Although they are not many in number. They are enough to be divided into 2 teams, and proceed in 2 lines. After telling everyone some of his ideas, they began to discuss, quietly waiting for the arrival of daylight. Chapter 229 Orange Treasure Light. The line that divides the sky passes again. The curtain of the night is torn apart, revealing the glow of the scorching sun. Simon, who was assembling something by the campfire, immediately took out his ball when he felt the dawn. 18 hours. This time, the night and the adjacent day, the time is exactly the same. It can even be described as being exactly the same, very outrageous. Coincidence? Or must it be so? Simon muttered to himself, putting the ball away again. They have only been here for a few days, so they can't be sure. At this time, with the arrival of daylight, all the people who were still in the room came out and gathered around the campfire. Alka looked at everyone and said, then let's divide into 2 teams according to the teams we divided last night. Jason, Juanlu, Lucilia, and 0 and 1. They stayed in the town. Lucilia was the only one who could speak both languages. And Jason was also the main force in collecting intelligence. The rest of the people naturally explored outside with Alka, helping Xiao to detect the surrounding environment so that she could accurately map out the map. For a normal treasure hunting group, intelligence is obviously much more important than the so-called map. But for their team, intelligence and maps are equally important. Maps even have a higher priority than intelligence. Alka had asked the residents of the island yesterday if they had such a thing as a map. They said yes. But the problem is, how can you describe their map? It can be described as graffiti, only marking dangerous areas, and no other areas are marked. They even drew the shape of the entire island in a rather sloppy way, with very low accuracy. Simply put, only the person who drew it can know how to use it. It can be said to be encrypted. If it is not used for a long time, he may not understand it. It cannot be used as a map at all. This is obviously incredible for a small town that has lived on this island for many years. But Alka had no choice but to draw it himself. However, this rough map can also bring them some help, such as dividing which area to draw first. Then everyone moved together, following Alka. They came to the port behind the town. Although it was in the back, the town gate was 3 kilometers away from the port. Fortunately, they built a small road. On this road, 2 teams of hunters from the town could be seen patrolling. In addition to them, there were some fishermen from the town on the small road, dragging fishing tools. Hunting, planting, fishing. From this point of view, there are many sources of food in the town, and they obviously don't have to worry about food. They did not see any thin or hungry people in the town yesterday. They came to the port. This port was a small port, as Baishar said before. Although it was a small port, there were 2 large ships of about 40 meters and many small fishing boats. The 2 ships were towed ashore, and they were obviously the town's own ships. Alka came to the port and called out briefly, and a ship came from afar. If Alka had not told Dawn's sound with the harmonica, it might have floated directly from the seabed in front of them. Dock the sound of Dawn at the port. Okay, the next thing is up to you. Alka looked at Jason and the others and said, "Don't worry." After that, the 2 teams said goodbye. Alka and the others walked directly out of the town, but he did not go away directly, but went around the wall of the town, and came to the place where they entered before. Sure enough, they saw Baishar, who brought them here yesterday, patrolling on the city wall with a team of hunters. "It's you, what's the matter?" Baishar looked at Alka and the others and asked. "Judging from the actions of these people, it is obvious that they came earlier than me." Hearing this, Alka smiled and said, "We don't know much about this island. And you also said it is very dangerous. So we hope to find a guide. Take us around the island first, and tell us some areas that we cannot go to or are dangerous." After saying this, Alka added, "Of course, we will pay." Hearing Alka's words, Baishar nodded in understanding. He is familiar with this job. Among the strangers who come to the island, 5 out of 10 need a guide, and 4 out of the remaining 5 will find a guide in the next period of time. The last one died on the road. Although it was an exaggeration, it was spread among the hunters. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, I will be your guide." "You?" Alka was a little surprised. "Isn't this the leader of the patrol team? And he is also a toucher. Does this count as desertion?" "Why? Can I? I also grew up on this island. Don't worry, I have been a guide several times before," Shiraishi said with a smile, which dispelled Alka's concerns. "All right. After all, the man in front of you is quite powerful, and he doesn't mind what others mind." Then he said, "Actually, it's too boring to watch the gate. If there are really wild beasts rushing to the gate, then our town can be declared finished." Alka nodded and agreed, "Of course. I would love to." Hearing Alka's agreement, Baishar smiled, then called one of his team members to talk to him for a few words. And then he directly carried his bow and arrows, took a few pots of arrows and walked over. "Let's go. Is there any place you want to explore? This island is very big, you can't expect to visit it all in one day." Hearing this, Alka nodded, then flipped his hand, and a palm-sized golden sail appeared in his hand. "1 golden sail, until you take us around the island. Is that enough?" Looking at the golden sail in Alka's hand, Shiraishi took it and said with a smile, "Of course it's enough. I have to say, you strangers are quite generous." Put it in his pocket. "Is your ultimate goal to visit all the islands?" Alka nodded. Knowing Alka's purpose, Baishar said directly, 3 days. If you want to visit all the islands, it will take 3 days. After the last day, you need to pay another gold sail. Is that okay?" "No problem." Although he didn't know the specific value of these currencies on the island, Alka could accept this price. And if Baishar was the guide, it would be much more beneficial than Alka thought. After all, he is the leader. He could also better convey to the leaders of the entire town that Alka and the others have no malicious intentions. After seeing Alka nod, Baishar took out the rough map that Alka had seen yesterday from his arms. "No way, do you really want to use this map?" Looking at the eyes of several people, Baishar was a little embarrassed, and said, "Although this map is simpler than the maps used by you strangers, it is enough for the people on our island." He has also seen the maps used by these outsiders. In comparison, their simple maps can indeed be called graffiti. But what can we do? After all, they are just a small town with only a few thousand people. Seeing Baishar's slightly embarrassed expression, Alka nodded and said nothing. Then he put the map in front of everyone and gestured, "If you want to visit the entire island in 3 days, you have to follow my instructions. Otherwise it will take more time, and it will be very dangerous. Let's start from here. The bay you came up yesterday. It's safer there." After seeing that everyone had no objection, he led everyone to walk in that direction. Then he began to lead Alka and the others around. The route was different from yesterday. The first place they arrived at was a ruin they had never seen before, but from the stone materials and patterns on the ruins, it can be seen that the ruins they saw yesterday should belong to the same force. And obviously, This is why Baishur brought them here. It must be these ruins that can interest you outsiders. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. This is an activated one. Everyone looked around the ruins, but obviously they couldn't understand it, unless Lucilia was around. However, their main purpose this time was to map. So a cursory look would suffice. Alka asked curiously, "It has been activated before. What happened after it was activated?" After it was activated, the plants on the island became more lush. He pointed to the surroundings. The plants around the ruins were indeed more lush than those in other places. And the ruins were also in a dense forest. This place used to be very desolate, he said, and after seeing that everyone was not very interested, he continued to lead everyone to walk around this ghost place. According to the time of one day, if they were allowed to walk freely without restraint, they could visit the whole island in one day. But according to the current way of moving, it was obviously impossible. And they also saw that the place they bypassed was indeed dangerous. Not long after, they took a different road to the bay where they landed before. There were still footprints of their landing on the beach, scattered in a mess, and they did not cover them up. According to the older generation, this place was not a bay a few hundred years ago. It's just that someone activated a ruin here and blew it up. Hearing this, Alka and the others turned around and looked at him in surprise. There was no trace of such a thing in this bay. Ruins can also explode? Of course. Baishur nodded. This indirectly shows that some of these ruins are really dangerous. After looking around here, he led everyone to continue moving forward. As they walked, he took out a kind of dust he had seen yesterday and threw it on everyone. While throwing it, he explained, this dust can discuss some of the surrounding monsters. If we continue to move forward, the number of monsters will increase, and meaningless battles will be very troublesome. After all, they basically did not encounter even a single monster along the way. Baishur used his skilled experience to lead Alka and others to bypass almost every monster's territory. Moreover, he did not know the specific strength of Alka and others, so it was better to avoid fighting as much as possible. After walking a few steps, Alka saw a ruin not far away. But Baishur did not stop. "Don't you want to go there?" Madlisa asked weakly. She was a little curious. Hearing this, Baishur, who was leading the way, turned his head and took a look, and said casually, "That is a section of the city wall that has been exposed. The ruins of this city wall surround the island, but a large part of it is buried in the soil. There is nothing strange about it." As he walked, he said, "This island must have been a huge city in the past, and they spoke the same language as us, so they should be considered our ancestors. It's a pity that there are no specific records or inheritances. Otherwise we wouldn't have to suffer from these damn ruins. How big the ruins of a city-state are, I believe you all know without me saying it. How could every exposed ruin be useful? Most of them are like this. Just some rotten stones piled together. It's just that some ruins have strange things buried in them, which can be activated by some languages. Be careful. But don't be too careful." He was like a tour guide, leading the group to travel around the island with Alka and others. As if introducing a story about a scenic spot, he introduced these ruins and some dangerous areas. As he walked and talked, he pointed to a place not far away and said, "We have to take a detour ahead, because there is a ruin ahead that was activated a few years ago. Although it was finally closed, it also affected the surrounding area and made it very dangerous. Not every ruin is useful after it is closed. And the brat who activated the ruin now has a broken leg and is staying in the town." At this point, his tone can be heard to be a little angry. Without waiting for Alka and others to ask curiously, he said to himself, after the ruins were activated, the surrounding stones seemed to be alive, and they would attack anything alive. He had stopped walking at this time, and everyone followed his sight and saw the living stones he was talking about. It was like a human-shaped stone giant made of countless large and small stones, with a height of 24 meters. The lower body was rolling gravel, and the upper body was a stone head and irregular fists. These rubbles were moving aimlessly around the ruins. Baishur gathered his magic power in his hand, forming a ball of water, which he threw out with force. The ball of water slid past and accurately hit the stone man closest to them. The stone man looked at Baishur, who was attacking him, and moved over angrily. The speed of movement was not fast, probably equivalent to a normal person jogging. Baishur just stood there with his hands on his waist. He said in a relaxed tone, "Don't be afraid. Just watch." The stone man who came over raised his stone fist, and was about to hit Bai Shi. And then he turned into fragments and scattered all over the ground. At this time, Bai Shi explained, they can only move in a circle around the ruins. If they come out, they will be broken into pieces like now. And their stone heads obviously can't understand the difference between inside and outside. Then everyone saw another pile of stones gathered around the ruins, forming a new stone giant. But the stone monsters around the ruins can't be killed. The number is fixed. Kill one and it will gather again, Bai Shi said helplessly, and then kicked away the stones scattered on the ground in front of him. This is also the reason why the ruins cannot be solved. Julia's voice sounded in everyone's ears. These are all stone elements. There should be some spell creation or spell array activated in the ruins, which makes the magic power around all approach the earth element, so this kind of thing is produced, she said, keenly sensing the changes in the environment around the ruins. Everyone nodded, and Bai Shi didn't understand what they were saying, nor did he care. Because Julia used the language of white crocodiles, not the common language of the home sea. They walked and stopped, listening to Bai Shi's explanations from time to time. They also killed some unsightly prey along the way. They walked for more than 10 hours. And finally returned to the town. Continue tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the gate then. Bai Shi waved at them, and said with a smile. They talked along the way, and became quite familiar with each other. Alka was also convinced that Bai Shi was really a chatterbox. He was very expressive. He actually talked like a tour guide all day. But this is obviously a good thing for them. He said it's going to get dark. How did he feel it? Simon was a little confused. After hearing this, Alka said, the white birds are returning to their nests, which means the night is coming. Obviously, there is no timekeeping tool in the town, and this chaotic day and night is obviously not a problem that can be solved by timekeeping tools. And the people in the town, whether there is day and night depends entirely on a kind of bird on the island. A kind of bird with white feathers, but only the size of a palm. When they return to their nests, it means that the night will come soon. Really? It seems that we can observe those birds later. Simon thought for a while and said, he has been studying the day and night here. Then they came to the corner of the town, where they rented a house yesterday. As soon as they arrived, they saw Juanlu using his portable boiler to make dinner. After seeing Alka and the others return, he smiled and said, I thought it would be dark soon. And you should be back. Lucilia also walked out of the room. Where's Jason? Alka looked at him and asked. Today he met a hunter who had traveled outside and went out for a drink, Juanlu said. Alka nodded. Although it was dangerous at night, it was night outside, and the town was still safe. Everyone took a rest. Pororo also began to tell Lucilia and Juanlu about some of the things they had experienced today. The two were also very curious about the specific situation of this town, especially those ruins that could be activated. When you finish drawing the map, you must take me out for a walk, Lucilia said. Xia Daidi came to Alka and asked, do you want to draw it? Or wait until you finish the whole island? Alka thought for a while and said, first draw the places we visited today. Don't draw too detailed. Wait a few days to visit the whole island. And then draw the map of the whole island. How about it? He looked at Xia Dai and asked. After all, when Xia Daidi draws a complete map, he has a habit of perfection. I wonder if this will happen when making a partial map. Xia Daidi nodded. No problem. I'll give it to you after dinner. Just draw it roughly. For this kind of practice, she didn't ask too much of herself to draw a partial map of an island. Just as she was about to start eating, she saw Jason coming back. She could smell a faint smell of alcohol on him, but he seemed to be in good condition. Looking at his smile, the intelligence he had obtained was obviously good. After dinner, Xia Daidi had also finished drawing the first draft of her practice and handed it to Alka. Take a look. Alka took the map. It was indeed very crude, with only simple lines, but as he blinked, light flashed from it. Dense white dots. A few flashing blue lights. And a light point he had never seen before. An orange beam of light. So conspicuous. Chapter 230 Huge Merchant Ship. Orange light. Alka looked at the orange light on the map, a little confused. This was the light of treasures he had never seen before. He had never thought that. There were new colors above the golden light. He thought the golden light represented all treasures. The light column formed by this orange light was thicker than the golden light. If the golden light gave people a dazzling feeling, then this orange light was surging. If the golden light was a treasure, and there were other colors above it. So, in other words, this is a treasure that exceeds the Holy Grail level? This is the only explanation Alka can think of. After all the treasures represented by the golden light he has seen so far are all Holy Grail level treasures. He has never seen the Holy Grail or above. But he clearly knows that there are higher level treasures above the Holy Grail level, such as the higher level scepter level. Now there is a light that has never been seen before, so it is very likely that this light represents, naturally, a higher level treasure. So what could this orange light be? He had never thought that, after arriving at the first island in the Infinite Sea, he would be able to encounter an area where treasures were buried. It was a treasure of a higher level that he had never seen before. Seeing this orange light, Alka calmed down his slightly excited mood. Whether it was a higher level treasure or not, different lights brought more possibilities. He took a few deep breaths. What's wrong? Alka? Xia Deity beside him asked curiously. Obviously, Alka's current emotional state seems to be not quite right. Alka sat on the stool with the map in his hand, waved his hand, and said, "It's okay, I just think this map may bring me good gains." Really? Then it seems that this island really has treasures buried. Xia Deity did not doubt him, said with a smile. Then, he did not disturb Alka's observation of the map, and went to find Julia and the others. Alka looked at the map in his hand, just looking at it quietly. After a long while, he got up and entered the room. This was originally a room prepared for Poro, but his need for sleep was obviously different from that of everyone else. And now he seemed to have gone to the sea. After all, he had been on land for more than 10 hours during the day, and he had not touched the sea water for even a moment, which made him a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, even at night, there were still hunters patrolling around the path leading to the port, and the dangerous place obviously did not include this place. At this time, Alka, who was sitting on the bed, took a few deep breaths and pointed at the orange light column with a slightly excited hand. He wanted to know, what does this orange beam of light represent? Just as he was about to click, his hand hovered in the air, because he suddenly realized that the place where the orange beam of light was located, there was a Xia Deity's emphasis mark on it. Look carefully. This place is a relic, and it says, the Temple of Parsva. Yes, it was because Lucilia read the name of this temple before, that they were teleported to an underground space. Alka didn't expect that this orange light would be here. It was the place where they had been not long ago. Is this fate? He couldn't help but think. Then he stopped wasting time, and tapped the map heavily. As he clicked, the light from the orange light column dimmed a lot. And then the information of the treasure appeared. Heart of Vasva. Difficulty, 4-point power 3 stages. Popularity, 126,000. Treasure information, City-State Vasva. The ancient city. Believes in the 4-point ancient god of pursuit of secrets, and is also known as the City of Change. The Temple of Parsva, the core of the city-state. Here lies the heart of the city, the eternal beating heart. First, there is a name, so Alka doesn't know how the orange treasures are generally named. Just like the white dots are called ordinary treasures, the blue dots are called magic treasures. The golden light is called hidden treasure. Alka also wants to know what this orange light that has never been seen is called. Now, such an opportunity can only wait for the next time. The difficulty is 40% power. Combining 40% with the context, it can be known that it is the name of the god mentioned by Lucilia before. It can't be that he can get the power of God, that's a bit too outrageous. But think carefully, such an orange treasure must have been the most important item in the core of the city-state, and it can only be obtained by getting the power of God, which seems very reasonable. It must also reach the third stage. These people are too far away from Alka and others. Alka has just reached the second stage of the 4 spirals. To reach the third stage, he must make his strength reach 10 spirals. And it has not yet been specified how much strength is required for the third stage. If there is a break in the middle, it will take more than 10 or even 20 spirals. It is too far away. Obviously, this treasure is not something he can get his hands on at this stage. And the popularity has reached 120,000. The name of this city is very famous. It can be seen that the period when this civilization once existed was a very long time ago. But their city is still famous. And there are still many people who know the treasure with the same name. I don't know if it's because this god still exists, or if their deeds are too far away. As for the treasure information, it can only be said that it is not very helpful for their treasure hunting. From the perspective of the treasure information, the expansion of this information only comes from 3 terms. They are the 4-part god, the Temple of Parsva, and the city-state of Vasva. Just knowing these 3 names, Naturally, there is not enough information to expand. There is only a very rough summary of the entire treasure. And it is not even clear what level the treasure is. For him now, this orange light is still wrapped in heavy fog. It is indeed impossible to see any information. Alka had no choice but to wave his hand helplessly and disperse the information column introducing the orange light treasure. He still doesn't know what level of treasure the orange light represents. Or, not a treasure? Alas, he can only wait for more information. Even if more information is received, it is obvious that this guarantee will have to wait for a long time. And they can only come to look for it after their strength is improved. But knowing is better than knowing nothing. Thinking of this, Arka began to look at other light spots on the map. This was once the ruins of a huge city, and this city was buried underground. Correspondingly, dense light spots appeared on the map. Counting carefully, in addition to a large number of white spots, there were 4 blue spots. How conspicuous! And the locations of these 4 blue spots were all dangerous places called by Baishur, who had led them on patrol before. These 4 points are also located on the ruins that are opened. But they don't know how to close them. Or they can't be closed. All of them are briefly marked on the map. But in the previous stroll, Baishur said that the ruins that have been closed have no light spots. This means that the things on them have been taken away by the residents of this island. It seems that they know much more about these ruins than their own people. And it is obvious that this is not knowledge that can be shared. After thinking for a while, Alka skipped over the dense white dots. Without thinking, he knew that all the white dots were buried deep underground. He clicked on one of the blue dots. This blue dot was the one they had seen before they could summon stone elements and keep them from leaving a certain range of activated ruins. Stone Element Core. Difficulty: Spell Deconstructor Phase 2. Popularity: 0. Treasure Information: The ruins of the Element Tower in the city-state of Parsva, the experimental product from the ancient times, was activated, affecting the surrounding environment. This treasure, the treasure information obtained, is even less than that of the orange light. You don't need to think too much to know. The information that expanded this piece of information was obviously the name of the city-state of Parsva, and they knew that the cause was related to the elements. It seems that they still need to understand more information themselves. Alka clicked on the other 3 blue dots again. The information obtained was the same, all because of knowing the former name of this city-state. It was almost useless for obtaining treasures. So the focus is on this former civilization, and the culture of this former city-state. If they could know the past culture of this city-state and more information related to it, then they could unlock more treasure information, and at least have the opportunity to explore. If the information was not enough, and not comprehensive enough, Alka would not think of taking his teammates on the so-called unknown adventure. The unknown represents danger. The less you know, the more dangerous it is. Although Alka is very excited now, after learning this information, he still folded the map in his hand and put it in his pocket ring. The materials in the pocket ring had already been transported back to the Dawn Voice. Don't worry now. Think for a while. Lay the foundation for the next action. And find the target. Now Alka is going to go around the whole island with Xiaodaidi and others. After Xiaodaidi draws a detailed map of the whole island, Alka will take the next step. Before that, Jason and others will be needed to obtain more information. After thinking for a while, he walked out and came to the campfire. At this time, everyone was still chatting by the campfire. After all, the night had been extended to more than 10 hours. Or even more than 20 hours. It seemed that it was not necessary to go to bed so early at night. As for the biological clock, it was chaotic. Anyway, it was already chaotic enough here. And it would be easier to blend in. If they were sailing on the sea, because of the ship, there would not be too much to do. So it would be better to catch up on some sleep to kill time. After coming out, Alka sat in his seat and said directly to Jason, "Jason, your main direction of obtaining intelligence now is to those ruins outside. I want to know how much they know about those ruins." Hearing this, Jason nodded without hesitation and made a gesture of no problem. "Don't worry. We will shift our focus tomorrow." Hearing Jason's answer, Alka nodded. Anyway, they need 2 more days to draw a complete map. It's about 40 hours again. And it's still early. This island is big enough. If you want to leave your own footprints on it, it will take more time and energy. After chatting for a while, Alka returned to his room again and fell into a dream. As the night time was greatly extended, the time Alka spent in the dream was also forced to be extended. Of course, This is not a bad thing. At least he can still read books or something in Lucilia's dream. Or make up his own dreams at will. To entertain himself. Of course, now is obviously not the time to do this. Because he fell asleep early, close to the bubbles he dreamed of. There was no dream of Xiaodai and others. Instead, there were dream bubbles of other creatures in the town. Looking at these dream bubbles, Alka smiled slightly. I hope that today he can get enough information from these people's dreams. After all, every time you dream, the dream is different. And the information you can get from the same dream will also be different. Thinking this way, he went into someone else's dream. This lasted for nearly several hours before Alka came out and returned to his own dream to rest. When he woke up again in reality, he began to count the information he had gained from the dreams of the islanders this time. Alka was silent after waking up, because the information he gained was not the same as he thought. He thought that people living on this island could get a lot of information about these ruins in their dreams. However, on the contrary, for ordinary people, they are afraid of these ruins and don't even want to hear about them. Therefore, in the dreams of most ordinary people, there are no dreams related to these peripheral ruins. Even if one or two people are willing to answer questions related to dreams, they are a little confused. Obviously, these ruins have left an indelible impression on them. But they knew very little about these ruins. They only knew that they were dangerous. Because many people died because of this thing. And it has been like this for generations. Because there will always be times when some ruins are opened by accident. Alka can imagine. Although every time Baishir talked about these ruins, he would briefly talk about the sacrifices caused by the ruins. It doesn't sound like much. It seems that each ruin only sacrificed 13 people, not counting the indirect impact. For this small town with only a few thousand people, every death is enough to make them sad. But they seem to be used to it, compared with ordinary people who were not hunters. The number of hunters who had enough knowledge of the ruins was too small. Not to mention that even fewer of them were willing to answer Alka's questions in the dream. Under such circumstances, Alka did not get any decent intelligence in the dream to ensure his next actions. The security information of the light spots in the dream was not expanded at all. The intelligence gained this time can be said to be a bit bad. Fortunately, in the dream, after a lot of inquiries and the time it took to recover, it was already light outside. As the sky brightened, the whole town became active again. After Alka and others simply washed up and had breakfast, they began their respective tasks. They still maintained the original team division. When Alka and others arrived at the city gate, Shiraishi was already waiting for them. So early. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Morning? A strange greeting. Shiraishi was a little surprised, but still said with a smile. Here, there is no such concept as early. Only black and white. Everyone acted very familiar with each other. Not like people who had just known each other for a day or two. Although, if 1 or 2 days were separated, the time would be longer. Okay, let's explore the middle area today. Follow me. There will definitely be some small battles today with those monsters, so be prepared. Today, they were going to stroll around the second area he divided. The area they were about to circle. And there were obviously more monsters here, which led to more aggressiveness. At this time, in addition to the few people who followed Baishir to detect the terrain on the island, Jason and others were also working hard in the town. You can even hear a few words similar to the language of this island from their mouths. They are all learned in the past few days, which indirectly shows their efforts. A huge ship appeared on the sea in the distance. This is a cargo ship with an astonishing length of 70 meters. When the ship came, it was discovered that the ship seemed to be a cargo ship. A huge 3-masted sailing cargo ship, with good combat power. 3 huge masts, like 1,000-year-old trees, stood upright on the deck. There were patterns painted on their white sails, representing their patterns. A picture of a hand holding a gold coin. The ship was slowly sailing towards the broken island. A captain dressed like the captain of the ship came to the deck. Soon the ship could see the black dot in the distance, and the increasingly long edge line appeared in their field of vision. As they got closer and closer, they found that there was a strange sailboat that they had never seen before at the place where they had docked their ship. Birdhead ship? The captain asked doubtfully, then shook his head and smiled. However, he was still seriously looking at the ship that was getting closer and closer to his sight. He could clearly feel the breath of the Virgin Mary from the ship, which was not uncommon here, but he had never seen it before. so he couldn't mess with it casually. Then he surrounded the first mate behind him and asked lightly, "Have you seen the appearance of this ship? Or the logo in other places?" The first mate looked carefully for a long time, then shook his head, indicating that he had definitely not seen this logo. It could be an unknown force. Or a small team. Forget it. This place is so big. It's normal that you don't know them. He complained slightly, and then instructed, "Don't recruit them anyway. There is the breath of the Virgin Mary on that ship." After that, he controlled the huge sailboat to the port. Because the ship was too big, it had to stop outside the port, and the small boats on the side of the ship fell into the water one by one, letting the small boats take the supplies on the ship to the island. And at the port, someone was seen welcoming them. In addition to some residents around, there were also Jason and others who were watching the excitement. This was obviously a good time to collect intelligence. Of course they had to be here. Chapter 231: The Dream of Outsiders. Jason and his friends had not expected this. They had only known a few days ago that someone from the outside might come here in a while. They had not expected to see them today. And this was the first time they had seen such a large ship. This ship was basically the largest ship they had ever seen. The hull of the entire ship was black and gray, and the center of the white sail was painted light gray, and a hand holding a gold coin was painted on it. It was unknown whether this pattern represented the fleet of this merchant ship, or the symbol of a larger power. Jason looked at it, and saw that there was only one row of gun muzzles on both sides of the ship, which meant that the ship only had one gun deck, which was obviously inconsistent with the size of the ship. But when he thought that the ship was a merchant ship, such firepower seemed a bit excessive. After all, for such a large ship, even if there was only one row, the number was amazing enough. The combat power on the ship must be high. However, these gun muzzles were now closed, so Jason could not tell the quality of the guns inside in this way. He was very curious about the shipborne guns of the Infinite Sea, but no matter how he thought about it, it seemed to be stronger than the home sea. Under Jason's gaze, a tall and thin man who seemed a little frail came down from the boat. Judging from his attire, he should be the captain of the ship, and the members of the ship followed behind him. The mayor of the town walked up to him and hugged him with a smile. The two seemed to know each other well, but it was too far away. Jason couldn't hear it. The tall and thin captain suddenly pointed at the dawn sound next to him, seemingly asking something. The mayor also smiled and explained. Then the people on both sides began to carry the supplies. The captain and the mayor also entered the town under the escort of their guards. "Lucilia, what do you think of the captain's strength?" Jason asked as he looked at the two people who had gone far away. Lucilia stood on the wooden barrel next to her, shaking her head. "I'm just a puppet now, I can't tell. You should ask Xiaodidi or Julia. If it doesn't work, Alka will do." The last 0 and 1 nodded in agreement. Watching the actions of these three people, Jason sighed. So although they were collecting intelligence together, it was obvious that only he was collecting intelligence. Lucilia, just a translator. Just a 0 and 1 pendant. Forget it. Let's continue collecting intelligence. He immediately looked around the crowd next to him, and found an old hunter who was drinking in the tavern last night. The kind who could speak the common language of the home sea. He walked over and said with a smile, "Hi, Gang In, my good friend. I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you want to have a drink tonight?" The old hunter's nose was slightly red, and he seemed to be a little confused now. Obviously, he was an old alcoholic. Hearing someone calling him, he turned around. The man in front of him seemed familiar, but he suddenly couldn't remember him for a while. Seeing Jason's enthusiasm, he smiled and replied, "You treat?" "Uh-huh. Of course I treat, friend. Although I am happy to hear you say that. It may not be possible tonight." The old hunter seemed to remember Jason and shook his head regretfully. Jason nodded in understanding, and did not ask any further questions. Instead, he looked at the current weather and said, "Then, now, it's not very good." There was a wavering tone in his voice. "Haha, come on, good wine is worth the effort." Just like that, Jason smiled and went into the tavern in the town with the old hunter he just met last night. Looking at Jason, like he was going out for a drink with a good brother, Lucilia watched silently. To be honest, I already admire him a little bit. How did he get so familiar with such a stranger in just one night, in a few hours of one night? They even had a little bit of communication. I can't figure it out. As expected, everyone has their own strengths. Lucilia sighed, And then the three puppets disappeared into the shadows under the wine barrel. As Lucilia can understand the language of these people, to collect information, it is not necessary to communicate. Eavesdropping is also a very good method. The main reason is that the opportunity now is rare. Lucilia, who is on the road of assassin and thief, will certainly not miss such a rare opportunity. When the white bird on the island flew up, once again returned to the nest. Alka's people also started their return journey. However, they did not return empty-handed this time. They carried various prey with them. These were not specially hunted by them, but were blindly bumped into by them. It would be a pity to throw them away. Since they were going to attack them, they naturally had to leave something behind. When Alka's people dragged a large pile of prey into the town, they attracted the attention of the surrounding islanders. But that was all. It seemed that they had long been accustomed to it. After staying on the island for a while, outsiders always bring a bunch of prey like this. Given the environment on the island, this is inevitable. Jason, who was drinking in a tavern not far away, watched this scene and asked the drinker next to him. He didn't miss any opportunity. Until night fell again. Alka and his team disassembled the bodies next to the hut they rented, piled various materials and cloth together, and sent them to the cabin at dawn. By the way, Alka, there are outsiders coming to this island today. They are driving a large cargo ship. Lucilia suddenly said, thinking of something. Outsiders? Alka became interested. Are they the group of people who regularly come to this island to trade according to the intelligence we obtained before? Lucilia nodded. Then tell me, what did you see today? As Alka asked, Lucilia began to tell him what they saw and heard at the port today. After listening, Alka rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Jason came back drunk at this time. How is it? Did you get any information? Alka looked at him and asked suddenly. Jason washed his face with water in his hands and shook his head. Many old hunters don't know much about these ruins, even though they often deal with the problems caused by these ruins. But there are some clues. I will go to learn more about them tomorrow. But don't hold too much hope. They rarely study these ruins. Even if they know some information, it is not something that ordinary hunters like them can know. Hearing this, Alka nodded and didn't force it. Nor did he ask too much. Anyway, in terms of intelligence gathering, there is definitely no one on the ship who is more professional than Jason. If Jason can't collect it, he can only spend more time asking in his dreams. But I am a little curious about those outsiders. I am very curious about the situation of the entire endless sea. I have to find a chance to talk to those people. Jason leaned against the fire, looking at the sparks floating in the fire and said, since most of the islanders on these islands have never left, they know very little about the specific situation of the entire endless sea. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Then he said, I plan to stay in my dream tonight to see if I can find the dream bubbles of those outsiders. Obviously, collecting information about strangers is the best way. Hearing this, Jason nodded. If you get any information, remember to tell me tomorrow morning so that I can write it down and see if I can find some opportunities to get more. Alka nodded to indicate that it was okay. After eating the barbecue dinner consisting of the prey obtained today, Alka couldn't wait to return to his room and sank into his dream. Wake up from your dream bubble. You can see that in the huge crystal floating in the middle of Alka's dream bubble, there are already many golden energy balls flying around. At the same time, you can also see a lot of silver energy, which is definitely a lot more than before. Alka already knows how to get these silver energies. About every day and night, when Alka enters the dream bubble for the first time, he will bring some silver energy. Alka tried the refresh time, and it should be refreshed every night. Other than that, he didn't find any other way to get it, and the amount obtained each time was not necessarily exactly the same, and he didn't know what factors determined the difference. But anyway, having a stable channel for obtaining it must be a good thing. In addition, there are all kinds of dream materials around this floating crystal. Alka thought it was useful, but he didn't turn it into dream energy, but piled it up around it. Maybe it would be useful someday. The main reason is that after arriving at the infinite sea, although I have obtained a lot of materials on the island, I don't have much free time to care about these things now. After flying out of my dream bubble, the first thing I did was to clean up the dream creatures around my teammates. In this gathering place in the town, there are so many dream creatures around that it's outrageous. No matter how I clean them up, I can't clean them all up. Alka basically cleans them up every night when he comes in, and cleans them up when he comes back. Sometimes he would clean it up again in the middle. However, it was useless. After cleaning it up once, when he came back again, he saw a large number of various dream creatures trying to destroy the dream bubble to obtain the energy inside. The more concentrated the place, the more creatures it attracted. For this, Alka had no good solution. He could only clean it up again and again. In the end, he only cleaned those that looked relatively powerful, which might break the bubble and disturb the dream. As for the weak ones, forget it. Let them scratch. They may not even break their skin when they wake up. Looking at the dream bubbles that gradually increased with the arrival of night, Alka scratched his hair in annoyance. For Alka, dream bubbles were basically the same as long as they were from strangers, except for size and glossiness. Fortunately, he no longer needed to find bubbles one by one today. When Jason came back, he had already told Alka where the merchant ship crews who came were placed in the real town. Although the distance between dreams and reality is sometimes long and sometimes short, the specific location cannot be known, but as long as the specific direction is known, it can greatly reduce Alka's repetitive work. Thinking of this, Alka began to search in the opposite direction of the direction provided by Jason. He had to look into each bubble to see if the dreamer had gray skin and orange-red eyes. Luckily, the appearance of the two races is not quite the same. The islanders are obviously a branch of a special race, and the members of the caravan are more like ordinary humans. At least that's how it looked. After exploring all the way, I finally found a normal human dream near the end. Although I didn't see the owner of the dream, the environment of the dream was very different. The dream was in a bustling city. Alka looked at the surrounding architectural styles, and had never seen them before. The main bodies of these buildings were mostly made of gray, brass and black, and the whole city looked very gloomy. But in some key places, they would use bright colors as embellishments, making the streets that were apparently somewhat depressing seem to have a different kind of vitality. These buildings are relatively symmetrical, but almost every building has a spire on top. On this street, Alka saw that the road under his feet was paved with almost completely equal rectangular bricks. There was also a carriage parked in the middle of the road. It's difficult. Alka stood in the middle of the street and couldn't help saying, although this dream is not big, it is completely made up of various buildings stacked together, with only one main road and some alleys connecting them. Some of these buildings have 7 or 8 floors. Who knows which room the owner of the dream is in? Most people who have this kind of dream will only do 1 or 2 things in their room, repeating them over and over again, or even just staring blankly. I didn't expect that after searching for a long time outside, I would have to continue searching inside. It was really troublesome. But what could I do? After all, it was someone else's dream, so I could only search one by one. I finally saw a young man wearing a newsboy's uniform and brown fur on the 3rd floor window of an alley. He supported his head with his hands, leaned against the window, and stared at the sky with dull eyes. Alka looked at the young man. His hair was gray-brown, and his face was slightly angular, judging from the facial features and the overall bone structure. Although they are both normal humans, but they are obviously different from the people in the home sea. The skin is slightly darker. After Alka entered the room, he looked at him and thought for a while, and said, "What is the name of this city?" He didn't even turn his head. It has nothing to do with the city. Alka thought about it, and asked the simplest question. "What's your name?" This time he responded, and said without turning his head, "Jack, if you don't have a surname, just call me Jack." Good guy. Why not call him this name? When Alka heard this name, he thought of bad memories, and shook his head helplessly. But this person was willing to answer his name, which means that he still had a strong desire to communicate. As long as it was not too far away, he would answer. Alka looked at the structure of the room he was in, trying to find out what this person's dream was related to. After all, they were already in the city, and they didn't even say the name of the city, which obviously had little to do with the city. After looking for a long time, Alka saw a photo in the other hand of this person placed on his chest. Wait. Photo? Alka squatted down and looked carefully. It was indeed not a painting, but a real photo. It seems that the technology of the Infinite Sea is quite advanced. The photo is in black and white. It is a family portrait. A pair of adult men and women, who seem to be his parents, and a younger him, who looks about 4 or 5 years younger than he is now. And a little girl. What a beautiful family. What happened to them? A.K.A. asked. They can't come back. Looking at the man in front of him, who was finally willing to answer, Alka began to follow this line of thought, and began to ask more questions. After asking until he stopped talking, Alka left the bubble of this dream, summarized the harvest of this bubble, and then entered the next one. But obviously not everyone's dream can allow Alka to gain intelligence. Almost half of these people's dreams are related to this island, or to various enjoyments. Dreams always reflect what they think during the day. This is inevitable. But there are still a small part of dreams that are different, even from this small part. Alka also gained enough information. This at least allows him to meet people in the outside world, so that people won't find out at first glance that he has just arrived in the Endless Sea. He has gained a lot of information that is common sense for the Endless Sea. But for those of them who came from the Four Gods Sea, this common sense makes them incomprehensible. I don't know how long it has been. As the night lasts longer and longer, more dream bubbles appear around. One of them is so big that it can basically be compared with the mayor of this small town. Obviously, this is the captain of the ship, the leader of the merchant ship. Alka was thinking whether to pick a stronger dream bubble to go in and take a look. It should be a cadre on the ship. Logically, he should not be entangled. After all, except that the captain's dream bubble is very large. He does not really want to go in. The dream bubbles around here are about the same strength as his. Basically not as big as his dream bubble. So there is no need to worry too much. Moreover, he is afraid of bigger bubbles. But he is only afraid that people with strength reaching the third stage may discover some situations in the dream, which is a bit of a loss. The reason why he is entangled is that as time goes by, the surrounding environment makes Alka a little confused. It is very abnormal, compared with the environment of the whole town outside. The contrast is very obvious. Chapter 232 Phase 1 completed. When he first came to this small area, he didn't care. But when he had entered one of the people's dreams, and walked around, he discovered the difference between here and the surroundings. In such an environment, the surroundings were surprisingly quiet. There was too obvious a difference between here and the surroundings. Outside the dream bubbles of the island residents, almost every bubble, there were all kinds of dream creatures trying to break the bubble and absorb the energy inside. Although there are very few creatures that can really break the bubble, or even open a gap, there are many creatures that work hard to do so. If there is only one outside a bubble, it can be considered as a small number. However, this circle is obviously not the case. The dream bubbles formed by the merchant ship crews, who have just arrived on this island, are out of tune with the surroundings. No dream creature tried to get close. After a simple circle, Alka found that the problem came from the largest dream bubble in the center. It should be the leader of this team, or the captain. The size of the bubble is about the same as Alka's dream bubble now, which means he is at least a person at the peak of the second stage, or even the third stage. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked into the distance. There were also dream bubbles with similar appearance to this bubble, or even bigger. Those dream bubbles were the strongest people on this island. The specific one Alka only knew was the mayor of the town. But even for them, there were still dream creatures trying to destroy their dream bubbles. Obviously, this was not because of strength. It was other problems. After a brief thought, Alka grabbed a dream creature not far away and slowly floated it towards the middle sphere. When he started moving in this direction, the dream creature in his hand began to struggle. It looked a little unwilling. When Alka was holding it and was almost completely close to the central dream bubble, the dream creature stopped struggling. He shrank into a ball, not wanting to face it at all, looking at the light and shadow in his hand. Alka thought for a moment and let go. The moment he let go, the light and shadow immediately turned into an air-like object and quickly fled into the distance. Sure enough, there is something in this dream bubble that is intimidating the creatures around it. Thinking of this, Alka turned his head. To be honest, he now wanted to go into the bubble to find out what was going on. But it was obviously impossible now. The owner of this dream bubble must have some ability or item that can protect his dream, not to mention his powerful strength. After thinking for a while, a mirror appeared on Alka's face. Then in the mirror on his face, the figure of the dream god of death appeared. A round ball appeared on his waist, light and shadow spread out, and the cloak of light and shadow covered Alka's body. A black sickle condensed in his hand, and he chopped at the dream bubble in front of him without hesitation. Dang! It was like hitting metal. The bubble made a firm sound. As expected, even its own dream was protected so well. Alka could feel that. The bubble was surrounded by a layer of strange energy, which was used to protect the strength of the dream bubble. The pink mist floated out, and drifted towards the film of the bubble in front of it. However, all the mist was blocked out. The bubble of this dream was repelling. Repelling everything that did not belong to this bubble, that is to say, Even if Alka wanted to enter the dream bubble, he would still be blocked out. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand. However, his hand seemed to hit a solid stone wall, and he couldn't reach it at all. Looking at the bubble in front of him, Alka marked it, and left directly. There was nothing to test anymore. It was certain that there was indeed someone or a force in the boundless sea who had mastered the ability to protect their dream bubbles. However, only this person's bubble was like this. The surrounding bubbles did not change in this way. But the deterrent power emitted by one person's bubble was enough to disperse a large circle of dreams around it. The place where his crew rested was so precisely located in the range of deterrence in the dream. Then the captain in the middle must have known that he had this ability, and he deliberately arranged his crew to rest within a certain range. Since he could not get any intelligence, he would get it from the bubbles around him. Alka chose one and went in. In this way, Alka swam in these bubbles all night. But due to the limitation of his physical strength, he still made some choices. Entering too many dream bubbles in one night was too exhausting for physical strength and magic. But even so, he still gained a lot. When the sky was bright again, Alka and his team had already divided into two teams and started the last day's operation. Jason's team continued to collect intelligence. Alka and his team had already arrived at the gate to explore the last area with Baishur. The area we are exploring today is very dangerous. You must follow me closely. And you must be prepared for battle, Baishur said after walking for a while. Everyone nodded. Then, they could only hear Baishur's explanation. The last area we explored today is actually larger than the area we explored yesterday. But there are many dangerous areas, so we have to go around them, so we don't need to explore too many areas. Through Baishur's explanation, and the graffiti-like map in his hand, they already knew the general shape of the island. It is in a long strip. Then at the top and thick at the bottom, there is a crescent-shaped gap above the long strip, which is the bay where they landed. If it is divided in half from the middle, the town and the bay port are both above the island. They began to explore this last area, and the detour distance became longer and longer. Often, the detour was a huge turn, because the map needed to be checked. Alka and the others told Baishur that even when he was detouring, it would be best to go around this dangerous area. Baishur also told them why these dangerous areas were dangerous, and why they were created. He really played the role of a tour guide. This made Alka and his friends quickly understand the island. In this way, they came to the most important place. In front of them was a valley. On both sides were two mountains of different sizes. At the entrance of the valley, there was a stone tablet, which was written in words that Alka and his friends could not understand. But it is obviously the language used by the islanders on this island. The word on this stone tablet is Broken Town. About 600 years ago, we don't remember how long it was. At that time we were still living in this valley. But because of the eruption of a relic, the whole valley became an extremely dangerous area, so we had to move the town to where it is now. Speaking of this, Baishur acted a little indifferent, shrugged and said, "It is because of the eruption of the relic that the whole island is extremely dangerous at night." Hearing this, Alka asked with some confusion, "Speaking of which, I have always heard you say that the night is dangerous. Then what kind of situation will appear on the island at night compared to the daytime, to make it so dangerous? Don't you know?" Baishur turned around and asked in surprise. He thought Alka and his friends had been in this town for several days, but they still didn't know why it was dangerous at night. Alka was a little embarrassed. This was the information that should have been obtained earlier, but they had not deliberately asked until now. Even Alka himself basically spent the night in dreams, except for asking in other people's dream bubbles when he first came to the island. He never asked about the night situation again after coming to the island. After knowing that it was dangerous at night, they never thought about running out at night. However, Baishur didn't care, and explained, "I don't know what the reason is. Anyway, after the ruins are opened, broken space cracks will appear on the island. If you are accidentally pulled in, you may never see it again. In the previous dangerous areas, some of them have fixed space cracks. But once it's night, these cracks will appear everywhere on the island, and you don't know when they will suddenly appear under your feet or behind your buttocks. Do you understand?" Hearing this, everyone who was listening nearby nodded. From this point of view, it is indeed very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be sucked into the space crack. No matter how you think about it, you will die. However, when it comes to this, Baishur's tone suddenly becomes interesting. He said with a smile, "You may not believe me, but I tell you, my grandfather survived the crack. Baishar continued to move forward, and everyone followed behind him. As he walked, Baishar said, "My grandfather is a legend on this island. When he was young, he was sucked into the crack due to some accidents, and was regarded as a dead man on the island. But he survived in the end." When he said this, you can hear obvious pride in Baishar's tone. He seemed to admire his grandfather very much. He said that after he was sucked in, he appeared on a very far away island. He returned at the age of 55. When he came back, his grandmother was dead. I was born at that time. It really became a legend at that time. Hearing this, Pororo asked beside him, "Does that mean those space cracks are actually portals to other places?" "I don't know." Baishar shook his head. "Because my grandfather is the only one who is still alive among those who were sucked in." "Okay, I'd better put away my curiosity. They don't think their luck will be so good." Everyone thought silently. "Have you ever been outside?" Alka looked at him and suddenly asked. Baishar, who was walking in front, took a quick look at the situation ahead and then said, "I have been outside. After all, my grandfather talked to me about these things since I was a child, so I was very interested in the outside world very early and went out to see early. But it was not until I went out by myself that I realized that what I had experienced was not quite the same as what my grandfather had said. So I came back after a few years of seeing the world outside. My own home is still the best." Shiraishi sighed. Hearing this, Alka began to recall the information about the outside world that he had obtained in his dream last night. After thinking for a while, he organized his words and asked, "So what do you think? What islands have you been to?" "I went to a landmark island called the Southern Cross. I don't know if you know it or have been there. The landmark island is not big, but it is indeed the best island I have ever seen. I also went to 2 drifting islands. Later, I happened to approach here during the voyage, so I came back." Baishar gave a simple answer, without too much in-depth communication. According to the information obtained last night, the so-called Signpost Island is an island that will never move in the sea due to the environment. It will always be there. It is like a signpost pointing the direction at a fixed location. So it is called a Signpost Island. The drifting island is naturally the same as its name. It is random and moves. But it is not the island that moves. The Southern Cross? I haven't been there, but I seem to have heard of it somewhere." Arka answered. Hearing this, Zadaiti and others had no expression on their faces, only Pororo couldn't help turning his head to look at him. After finding that everyone seemed to have no expression, he turned his head away silently, pulled his big mouth, and swallowed the question he wanted to ask. Why do these people lie without blushing or beating their hearts? It's normal not to have heard of it, after all. The island seems to be quite remote. No one can tell the exact scope of the infinite sea. In such a sea area, there are naturally many landmark islands. The communication about the outside world came to an abrupt end here. After a while, Baishar stopped and flipped over a huge tree. After landing, he said to everyone, "Wait here for a while. I will go to the front to see the situation and see if we need to take a detour." Then he disappeared into the small forest. Alka and others also stopped and waited. Pororo saw Baishar leaving, and finally couldn't help asking, "What did he just say?" The people around him also looked at Alka curiously. They didn't know when Alka had sailed on the infinite sea. "I only talked about the intelligence last night with Jason, who happened to be by the campfire in the morning. I haven't told everyone yet. Last night in my dream, I went to the bubbles of those merchant ship members and collected some information from the outside world." Then Alka briefly explained to them the intelligence he had obtained last night. Everyone nodded in understanding, which was considered to have a certain understanding of the infinite sea. They did not continue their action until Baishar came back. When the day was covered by the curtain again, night fell. They could see several figures running fast in the distance. The hunter on the sentry tower saw this, and put his arrow on his bow. At this time, Alka and the others finally saw the first sentry tower. Hoo! Baishar was panting, supporting his knees with his hands. The hunter on the sentry tower found them, watched Baishar saying something in a language that no one could understand, as if he was teaching Baishar a lesson. Baishar laughed, said something, and walked slowly towards the town with Alka and the others. Finally we got back before the night came. I was almost scared to death, Baishar said with lingering fear. Although Alka and the others knew there was danger, they had not actually experienced why the night was dangerous, so they did not show too much fear. However, looking at Baishar's appearance, the danger at night seemed to be more exaggerated than they imagined. Simon asked curiously from behind, Have you ever been outside at night? Baishar nodded, and answered after a long while, with a hint of dullness in his voice. Yes, the situation at that time was also slowed down by the monsters just like today. There were 4 people in our action team at that time, and in the end only 2 people went back, and one of them even had a broken hand. Obviously, the only person who was not too injured was Baishar, who was still standing in front of him. There was no need to talk about this topic too much, and everyone shut up silently. At the door, Jason, Juanlu and Lucilia were seen. They seemed to be arguing with the guard at the door. We want to go out. Don't you understand what we mean? Why? Are you still going to lock us up? Friends, you are not allowed to leave at night, even if you are guests. It is very dangerous outside. This is for your safety. You. Just as Jason was about to continue speaking, he saw Alka walking towards them, and everyone else smiled with surprise. He hurried over with Lucilia and the others and said, "What happened? Why did you come back so late? If you were a little slower, we might have rushed out." When night fell, Alka and the others did not return, which made Jason and the others very worried. Taking advantage of this time, Jason and the others also knew why it was dangerous outside at night. They couldn't help but go outside to look for Alka. Alka had just come here and received the blue-line bird. We encountered some unexpected situations, but fortunately, we had already reached the border tower when night fell, Alka said, putting his hand on Jason's shoulder, telling him not to worry too much. Then the guard by the river apologized, and everyone said goodbye to Baishar, and took Jason and others back to the rented hut. Looking at the food still stewing on the small stove, it was obvious that they were in a hurry to go out. They dispersed and sat around the campfire. Then the goal of the first stage is completed. How is it? Is the record complete? Alka sat by the campfire, looking at Xia Dai in front of him and asked. Xia Dai nodded. Although many dangerous areas have not been perfectly explored today, it does not harm the overall mapping. Today, many dangerous areas cover too large an area. Even if they go around, they cannot detect them perfectly. But they will not be sent into danger for such a small area. Hearing Xia Dai's answer, Alka nodded. That's good. After the map is completed, we will start planning the next course of action. Everyone nodded without objection. After all, this is the mature action plan they have agreed on. Simon and Matt Lisa, who have just joined, naturally will not comment on such behavior, but silently learn. Although I don't know why. Then Alka said to Jason, "You organize the information you know." Okay. No problem. Chapter 233 Golden Light and Orange Light. After getting the detailed map of the entire island, Arka immediately went into the house. No one came up to disturb him, because they all knew that it was time for Arka to work. As for Poro, he did not rest in this room, and spent half of the night at the port. The dangerous places only existed outside the town and its connecting roads all the way to the port were safe. After all, if a space rift appeared somewhere in the port and destroyed the ship, who would they go to for justice? Then forget about coming to this island again. The residents of the island also used candles made of some fish fat, which made the light in the room a little dim. A floating lantern, next to Alka, illuminated the room with a white and soft light. In front of Alka at this time, there was a detailed and perfect island map. It marked all the dangerous areas they encountered this time, and even clearly marked the reasons why these dangerous areas were dangerous. It also includes various ruins that they have seen and known, some of which have emerged in large parts, and some of which have only a few pillars of ruins protruding. Some of them are activated. Some are activated and then closed, and some are unknown. All are clearly marked. Looking at the map, Alka took a deep breath, and then blinked. As his eyes blinked, a different scene appeared on the map. Dense white light was distributed on the entire map, due to the proportional reduction of the map, and the large area of the island. These white spots almost filled the entire island, leaving not much space in the middle. There was no need to count them carefully. You could find that there were at least hundreds of these white dots. You could even say that this island was full of wealth. In addition to these white dots, there were more blue dots than Alka had imagined, a full 13. In addition to the 4 blue dots in the first area they explored, the second area also had 2 blue dots, and the third area, which occupied half of the island, had 7 blue dots. The most outrageous thing was that, at the back of the third area, there was an extra golden light, in addition to the first discovered, unknown, orange light column that seemed to represent a more advanced treasure. There was actually a golden light. His Alka couldn't help but gasp. What on earth is this island? So many light spots plus blue spots plus this golden light. It is enough to show that this ruin may have never been excavated. And plus their 3 days of exploration. It is obvious. This is a complete city-state ruins, sunk into the ground. And it may not even have been explored by anyone. For thousands of years, all the treasures were still left in the ruins. A dangerous material island? No. An island of wealth full of treasures. Correct. Alka rubbed his hands and pointed at the golden light without hesitation. He wanted to see what the treasure of this island would be. According to the information he had obtained now, this golden light should not have no information. He at least knew the name of the city-state where this ruin used to be, and the name of the god that the people of this city-state believed in. Just these 2 points are enough to make these light spots show some information. The further the treasure information is expanded, the more difficult it is to obtain the required information. The information about the treasure location and what kind of treasure it is can actually be easily expanded. This is Alka's experience. With the click of the golden light, the information is revealed. Direction is the most important thing. Difficulty, Hunter Phase 2. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, enshrined in the Great Temple of Vastva. The object is the 4-part god, representing 1/4 of its treasure. Although there is little information about the treasure, at least it is not unknown. The name was revealed. From this name, no information can be obtained. The name of this treasure can be called the most ambiguous among the treasures Alka knows. The difficulty is within their acceptable range. In the second stage, there are more and more second stage people in their team. Except Juanlu, the rest have either reached the second stage or are about to break through. There is too little information about the treasure. As can be seen from the source of the information above, this information comes from the 4-part god they know in the temple, and the name of the city-state. And this information also said that it was the power represented by one of the 4 parts of the god. A treasure related to God? It was a bit difficult. However, they had no knowledge of the 4 parts of the god, so they naturally could not get a glimpse of what the power of this treasure represented. But this treasure was enough. Then Alka began to click on all the blue dots on the map one by one, trying to know the information in them. However, the treasure information brought by these blue dots was no different from that of the golden ones. All this information was derived from the name of the city-state known to Alka and his friends, and the gods they worshipped. And the locations of these blue dots basically overlapped with the ruins clearly marked on the map. Alka also discovered that among these blue dots, almost 80% of the treasure information was related to ruins. This included ruins that were in operation, and even ruins that had been solved. The precise correspondence made Alka a little concerned. Alka carefully checked the main information and difficulty of almost all the treasure spots one by one, and found that most of them were not easy. Half of the difficulty was beyond their acceptable range. That is, Stage 3. Only the remaining half of the difficulty required the strength of Stage 1 and Stage 2, or even no strength requirement. It was within their acceptable range. Very good. After reading the difficulty of these treasures, Alka finally couldn't stop smiling. This means that they are not beyond their reach. At least half of them are within their reach. The main reason is that this half contains the golden light. The rest of the blue light points combined are not as valuable as this golden light. As long as they collect information about the ruins in the future, they will be able to obtain these treasures. What Alka fears most is that the strength required to obtain the treasure is too high. After all, they have just arrived at the Endless Sea, and their strength is relatively weak compared to the Endless Sea as a whole. They must spend some time to improve their strength. Then Alka looked at the map in his hand, and tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a crisp sound. He now needed to determine a target, to determine the target of their first action, and after thinking about it, it was obvious that the blue light spot was the most suitable. As for gold and orange, gold was easy to say, but orange was not something they could get their hands on. Take it step by step. Alka believed that starting from the blue point, they would be able to slowly collect enough intelligence to fully reveal the information of the gold and orange points. It won't be too late to seek it then. Safety is the most important thing. Looking at these blue dots, Alka began to carefully select the location of the blue dots, the distance between them, and some of the information revealed. After thinking about it, he selected for a long time. Alka finally came up with 2 good targets. He planned to tell his teammates about the 2 treasure locations, and let them choose the order. The first blue dot was the area they arrived at first, which was relatively safe. There were few dangerous areas, and most of them were small. There are many monsters active there, but they all have their own fixed territories, and their strength is not strong. Destruction of Adra. Difficulty, Shooter Phase 2. Popularity, 0. Treasure Information, Vastva 1 to 9 projects. Buried deep under the ruins of the temple. This is the first one Alka chose. The difficulty is appropriate. The location is also appropriate. And the name looks interesting. For the second one, Alka chose the second area, which is the large area including the town. There are dangerous areas, but they are not big. And the monsters are not strong. The strong ones have fixed territories. There are only a few blue spots here. Alka also chose a relatively reliable one based on the danger level of the surrounding area. Power of Cohesion. Difficulty, Cracker. Popularity, 0. Treasure Information, Vastva 3 to 6 projects. Buried deep in the ruins of the temple. Alka's preference for it is mainly because of its difficulty, which is called Cracker. I think the location of this treasure focuses more on the method of cracking rather than strength. While being safer, maybe they can also get more information about the city-state in the ruins, so that they can get other treasure information and expand more useful information. There are indeed no dangerous areas marked around the location of the treasure, and there is not even a strong monster's territory around. It can be said to be the safest treasure hunting place, which can be used as an initial exploration, and for them to get to know the island better, which is perfect. From the information of these two treasures, we can know that it seems that every ruin that can be activated is a temple building. And the most important thing is that it has a project label. This project label always makes Alka feel that they are doing an experiment. Alka also looked at all the blue dots. Among the dozen blue dots, 10 have project labels. These labeled projects even include many white dots. Looking at it, there are a total of 4 project labels, each starting with the number 14. As for what it specifically represents, it is unknown. Speaking of which, the former civilization of this relic seemed to have a special liking for the number 4, which should be related to their gods. After all, even the gods are called the 4-part god. And it would be strange if these mortals, who believe in gods, did not have a special liking for this number. After confirming it, Alka left the door of his house, and came to the campfire outside. Because the night is very long. Plus the calculation of the day. Today's night may last up to 22 hours. So everyone present didn't want to go to bed so early. Seeing Alka coming out, everyone turned their eyes to him. Since there was a complete map, it was time to get down to business. Alka came over and sat by the campfire. He looked at everyone and said, according to the map, all the treasures are related to the ruins, and are likely buried underground. So we have to dig? Jason asked beside him. Digging is inevitable, Alka said, but shook his head. But don't worry, I have 2 goals here now. One is a little dangerous, and the other is not dangerous. And our primary goal now is not only to find valuable treasures, but more importantly to obtain information about these ruins. The more detailed the better, the better. At this point, Alka looked at Lucilia standing on the small wooden barrel. After all, in their current place, only Lucilia can recognize those words, and understand the information of this unknown civilization. Lucilia nodded. Then Alka said, then everyone. Choose one. Since it is the first one, then naturally choose the safer one. Simon said beside him. He is a person who prefers stability. After all, the only information Alka gave was the degree of danger. For the sake of safety, of course, he had to choose the safe one. It was also good for them to understand the main composition of the ruins. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Alka nodded. Okay, then this is safer. He turned to Jason and said, did you get any information about these ruins? Jason nodded, then shook his head with some regret and said, yes, but I think it may not be of any use to you. Then Jason briefly described the information he had collected about these ruins. After listening to this information, Alka casually clicked twice on the map. And sure enough, there was no update on the treasure information. Because the information Jason had obtained was all from the residents of this island. And the information they described about these ruins was possible, maybe, probably, so and so. Almost very vague, but the unified standard is not to talk nonsense next to the ruins, so as not to activate them. It can be said that the people on this island have no understanding of the civilization of the ruins. Even if there is, it is obviously not something they can know now. It is in the hands of stronger people. It seems that we can only rely on ourselves. Then he and everyone listened to some of Jason's intelligence summaries, which he thought were more important. After listening, Alka clapped his hands and said, Since the target has been determined, then everyone should have a good rest. We will set off at dawn. The curtain was pulled open, and everyone was already ready, leaving from the town gate, but did not see Baishur and the patrol team on the city wall. It seems that he finally does not have to guard the gate today. Alka held the map in his hand, looked at their target. He led everyone to go around like Baishur, trying to avoid those dangerous areas. With this map, all dangerous areas are basically marked. Soon they came to the area where the first blue treasure point was located. It's not that Alka didn't want to find orange and gold treasures. The problem is that there is too little information. At least let them start from the safe blue treasure, get more information about the entire city-state, so as to unlock more treasure information. For example, in the area where the orange treasure is located, they activated the ruins, and then were transferred to the previous hall. There is almost nothing to be gained inside. Even if we go now, we won't gain much. Looking at the ruins in front of them. This ruin is the same as the temple. It is also buried deep underground, and a part of it is exposed outside the surface. It seems to be no different from the temple. After all, the materials used are almost the same, and there are also some vague patterns and words on it. After everyone came here, they checked the surroundings a little bit, and there was no danger. Lucilia, it's time for you to work, Alka said with a smile. Lucilia had also come to the ruins and began to study the patterns and texts on them. During this time, Siadaiti also squatted on the ground and pressed his hands on the ground. Silver ripples began to spread downwards. It is possible to detect those man-made ruins underground, but they have basically collapsed and been buried. As he said this, Siadaiti shook his head. The ground below has long been pressed tightly by the soil. If you really want to find the ruins below, you can only dig hard. In other words, there is no hole below, and there is no tunnel that can connect. Alka nodded. Don't worry. Let's see if Lucilia has any gains. After a while, Lucilia had studied all the information that could be obtained from the ruins. These exposed stones were severely damaged, and the information on them was scattered. This is a temple. It should be called the Blue and White Stone Temple, or the Blue and White Gem Temple. I don't know what it is specifically for. This is the only useful information I have gained, Lucilia said, patting the dust off her body. Hearing this, Alka looked at the map in his hand and touched it casually. He clicked on the blue dot where he was. The treasure information was indeed expanded. Lucilia's information was not wrong. Treasure information, Vastwa 3 to 6 projects. Located in the Blue and White Gem Temple. The project results have been completed. In other words, the original name of this ruin should be the Blue and White Gem Temple, which is a completed project. This treasure, could it be the result of the completion of this project? Alka looked at the ruins and thought. Now there are two options in front of him. Dig down or activate the ruins. According to the overall analysis of the island, ruins like this can definitely be activated. But the problem is, they don't know what the project of the ruins is. If it causes danger after activation, it will be more trouble than gain. Then, there is only one option. After making up his mind, Alka immediately began to distribute tasks. Siadaiti, according to the specific geographical structure of the ruins, find a good place to dig, and we have to work hard. No problem, Siadaiti said, and came to the side of the ruins. Put his hands on the ground and began to explore carefully. She needed to study the structure of the ruins and how to dig more efficiently, and not to collapse the entire ruins. They also had to dig to the desired location. Simon, get some tools. And the others, get ready with tools. And clear out the monsters around that might disturb us. Following Alka's order, everyone started to act. Simon took out a pile of scrap iron from his pocket ring and began to control the smelting. Chapter 234 Ruins Excavation. Siadaiti carefully explored around the ruins. Even the silver ripple she emitted could be clearly seen. The silver ripples detected could clearly feedback the underground situation to her. The effect brought by this was that Siadaiti could simulate a three-dimensional model in her mind, and let her know exactly which area to dig from to save time and effort, and not damage the ruins. Such a precise exploration naturally requires more thought and takes more time. Just as Siadaiti was conducting precise exploration, an excavation tool made of scrap iron and some better parts was also made by Simon. Such a simple and convenient tool was extremely easy for Simon to make, especially when he had precise hands and treasures. He even made a simple structure for the handle of this tool. This is a triangular sharp shovel. The side of the triangle can be extended when digging, so that the excavation area is expanded. The structure on the handle makes it easier to control the shovel when it enters the soil, and can also break up rocks when necessary. Simon held it in his hand, demonstrated it to everyone, and then handed the first finished product to Jason next to him. Then he made a bigger shovel, which was specially customized for Poro, and handed it to him. After making one for everyone, Simon thought about it and started working again. Seeing the liquid metal in Simon's hand changing shape, Alka, who was waving the strange shovel in his hand, smiled. "Here, this is for you." Simon smiled and handed the 4 palm-sized shovels in his hand to Lucilia and several puppet girls beside him. "Thank you." Lucilia took it happily. The puppet girls behind him also smiled, including Air, who saw the situation here and swung over quickly. At this time, Xiaodaidi stood up and patted the dirt on his hands. At this time, around the ruins, there were large and small marks, all of which she had made when she was exploring just now. "Dig down from here. Dig within this box. Don't dig out." Xiaodaidi pointed to the square mark not far from her. Then he kicked his feet. "Start from here and dig diagonally in the direction of the mark over there." Then he gave instructions for each mark. This was the plan that Xiaodaidi simulated in his mind, using the power of everyone to quickly dig out the entire ruins. After the plan was finished, everyone started to move. Simon watched the way Mathlisa, who had 4 arms, dug. He thought for a moment and walked over. "Let me improve the tool in your hand. It seems that this one is not suitable for you now." "Ah? It's okay. I can use this one as well." Mathlisa waved her hand, very politely. Although they had been together for several days, he was the last one to get on the boat, and was pushed on by his grandfather. He was okay with Xiaodaidi and other women, but he was not that familiar with the men on the boat like Alka. "It's okay. This is not a difficult task for me. Don't worry." Simon took the shovel from her hand, and then remodeled it to lengthen the handle. This way, Mathlisa can use 4 arms to hold it with more strength, and it won't look awkward. Mathlisa took the modified shovel, and swung it twice. It was indeed much easier to use than what she had just used. The comfort level was immediately improved by several levels. She nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you, this is a great modification." At this time, the largest marked area had been dug into a huge deep pit by Poro. The huge shovel, coupled with Poro's powerful strength, was even more efficient than an excavator. Every time a shovel was used, a large mass of soil was dug out. That area was specially allocated to him by Xiaodaidi, which perfectly demonstrated Poro's efficiency. At this time, Xiaodaidi was walking around in the area where everyone was digging, with silver ripples constantly passing under his feet, monitoring the surrounding situation at any time. "Jason, you dug too far. Adjust it back." "Juanlu, slow down. The speed is too fast, and it affects the structure below." Xiaodaidi adjusted everyone's digging method from time to time according to the situation, just like a supervisor. However, this also made everyone's excavation efficiency higher and higher. The excavation of the entire excavation site was carried out in an orderly manner. A large ball of soil was dug out by Poro's huge shovel. With an excessive force, the soil was thrown into the air. Sliding through the arc, it fell accurately. "Puff! Who is it?" Jason's angry roar came from the hole he dug. It was so accurate that it was hard not to wonder if it was intentional. Hear Jason's voice. Alka looked up, standing on tiptoe, sticking his head out of the hole, looking out. What happened? Hearing the sound, several people around him also curiously poked their heads out. Just then, they saw another large ball of dirt thrown into the sky. It passed over everyone's heads, causing a lot of dirt to fall down. Quickly raised the shovel to block it. The largest ball, once again fell into Jason's hole. "Damn it! Who is it?" Jason, covered in dirt, angrily crawled out of his hole. The angry voice startled Poro. He turned around blankly and looked in Jason's direction. Alka and others also looked quite blank. Jason just looked at the blank eyes of the few people, as if it was not them who did it. "Okay, you are all blank. Right? Then don't blame me for hurting innocent people," Jason said as he shoveled into the ground fiercely, and a large ball of soil was thrown out directly around him. "What are you doing? What does this have to do with me? The war has started. Right?" The few people who were hit by the soil immediately started to fight back. The scene immediately became chaotic. The movement here attracted Xiaodaidi, who was squatting on the ground to further explore. She stood up and turned around to see what happened. "Be careful. Xiao, who knew that she had just turned around and saw a large ball of mud flying towards her. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground on the spot. Looking at the mud all over her body, Xiao's face suddenly became calm. She stood up and silently patted the mud off her body. "Sister Julia," she shouted calmly. Julia, who had just crawled out of the hole she dug, nodded. She patted the dirt on her long, smooth blue hair and was hit by the dirt. A halo floated behind her, and several ribbons flew out. On Xiao's forehead, golden lines flowed out, and a headband was worn on her head. "They seem very angry. Shouldn't we stop them?" Matlisa touched Lucilia next to her with the tip of her snake tail and asked cautiously. Lucilia was now all smiles, and her eyes could even see light. Seeing Alka and the others who were still unaware of the situation, and still attacking each other with mud, her smile grew wider. "It's okay. There's something interesting to watch." Alka, who was standing opposite and could just see Xiao and the others, seemed to have discovered something wrong. He silently dumped the mud on his shovel and gently shrunk his body into the hole he had dug. Even if mud was sprinkled on him again, he didn't seem to feel it. The ribbon flew out and tied around him. It was obvious that someone didn't want to let him go. Seeing that this method didn't work, Alka immediately argued loudly, "It has nothing to do with me." It was useless. The ribbon lifted him up in the air, and Jason and his men were also lifted up in the air. Even the huge Poro. The sun suddenly condensed into beams from the sky and hit them. Hiss. Ah! Hot! 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 Burning! Burning! Various screams of pain came out of their mouths. When they found the source of the attack, they saw Xiao, who looked unhappy, and Julia, who smiled slightly. There were also mud all over their bodies. Although they were covered in mud, their beauty was still not affected. But how should I put it? It was quite embarrassing. Especially the mud and sand in their hair. It was not easy for them to clean it up. "Are you playing some kind of game?" Baisher's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Hearing this voice, the ribbons on the men's bodies loosened immediately, and they fell to the ground. The sunbeam shining on them also disappeared, and Xiao and Julia immediately returned to their original state. Fortunately, there were piles of dirt on their side, which blocked their sight. Everyone turned their heads to look at the place where the sound came from. Baisher was leading a team of hunters, and it seemed that they were patrolling. The ruins they were digging were not far from the outermost sentry tower of the town, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. It seemed that this was also their patrol route. Baisher came over and looked at the holes they dug everywhere. He immediately understood what they were doing. After all, he had been with them for several days, and knew something about Alka and the others. "You don't want to dig out the entire ruins to take a look?" After cleaning the dirt off himself, Alka smiled and nodded. "Of course. It would be a pity if we don't learn about such a large ruins." "Aren't you a treasure hunting group?" Baisher said, and suddenly realized. "Oh, I understand. But don't hold your hopes too high. The reason why many ruins here have special effects is that the spells that were once engraved on the collapsed ruins are still preserved, so they can produce effects. So unless you move all the ruins away, it will be useless. Most of the ruins have no treasures. Obviously, Alka's behavior is not unusual for this island. Strangers who come to the island are not the only ones who have done this. Even the residents of this island have tried it before. After all, the entire island is almost covered with ruins. It can even be said that the entire island is formed by the ruins of that city-state." Hearing this, Alka was not discouraged, and said with a smile, "It's okay. Although we are a treasure hunting group, we are not very keen on treasure. And this is a large ruin. Deciphering the existence and stories of the past, isn't it more attractive? Don't you want to know the civilization of this island in the past? Maybe these are your ancestors. We have some experience in these archaeological excavations." Alka did not lie. For him, the blue treasures here are not as important as the information recorded in the ruins. What he needs is the information brought by these ruins, so that he can unlock more information about the treasures of the orange and golden lights. The blue light spots are just incidental. After all, this island is almost entirely ruins, where there are blue light spots. More important and comprehensive information may be found. After hearing this, Baisher thought about it and nodded, as if it was true. "Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. But remember that sentence? Don't speak our language around the ruins. After walking around this island, you have seen the consequences. This is the most important issue. Then he added, also, you must return to the town after dark. I don't want to hear the death of a friend I just met. Listening to Baishir's slightly concerned words, Alka smiled and nodded, and then waved to him. Okay. Don't worry. Baishir turned around and returned to his team. After a while, Baishir's voice came from a distance again. Be careful. Some monsters just like to wander around, and the noise here might alarm them. Then, he saw Baishir and his team go into the woods not far away. When he turned around, he found that the place where they had just spread the soil had been cleaned up, and Polo Rogerson and others were digging in the pit silently. It seemed that what happened just now was all a fantasy. When Alka tilted his head slightly and looked at where Xia Dedi and the others were, he realized that what had just happened was obviously not an illusion. At this time, Xia Dedi was looking at him expressionlessly. Not far away, Julia was sitting next to the pit, and Lucilia and Matt Lisa were cleaning the sand and stones on her head. 012 was walking towards Xia Dedi, preparing to clean the mud and sand on her head. Looking at Xia Dedi staring at him, Alka smiled awkwardly and laughed. However, he did not enter the pit and continue digging as Jason and the others did. Instead, he walked towards Xia Dedi. Watching Alka's heroic behavior, the people who were digging the hole dug silently, but they all tilted their heads slightly and looked at him with their peripheral vision. Alka came over, picked up the puppets that had climbed onto Xia Dedi's shoulders, and put them down. You guys go ahead, I'll take care of this. He then looked at Xia Dedi, and a comb appeared in his hand. Xia Dedi looked at Alka expressionlessly. As for his heart, it was surging like the sea. Alka went around behind Xia Dedi, lifted her short silver hair with his hands, picked up a comb, and gently cleaned it. Don't be angry. I'll help you clean it up. The people digging in the pit looked at the scene with different expressions. Oh, Simon suddenly realized. So that's it. I felt something was wrong before. Strong. Jason showed admiration. Although he knew it, but he still admired it. Yeah. Juanlu nodded. I learned it. TSK Poro was full of disdain. I can't understand. Women will only affect the speed of attack. Facing the different expressions of the four people, Alka pretended not to see them, silently feeling the soft silver thread on his hand, and looking at Xia Dedi, who was pretending to be calm, his slightly red ears and his white and tender neck that was sweating. The female members behind him also watched this scene. Mad Lisa looked curious. Although she was cleaning the mud and sand on Julia's head, she looked up from time to time. Puppet 2 was about to go up to disturb, but was held by 0 and 1 with both hands, dragged to the pit and kept struggling. Even his mouth was covered. Julia looked at this scene and shook her left shoulder. Lucilia, who was standing on her left shoulder and cleaning the sand on her head, felt the movement and lowered her head. Did your hair get pulled out? No. She raised her hand silently and supported her forehead, as everyone focused their attention on the excavation of the ruins. The progress of the excavation began to speed up again. With their strong physiques and such easy-to-use tools, it didn't take long before a part of the ruins below began to be exposed. The surrounding area was also filled with excavated soil. The pits were getting bigger and bigger. The places where people dug began to connect, and a large area was exposed. The shovels in the hands of the people had long been replaced with various more sophisticated tools, as if they were excavating relics and were afraid of damaging them. Lucilia had also begun to study and interpret the exposed parts of the relics. The three puppet girls behind her were holding their own tools to carry out more detailed cleaning to facilitate her observation. 3 monsters are approaching. They are not strong. Who will go and clean them up? Xia Dai, who was emitting silver ripples, suddenly said. Poro, who was standing on the earth pit with nothing to do, immediately ran in the direction pointed by Xia Dai after hearing this. The delicate work now was obviously not something he could do. He could only do the rough work at the beginning, when he came back with the 3 prey that had turned into corpses. The crowd had already dug out most of the surface of the ruins. Now they just had to wait for Lucilia to make a complete interpretation. However, as the ruins were exposed, Xia Dai's silver ripples also discovered more things. She stood on the ruins, crouched, and felt the ruins below more carefully. The silver ripples could reach deeper underground. Although these ruins were very old, the materials used and the spells engraved on them, plus the high concentration of magic here, always affected her exploration. As she explored, she began to look confused. Alka, who was standing next to him, asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with your expression?" Xiao Daidi raised his head and nodded. Chapter 235 The First Harvest. The ruins of this temple are still 20 meters deep. Xiao Daidi's voice was full of confusion. She had completely scanned this piece of ruins. It should be a temple building with a large area. And this building basically collapsed completely, but the way it collapsed was a bit strange. It was like someone broke it in the middle, broke it into 3 sections, and fell into a pile. That is to say, this pile of ruins is 20 meters high, plus the spire at the top, which is well preserved and remains upright. The height of the entire ruins may be about 3,540 meters. Excluding the well-preserved spire, more than 20 meters high is already high enough, and this is the height of the ruins. If it is a real building, the height of this temple is at least more than 100 meters. According to this height, the only building they built that can match this height is the statue of the Virgin Mary in the center of the cathedral. That statue is much taller than this. But one is a statue, and the other is a temple building. The two are obviously different. Not to mention the ruins, it's still unknown how many years old. 20 meters high? Arka thought for a moment and asked, "The ruins after the collapse?" "Yes. If you calculate it this way, then the height of this building is really outrageous. And judging from the information of the treasure, this building is definitely not the tallest in the entire city-state. Because the ruins of this temple, it is obviously just a research institute for research, and it is one of the many temple ruins used for research. The height of the building can also reflect the level of development of this civilization, especially in this world full of islands." Wait. Alka suddenly thought of something, and found himself in a dead end. Who said that this ruin must be a civilization after the War of Gods? After thinking this through, many things suddenly became clear. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Let's see what Lucilia can analyze. Scan more? Maybe we need to dig a little deeper later. Xiao Daidi nodded and concentrated on his work. Although there are many exposed ruins, there are obviously not many clear and useful ones. After Lucilia carefully looked at them all, she said, "The Sapphire Temple, the former name of this ruin. But there are a number 3 and 2 marked behind it. I don't know what it means. There is also a person's name, called Vita, who is called the Grand Master. There is not much to gain. Dig a little more. Let me see if there is more information." After hearing Lucilia's words, Xiao Daidi had already begun to mark more marks and outlines for digging down. This time, we must be more careful to avoid causing more damage to this ancient relic. The speed of excavation is still fast. Everyone has some experience, and no damage is caused. Although the building collapsed, it did not completely turn into fragments piled together, because it collapsed and piled up in 3 sections. The main body of each of the 3 sections is still well preserved. After completely excavating the top section, they entered from a broken hole. But obviously, even if it was not crushed by the collapsed ruins, it was still empty. Countless things had already disappeared with the passage of time. Only some patterns and words on the surrounding walls still recorded information, although it was still blurry, but much better than outside. Alka and the others did not enter, and the smaller doll girl entered to avoid more damage. This place seemed to be used for some kind of research. The research was about gathering magic power or something. The person named Vita seemed to be the person in charge of this project. This time, Lucilia obviously gained more information. After hearing this information, Alka felt that they knew enough information, and took out the map to check it. Treasure information, Vastwa 3 to 6 projects. Research is carried out with the Sapphire Temple of Grand Master Vita as the Research Institute. The research topic is how to gather magic power stably and efficiently, and filter the magic power into high magic factors that are more suitable for absorption. Use the secret language to enter the overlapping space of the temple, and the completed first version of the product is stored in it. Sure enough, with the information obtained by Lucilia twice, the information of the treasure was basically completed. We know what the treasure is, and we also know where the treasure comes from and where it is stored. Then the most important thing is how to obtain the treasure, which is also the most difficult item to complete in the expansion information. But in some cases, it is also the least important item, because the map mark can skip this process. Among the treasures that Alka and his team have obtained, more than half of them do not know the complete acquisition process, because most of the treasures are easy to obtain after knowing the hiding place. As for the specific information of the treasure, it is not important in some cases, unless the treasure itself is hidden by someone. In this case, even if you know the exact location, it is difficult to enter and obtain it. For example, the most classic 12 treasure houses. But in fact, under normal circumstances, most of the treasures are relics left by the original owner due to accidents. Superimposed space. Muttering softly, Alka couldn't help but think of the temple ruins that were inexplicably activated when they came to this island. At that time, they were also suddenly teleported to other places. And they also read the secret words. However, the hole should be underground, not the so-called superimposed space. Now the treasure is clearly stated. And if you want to obtain it, you must say the secret words. It is obviously the key to activate the ruins. Then the question is, what will the secret words be? Can it be just like the previous temple? Looking at Xia Daidi and others who are still preparing to continue digging, Alka immediately said, "Wait." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Alka looked at Lucilia, thought for a moment, and said, "Lucilii, translate my words into the language of this island later." Hearing this, everyone understood what Alka wanted to do. "You want to activate this ruin? Is it okay?" Zadaidi asked beside him. Alka nodded, "Don't worry." Hearing Alka say this, they didn't say anything. Lucilii patted the dirt on her body, jumped onto Alka's shoulder. "Speak. Vastawa." As Alka's voice fell, Lucilii quickly translated it. But it obviously didn't work. Fourth God. It didn't work. Vita. It didn't work. Sapphire Temple. It still didn't work. The two of them translated one sentence after another, saying all kinds of words, and even began to combine them. But Alkadu began to feel dry in the mouth, and the ruins were still motionless. Frowning, looking at the ruins in front of him, he began to think. Why don't we continue digging? Xia Daidi comforted him from the side. But Alka was worried that even if he dug deeper and got more information, he might not know what the secret code was. Obviously, the information obtained from the ruins alone was not enough to complete the information of the treasure, especially the last wave of sections. Only when he had a deep enough understanding of the treasure could he make such an expansion. If it was just a study of the ruins, Alka was not optimistic. After thinking about it, Alka spoke again. The place of the great Mentor Vita. Lucilia still translated the word. It works. Julia, who had been waiting nearby, said immediately. The magic power around was increasing. This time, there were no ripples spreading out. But Alka and the others standing on the ruins disappeared in an instant. A trance and a sense of weightlessness made everyone fall to the ground. The surrounding environment also changed with the instant darkness. A faint light attached to the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire space, allowing everyone to clearly see the surrounding environment. Alka turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. This is a rectangular space, which looks quite large. There are very regular patterns carved on the wall, and the light is also emitted from the patterns. On both sides of the wall, there are various instruments and tables, and some unknown utensils on the tables. There are also various papers pasted on the wall, and the surroundings seem a bit messy, but they are well preserved. And Alka saw at a glance the front of the entire space. On the table against the wall, there is an object with a blue outline among the messy objects. That thing was just casually placed on the table, and it looked no different from the surrounding utensils. Pororo stretched out his hand and touched the paper on the wall. As he touched it, the paper immediately turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Pororo's hand froze in the air. It's been too long here. Even if there is no dust, the passage of time is still causing changes, Julia said as she looked at the surrounding environment. As they entered, the air that also entered, and the faint movement of their breathing, were already dispelling some of the paper products on the table and wall. Don't move. Let me record it. As much as I can, Lucilia said, and began to hide in the shadows. She hoped that this would not affect the surrounding environment. Everyone also stood in place, almost holding their breath. Lucilia just gently emerged from the shadows, and saw the papers on the wall that were not completely damaged and began to record. There were quite a few on the table, but the only pity was that most of the papers on the table were stacked. In this case, I didn't dare to touch them at all, and I could only look at those on the surface. These papers began to slowly dissipate, and the airflow of collapse had already occurred. Lucilia could only try her best to remember them in her mind, until the papers around her that had been used to record information completely turned into ashes, and could no longer be seen. I don't know how long it has been here to produce such an effect. All this air has flowed in, with us just entering this space, Julia said beside her. She was feeling the space that had been cut out. Everyone started to move around in this space. Alka looked at the unknown instrument on the table next to him. He touched the instrument with his hand, and it immediately broke into pieces and fell on the table. The table also began to break and collapse with the movement. Seeing this, everyone froze in place. Alka waved his hand. It's okay. These instruments are broken. They are already so fragile. They are useless even if they are left like this. They broke into pieces with a slight touch. So what can we gain from looking at their appearance? They are not paper used to record any information. After hearing Alka's words, everyone began to maintain their curiosity and observe the surroundings. As they touched various objects, they began to be damaged. All the objects here almost became extremely fragile with the passage of time. Alka walked directly to the innermost part, looking at the object with a blue outline. He was afraid that his touch would turn the blue object into pieces. After all, these things around him had already disappeared with the passage of time. If the blue object is the same, it would be a bit embarrassing. After all, they worked hard to get it. He walked over and stretched out a finger to touch it gently. The object shook twice as he touched it, but he could feel its hardness. This object was not like the surrounding objects, becoming fragile with the passage of time. Alka immediately picked it up. It was an object like a diamond crystal, and the edge of the crystal was edged with bronze metal. In addition, the whole object was extremely plain. Even the inside of the crystal object did not sparkle, and it even looked a little dark. Your thing is not broken? What is it? Jason, who had touched almost all the objects he touched, looked at the diamond crystal in Alka's hand and asked curiously. All the objects around, including the table, broke at the touch. But the thing in Alka's hand did not have any problems. This is the goal of our trip. A magic item. Hearing this, everyone gathered around and looked at the crystal in Alka's hand curiously. As they passed by, the table objects all turned into fragments, and dust formed by some of the fragments began to fill the space. These things were corroded by magic. How long would it take for this to happen? Simon seemed to have discovered the reason why these objects were so fragile, and couldn't help but sigh. It was totally unimaginable that an object would be corroded by magic. It would take a long time that was too long to imagine. He shook his head, looked at the expressions of the crowd, and followed them to check the only object in Alka's hand. After such a long time, this object is still well preserved. It must be a very sophisticated magic item, which may even be able to absorb the surrounding magic power autonomously. Otherwise, it would not be possible to store it for such a long time without being damaged. Ordinary items and magic items placed in a magical environment will certainly show different situations as time passes. This completely aroused his curiosity. So what is this? Lucilia asked beside him. Hearing this, Alka looked at her strangely and shook his head. Shouldn't I ask you? After all, the information recorded on the drawings just now was only seen by Lucilia, and only she could understand it. The specific content of this thing should be recorded in those materials. Oh, that's right. Lucilia heard this and patted her head in a daze. She just forced the words on the paper to be imprinted in her mind. She began to recall the words she had just seen and interpreted them. Looking at Lucilia's expression, Sia Didi smiled, and could not help complaining. Your memory and recollection seem to be mismatched. Hee hee. This is my most proud skill. I can remember it with just one look, Lucilia said with a smile, and then replied, this object should be the finished product in these materials. According to the materials, it seems to be the first item successfully made, called the Magic Gathering Stone, also known as the Magic Gathering Device. According to the records above, it seems to be related to the gathering of magic power. What specific functions it has is not mentioned in the materials I have seen. After all, she just saw a small part, and the other stacked materials had already been blown away by the wind. Alka looked at the crystal in his hand, thought for a moment and asked, should I give it a try? I suggest that we use it after we get out. There is not much magic power in this space. If we absorb it, it is very likely to cause instability in the entire space, Julia suggested. Hearing this, everyone nodded immediately. It is better to listen to Julia in this matter. Lucilia. Hearing Alka's call, Lucilia nodded, and was about to open her mouth to read it in reverse. She suddenly saw something in front of her and jumped over. Wait a minute. There is something like a book there. It has not disappeared. He asked her to hold it, and hold it in her arms. Then he recited the spell they had just entered in reverse. After reciting the unknown language in reverse, everyone immediately disappeared from the spot. Some magic power was consumed. Some magic power was taken out. And the magic power in the space was reduced by a large amount. Only the space with little magic power left was left. And the dust inside, and the debris on the ground were all over it. The same trance, plus the feeling of weightlessness. As the eyes went dark, they returned to the top of the ruins again. It was exactly the same place as they entered. But it was obvious that the air and the flow of magic outside were much better than that in that space. Crack! Hearing this sound, Julia immediately yelled, "Quickly retreat. The space we just came out of is broken." Hearing this, the people who had just come out immediately rolled back on the spot without any doubt. And the cracking sound rang out. And something like a crack appeared in the air. Everyone immediately moved away. Chapter 236 Space Crack. The sudden space crack began to absorb the surrounding objects. The first thing to be absorbed was the soil and rocks piled up around. Like water pouring down, it entered the space crack. Alka and others had already left after Julia's reminder and came to the top of the pit. Here, the suction force generated by the space could no longer be felt, and it was temporarily safe. Why did the space crack appear here? Xiaodai asked with a frown. In order to map. They had seen space cracks in the 3 days before, which were exactly the same as this thing. Julia, who found something wrong, could obviously answer this question. This space crack was caused by the fact that the space we just stayed in was broken. The rules were chaotic, and the collision caused problems. Julia frowned slightly, but said helplessly, if the rules of the surrounding space were perfect, there would be no such problem. But it's too chaotic. This crack will not become a permanent crack. Then we will add another dangerous area to this place. Simon thought about it, and said with a little embarrassment. This made everyone silent. After all, they would leave the island later, and it would have nothing to do with them if this place became a dangerous area. But it was hard for the residents of this island. Julia stared at the front with her blue eyes, staring at the space crack on the ruins. She watched the surrounding soil being sucked in, until all the soil was sucked in, and the mud around the crack and the ruins were sucked in together. Although the material of the ruins was hard and could be preserved for such a long time, it was useless in the face of the destructive nature of the space crack. The ruins that they had just excavated had already begun to be destroyed, and the pits were getting deeper and deeper. Looking at the space crack that was still absorbing the surrounding matter, Julia suddenly said, "Don't worry too much. This space crack should not last long. It has begun to be unstable now. Everything that affects the environment, everything that makes the surrounding rules chaotic, can be accurately sensed by Julia." Not long after she finished speaking, purple lightning appeared where the space crack was, and there was a crackling sound. The crack, which was originally long and like a crack, began to sway left and right, and then was pulled and twisted like rubber. Crack! A violent shattering sound was heard. As the sound disappeared, the crack in the space also disappeared, turning into a faint purple light spot and disappearing. Seeing the space crack completely disappear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's not permanent, so it can be accepted. It's safe now. Julia closed her eyes and said after feeling the surrounding environment for a while, looking at the damage caused by the space crack. In addition to helping them suck in the surrounding soil, the ruins that they had dug out below were also completely destroyed. From the location where the space crack appeared all the way up, the ruins extending out to the ground all disappeared, and the bottom of the pit was sucked in with the soil and gravel, and a deeper tunnel appeared. The ruins buried deeper below were exposed. Alka looked at the deep pit below, and the soil that slid down after the space crack disappeared. He was sure that he had not seen it wrong just now. There were several objects with white borders below. They were obviously ordinary treasures with white value. There was no shortage of these ordinary treasures on the map. They were almost densely packed all over it. All the blue points were surrounded by white dots overlapping with them. When Alka knew that the entire ruins were buried deep underground, he stopped paying attention to those white dots, because he knew how deep they were buried underground. It was obviously not worthwhile to spend so much effort and time for some white dots, whose value was unknown. But now that a pit has appeared, it would be a waste if we don't take it. Thinking of this, Arka jumped down from the top of the pit. The rest of the people followed suit. Many ruins have been destroyed, but the deeper ruins have also been revealed, Lucilia said as she inspected the ruins. Then she looked at the more ruins that were revealed and checked them. Is there anything? Zadide stood next to Arka and asked as he squatted at the bottom of the pit and gently dug. Alka nodded. I just saw something down there. I don't know what it is. Let's dig it out and see. Seeing Alka's actions, the others also came up to help dig. The strong suction generated by the space exercise just now made the surrounding soil very loose, making it easy to dig. As the digging progressed, clumps of things wrapped in soil were thrown out. Although these things did not look much different from mud, in Alka's eyes, they were all wrapped in white frames. Everyone knew what Alka wanted, and threw everything they dug into a pile. Alka looked at the pile of mud. Although more than half of them had no white edges, some of them were obviously white items. Okay, that's enough. There are no valuables left, Alka said after looking at the map in his hand. The white spots in the place where they were now disappeared. It seemed that only 3 or 4 white spots that were almost overlapping disappeared. But in fact they were more valuable. When items are piled together, the white edge will only show the most valuable one. Jason and Simon were already squatting next to the pile of mud and looking at the things on it. What are these? They are completely wrapped in mud. Jason washed it with clean water for a long time, and all he cleaned out was mud. Simon, who was next to him, took the mud in his hand and looked at it. It has been buried underground for too long. It should be gold. Then he picked up a smaller mud next to him, which was about the size of a palm, looked at it and said, this should be something like a gem. Listening to Simon's words, Jason looked at the pile of mud, and then looked at the one in his hand. Silently said, so how did you figure it out? Simon did not speak, but raised his right hand in front of everyone, revealing his metal arm, and the conspicuous treasure index finger. The magic power surged in his palm, and the mud on the mud blocks began to shake, and was quickly peeled off. All kinds of golden objects were controlled from the mud, flew out, and piled up on the side. As a mechanic, Simon could accurately control some metals. Naturally, gold was no problem. Some gold products were piled together. Simon repeated his old trick, and the items in various gems were also peeled off and piled together. Looking at the remaining mud, he waved his hand. What was exposed were various metal objects that had long been decayed and broken, which obviously could no longer be called treasures. Wait a minute, let me take a look first. Lucilia, who was checking the ruins not far away, jumped over quickly. Looking at the pile of gold products, she began to study them carefully. Most of these gold products have a peculiar appearance, especially the dense patterns and unknown symbols engraved on them. The same is true for those gemstone crystal products, which are even engraved with arrays similar to spells. These are obviously not just decorations. The most important thing is that the patterns and words on these valuables are well preserved, which are countless times better than those on the ruins. Everyone also picked up these valuables curiously and examined them. At this moment, Simon suddenly stood up, and then a flickering structure ball appeared in his hand. He looked at the ball in his hand, and then looked up at the sky, reminding everyone, 16 hours of day have passed, and night will come soon. Since he came to the infinite sea, he has accurately calculated every day and night. The shortest night is 18 hours. So when he came out, he set a simple alarm clock for himself that would ring every 16 hours. Hearing this, Alka said, put these things into the pocket ring. Let's go back and see. This is not a good place. Today's action has yielded a lot of results. Everyone stuffed these things into the pocket ring. Well, are we going to leave this pit here? Mathlisa asked softly. Hearing this, Alka scratched his forehead in annoyance. If it was before, it would be fine. After all, the soil they dug was piled on top of the pit, and they just needed to push it in to bury it. But the space crack just now not only made the pit deeper, but also absorbed the soil they had piled up next to it. Someone is coming, Sia Deity suddenly said. Then he closed his eyes, and after sensing for a while, he added, it's Baishur's patrol team. Before she finished speaking, Baishur and others had already appeared in the dense forest in the distance. Looking at Alka and others who had climbed up the pit, he waved his hand. When Quadia came over, he was attracted by the pit at first sight, walked over and looked down. Wow! Is this the result of your day's work? But I remember there was a ruin exposed there? Did I remember it wrong? Baishur said in amazement, and then pointed to the area around the pit. He remembered that when he came here before, shouldn't there be ruins exposed inside? Why is there only a hole now? Yes, you remembered it wrong, Jason said with certainty beside him. Really? Yeah. While the two were talking, The others were already shoveling the surrounding soil with shovels to cover the pit. They were going to dig the surrounding soil to fill it. Seeing this scene, Baishar asked in confusion, "Are you going to bury it now? After working hard for a day, won't you continue digging tomorrow? After digging for a whole day, it would be a pity to bury such a big hole." And he saw the exposed ruins below. Aren't these the purpose of Alka and others? We have seen the ruins. There is nothing useful, and it is natural to fill it up if it is useless, so as not to affect you, Alka said with a smile. Hearing this, Baishar came over with slightly widened eyes, and patted Alka's shoulder solemnly. Honestly, my friend, it would be great if all the outsiders who came to the island were like you. His tone was full of sighs. He shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, it was obvious that they had dealt with the traces left by these outsiders more than once. After all, if people who came to this island knew something about the situation on the island, if they were curious, they would definitely want to see what was under these ruins. But if you want to fill it up, remember to do it quickly. Night is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several white birds flying across the sky and landing in the dense forest. Okay, there's not much time. He immediately tilted his head and said something to the hunters behind him. The hunters came over immediately and quickly filled the hole with Alka and the others. The hole was quickly filled up, and the surrounding area was obviously lower. After quickly burying it, Baishar looked at the small round hole that was half a meter lower. Something seems wrong? But he couldn't tell. A team member behind him was saying something, and he immediately recalled his thoughts. Hurry. 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 Let's go back. Time is running out. Baishar followed everyone and took his team members to run quickly towards the town. It didn't take long for them to see the first watchtower. The sky was still bright. After seeing the watchtower, everyone's pace slowed down immediately. Coming here means that you have entered the town, and you don't have to be afraid of some uncertain dangers at night. It was not until they arrived at the entrance of the town that it was getting dark. At this time, Baishar suddenly thought of something and punched his left palm with his right fist. I see. What do you mean? Alka looked at him puzzledly. When I was filling the hole just now, I was wondering. And now I remember where the soil you dug out went? Looking at Baishar's wise eyes, Alka was even more puzzled. They saw that Baishar didn't ask this question before, and thought he had met this many times. Didn't you notice it at all? Alka simply recounted what they had encountered. You mean you encountered a crack that suddenly opened during the day? Then you are really unlucky. This situation is not uncommon, but it is rare to see it. After a few simple words, they parted ways. Alka and others had just entered the town, and were about to walk towards the house they rented. They saw a group of people on the road, walking towards them face to face. These people are just like them, incompatible with the surrounding evidence. Normal human appearance and skin color, and the surrounding evidence, and completely different clothing styles. Alka has seen a lot of people in this team. Of course, Alka has only seen them unilaterally. In the dream, the team of merchant ships coming to the island, Alka looked at the leader. Wearing a relatively close-fitting leather armor, with a sailor's long sword on his waist, he is an ordinary middle-aged man, and looks quite imposing. They also saw Alka and the others. He ignored Alka and the others who were leading the group, and looked at the tall Poro, the four-armed Mad Lisa with a human body and a snake tail, and the doll girl standing on the shoulders of the crowd. These obviously non-human races made him more concerned. Then he nodded politely to them. There was no much communication, and they passed by, until they turned the corner and could no longer see Alka and the others. A person standing behind the captain stepped forward a few steps. Captain. Well, find a chance to get to know them, remember to be kind, and go to the ship to get some gifts. Ah? This obviously made the person behind him a little confused. Although he was not as strong as his captain, he was not weak either. He could clearly feel that Alka and his team were not very strong in general. At least none of them could compare to him and his captain. So he was a little confused about his captain's words. They are from the Four Gods Sea, and they have definitely just arrived here not long ago. It's not a bad thing for us to make friends with them. After saying that, he muttered to himself, damn it. How did this team come together? It's really incomprehensible. The captain's words shocked the first mate behind him. He didn't see that Alka and the others were from the Four Gods Sea. Then he frowned, and couldn't help asking, then why don't we? Hearing this, the captain walking in front suddenly stopped where he was, and the team members behind the two of them immediately stopped. The captain turned his head and stared at him, and then leaned his head slightly. He said in his ear, if you want to die, don't take us with you, I won't take my crew to die." Without waiting for his answer, he continued to move forward with the people behind him. Hearing this, the first mate's expression changed. And then he immediately followed. "Don't, Captain. It's just a joke." Although he didn't know what his captain had seen. Since the captain said so, he would definitely give up this idea immediately. He knew that he was not as good as the captain in terms of vision and strength. Otherwise, he would not be the captain. Chapter 237 Promoted Together. The people who had returned to the rental hut sat around the campfire to rest. Although there was no battle today, and no magic power was spent, it consumed their physical strength greatly. And it also made their clothes very dirty, and it felt like there was mud everywhere in their shoes. After all, they had worked hard for more than 10 hours. Lucilia was studying the valuables brought back. Alka looked at the magic gathering stone in his hand, and he did not rashly input magic power to activate it. Instead, he just looked at it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Let's go back to the ship tonight." Hearing Alka's sudden words, the companions sitting around him shifted their attention. Alka raised the magic gathering stone in his hand and said, "Whether it's the name or the effect, it seems that this thing will make a lot of noise. It's too conspicuous to use it in this place." Hearing this, everyone thought about it for a while and nodded. Indeed, after all, this is someone else's territory. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Alka stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's rest on the boat today. Change clothes and clean up." As he said that, he stood up and shook off some dirt, which fell off his body. He didn't know where it came from. Then he walked out. He followed the gravel road and came to the port. As soon as he arrived, he saw the huge ship outside the port. "What a big ship," Mathlisa said in surprise. It was the first time she had seen such a large ship. Even though she lived at the gate to the boundless sea, she had never seen such a large ship. Several people who had not come to the port to see merchant ships in the past few days were also a little surprised. Simon looked at the ship, his eyes full of curiosity. Seeing his eyes, Juanlu beside him quickly pulled him. "That's someone else's ship." "I know, I'll just take a look." "You better just take a look." Jason glanced at him from the side and said silently, "After all, they have been with Simon for a while. Simon is usually polite and honest, but when he encounters something that interests him, or when he is obsessed with research, it is different. At this time, there are also some goods piled up around the port, but it is not known whether they are shipped to the ship or shipped from the ship." A few people looked at it, and did not slow down, and boarded the dawn sound after a long absence. As they boarded the ship, soft and melodious singing sounded. Alka smiled, and patted the main mast. "Drive the boat out of the island, and we'll come back tomorrow morning." The merchant ship parked outside, and some people just seen at the port. They might have noticed the movement. It's better to have less trouble than more. As Alka said, the voice of dawn slowly left the port, and then stopped at the side not far from the port. After seeing that the distance was about right, Alka on the deck raised the magic gathering stone in his hand. The biggest gain today. It comes from the ancient times, before the world was broken. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Under the curious eyes of the crowd, the magic power was input into it. With the input of magic power, the surface of the stone appeared dense, complex and very regular patterns. Alka seemed to have sensed it, and gently let go of his hand. The magic gathering stone floated in front of everyone, standing steadily in the air. Strange information flooded into Alka's brain. Which was the way to use this thing? Is this how the instructions are placed? It's really interesting. The method of use is very simple. Alka simply read it once and memorized it. He stretched out a finger and touched the magic stone. When the finger left the surface of the magic stone, a blue energy line was drawn. He threw the line out and controlled it. A circle was drawn on the surrounding deck. The circle wrapped everyone in it. As the lines connected end to end, the magic stone was immediately activated. Incomprehensible spell patterns appeared on the circle on the ground, which were densely arranged, forming a circular magic circle. The surrounding magic power began to pour into the magic circle in large quantities. The concentration of magic power around them increased at an exaggerated speed, and they even felt an inexplicable resistance in the air, as if the air had become thicker. Breathing became less smooth, and a large amount of magic power poured in, squeezing out the air. When everyone felt that the air was scarce, and they could no longer breathe, the magic stone suspended in the center began to rotate. These thick magic powers began to rotate and gather around the magic stone. Just like that, in front of everyone, the magic stone rotated, and more magic power gathered together. The magic power gathered together was so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. It turned into an object like a water ball, and it was liquefied directly. Then the liquid magic power, like a water ball, began to splash out. A strange scene appeared in the space where everyone was. The magic power in the sky gathered into the liquid magic ball, and the liquid magic ball splashed out as magic power and filled it below, like an hourglass. The place where the liquid magic power is located is like a leak, absorbing a large amount of magic power in the sky, changing its form, and increasing its concentration and flowing it down. That is the deck where Alka and the others are. This magic power is actually entering my body through my breath, Xiao said with wide eyes. Alka said, "Don't talk about this. Take this opportunity to meditate quickly." As he said that, he sat down next to the flower bed and closed his eyes. And the meditation rune in his body appeared. Everyone immediately sat down. Pororo and Jason sat directly on the deck. But everyone was in the circle. As they began to meditate, transparent spirals appeared around each person. The magic power in the circular array quickly poured into their bodies. These magic powers were all liquid magic power formed by the magic gathering stone in the center, and entered their bodies very smoothly, without any resistance. Except for the 3 puppet girls. 012. Whose strength was enhanced by the treasure, the rest of them were meditating. 3 puppet girls stood outside the array, keeping vigil for everyone. But obviously, so many people were meditating at the same time, and the speed was so fast that the amount of magic entering their bodies was also exaggerated, resulting in a lack of magic in the entire space. The speed at which the liquid magic ball rotating in the center was emitting magic was not as fast as the speed at which several people were absorbing it. But at least, it was still within a certain balance. After half an hour, the magic gathering stone began to shake, and the circular array under their feet began to flicker. It seemed that the magic gathering stone had reached its limit. It suddenly extinguished and disappeared. Then the liquid magic power lost control, and quickly melted into the surrounding air. A large amount of magic power poured in, causing the concentration of magic power around to increase instantly, and the air was squeezed out instantly. The sudden influx of impact also caused everyone to be thrown to the ground. Fortunately, it was just a simple impact, and it did not cause any impact on them. After a while, the concentration of magic power around decreased, and the air began to fill in. Alka was breathing heavily. His head and body were already wet with sweat. Except for him. The rest of the people were the same. The sweat of the people formed a water stain on the deck under their feet. This is the first time. The first time I meditate. And it makes me so tired, Simon said while lying on the deck and panting. He never thought that he would meditate, and meditate to the point of exhaustion. It was much more tiring than digging a pit during the day. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic power around him began to fluctuate again. He sat up with all his strength and looked at the source of the turbulence. Xiao, Jason, and Lucilia advanced to the second stage at the same time. Fortunately, the concentration of magic power around them was very high, and the 3 people's advancement to the second stage did not have any impact. Looking at the advancement of the 3 people, Alka turned his head to look at Juanlu, who was panting. In response to Jason's gaze, Juanlu waved his hand in understanding, almost. Just a little bit more. Now he was the only one left on the ship. And he was still at the triple spiral. There was no other way, mainly because they had only been in the endless sea for a few days. After a while, the 3 of them were promoted. Promoting at the same time, this scene is quite spectacular, Julia said with a smile. She lifted Lucilia, who was exhausted on the deck, and put her on her shoulders, then helped Xiao to sit next to her. Jason, who was lying on the deck, looked at the people next to him. Pull me up. Hearing this, Alta glanced at him and said, Why? You think the deck of Dawn Sound is dirty, but I am a good girl who loves cleanliness. Hearing this, Jason looked at the rope dangling above his head, and silently closed his mouth. If you don't want to pull it, then don't pull it, said so righteously. Then he felt like he was flying up. Pororo directly grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Alka had already picked up the magic gathering stone that had fallen on the floor, and the magic gathering stone had returned to its unusually dim appearance. It was said to be a crystal stone, but it looked more like a stone. Will this thing break? Simon asked beside him. Alka shook his head. Don't worry, it hasn't broken yet. It's just overloaded. After all, it was his first time using it, and he had no experience. We just meditated together, and consumed too much magic power, causing its conversion to be overloaded. Moreover, the range I drew was too large, and many data had not been debugged in time. After all, this thing was just completed, and I didn't know if the person who made it had debugged it properly. But after all, it was a new thing, and it was not so easy to break. Xia Dai, who had recovered, looked at the magic gathering stone in Alka's hand and asked, "What happened to the magic power just now?" It felt like my own magic power. I just sucked it lightly, and it melted directly into me. The others were also very curious. The magic power produced by the magic gathering stones just now was obviously very different from the magic power in the surrounding air. It was like a very easy to absorb magic power that was tailor-made for people. Well, this magic gathering stone itself is used to create magic power that is easily absorbed by people. So in addition to gathering magic power, it also has the function of transforming external magic power into magic power that is easily absorbed by life. In simple terms, this is a meditation accelerator, or an all-round meditation accelerator. The speed of their meditation just now was basically full throttle, absorbing crazily, which also put a strong load on their bodies. This causes a large loss of physical strength, which is why you feel so tired. Fortunately, you can only reach the limit of meditation speed, but you cannot break through it. It still depends on your physical condition. No matter how you meditate, your speed cannot be increased to exceed your physical condition. This also ensures that you cannot damage your body because of meditation. However, maintaining the absorption limit all the time is still a very physically demanding thing. But it saves a lot of time and is extremely efficient. How could it be possible to absorb to the limit under normal circumstances? A large part of the magic power absorbed normally cannot be used by the human body. And this thing in his hand perfectly solves this problem. Alka did not absorb it mindlessly just now. He also checked the absorbed magic power at first. The absorption efficiency reached an astonishing 80%, even reaching about 85% in the middle stage. You know, if you are in the home sea, the magic power absorption efficiency of meditation may be only about 10%, sometimes less than that. When we reach the forward channel, the absorption efficiency increases to about 30% to 40%, and the efficiency increases as we move forward. This is because the concentration of magic power around us increases, so we can absorb more with the same absorption. When we reach the boundless sea, the absorption efficiency is basically stable at 50%. If we go to the island, it will increase a little, but it will not exceed 60%. This is basically the limit of meditation to absorb magic power. The magic gathering stone almost doubles the magic power meditation efficiency. And this is only doubling the absorption efficiency. The amount absorbed will be greater than before. After all, the concentration of magic power is higher, and because the absorption speed is faster, the amount will naturally be greater. In general, the speed of meditation to improve strength, compared to the case without the magic stone, has increased by about 2.53 times. It is much more than expected. This is a relatively accurate value obtained by Alka. And the meditation time is directly halved, only less than half an hour a day, but this half an hour will consume a lot of physical strength. Thinking of this, Alka wrote down the data. Then he said to everyone, "I will debug it tonight, and then make it into a single person thing. Then we will take turns to meditate every day, and the efficiency will be greatly improved." Everyone nodded to Alka's words. This is something that can improve everyone's strength. Although it is not obvious at the beginning, it is a long-term thing. As time goes by, their strength will improve much faster than people at the same stage. This can help them gain a foothold in the endless sea more quickly. After all, as people from the four seas, they have a big gap in strength compared to those who have always lived in the endless sea. For example, Baishur is only in his 20s. Without the help of treasures, his strength is estimated to be at least 78 spirals. Simon and Julia, the strongest in their team, are much older than Baishur. However, their strength is not as good as his. "I'll cook for you. I haven't been to the kitchen on the ship for several days. I'll make a big meal tonight," Wanlu said after a good rest. "Great. I want the roasted beef leg from last time. Then I want a roasted fish." Everyone ordered a dish they liked. Juanlu smiled and nodded, and wrote it down. The warehouse was already full of the prey they killed on the island, as well as some picked ingredients. There was no need to worry about insufficient or unfresh food. By the way, there is this thing. Lucilia seemed to have thought of something, and a booklet appeared in her arms. This was the booklet they had obtained in the inner space of the temple before. I don't know what material it was made of, But it didn't perish with the passage of time like the surrounding objects. Lucilia flipped through the book in her arms. How is it? What's written on it? Alka asked curiously. Hopefully, the information recorded on it can reveal more information about the Vaswa city-state. This is the research notebook of the man named Vita. It records some of his research ideas and some extremely messy records. Hearing this, Alka and Simon stood up at the same time and sat down next to Lucilia. Tell me quickly, what's written on it? Does it say how to make that thing? The two began to ask questions one after another. Don't worry. Don't worry. Lucilia waved her hands and shouted helplessly. Then she jumped onto Siaditi's shoulder and said to the two of them, Don't worry. Many of the words on it are a bit difficult to translate. I have to take a good look at it and see how to translate it to perfectly express the meaning above. There are also some that I don't seem to remember. Hearing this, the two people who were a little anxious also calmed down and nodded in their seats. Anyway, the booklet would not run away from their hands. After looking through it for a while, Lucilia said, Arka woke me up in my dream tonight. I have to look through the knowledge deep in my memory. No problem. After a while, everyone came to the bathhouse and cleaned the dirt on their bodies. After digging the pit for a day, they were covered with a lot of mud. After finishing, Arka began to adjust the magic gathering stone in his hand. This thing is not complicated, plus there is an instruction manual. It is still within the range of operation. At least Alka wouldn't feel that he might damage it if he messed with it casually. It wasn't until dinner was about to start that Alka finally finished debugging it. I have already adjusted this thing. It's best to open it once every 23 hours. Each time it will last for half an hour. At that time, it will automatically gather a circular magic gathering array below, which is just enough for one person to use. Then he added, including Poro. After that, a rope flew in and tied up the magic gathering stone and dragged it out. I'll put it in the observation room. When each of us is on guard, we can take half an hour to meditate, Alka said. And everyone nodded. This is indeed a good idea. Normally, there are people in the observation room at all times. And everyone's shift time is about 3 hours. Which is just right. In addition, there is in the observation room to help with the guard. So it is no problem to take half an hour. After saying this, Alka said, Tomorrow we will go to another more dangerous ruins to take a look. Then everyone began to eat the food on the table to replenish their physical strength, quietly waiting for the arrival of daylight. Chapter 238 Construct Attack. May the four gods bless you. The experiment has entered the midterm stage, and we have finally encountered some difficult problems. How to build an absorption circuit for the human body, to convert external magic power into high magic factors that can be easily absorbed by humans. This problem has stumped us for a long time. Maybe I should go to other temples and listen to other people's opinions. Lucilia flipped through the booklet in her hand, interpreting the information on it for the people around her. It was already daybreak, and they were walking slowly towards their next target. With the sound of turning pages, Lucilia's voice sounded again. Navius is indeed an expert in human research. With his help, we successfully completed this circuit, although it took us a full 6 months. Wait, it took half a year to finish these 2 pages? Simon listened carefully, and asked hurriedly as Lucilia spoke. Lucilia nodded and said, This manual is used to record the entire successful process of the experiment, as well as the world of the impact on the experiment. It is equivalent to half a diary. As he said this, he turned to the front page of the manual, which had an unknown word on it. She translated, Magic Stone Research Process 2. Grandmaster Vita. After the record book is completed, it needs to be sealed and filed. Need to carry it with you. Please copy it yourself. After translating, everyone nodded. After answering Simon's question, Lucilia continued to interpret. You only need to use precise spell carving to arrange the spells such as conduction, conversion guide, rotation, in order, and use materials with extremely high magic power conductivity to carve, and it can be completed. Lucilia also showed Alka and Simon the order of the spells, and the overall arrangement under the pages of the manual. Looking at the formula above, Alka said quickly, Let's not translate the process of engraving technology like this for now. Translate something else. If this is translated, Simon may enter the research state on the spot. And now is not suitable to read these. Lucilia nodded, flipped back, and this flip directly went to 1/4. This means that this 1/4 is all used to record the process of the successful stage just now. Then she said, Recently, the whole world has been a little irritable. I don't know why. Many places have launched wars, and it is said that even the gods have joined the war. We don't know whether this news is true or not, but our detectors have indeed detected countless powerful fluctuations. This has caused strong interference to our experiment, which has slowed down our progress infinitely. Perhaps this experiment should be stopped for a while. How long have I not been out? But no matter what, Vastva is still under the protection of the gods, and our gods are still guarding here. The news related to the gods appeared, and everyone on the road couldn't help but slow down their pace and listen quietly. The midterm construction has failed 363 times. It has been confirmed that gods have joined the war. The power of gods is too strong. The energy transfer caused by the battle has caused the magic power of the entire world to fluctuate. After a fierce debate, the parliament decided to suspend all research on Vastva. We will temporarily sort out the magic veins around Vastva to restore them to peace. The four gods have bestowed their blessings. It took us less than a year to successfully sort out the surrounding magic veins. Now the research continues. After saying this, Lucilia turned back a long section of pages and almost finished it. Stayed on the last few pages. We have almost completely made a semi-finished product. In addition to being very unstable, the efficiency of absorbing magic power is not very good. But we have seen the dawn of success, and we are about to succeed. The final problem is still blocking us. We will solve this final problem and make a real product. Once the magic stone is completed, the whole team will be blessed by the gods. And I will be promoted to the eye of mysticism. The war is getting more and more intense. The war has even spread to Sarava. The temperature of the war can be felt. This has also caused the magic power to become more and more turbulent. The experiment is becoming more and more difficult. The number of failures due to magic turbulence has reached 1,360 times. The wasted materials are enough to build another sapphire temple. Speaking of this, Lucilia directly turned the entire booklet to the end, and then put it away. The people who were listening attentively stopped and looked at him. "That's all?" Jason asked. Lucilia shook her head. "No, the back is still the record of the experiment. Since the information in the manual has been translated, the people who have been listening for a while also began to think about the information on it. A war in which the gods participated." Alka muttered to himself, and his mind couldn't help but recall the information he had obtained from the church when he was in the home sea. So this city-state was destroyed in the War of Gods many years ago, in which the world was shattered, Simon said. He also learned this information from his church in his own sea area. It is said that the war that completely destroyed the world was more than 30,000 years ago. The current ocean world was built by the four gods on the corpse of the world after that. 30,000 years ago? Jason asked in surprise. They did not get the specific time in the church's information, and only used a very vague time description to tell the long time before the world was destroyed. Simon looked at the people and nodded, yes. This is the most likely time that many scholars have come up with after research. It seems that this city was also affected by this war of gods in the end, Siadaiti said with some sigh. Hearing this, Pororo scratched his forehead and said, "The world is destroyed. Has anyone escaped? I think not." In this way, everyone chatted and came to the blue dot on the map. Alka looked at the ruins in front of him. From the exposed part of the ruins, it can be seen that it is also the ruins of a temple. "Is this it?" Jason asked after walking up to take a look. Alka nodded. "This ruins is not safe. Be careful. After all, it was clearly recorded that if you want to explore this treasure, you must be in the second stage. Although I don't know where in the second stage it is. They have the strength to fight against the 9 spirals. However, with yesterday's experience, everyone directly divided the work today." Lucilia began to translate the words and patterns on the ruins. Siadaiti began to explore the underground structure with silver ripples, and marked the excavation sites. The others had already taken shovels to dig. The name of this temple is Throat of Rage. If you want more information, you can only dig deeper. Lucilia jumped down and said. Everyone also started digging. The whole process was carried out in an orderly manner. After a few hours, deep pits appeared around the exposed ruins. Lucilia was also constantly translating based on these exposed ruins. Although the ruins were destroyed in a different way, its original structure is roughly the same as the temple we excavated yesterday. Siadaiti said with a structure in his mind. Why do we need so many temples in such a small area? Pororo asked in surprise. Isn't this a pure waste? Hearing his question, Jason, who was digging, turned his head and looked at him strangely. Because this is not a temple at all? Don't you understand yet? Although these things are called temples, They are actually places for research. Really? I didn't think about it, Poirot said with a laugh. Then you should let your shark head move. You can't just think about using it to hit something, or use it to bite something. In addition to these more violent uses, you should let it return to its original purpose, Jason said with a smile while shoveling the dirt. Hearing this, Poirot just looked at Jason straight. Why are you looking at me? I heard that you were scolding me. How is that possible? What did I scold you for? Jason said disdainfully. Poirot narrowed his eyes slightly, with a bad expression. Don't be so mean. I just don't want to use my brain. I'm not stupid, damn it. Take my punch. As he said that, Poirot bent down and jumped down and punched him. The two of them fought like this. It was obvious that Jason was no match for Poirot in close combat. A few ribbons flew over, and tied the two of them up and threw them out together. After a while, Lucilia deciphered more information. Alka listened to the information and looked at the map in his hand. Adra's destruction. Difficulty, Shooter Phase 2. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, Bastwa 1-9 projects, researched by war expert Adra in the Temple of Rage's Throat. The research topic is large-scale city defense weapons. The final result was named the destruction of Adra. Use the secret code to enter the overlapping space of the temple. There is the temple's arsenal. Be careful of the defenders. Looking at this information. That is to say, this temple also has overlapping space, but the separation space here does not seem to be a place for research, but an arsenal for storing weapons. The things are stored in the arsenal, which means that he has actually completed it. So what is the secret code? Even the name of the weapon is named Adra. Isn't this person a very narcissistic person? Thinking of this, Alka said, Lucilia. Translate Adra. Lucilia nodded, and said the unknown name. The magic power has increased, Julia said. Everyone immediately prepared. Unexpectedly, it worked in one try. This person actually used his own name as a secret code. However, this time, they were not teleported into the superimposed space. Instead, a space crack appeared in front of them. However, unlike the crack, its edge was very regular. Then the space crack expanded to the surroundings and turned into a blue door. This is a portal. Looking at this scene, Alka immediately shouted, "Get ready for battle." He thought of what was written at the end of the treasure information. That there was a guardian guarding the arsenal. Then he jumped out of the pit with everyone else. The surface of the portal rippled like water waves, and an object came out from it. It was a cone-shaped structure about the size of a human head. The overall appearance was black and red, and there was energy like flame surging behind it, and it emitted an orange-red light. Please show your pass token. No pass token detected, no matching appearance detected, no standard divine power detected, intruder, enemy defense mode activated. Then he immediately launched an attack in the direction of Alka and others above. The surface of the portal was still oscillating, and cone-shaped structures that looked exactly like him flew out one after another. However, these objects looked shaky. Some of them were still bare without shells, and some were even missing some parts. From the appearance, these obviously could not exert the same strength as the first structure that flew out. The only one without flaws was the one in front of them. A flame-like energy bomb flew over, and Alka quickly rolled to the side. The red energy bomb burned a deep pit on the ground, and the land was directly crystallized by the exaggerated energy. Don't get hit. If you get hit by this, you will either die or be disabled. Fortunately, this attack doesn't seem to be fast. More aircraft flew out. They began to attack around everyone. Alka threw out several blue cards. These cards exploded in the air and ejected one blue chain after another, tying up these aircraft floating in the air. Because everyone dodged quickly, these aircraft changed the attack of the energy bomb into some kind of beam. A penetrating energy bomb flew out and shot down a flying structure accurately under Jason's shooting. More and more orange-red energy rays were shot out, and everyone had to disperse, avoiding various attacks. Alka finally understood why the difficulty was at the second stage. Because all the flying structures floating above, the attack power shot out was all at the second stage. If you can't reach the second stage, you may even have difficulty dodging. Boom! A thunder sounded. Poirot, who was covered with lightning, began to wave his hands in the air. One after another, lightning turned into sharp arrows and flew out. But obviously his aim was not good, and none of them hit. However, there was a weak electric current around the lightning explosion. These currents were very good, slowing down the speed of the aircraft. While Alka rolled to avoid, he threw out a silver card and split an aircraft in half. The mirror surface appeared on his face. Mirrors like cards appeared one after another around him. And these mirrors were engraved with unknown spells. And then attached to everyone. As the mirror broke, a layer of shield appeared on everyone's body. Julia dodged and sang loudly. And the ribbons flying out from her back began to attack the aircraft in the sky. The soft and free singing as the wind made everyone's speed increase again, making them more handy when dodging and not too embarrassed. Alka suddenly transformed himself into the dream god of death, and quickly came to Zhuanlu's side. He swung his sickle, destroyed the flying structures flying around him, and then dragged him to the distance. Then he shouted loudly to Poro, spread the lightning and stop their actions. After that, the dream catcher emerged from his chest, and a large amount of pink mist spread out. This time it no longer stayed on the ground, but enveloped everyone. Dense electric currents spread over, and then the machines in the sky suddenly shook. Especially those structures with internal parts exposed. They were smoking directly in the air, and some even exploded directly. Ah! Hearing the scream, Alka disappeared again, and used the flashing skill of the dream god of death to appear next to Mathlisa. He swung his sickle to destroy the surrounding aircraft, and immediately dragged her to Zhuanlu's side. Sorry. I didn't know. It's okay. I'm too weak, and I'm holding everyone back, Mathlisa said softly. Alka never thought that Mathlisa, who was powerful, was not good at fighting. She seemed to have never dealt with attacks from the sky before, and seemed a little flustered, thinking about the area where Mathlisa was, and where she had lived since she was a child. Alka could understand, but was a little annoyed that she had never thought about it. Living in such a place, it was already very good to have creatures, not to mention fighting. She might have been practicing fighting against her own people. Alka was a little too careless. A large number of golden beam attacks began to fall from the sky, destroying the attacks of the surrounding aircraft. How long will Simon take? Xia Daidi asked loudly. She saw that there were more and more aircraft in the portal, and they kept coming out, as if there were endless aircraft. Many people were already injured at this time. There were too many enemies, and they would still fly. A structure was floating in Simon's hands. He was quickly analyzing the entire structure, in order to solve the problem once and for all. It's almost there. Buy me a little more time. These aircraft rely on vision to judge the enemy, not on magic scanning. He said loudly what he found. Hearing this, the triangular gem on the ring of light on Xia Daidi's forehead rotated rapidly. She stretched out her hand and clenched it fiercely. The whole area immediately fell into darkness. Chapter 239 Arsenal. All the light was absorbed. The whole area fell into pure black darkness. The moment the darkness fell, all the structures flying in the sky immediately froze in place, and kept shaking left and right trying to find the target. However, this darkness was real darkness. Even the orange-red light from the energy veins of these aircraft was also absorbed. It fell into absolute darkness. These aircraft began to spin around in confusion in the sky above the entire space. But Alka and the others could see it clearly. At this time, Xia Daidi still held her fist and did not move. She was holding the light in her hand tightly, not letting it spread out. She covered the area where everyone was fighting and the sky. Entering this range, it was a bit beyond its limit. Only the sound of breaking could be heard from time to time in the sky. Alka and others who could see the surrounding environment clearly were still destroying the machines in the sky. But they were trying not to make any noise. In addition to relying mainly on vision, making sounds will also alert these machines. Such an environment makes Lucilia feel at home. She has reached the second stage, and she keeps shadow fleeting in the darkness, appearing in various places. All she can see are the machines in the sky constantly being destroyed and falling. The edge of the darkness also enveloped the portal, and the flying structures that were still flying out stopped around them in confusion as soon as they flew out. There were already a lot of them there. Done! Simon said loudly, and then he stretched out his right hand, and the strange treasure index finger emitted light. The flying structure in the sky was shaking left and right, as if it was struggling. If it could still emit light now, you would find that the orange-red light on it was flickering. Permission changed, mode released, standby state. As the mechanical voice sounded, except Lucilia, the others could not understand. But they saw that all the aircraft were lined up in the sky under Simon's control, flying behind him. It's done, it's okay. Hearing this, Xia Dai loosened his hand, and the surrounding darkness disappeared immediately. Mathlisa stood up and began to check if everyone was injured under the attack of so many flying structures. No one was intact. Everyone was a little embarrassed. In addition to being covered in mud, they were also covered in burns. The heat emitted by the energy balls was too strong. Even if they were not attacked head-on, the heat would burn their skin when it passed by. Mathlisa checked everyone's injuries, raised her hands, and a large amount of water flowed out, and then turned into drops of water, falling on the burns on everyone's bodies. As the water drops poured in, a cool feeling emerged. The burn wounds faded quickly, returning to their original appearance, with only some burnt flesh falling off. Fortunately, they were all superficial injuries, and no one was hit directly. After a short rest, everyone started to repair themselves. The surroundings were full of the wreckage of the structures they had destroyed. Simon controlled the flying structures whose permissions he had changed, flying around in the sky, and letting them form various formations. Did you see? These structures are really powerful. They are only the size of a head. The attack they launch is so powerful. They can fly, and the energy inside them. Simon kept talking. He was very excited. Okay, my friend. You are too excited. Calm down. You will have plenty of time to study later. The main problem now is not this. Don't you want to go in and take a look? There may be more inside. Alka came over and patted his shoulder, which made him calm down. Hearing this, Simon nodded repeatedly, took a few deep breaths and said, Yes, yes, I'm so excited. Mainly because the technology of these constructs was too perfect. He was a little obsessed. Alka looked at the still open portal. Is it safe in there? He turned around and asked. Simon calmed down and nodded. It's safe. It's just an arsenal. These aircraft are sentinels for vigilance. Hearing this, Alka looked at everyone, and then said, Then let's go in. Don't go in all. Leave half of the people outside. Finally, Alka and Simon, together with Jason, Siadeti, and Lucilia, walked into the portal. The others were on guard outside. As the few people passed through the portal, the gold in the overlapping space appeared in front of everyone. It was just a simple warehouse, various metal objects neatly placed around. Some were very messy, as if they had been looted. Is this where the aircraft were launched just now? Alka looked at the place next to the entrance. There was a whole piece of metal plate on the ground with something like a buckle on it, and there were several aircraft parked on it at this time. There were also some metal parts and shells scattered on it. This space looked much larger than the temple space they had entered before. After all, one was a research site, and the other was a storage room. Lucilia, take a look to see if there is any information recorded here. Lucilia nodded, jumped off his shoulders, and looked around on her own. Can you control these too? Alka looked at Simon and asked. In addition to the place where the flying constructs were stored at the entrance, there were many other places where other unknown metal objects were stored. It looks like it should also be a construct. Simon came to the place where the aircraft were stored, and picked up the aircraft that were still there, and looked at them one by one. He shook his head with some regret. No, these have already been damaged with the passage of time. In other words, the ones that can move just flew out. Then Simon looked at the unactivated constructs in front. Several people followed behind him. This pile of things should have been weapons instead of constructs, but it's a pity that none of them can be used. Simon picked up a weapon that looked like a spear and said. Jason picked up one and looked at it. It looks like there's nothing wrong with it. Alka shook his head. The exterior is fine after all. The shell of this thing is very hard. It's mainly the inside. As Alka said, he picked up a spear and shook it. As he shook it, the sound of various parts shaking rang out in the spear. The inside was already in ruins. Can these materials still be used? Siadai asked after all. There were so many damaged weapons. These materials are not worth much. Instead of melting them and removing impurities, it's better to spend some money to buy new raw materials. Alka said. Looking at the spear in his hand, he had learned about some of the metals used in the spear through the effect of the spell. Simon also sighed and said, if we hadn't come to the Infinite Sea, these materials would definitely be good. But now, they are really not worth much. They did not gain nothing in the town. When they were strolling in the town, they found that many metal products were made of this material. These metal materials were part of the exchange when the caravan arrived. They were not expensive and could even be considered affordable. Not to mention the materials they collected when they explored the island, which were much better than the materials used in the standard weapons in their hands. But they were all spell materials plucked from creatures. So it was not worth wasting energy on these wastes, and their rings were not big, so they could not hold much. These two could be used. From a large pile of spears, Simon finally picked out 2 spears that were relatively well preserved. He handed one of them to Alka. Alka looked at it carefully, and probed it with magic, and easily figured out its structure. This design is good, simple, and practical. He sighed, and picked up the spear, and waved it twice, and easily cut off the discarded spears below. The structure inside is designed to make the spear sharper. The main problem is that this spear does not use any spells, and the material cost is really low. It can also be thrown. The structure inside can enhance the penetration of the spear when it is thrown. And the flight speed and distance will be enhanced. Compared to close combat, it seems more like a long-range weapon for throwing. The race of this city-state in the past seems to be larger than the current humans, Simon said while looking at the spear in his hand. What they held in their hands were not spears at all, but javelins. It seemed that he had the same idea as me. Going further inside, there were some structures that were completely incomprehensible, and some firearms that looked like rock-shaking guns. These things had long been scrapped with the passage of time, and there was almost no big gain. If these weapons were not made of solid materials and engraved with certain spells, they would not have lasted so long. The more Simon explored, the deeper the regret on his face became. So many things were abandoned, which made it hard for him to accept. The main reason is that the ruins have existed for too long. These structures and weapons are relatively delicate things. Such problems will occur if they are not used for a long time. The reason why the flying structure sentinels can still move is that they are used for vigilance. The entire arsenal has energy veins and automatic repair programs specially provided for them. Even so, there are only a few intact aircrafts. Most of them are broken and tattered. And a small part of them cannot move at all. They came to the center of the entire space. There was an object covered by a metal shell. What's inside? Jason walked over and took a look. Can it be opened? He looked at Alka and asked. Alka nodded. The thing inside was probably the target of their trip. As the metal shell was opened, the thing inside was revealed. Sure enough, there was a blue border outside. The overall appearance of this thing looked very much like a cannon. The muzzle is the size of a human head, and the barrel is cylindrical. The overall length reaches 2 meters, together with the base that carries the gun. The length reaches about 3 meters. There is a circular fixed seat under the barrel, and the place behind the gun that fixes it. This thing seems to be able to rotate 180 degrees, and can also be lifted up and slightly lowered. There are many angles for attack. Simon walked over step by step, and gently stroked the barrel with his hands, and his eyes were filled with obsession and gentle caressing, as if he was caressing his beloved. Oh my God, look at the material, look at the patterns carved on it. As he spoke, he let the magic power in his hand flow in, to explore its internal structure. There are so many spells carved inside, arranged so neatly, and such a sophisticated construction technology is used. I have no doubt that, if he opens fire, it will cause great destruction. As he spoke, he even put his head directly into the muzzle, to examine its interior more carefully. He's crazy again, Jason said helplessly. Alka shrugged. Forget it. Let him watch for a while. If we disturb him now, he will go crazy. Let's go see Lucilia. Since they quietly left, Simon was left alone in the middle area. Anyway, he was considered a technician on the ship, and he would have to study this thing. They found Lucilia in a corner, interpreting something on the abandoned weapons. There was a metal steel next to her, with dense and unclear words engraved on it. How was it? Lucilia, did you gain anything? Not much. Lucilia shook her head. This is just a weapon storage. Apart from the numbers engraved on these weapons, there is no other information except the weapon storage rules and weapon names next to it. In other words, there was no point in staying here. The few people returned to the center. Simon was in a better state at this time, but he was still very obsessed. Wow, what's wrong with him? Lucilia asked in amazement. This was the first time she saw Simon like this. Some of his little habits, Jason said awkwardly. Then he and Alka walked up and forced Simon to come over. Calm down, think about how to get it out first. We can't just carry him on the boat like this, then we will definitely be seen by the people in the town, which is not good. Hearing this, Simon recovered a little and said, It's okay, we'll take it apart. It's a segmented combination. It can be taken apart into 3 parts. We each take 1 part and put it in the pocket ring. As he said that, he walked up and touched the cannon again. But this time, he finally restrained himself. Magic power surged from his hands, and the surface of the cannon appeared with bright lines, and then the barrel separated from the middle, and Simon took a part of it. Jason took it quickly, and then stuffed it into his pocket ring. Fortunately, they cleaned the pocket ring when they came out, leaving a lot of space. Then he stuffed the back section of the cannon into his pocket ring, and finally the base. This is the largest part. Alka looked at his pocket ring, and shook his head helplessly. There were too many things in it, even after cleaning it up. It still couldn't fit. Finally, Xiaodaidi had to put the gun mount into his pocket ring. After doing this, everyone left the portal. Standing outside the portal, Lucilia read the secret words she just read out in reverse, and the portal closed immediately. The hardness of this space is much better than the previous one, Julia said above the pit. Maybe it's because there's an arsenal inside. Xiaodaidi said the possibility. Then, do we continue digging? Dig. Why not? Alka calculated the time. They were very efficient today. Only more than 9 hours of daytime had passed, and there was still at least half of the night. Simon collected the debris from the battlefield just now, and everyone dug down again. This time they dug out the entire ruins. And Lucilia kept interpreting the entire ruins, trying to get some useful information. The only pity is that there are no valuable white spots around this point. Only some valuable precious metal objects and gems were harvested. Not until the entire ruins were excavated did Lucilia nod and say, "The only information that I know here that may be more important is that there is a place in the Vasva city-state that is specially used to receive important guests, called the Observation Hall, which is also the museum of the Vasva city-state. There may be more information related to the entire Vasva city-state there, after all. It is a place to receive outsiders, isn't it? And it is also a city history museum." Alka felt that this information was still very useful. As long as they found this place, it would definitely help them to better understand the city. But he only hoped that there were well-preserved magic items in the museum. Even if there were no magic items, there must be ordinary valuable items, otherwise it would be difficult to locate on the map. Forget it, there might be only a few hours left before night. He said, "Let's stop here today, let's go back and sort out what we have gained during this period, and I will think about what to do next." Everyone nodded, and then began to bury the entire ruins. After doing all this, they started to return along the same route. "Are these constructs completely under your control?" Alka asked, looking at the Sentinel Patrol flying beside Simon. Sentinel Patrol is the name of this construct, recorded on the metal tablet in the arsenal before. It is completely under my control. But there are only 4 intact ones, and the others all have big problems, Simon said with a little regret. There are only 4 floating around him now, and all the other problematic ones have been stuffed into his pocket ring. Some were carried in other people's pocket rings. After all, there were many with problems. However, these were just problems, not unusable. He just needed to study them, and see if he could try to repair them. Chatting like this, everyone soon returned to the town. As soon as they came in, a human came up, and it was obvious that he was a crew member following the merchant ship. "Hello. Chapter 240 Exposed. My name is Lark. I am an employee of the Golden Shroud Chamber of Commerce, and my president wants to meet you." As he said this, the man raised his head and smiled at Alka and the others and asked, "Would you please honor us with your presence?" Hearing this, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. Zadaidi and others beside him also cast their eyes on Alka, waiting for his decision. Think about it. The only time they had seen this caravan was when they met last night. Alka could clearly feel that there were 2 people in this merchant ship team who were stronger than them. The rest of the people could not bring them a sense of danger. So should they go? Alka couldn't help thinking. The main reason was that he didn't understand why the president of the Chamber of Commerce invited him. Could it be that their identities were exposed? After all, if they could really get out of the Four Gods Sea, they would definitely have a treasure on them. With their current strength, holding a treasure is itself a relatively dangerous thing and is not safe. But on second thought, if the president of the Chamber of Commerce wanted to harm them, such a blatant invitation would only alert the enemy, and his refusal would not do any good. He nodded immediately. "No problem, lead the way." Alka turned around and looked at his teammates. "Let's split up, Simon, Baroro, Xiaodaidi. You 3 follow me, the rest of you just need to go back to the ship and wait." Hearing Alka's words, everyone frowned, but did not refuse, just nodded and split into 2 teams. Julia and the others walked towards the port. Xiaodaidi and the other 2 followed Alka. "Then please follow me. Distinguished guests. The venue is in this town." He specifically mentioned the location of the invitation, so that Alka and the others could feel at ease. If the banquet was held on a merchant ship, Alka might need to think more about it. Alka and the others followed the member of the Chamber of Commerce named Lack in front of him. Did we meet yesterday? Alka suddenly asked. The customer walking in front turned his head slightly, smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, we met at the gate of the town yesterday. The leader at that time was the president of our Chamber of Commerce. It was at that time that he wanted to meet you. Oh, that's the president of your Chamber of Commerce. Alka looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He was somewhat sure that the captain of the merchant ship may have seen something that he cared about when he met them. Then he asked, He is indeed a man of extraordinary bearing. The ship docked at the port. Is it the merchant ship of your Chamber of Commerce? Lake nodded. Yes, the Golden Trout is the merchant ship of our Chamber of Commerce, and also the office of our Chamber of Commerce. It mainly does business in the Broken Island chain. Broken Island chain. Alka has never heard of this term, nor has he known the meaning of this term from the dreams of these people. But he knows it tonight. I still know too little about some common sense of the entire infinite sea. There is no way to obtain intelligence in dreams. It is difficult for you to obtain information that you don't know at all. After all, if you ask too generally, the people in the dream will not answer you. You have to ask very carefully. During the chat, they have arrived at a large triangular house. Everyone, please come in. At the door of the house, there are 2 guards wearing soft armor standing on both sides. Judging from their race, they are not residents of the island. They are ordinary humans. I pushed the door and walked in. I found that this place was out of place with the whole town. It was too bright inside. The lighting tools used in the town are candles made of some kind of fish oil, although they are very flame resistant. The flames they burn are not very bright. The lighting tools used in this room are crystal balls floating in the air, which look very similar to the lighting stones used a long time ago. However, the light emitted has a hint of warmth, making the whole room seem a little warm. A long table was placed in the middle of the room. The captain who had met before sat on the long table and smiled at the arrival of Alka and the others. The length of this long table can accommodate more than a dozen people, and the table whereon it is also full. Please take a seat. Everyone. I hope you don't blame me for my rash invitation, but I am very happy that you have accepted the invitation. Seeing the president of the Chamber of Commerce coming over and saying with a smile, Alka nodded and also showed a polite smile, although it was indeed a bit sudden. Whether it was the invitation process or his current performance, he gave Alka and his friends enough respect and courtesy. After all, Alka knew the strength of the man in front of him. He must have reached the 3rd stage. He was much stronger than them. The president of the Chamber of Commerce came over and saluted Alka with his arms crossed. When he saw this gesture, Alka was slightly stunned, but he immediately reacted and also crossed his hands. Siadaiti behind him did the same. But Pororo and Simon used different etiquette gestures. My name is Balish. Balish of Travel, the president of the Golden Trout Chamber of Commerce, and I am glad to meet you all. Alka, the leader of the Compass Eye Treasure Hunting Team. They are my team members. Siadaiti and others behind him also introduced themselves. Haha, please sit down. Standing like this really makes me feel so rude, the president of the Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. Alka and the others also nodded with a smile and sat down. They even saw a stool specially prepared for Poro's huge body. After sitting down, he clapped his hands gently, and people brought various delicacies to the table one after another. A member of the Chamber of Commerce picked up a pot of wine from the side and poured a glass for everyone present. Please enjoy. Everyone. These are all unique delicacies made from ingredients of the monsters on this island. They are not easy to find outside, Balish said with a smile. Then he cut a piece of meat from the largest unknown beast's leg in the center and put it on his plate. He cut a small piece and put it in his mouth. After eating, he took a sip of the wine in the glass next to him. Seeing this, Alka and the others began to taste it. I wonder if President Balish invited us here. Is there something? Alka asked directly after taking a bite. Hearing this, Balish smiled and said, Of course I want to get to know you all. Make a friend. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, friends are very important resources. He suddenly changed the subject. Of course, I also want to give you a little advice. Advice? Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. At the stage of just getting to know each other, this is not a good word. Don't get me wrong. If I'm not mistaken, you should have just arrived at the endless sea. After the voice fell, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant became quiet. Only the sound of Pororo chewing remained. Alka and the others did not react to this, and continued to eat the food in their hands. After chewing the food into his stomach, Alka chuckled and asked, "Why does President Baraz have such an opinion?" The president sitting opposite shook his head and smiled and said, "You have just arrived in the Infinite Sea, and you may not understand the situation here. Although it is indeed not visible on the outside, some characteristics are only possessed by people who have just arrived in the four-god sea of the Infinite Sea. And you have such characteristics, which is very bad and dangerous, so I hope you can forgive my sudden offense." Since others have said it so bluntly, Alka has nothing to pretend. He asked directly, "What kind of characteristics?" "You are all still in the second stage. But your magic power reaction is too stable. This is too abnormal." Baraz didn't hesitate, and said it directly. "That's it?" Alka didn't expect that it was not something else that exposed them. But their magic power was too stable. My friend. Many things are exposed from such small things," Baraz said with a smile. Then he explained, "Although I don't know what the four-god sea is like, I heard that it is very peaceful and tranquil there, which is very desirable. So I admire you for your adventurous spirit and willingness to come to this dangerous endless sea from a peaceful place. It is for this reason that your magic power is too stable. For those who live and grow up in the endless sea, the first two stages are the stages in which their strength improves the fastest. Their strength is growing all the time, and there is no time for them to stabilize their magic. Only when they reach the limit, they will have the opportunity to look back and start to sort it out." No wonder. Hearing this, Alka suddenly became enlightened. He couldn't help but think of their experience in the town during this period. The strength shown by the hunters, who are touchers in the town, is too easy to be noticed. Alka always thought that he was more sensitive after his strength increased. After all, it was not so easy to detect other people's strength in the home sea. But Alka's strength was only at the first stage at that time. Unexpectedly, it was because the magic power of the people in the Infinite Sea was too boiling and obvious in the early stage. He couldn't help but think of the mayor and Balish in front of him. When he saw them, Alka couldn't feel the fluctuations of magic power on them. It was only through the dream catcher that he felt a little danger on them, which made Alka know that their strength must be much greater than his own, and should be in the third stage. Thinking of this, Alka humbly asked for advice. "Then how can we conceal such a movement?" Hearing this, Balish shook his head with some regret and said, "Friend, forgive my ignorance, I don't know any way yet. After all, this is the influence of the environment in which you were born and raised, and it is not so easy to change. However, when your strength reaches the ninth spiral, there is no need to cover up such appearance. The implication is that reaching the ninth spiral, which is the perfection of the second stage, is almost a watershed. When you reach here, even those who grew up in the endless sea will begin to sort out their magic power and calm it down." At this point, Balish suddenly chuckled and said, "In fact, I can find that the main reason is that there are too many of you. Everyone's magic power is very stable, which is too strange. After all, it is normal to find one or two. There is always such an example. But a large number of examples gathered together are too conspicuous, and people will involuntarily think of other directions. So, my friends, I suggest you stay on this island for a while. Although there are often outsiders on this island, the frequency is very small. As long as you don't take any active actions, it will not be easy to be discovered. It will not be too late to leave when you can safely increase your strength to the 9 spirals." At this point, Baraz's expression became unusually serious. "I admire you for coming to the Infinite Sea. But this place is not as good as you think." He shook his head helplessly. Alka nodded. He would seriously consider this proposal. After all, safety is the most important thing. Looking at Balish, he thanked him sincerely. "Thank you. Thank you very much for your help, my friend. You are too polite. After all, I have my own selfish motives. To be honest, you are the first people from the four-god sea that I have seen. There are very few people from the four-god sea. Of course there are few. For this endless sea, there are too few. But there are many famous people." "Famous people?" "Of course. The great thief Salmoro, the wave of war Levis, the blood and flesh disaster Barrow, etc. These are all people with resounding names in the endless sea. They all come from the four-god sea. Salmoro." I heard Xia Daidi whispering softly beside me. Alka turned to look at him and asked, "Do you know this person?" Hearing this question, Baraz's eyes lit up, and his face was full of curiosity. Not only him, but also the crew members of the surrounding Chamber of Commerce pricked up their ears to listen. For them, this is an unattainable legendary figure. A person in the legend. Xia Daidi nodded and said in a slightly raised voice, I have seen him in the records of the church. He left the home sea about 280 years ago. The reason why he was recorded was because he stole something from the church at that time. And in a panic, he was chased by the church's pursuers and ran towards the open door. The members of the Chamber of Commerce, who heard this gossip, nodded in understanding. Balish also looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and said, no wonder his relationship with the church is so bad. Even now, we can hear that he went to some churches in the church to steal. Well, take things. He really didn't expect that there was such a connection, and that this well-known figure was so embarrassed. It gave people the illusion that the legendary figure was closer to them. Speaking of which, I have heard of this barrow before, Simon said beside him. After these words fell, everyone's expression became a little surprised. I didn't expect to hear the past origins of two legendary figures here. He is a friendly faction among the apostates, who does not conform to the church's philosophy, but still believes in the wise. What made him leave the church was his research on flesh and blood. At that time, his most exaggerated event was that he attached flesh and blood to a house, making the house become a living monster. It was because of this that he was judged by the church, and then fled. It's like this. Isn't it just inconsistent with the church's philosophy? You still believe in the wise man. So what kind of things are produced in your sea area? Alka couldn't help but complain. Attaching flesh and blood to the house. It makes people's scalp tingle. After hearing this, Balish on the opposite side said with a look of gaining something. Is there such a story? Now Barrow is the leader of a very well-known pagan group in the Holy Machine Church. I remember it was called the Jade Ruby Group. The pagan group of the Holy Machine Church? Simon repeated with some confusion. He didn't know that the Holy Machine Church had such an organization. Unless, as a member of the Holy Machine Church, he still has secrets that he doesn't know. But looking at Balish's expression, this is not a secret. Yes, the Holy Machine Church has many pagan groups affiliated with it. That is, groups that do not conform to the philosophy, but still believe in the wise, and are also part of the Holy Machine Church. Balish explained to everyone. Is it possible? Simon was shocked. He had never expected that when he arrived in the Infinite Sea, his church had become so open. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly asked, what about those pagans who don't believe in the wise? I haven't heard of it. But there are many evil groups and organizations, which do often launch various actions and wars against the Holy Machine Church. Of course, they are not just targeting the Holy Machine Church. Speaking of this, Baraz frowned with disgust, and one could even see a hint of hatred in the depths of his eyes. After hearing this, Simon nodded in understanding. That's good, at least he can accept this situation now, and it won't cause his worldview to collapse. The heretic group is okay. Chapter 241 Broken Island Chain Southern Cross. From time to time, Baraz talked about some of the information he knew about some people in the Four Gods Sea. Alka and the others would recall some of the information they knew in the Four Gods Sea based on the names of these people. Knowing the past of these legendary figures made the communication between the two sides more pleasant. After all, even Baraz himself was just a small figure, and he was just a little famous in this small area. Being able to understand the legendary past of those characters in the storybook that were far away made him feel very interesting and novel. The communication between the two sides became very pleasant. From time to time, loud laughter could be heard coming from the house. They kept communicating until most of the food on the table went into Pororo's stomach. They were ready to say goodbye. It was very pleasant to communicate with you. You are really rare friends. If you want to leave this island later, remember to come to Southern Cross Island. It is important to reach a target island. As he said, Balish waved his hand, and a male member standing behind him came up and handed him the object in his hand. Balish took it and handed it to Alka. It's just a small gift. Don't refuse it. It's very important to you, but it's not unusual for us. It's just a token of our appreciation. Looking at the cloth-wrapped object in his hand, Alka nodded and did not refuse. Since he said so, it must be very helpful. It would be hypocritical to postpone it any further. Thank you. We will remember your help. Haha, we are friends now. It's not right to help friends. Hearing this, Alka also smiled. That's indeed my fault. Haha. It's late now. Thank you very much for your hospitality. We'll take our leave. Balaz did not try to persuade him to stay, and nodded with a smile. Of course. If you have the chance, you must come to Southern Cross Island, and we'll meet again then. Of course. May the Virgin Mary bless you, Alka said with his arms crossed in front of him. May the Virgin Mary bless you. Balaz returned the greeting. Afterwards, Alka and the others left here and walked towards the port, until Alka and the others left the house. Balaz still stood there with his hands behind his back, thinking about something. Captain, what are you thinking about? The first mate who had been standing behind him asked, as expected of someone from the Four God Sea. You are really amazing. Amazing? The first mate touched his head, not quite understanding. He really hadn't seen Alka's people. So what was so amazing about them? But these people were quite good at chatting. Balaz glanced at him sideways. If you can see it, then you will be the captain. I am really looking forward to the next meeting. Then let's see how long it will take you. Then he left the room. Looking at his captain's back, the first mate curled his lips in disdain. You are acting like a captain again. At this time, Arka and his friends said goodbye and left, walking on the streets of the town in the cool night breeze. What do you think of Baraz? Arka suddenly asked. He is not a believer of the Virgin Mary. He was just pretending to be like that. Siadeti suddenly said. Why do you say that? Alka was a little surprised. He really didn't see that. After all, Balaz just folded his hands and performed the ritual of the Virgin Mary. When he folded his hands and prayed for the Virgin Mary's blessing, he didn't get the Virgin Mary's blessing. Siadeti explained. Huh? Alka made a puzzled sound. What does it mean? Just making a random gesture to pray for the Virgin Mary's blessing, will the Virgin Mary really bless you? How can you tell? Even Simon next to her looked at her in surprise. Isn't this a very common thing? How can we conclude from this that Balaz is not a believer of the Virgin Mary? I only heard Siadeti explain. I used to be a candidate saint of the church. You know, I almost became a saint. Alka nodded. Siadeti was still modest. She could become a saint, but she didn't want to bear the so-called responsibilities of a saint. Then he silently complained in his heart. If you hadn't punched the archbishop, you might still be a candidate saint now. I suddenly thought of Siadeti's dark history. But it also indirectly shows that Siadeti was indeed a core member of the church. I don't know about other gods, but as long as you cross your arms and sincerely believe in the Virgin Mary, you will receive her blessings when you pray. It's just that you can't see this blessing. And there are very few blessings. But it is very obvious to the clergy. So when in the home see, there were many people who didn't believe in the Virgin Mary, and they just pretended to be like that. Many clergy turned a blind eye. When true believers of the Virgin Mary need help, the clergy will not be stingy in helping. Hearing this, Alka nodded in sudden realization. Simon was also beside him, and said with some envy, so the Virgin Mary is so kind? This is something that believers of the Holy Machine Church dare not even think about. How can you just make a gesture to pray to God and ask for blessings, and really get blessings? Alka didn't know this at all. To be honest, he didn't care. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked. He didn't believe in the Virgin Mary very much. Could it be seen? He couldn't help but ask, what about me? When I prayed on the boat before, did I receive the Virgin Mary's blessing? Siadeti looked at Alka, couldn't help but frowned, with a strange look. Of course, and quite a lot. Really, haha. That's good, it's scary. After thinking about it, it's true that I thought too much, after all. I can even use the Holy Sword. How could I not be a believer of the Virgin Mary? And I have received revelation before. Come to think of it, do I really not believe in the Virgin Mary? Alka did not dare to guarantee that he did not believe at all. Whether it was the teachings of the Virgin Mary, what she did, or the kindness she showed, Alka had no reason not to believe. And the Virgin Mary Church really treated me well, and treated me as one of their own. So I was indeed a believer of the Virgin Mary. After thinking this through, Alka no longer hesitated. Tell me about the other things. His cooking skills aren't that good, much worse than Juanlu. Paralo suddenly said. This made several people stand still and look back at him. What's wrong? Looking at the way they looked at him, Paralo said puzzledly, and then added, It's really not as good, don't you think? Yes. Not as good as Juanlu, but do you think it's appropriate for you to say that? Simon, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but raise his steel left arm and pat Paralo's belly. At this time, Poro's belly was a little round. You can imagine how much of the food on the table went into his stomach. At least 2/3, this is still a conservative estimate. Hearing this, Poro pushed away the hand that was patting his belly. The hand was too hard, like hitting with an iron rod. Then he argued, "Food can't be wasted. We are guests. We have to respect the host. There is no better way to show respect to him than to eat the dishes that the host has prepared for him." It was well said, which actually left several people speechless. "Simon, make a steel needle." Paralo patted Simon and said, "What?" While asking, he raised his left hand and made a steel needle. Paralo took it and started to shave his teeth. "TSK." Simon rolled his eyes. Paralo also complained, "Next time this kind of thing happens, you should let Jason go with you. He is more suitable. I can only help you in this way." Alka glanced at him and shook his head helplessly. "You look more intimidating. And have you learned bad things from Jason recently? Why are you becoming more and more like him? Especially this mean look. Although I don't know his true thoughts, but what he did is at least beneficial to us. We do owe him a favor." Zadaidi started talking about business. Alka nodded, "That's true. No matter what other people's intentions are, but at least he has always been kind to them, and he is really helping them." Thinking of this, Alka opened the thing in his hand. This was the gift that Balish gave them when they said goodbye. After opening it, he found a flag and a book inside. Alka picked up the flag and looked at it. This was not a regular flag, but a ribbon, with a rope tied to the flagpole at one end and nothing at the other end. On the long blue flag, there was a red line. In the middle of the long flag, there was a cross star. "What does this flag mean?" Simon asked beside him. Alka checked it. "There are spells on it. It is woven with some kind of spell material. The technique is very unique, and the workmanship is very fine." This was all he could see. "Let's read the book first," Zadaidi suggested. According to their previous conversation, this book is obviously more important. Alka nodded, put away the flag, and opened the book in his hand. The book is not thick, and it is very thin in the hand, probably only 1 finger thick. The book cover is wrapped with some waterproof material, but the material is not expensive. It is written in the common language of the home sea. Looking at the title on the book cover, Alka was a little surprised. He just recalled that, when they were communicating just now, they used the common language of the home sea. Speaking of it, the islanders in the town, besides using their own language, the only language they can use seems to be the common language of the home sea. Why is it the home sea, and not the South Storm Sea, or the common language of the other 4 seas? Even in his dream before, Alka did not get the answer. The islanders said in their dreams that the outsiders who often come to trade use this language. In the dream of the merchant ship members, Alka did not ask for information. Retracting his thoughts, Alka looked at the book in his hand. It said Broken Island Chain / Southern Cross. Judging from the name, it seems to be a book introducing the Broken Island Chain and the Southern Cross. The landmark island. The thickness is about the same. Alka flipped it open and took a look. This records some information about this area and the Southern Cross landmark island, and also comes with navigation assistance for the Infinite Sea. Hearing this, Zadaidi and others showed obvious interest on their faces. This might be their first step to understand the Infinite Sea. "Let's go back and see." Lucilia and the others might be waiting impatiently. Hearing this, they all nodded and quickened their pace towards the port. It didn't take long for them to reach the port, and they found Jason waiting on the shore. When he saw them coming, Jason smiled and waved. After looking them up and down to make sure there was no problem, he jumped onto the deck with everyone else. "How is it? What did that person invite you to do?" Jason asked. "He saw that we were new to the Infinite Sea, and wanted to take this opportunity to make friends with us. It's better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake." This surprised everyone. "How did we get exposed?" Alka and the others began to briefly tell everyone about some of the conversations at the banquet. "So that's how it is. I never thought that such details would be exposed," Julia muttered to herself. She didn't expect to be exposed in this way. "You said that the book records some of the outside world. Tell me quickly." Lucilia jumped on Alka's shoulder and urged. Hearing this, Alka looked at the others. The others' eyes were also full of curiosity. After all, although they had been in the Silverless Sea for so long, they knew very little about the specific situation of the Infinite Sea. Now that they had a channel to learn about it, how could they not be curious? "No problem. Let me take a look." Alka opened the book and read it carefully. After a careful look, he found that the information he had obtained from the dream before was indeed a bit one-sided and too scattered. Even if it was written on it, it was only about an area around here, and some characteristics of the sea in this area. In the infinite sea, the sea chart is completely useless. Because of the chaos, the ocean here is always changing, including the location of the islands. This also makes it difficult for you to identify the correct direction here, because even the ocean, even the island you have been to, will appear in other places shortly after you leave. The islands that will not deviate due to changes in space or ocean currents are landmark islands. They are always there, and are always fixed there. The so-called island chain is a group of islands dragged together by landmark islands. They will also change, but they will reappear around the landmark islands at a certain time. As for the specific mechanism, it is not mentioned above. It is simply described here. For example, the island chain dragged by the landmark island Southern Cross Island is called the Broken Island Chain. The island under our feet is a part of the Broken Island Chain. He would return to the Southern Cross Island every 30 to 60 days and nights, which is why merchant ships would arrive during this period. They must also leave before they stray away. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the next time they return. Otherwise, they would be very far away from the Southern Cross Island, and it would take a lot of time and energy to return. After briefly explaining some of the important information written in the book, Alka took out the flag that Baraz had given him before. Although the location of the landmark island will not change, the people of the Infinite Sea still made a tool that can guide the landmark island. The guiding flag. This flag points to the Southern Cross Island. Just hang it up, and the tail of the flag will always fly in the direction of the island. After listening to Alka's simple narration, everyone's expressions were different, but without exception, they were a little surprised. Even though they had already prepared themselves mentally, they were still a little overwhelmed by the chaos here. That is to say, unless it is an island in the island chain. Once you leave, it is very likely that you will never find it again. Xiaodaidi asked beside him. Alka nodded. This is what the book says. If the book is correct, will it be an unknown journey forever? Julia murmured to herself, and then asked helplessly, so is there really a seed of life here? The so-called seed of life is essentially the same as the Church of the Holy Mother and the Church of the Holy Machine. It is the God of the sea of living beings, and an organization formed by believers of life. One of the doctrines is to ensure the balance of nature and sort out the chaos in the world. And the mermaids are the ones who carry out this doctrine to the end. Chapter 242 Museum. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll put this book in the library. If anyone wants to read it, just go check it out. After working so hard for so many days, let's take a day off tomorrow. After all, they haven't had much rest in the past few days, since they came to the endless sea. As long as it's dawn, they've been running around outside, either collecting intelligence or digging ruins. Now, whether it's collecting intelligence or harvesting ruins, it's all over. It is necessary to sort out the gains during this period, and then proceed with the next action. After chatting with everyone for a while, Alka returned to the captain's room. After learning so much information about Vasva, he naturally needs to look at the map again. I believe that many treasure points will have new information expanded, and he can also use this expanded information to better understand this city-state. It will also help him replan where to set the next goal. Entering the captain's room, sat in his seat. The white light shone from the lighting stone, and a map of the island appeared in Alka's hand. He laid it on the table and blinked. The vigorous morning light and the dazzling golden light first flashed out, showing extremely eye-catching. The blue light spots and ordinary white spots were eclipsed beside them, like embellishments. Alka first clicked on the orange light. He wanted to see these things. He knew whether the orange light would have new treasure information expansion. After all, they went to the temple by mistake for the first time, which was where the orange light was. He was sure that there was nothing there. He also felt that things like high-level treasures would definitely be hidden deep. Heart of Vasva. Difficulty, 4-point power, level 3. Popularity, 126,000. Treasure information, City-State Vasva. The ancient city, which believes in the ancient god of mystery. 4-point, and is also known as the City of Change. The Temple of Parsva. The core of the city-state. The heart of the city is buried here. The eternal beating heart. And the most important thing in the whole city. It brings everything. Alka looked at the information revealed by the morning light and frowned slightly. Compared with the last time, the information of this treasure basically did not expand anything useful. Only one sentence. He said that this treasure is the most important thing in this city. And it brings everything. If this is a scepter-level treasure, is it so powerful? He couldn't help but recall the dark area he had traveled in the sea of home. And suddenly felt it was normal. Maybe the scepter-level treasures are just that powerful. What about the higher-level ones? Alka's thoughts could not help but drift. After a while, he came back to his senses and pointed at the golden light again. I hope that the golden light can expand more useful information. The object of direction. Difficulty, Hunter Phase 2. Popularity, 0. Treasure information. Enshrined in one of the 4 great temples of Vastva, the object is the god of 4 parts, representing 1/4 of its treasure. Respected by the Vastva people as upper. One of the 4 great treasures. Only the master of this temple can use it. The master of the great temple will be chosen from the eye of mysticism and the hand of conquest. The information expanded by this golden light is even more useful. One of the 4 treasures. If one of them is called upper, the other 3 will be called lower. Left. Right. Does the 4-point mean direction? Alka can only guess this way. Is the master of this temple higher than the hand of conquest and the eye of mysticism? After all, they have to be selected from these 2 positions. And there are 4 such positions in the entire Vaspa. As for why these 2 titles are positions. Because the great mentor named Vita said before that after he completed it, he might be promoted to the eye of mysticism. Civilian personnel are called the eye of mysticism. And the hand of conquest is obviously a military personnel. Alka saw the golden light. The strength required for the orange light, and the conditions of 4-point strength are obviously not possessed by them. But the difficulty of the golden light only reached the 2nd stage, and the difficulty was called Hunter. Obviously no special conditions were needed. Both of these were within their acceptable range. Alka looked at the location of the golden light. The location of the golden light was at the end of the entire Long Island, which was the last place of the entire 3rd area. Alka and his friends had also visited there. There were almost the most monster territories there, and bloody battles were happening almost every moment. And this Hunter, coupled with this difficulty, obviously caused them danger. Not from the temple itself, but from the monsters around the temple. Then the question came, should we get this treasure? After thinking for a while, Alka temporarily put this question aside, and looked at other blue and white dots. He wanted to see if these blue and white dots could give him some useful information. And their efforts during this period were obviously aimed at the orange light. Alka could not give up this orange light, even if his current strength was not enough. But he also had to perfect the treasure information of the orange light, find out what the 4-point power is, and where this treasure is hidden. Only in this way can he find the direction of his efforts to achieve the conditions. As he clicked on these blue and white dots, Alka also found the expansion of these treasure information. The names of the people in Vita's experimental records before basically appeared, and many of these blue dots were the experimental locations of those names. They were also various temples. This also gave Alka a certain understanding of the power of the entire Vasva. First of all, there is the Grand Master, who presides over an experimental project, and owns a temple, and must be the Grand Master. The corresponding military position is the Great Warrior. Alka found the remains of the Great Warrior in 2 blue dots, and the remains clearly showed weapons and equipment. Above them are the Eye of Mysticism and the Hand of Conquest, who also control a temple, and are still presiding over research. Further up is the High Priest, the head of the 4 major temples, but I don't know if this is the pinnacle of power, or if there is someone with greater power above. However, looking at the expansion of this information, Vasva is more like a parliamentary system. Until Alka started clicking on those white dots. He finally clicked on a white dot he wanted. Lookout Hall Museum. Difficulty, Hunter for spirals. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, Diplomatic Reception Center of Vasva City-State, which is also a must-visit place for all guests who come to Vasva for the first time. It details the development of Vasva from its establishment to the present. Describes the growth of Vasva people, and the doctrine of the 4-part God, which is the external face of Vasva. Found it. Fortunately, there are white dots in this place. Alka looked at the treasure information, which means that if you find this place, you can basically get a comprehensive understanding of the city of Vasva, not to mention anything else. Whether it is golden light or orange light, it will definitely be expanded. Not to mention that the difficulty of this point is only 4 spirals, which can be called very simple. There is basically no possibility of danger. Alka looked at his position on the map. It is about a little to the right of the center of the entire island. Although it is not close to the town, it is not far away. Alka decided that the next target would be this place. After learning more about Vasva from the museum, He would check the information expressed by the two light spots. Then he would go and take down the golden light. After determining the target and planning the route, Alka breathed a sigh of relief and put the map away. After resting for a while, he couldn't help but think of Balish, who invited them to the appointment tonight. From Xia Dedi's words, it can be learned that Balish is not a believer of the Virgin Mary. But he simply concealed it. Perhaps he had not thought that the Virgin Mary would really bless everyone who believed in her. But no matter what, it was strange who he made such a preparation for. Alka and his friends on the island certainly had not revealed their belief in the Virgin Mary. And they had not even made any gestures. On the contrary, Simon and Matilda had made their prayer gestures to the gods. Even if he pretended to gain favor, he should not have used the Virgin Mary's gesture. Unless, Alka narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. Unless he saw that Alka and his friends believed in the Virgin Mary. First of all, Alka is the leader. And among their team, the most people believe in the Virgin Mary. Alka, Zayadai, Jason, and Juanlu are all natives of the home sea. And they all believe in the Virgin Mary. If he can see what Alka and his team believe in, is it possible for him to see the treasures that Alka and his team control? You know, although Alka and his team have a small number of people, they control a lot of treasures. But there are a total of 5 treasures, which is definitely an astonishing number. Among those who possess so many treasures, Alka and others, the strongest one was only at the 7th spiral, and Baraz was obviously a 3rd stage person. In the same stage, it was not uncommon for people with low spirals to defeat those at higher stages with more people or other means. But it was not so easy to fight against enemies at different stages. When crossing a stage, the difference in strength was very exaggerated. Unless Alka was at the perfection of the 2nd stage, he could not guarantee that he would definitely defeat Baraz. This is just based on feelings. Either he really can't see it, or he sees more. After all, if he can see that Alka's people believe in the Virgin Mary, he can naturally see that the other people in the team believe in other gods. And they have gathered all the 4 gods. Except for Juanlu and Lucilia, the rest of the people can all be called church members. Even if he only sees this, it is enough for him to make friends with Alka and others. Thinking of this, Alka no longer hesitated. Just as he thought at first. If he wanted to harm them, inviting them to the banquet would be the stupidest thing to do. He could just rely on the fact that Alka and the others were unfamiliar with the infinite sea and sneak attack them from all directions. Balish wanted to make friends with them and provide them with help when they were most confused when they first came to the infinite sea. It is always better to give timely help than to add icing on the cake. After getting rid of these troubles, Alka returned to his room and sank into the dream. He simply cleaned up the dream creatures around everyone. He flew towards where the Balish crew was. Although he felt that the information in the topics Balish talked about today was highly credible, he still wanted to verify it. Before, he could not ask about this information in detail. Now that he knew it, he could get accurate answers in his dreams through specific inquiries. He could also know the accuracy of this information. After a round of inquiries, he confirmed that there was no problem with what he knew today. Baraz did not deceive them about these things. The people living in this boundless sea did improve very quickly in the first 2 stages. And their magic was boiling, not calm. In other words, Alka and the others were indeed very conspicuous. Although Baraz did not have any ill intentions towards them this time. We cannot expect everyone not to have any ill intentions. Moreover, there would be other strangers landing on the island from time to time. And Alka and the others would not leave this place for a while. Just like what Balish said. If it was just 1 or 2 people whose magic power was stable, it would not be surprising. There would always be many individual cases in the world. But if a lot of people were like this, then others would have no right to speculate. Balish would leave this place in a few days. As a merchant, he could not stay here for long. Otherwise it would be difficult to return to the Southern Cross when drifting on the island. This matter needed more consideration. After all, it was related to their safety. Thinking of this, Alka returned to his dream. He cleaned up the dream creatures around him. Not long after Alka woke up from his dream. It was dawn. But today was a day to rest. So they did not leave the ship and continued to rest on the deck. After breakfast, Simon pulled Alka to the deck. "What are you doing? You are so impatient. What else can I do? I haven't tried the cannon yet," Simon said impatiently. Hearing this, Alka remembered this matter. On the deck, he took out the cannon parts from the pocket rings of several people, and then saw Simon reassemble them. looking at the cannon in front of him. The overall style is very simple. If you don't pay attention to the pattern on it. How to open this thing? Alka has not studied this cannon. Turned his head and looked at Simon and asked. Unexpectedly. Simon also shook his head. I don't know. Yesterday's time was too tight. I just studied it briefly. Then he started to study it again. Holding the entire cannon and touching it, after waiting for a long time, he seemed to understand how this thing worked. A few energy stones appeared in his hand. Pull the tail of the cannon open. There is a small square inside, and the square is engraved with dense patterns around it. After throwing the energy stone in, then push the square in. Jason's hand surged with magic power, pressing on both sides of the tail of the cannon. With the influx of magic power, the whole body of the cannon lit up with patterns. 3 spell arrays appeared at the muzzle, overlapping each other. Wait. You don't want to fire here, do you? Alka interrupted, seeing Simon's slightly confused eyes. It seemed that he really wanted to fire here. He waved his hand and said, Sound of Dawn. Drive the boat 1 kilometer along the edge of the island. Then he said to Simon, Where is this place? How can you fire randomly in someone else's port? Hearing this, Simon remembered that he was too excited and quickly let go of his hand. The waiting ship drove to the cliff of the island, and the sound of dawn stopped on the sea. Now you pick a target. Hearing this, Simon rubbed his hands impatiently, and Jason was also looking at it eagerly. This cannon looked very powerful, and he also wanted to fire it twice. Simon dragged the barrel and turned it, aiming it at the top of the cliff. As he controlled it, magic power gathered towards the cannon. The triple magic circle floating on the muzzle also began to rotate with each other. Bang! A huge sound of artillery fire rang out. The entire dawn sound sank slightly into the sea. The recoil of this artillery fire was extremely exaggerated. An energy shell was also fired from the muzzle. The conical light gray shell had already landed on the top of the cliff Simon was aiming at in the blink of an eye. The dazzling light flashed out, making everyone squint slightly. The shell exploded in a spherical shape, and the explosion range was about 3 meters in diameter. There was no splashing, but the energy simply spread into a circle. When the circular energy dissipated, a very neat arc-shaped deep notch appeared on the top of the cliff, like a piece of butter being scooped out by a hot spoon. So, is it powerful or not? Mathlisa looked at everyone who was silent and asked quietly. It should be very strong. The position of the gap is too smooth. If this shell falls on the sound of dawn, the wound caused will be no different from that on it. Simon thought for a while and said, But what is the limit of damage caused by this shot? It is not known for the time being. Anyway, the power is exaggerated enough. Who knew that at this time? Julia said, The energy ball caused by the shell is similar to the cutting of space. The piece of soil was cut off by space, not blown up. Huh? So powerful? Simon himself did not expect this cannon to be so powerful. It's actually an attack with spatial properties. Hearing this, Arka patted the Adra's destruction next to him. This thing may be the most powerful weapon on our ship, so where should we put it? Arka asked. It's impossible to wear it every time. This thing is obviously fixed somewhere. Let me see. Let me find a good place. Simon is going to install it on the ship, and it must take advantage of its wide attack angle. By the way, it must be connected to the automatic control of the dawn sound, so that the dawn sound can control the firing by itself. Chapter 243 Museum Exploration. When another day falls, Alka and the others packed up and prepared to go to the ruins of the museum in the observation hall. Is the golden trout ready to leave? Sia Daidi stood on the deck, watching the sails of the huge ship outside the port fall. He also turned his head to look. On the huge sailing ship, there were 3 extremely exaggerated masts, and there were secondary masts at the bow and stern. As the sails were raised, the whole ship began to move slowly, and then the speed increased and left the island. The goods that were piled up at the port before have also disappeared. It seems that they have left. Alka flipped through the small card in his hand and said, This small card was given to him by Balish, which is equivalent to a business card. If they want to go to Southern Cross Island later, they can find their station on the island through the address on it. Okay, everyone, it's time to get down to business, Alka said, looking at everyone's clothes. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Alka told them early this time that they would also dig a pit this time, digging the ruins that were once buried deep underground. So everyone was dressed in leather clothes that fit them well, which were dirt-resistant and cheap. I wouldn't mind if they got dirty or torn. After all, digging would get you covered in mud, and several girls wore hats to protect their hair, so that their hair wouldn't get stained with mud and be difficult to clean. Everyone just skipped the town and headed for the goal. With the map as a guide along the way, we didn't encounter any dangerous situations. We arrived at the ruins very smoothly, but we didn't approach them rashly. Because the ruins were surrounded by the territories of several small monsters, they had seen them before. Looking at the two ferocious bull-like monsters, Alka looked at Julia. For this kind of act of killing that didn't have much meaning, as a companion, they would generally consider Julia's feelings. After all, these two bull-like monsters didn't mean to attack them, they were just driving them away. "I'll go drive them away," Julia said and walked over. Her legs turned into a fish tail as the water flowed. The spiral water flow wrapped around her fish tail, lifted her up, and led her towards the two diversions. A gentle humming could be heard. The two monsters stared at her, their eyes red. But as the singing came, they still did not attack, but pawed their hooves restlessly in place. "It's okay. It's okay." Julia carefully stretched out her hands and touched the heads of the two monsters as they looked nervous. After all, these two monsters were not creatures in the ocean, so they still needed a certain communication process. First, you need to win their favor and let down their guard. Just like taming an animal. If it is a magical beast in the ocean, Julia will be able to communicate more easily. She can even easily make the creatures in the ocean understand her meaning. Julia just touched them simply, and the two magical beasts that looked like wild bulls calmed down. Their slightly red eyes gradually recovered, and their emotions became stable. Then Julia turned around and nodded to Juanlu. Juanlu immediately took out two huge tree roots as thick as his arms from his pocket ring and threw them over. This was what Julia asked Juanlu to help prepare when they just passed by. After feeding the two huge tree roots to the two monsters, they became even quieter. They came directly to the side with the two tree roots in their mouths and gnawed them silently, completely ignoring the presence of everyone. It turned out that they were vegetarians, which was quite suitable for their appearance. "Okay, you can come in. They won't attack you rashly anymore." Everyone nodded and walked over. The brave heir even ran in front of them, squatting next to the bison and watching it. Seeing that these two bison-like monsters had no intention of attacking, he even climbed onto their horns. Fortunately, the two monsters seemed to have a better temper after having food, and they had no intention of paying attention to heir who climbed onto them. Xia Dai, who was originally a little worried, couldn't help but hold his forehead and sighed. Looking at this scene, Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulders and suddenly said, "Fortunately, I wasn't naughty when I was a child. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what her puppet army would look like." Hearing this, Xia Dai felt awkward for some reason, stretched out her index finger to scratch her cheek, and said quickly, "I'll detect it first and divide it into areas." Then she went to work. The others also began to work together. "This ruins. What's wrong?" Hearing Xia Dai's slightly surprised voice, Alka asked beside him. "This ruins covers a large area, and a large part of it is well preserved." "Wait, don't do it yet. I'll explore it carefully," Xia Dai said, and asked the few people who were about to do it to stop first. And then she detected more carefully, and even the ring of light on her forehead appeared, which was used to enhance the detection accuracy of her silver light. In this way, several people watched Xia Dai explore further and further, and almost explored the entire area of nearly 1 kilometer. "Huh? Is it so big?" Jason was shocked. Although the two temples were buried deep and built high, their area was only 300 or 400 meters at most, and the main excavation area was about 100 meters near the ruins. Other places were just simply excavated to reduce some pressure and avoid collapse. Judging from the way Xia Dai explored, the area occupied by this place was a bit exaggerated. If they really dig deeper, how long will it take? Jason already had a bad feeling. As expected, Xia Dai began to mark the entire area. Although most of the marks were drawn within a range of 400 or 500 meters, it was still large enough. After all, they had to dig down. As the marks were drawn, everyone's expressions became more and more uncomfortable. They also thought that such a large project would obviously not be completed in 1 or 2 days. How exhausted they must be. And the not-so-good future seemed to have appeared before their eyes. After the painting was completely finished, Xia Dai wiped the sweat from her head and turned to look at everyone. Looking at everyone's expressions, she couldn't help but smile. "Haha. Don't be so sad. It's not as serious as you think." The area below is well preserved. And it doesn't need to be dug very deep. The deepest place actually only needs to be dug 10 meters. Dig a little in other places. And make sure that the bottom does not collapse. And I found a gap leading to the intact area. And I just need to open it up. The main thing is to reduce some weight and refix some places, so that their journey downward will be safer, and to better preserve the entire ruins. After all, their further excavation is likely to cause a bigger landslide, destroying more ruins, which would be a loss. After all, this ruin is the best preserved one they have encountered in the past few days, and there will definitely be enough gains. After listening to Xiao Daidi's explanation, everyone's expressions finally recovered, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this is such a large area, it would take 4 or 5 days to dig it like before. Okay, since it's done, let's dig. Everyone started to dig, and soon Simon released his 4 intact Sentinel Patrol planes, and asked the Sentinel Patrol planes to spiral around to prevent any wild beasts from disturbing them. Due to the large excavation area, the various piles of soil became a problem. Nyo-nyo. Pull quickly. Several puppet girls rode 2 magical cows, and began to use the 2 ox carts that Simon had just made to pull the soil to a farther place. They were also helping everyone in their own way. Jason. Go away. Why did you bring your eggs out again? Pororo felt a tingling sensation on his body, and couldn't help but said to Jason next to him. Hearing this, Jason just shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. It has to follow me today. As he said, he touched the egg in his hat through the hood. Although it came to the boundless sea, the egg was no longer as tightly attached to Jason as before. But it had to stick to him for at least 2/3 of the day. The excavation in the past few days made it stick to him less, and it seemed that it was unwilling to be separated from him too much. With everyone digging together, it took about 10 hours to finally dig through the deepest place. Other places were also reinforced. Go down from here, and you will find the place below that is buried but not completely destroyed. Xiao Daidi said, and jumped down directly. Alka looked up and said, Lucilia and Julia, let's go down together. The 3 of them jumped down, and the others stood guard outside. It was obviously impossible for everyone to go in under such circumstances. As soon as they landed, they saw one ball of light after another being controlled by Xiao Daidi to illuminate the area. They seemed to be next to a passage, but there were all kinds of soil and ruins on both sides of the passage, which made the passage a little narrow. Go here, the entrance should be behind this passage. Xiao Daidi pointed in front of them, and behind them, they could indeed see a structure that looked like a gate, but it was also distorted and deformed, and had long been embedded with the surrounding soil. As the light ball illuminated, the crowd walked inside. As they walked further inside, the collapsed ruins around them became less and less, and the inside became more intact. They saw 2 complete statues. Standing in front of the statues, the crowd looked up. This statue is similar to a human-shaped statue, about 2.4 meters tall, slightly slender, but not thin. Although the sculpture has become a little cracked with the passage of time, it can at least be seen how fine it once was. The sculpture is very fine, including the texture of the skin, and even the facial expression is completely carved out. It is a bit like a sculpture for a real person. It can be seen that the pair of statues are a man and a woman. Although they are human-shaped, they have 2 pairs of ears. One pair of ears is larger, and the ear tips are a little sharp. There is also a pair of smaller ears, which are also pointed. And their smiles reveal their teeth, which are very sharp, like neat shark teeth. But like humans, there are only 2 rows of teeth, upper and lower. The proportions of the 2 arms are also longer than those of normal people, and they also have 5 fingers, but the fingers are more slender and slender. In general, although they are different from humans, they are still more human, with only some slightly different details. The female statue, wearing an unknown ornament, holding a book in one hand, and holding something like a feather pen in the other hand. The male statue, wearing a warrior-like open-face helmet, wearing light armor, carrying 3 javelins on his back, holding a long sword in his hand, and holding an axe in the other hand. Is this the Vastwa people? Xiao looked at the statue and asked. Placing the human-shaped statue here is obvious, and it is the ethnic appearance of this place. After all, this is a place to showcase their city-state culture. And Lucilia nodded. She looked at the words on the base below the 2 statues, and brushed away the dust on them. The female is called the original Eye of Mysticism, and the male is called the original Hand of Conquest. I know the Eye of Mysticism, but what is the Hand of Conquest? Julia asked curiously. They had never heard of this term before, except Alka. After hearing this, Lucilia hadn't answered yet, but Alka said, "You can think of it as a military position equal to the eye of mysticism." After saying this, several people understood. "Let's go in and take a look." As he said this, Xiao controlled the sphere to float inside, and several people followed him in. As soon as they entered, they found that this was a huge hall, which was unusually empty, and their voices could echo. But they could also see that a small part of the hall had collapsed, and there were also different signs of collapse around. As the light was fully illuminated, Arka looked up. There was a huge semicircular dome in the sky. If it was still alive, it must be very beautiful. The second floor can be seen under the dome. There is an aisle around both sides. However, the second floor has almost completely collapsed, and even the stairs leading to the second floor have been completely broken. In the center of the entire hall, there is also a statue. The statue looks very strange. It is not a human figure. It is a statue of 4 spheres with different styles connected together. Each sphere is at a different height and position. Under the sphere is an island. Lucilia ran over and carefully cleaned the stone slab in front of the statue. Several people also walked over. Lucilia looked at the stone slab and translated, "This statue represents the 4-part god in Vasva." Hearing this, everyone looked at the spherical statue, which means that in the eyes of the Vasva people, the 4-part god is 4 connected spheres. Each of these 4 spheres is different. Each has a unique appearance, but it makes people feel that the sphere is one, fully demonstrating the means of the person who carved it. But this island, it's obviously wrong. Xiao turned his attention to the island statue below. Several people also looked down. The whole island looked like a teardrop, except that the head of the teardrop was sharper and thinner, but it was completely different from the long strips they knew. Everyone looked at the island statue carefully. The statue was carved very delicately, and some important landmark buildings on the island were completely carved out. Because the island was teardrop-shaped, you could draw a circle on the island, and there were 4 identical temples in the 4 directions of the circle. These 4 temples were the highest. This should be the 4 great temples that the Golden Light mentioned. On the tail of the water drop, there is a low temple that is not high, but occupies a large area, and it looks very important. Xiao gestured on the statue with her hand and said, "Look, if we cut it from here, is it like the shape of the island we are on now?" The place where her hand drew was a deep groove dug towards the water drop at the tail. And this deep groove just cut out one of the great temples, and the low temple at the end of the tail was also included in it. Seeing this, he reached out and covered the tip of the map. "Is this like the place where we landed, that is? The semicircle that Shiraishi said was blown up?" Everyone looked at it, and nodded involuntarily. It looked very similar. No, even exactly the same. That is to say, this island is actually a broken part. If you think about it this way, it seems reasonable to call this island Broken Island. Julia concluded. This statue island has basically confirmed that the place where they are is just a part of the original city-state. Let's look at other places around. Everyone turned their attention to other places in the hall. There were also various statues around the hall, and these statues became humanoid like the statues at the door just now. It's just that the dress and appearance have changed differently, and even the height is different. However, several statues have collapsed and been damaged. And Alka also saw several objects with white light edges among them. After a quick look, they were all jewelry and decorations made of various precious metals and diamonds. However, none of them except Lucilia could understand the words. So they simply looked at the appearance. They waited for Lucilia to finish reading the words carved on the top, and then translated them for them. Although this place occupies a large area, most of it is empty space. Only at the edge of the space, there are statues and some items. Not to mention that many items have become waste, and the stone slabs that introduced them have long been blurred. The few people could only listen to Lucilia's exclamations from time to time. She seemed very surprised by some of her discoveries. This exclamation also made Alka and the others waiting nearby feel itchy. After all, who wouldn't be curious about such ancient secrets? But they didn't have to wait for long. Lucilia read all the information that could be obtained from it. Then she ran over with a look of surprise. Do you know? I saw some incredible information. Chapter 244 God Creates Man. What incredible information? Alka asked impatiently. Come with me, Lucilia said, and then took them to a somewhat damaged mural. Although it was a little damaged, the pattern on it was still clear, and it could be clearly seen that the main depiction was a man. From the composition above, it should be a normal human being. The long mural described the story with this man as the protagonist. The first mural depicts him kneeling on the ground and looking up at the sky in prayer. And a beam of light falls from the sky. This picture is full of ancient mythology. There are also text interpretations below, but they can't understand them. Lucilia pointed to the text under the first painting and interpreted it to everyone. Vastva, the founder of the city-state, prays for the blessing of the four gods. Through the text and the mural, it is easy to understand what is being expressed. So this city-state was named after its founder. But this Vastva, should he be a human? Julia pointed at the human figure on the mural and said. The mural was from the side, clearly depicting the ears of the male figure, and they had just learned clearly from the statues that Vastva people have two pairs of ears, and they are both pointed. Lucilia smiled and said, so don't be shocked later, it's definitely a great discovery, you'll know when you see it later. Hearing that Lucilia was deliberately keeping them in suspense, the others had no choice but to continue watching from the side. The next picture is of Vastva with light on his body, which should be blessed by the gods. He is holding a sword and throwing a spear with his other hand. In front of him is a very abstract monster. The monster has a huge single eye, no mouth and no neck, and misty tentacles extending from the surroundings. What is conspicuous is that the monster has two very sharp ears, which are very similar to the Vastva people. Seeing this, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly, and had some guesses in his mind. There were several spears stuck in the monster's body, and blood-like drawings were gushing out. Lucilia continued to interpret the text below the mural, with the blessing of God. Vastva killed the monster that destroyed his hometown and people, and completed his revenge. In the third picture, the monster had been cut in half, and a spherical glowing object floated out of his body. Vastva knelt and stretched out his hands, and beams of light fell from the sky. This picture should show this monster, and there was something in its body. It was not known whether it was offered to God or purified by God. Vastva cut open his enemy's body and took out his heart. The god saw his bravery and blessed his heart and gave it to Vastva. As Lucilia interpreted it, the meaning of the image became clear. The fourth picture was completely different. Vasva's figure became taller than the previous paintings, and it was obvious that he was painted like this on purpose. He sat on a throne, wore a crown on his head, and had four pointed ears. He has completely transformed into the image of a Vastva. He still holds the heart that was just blessed to him in his hand. Next to the throne, there is a figure that is obviously a woman, with a smaller crown on her head, but I don't know if it represents his daughter or his wife. Below the throne is a person who looks like him, who seems to represent his subjects who submit to him. The heart makes the king smarter, stronger, and he also gains powerful divine power, and his subjects also gain the same changes as him. Can the heart actually change a person's appearance directly? In other words, the Vastva people were actually changed because of the power of this heart. Alka looked at the picture, and thought while listening to Lucilia's interpretation. He looked at the fifth picture. Vastva held up his heart, and in front of him was a cracked door. His people, like him, entered the door with their luggage and tools. There was a blazing fire at the edge of the mural. This picture was easier to understand. Did he use his heart to take his people away? Vastva used his heart to open the door to space, and found a new home for his people. There should be more after the sixth and last picture, but it was destroyed by the collapsed rubble and tiles, and it is no longer clear. Even the sixth painting is the most damaged among all these paintings. Only half can be seen. The picture shows half of the city, which is emitting a faint light. If the picture is complete, it should be the whole city. Judging from the most conspicuous high tower on the side of the city, it should be Vastva where they are standing. The handwriting under the last painting is not very clear, and only some can be seen. But according to speculation and interpretation, it should be said that they built a new city in a safe space. According to the information I saw from other murals, tools, and antique stone tablets, the place where they finally built the city really exists in another space. After the brief narration, Lucilia closed her mouth. Alka looked at the mural and listened to Lucilia's interpretation. Connecting the information. What is the important information you are talking about? Xiaodai asked. This island was once in another space. They built a city on the land of another space. This is amazing. And from the interpretation of those tools and antiques, it can be seen that they are very good at using space to create overlapping spaces, and even expand space. Lucilia became excited and ran to a statue not far away. This statue is obviously a statue of a woman, holding a huge scepter in her hand. And the top of the scepter is a lightning-like stone sculpture. Lucilia pointed to the introduction of the statue and said, "The Eye of Mysticism Salvalina. The Space Pioneer." the god of grace. She discovered the secret of space and created the overlapping space technology, space expansion technology, and space cutting and separation technology. According to the introduction, the alien space that the two temples explored before, which required secret words to reach, was invented by her. In addition to him, there are many people who have invented different space-related technologies. And there is also the space teleportation technology that can teleport people to faraway places in a flash. It was the temple we first encountered when we arrived on the island. The technology that led us into the underground cave. After listening to Lucilia's words, several people almost understood what she meant. You mean, in these ruins on this island, there might be things or information related to these technologies? Alka thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Lucilia nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. Judging from the introduction of these technologies, even the most common space expansion technology is absolutely amazing. According to some simple introductions, this technology simply expands the space. For example, if it is a space of only 10 square meters, it can be expanded to 20 square meters, 30 square meters, or even more. It increases the size of the space for no reason. The first thing Lucilia thought of was to use this technology to expand the internal space of the Dawn Sound, making the space inside ridiculously large. Of course, this is just a fantasy. But anyway, in addition to the most eye-catching technology of space, from the information around here, we can know that this island is very concerned about inventions and technological research. The whole island has a very strong academic atmosphere, even in the hands of war. Some have made considerable research results. Of course, most of these research results are related to war force. From this, we can conclude that among these ruins, there must be various powerful technologies, and even tools invented based on these technologies. For example, the magic gathering stone they obtained before can increase their meditation speed several times. It is outrageous to increase a person's magic meditation speed several times. And even with such technology, it can only allow a researcher to be promoted to the Eye of Mysticism. Look at the statues here. There are 7 or 8 statues of the Eye of Mysticism, and these are still intact. Only statues with great contributions can be placed here. Julia was thinking about something, after thinking for a while. She said, but the place we are now is only 1/4 of this island. The destruction of this island must have caused it to break into many pieces. Who can guarantee that the other fragments still exist? And the time is too long, 30,000 years, everything will return to nothingness. The implication is that space expansion technology may not exist, nor may it be preserved. Don't hold too high hopes, lest you feel great disappointment when your hopes are dashed. After all, one thing is very important, that is, all the useful things they have now come from the superposition space. All those stored outside have basically become garbage, and have not been preserved at all. Even in the superposition space, ordinary items are difficult to preserve. 30,000 years is too long. Hearing this, Lucilia finally calmed down and thought carefully, and nodded with some regret. Never mind that, I'm more concerned about this thing, Alka suddenly said, and then pointed to the glowing heart on the mural. Others may not know what this thing represents, but Alka has already equated it with something. That is the treasure with the orange light. What does the introduction above say? Treasure information. City-state Vasva, ancient city, believes in the 4 divisions of the ancient god of pursuit of secrets, also known as the City of Change. Temple of Parsva, the core of the city-state. Here lies the heart of the city, the eternal beating heart. The heart of the city, the eternal beating heart. It is hard not to equate it with the heart above. Alka felt that this thing was the truly incredible information. What's wrong with this thing? Xiaodai asked in some surprise. The other 2 people were also somewhat puzzled. In this kind of mythological story about the founder of a city-state, there must be traces of artificial beautification. Aren't you curious about what this heart is? Alka asked curiously. Xiaodai shook his head and explained. This thing is obviously blessed by the 4-part god. This vast one must have become a saint in the end. A god's agent or something like that. This heart may have become something like a holy vessel. There are such deeds in many mythological stories. And there is nothing strange about it. Simply put, the 3 of them have seen a lot. In this worldview where it is already confirmed that gods exist, all 3 of them have a close connection with the Church of God. Even if such a myth is true, it is not surprising. The main reason is that they have read too much of the doctrines of various churches, from childhood to adulthood. Not to mention that among the 4 gods, there are dozens or even dozens of such agents and saints. It is natural that there is nothing strange about such stories after reading too many of them. Alka listened to their words, thought about it carefully, and understood a little. After all, the four-part god was once a god. I just don't know what's happening now. Did it die in the War of Gods? Or did it abandon the corpse of this world and leave? But I am different from them, because I know clearly that it is very likely that this thing is right under their feet. It must be a treasure above the Holy Grail. None of them have seen the Holy Grail or above. And even the names of the treasures above are only known from stories. For them, the Holy Grail and above are things they have never thought about. Since he understood, Alka nodded, said nothing more, and pointed to the corresponding painting. What I care about is, why can this heart change their appearance? He knew clearly that this heart was a treasure. Is the treasure powerful enough to change a person's appearance? If so, then, speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Julia. And his mind couldn't help but think of Poro, Matlisa and others. I don't know. Maybe it was God's hand. After all, that thing was given by God. Isn't it? Lucilia said indifferently. Gods are like this. Mermaids, Murlocs, Naga, including myself, are all different from humans, and have different duties for gods. No, very wrong. Alka looked at the heart, then looked at the four sharp ears of the Vaspa people, then looked at the four sharp ears of the monster. Putting these together. No hurry. No hurry, he calmed himself down, and took back his thoughts. Now is not the time to think about this. No, his mind is completely out of control. He really cares too much. He had truly discovered something incredible. He could not help but turn his head and look at Julia again and asked, Julia, do you know the history of your clan? Listening to Alka's question, thinking about what he had just said, Julia roughly understood what he wanted to express. He could not help but smile and said, although it is not very clear, the clear history can still be traced back very far, and we are born believers of life, born as his offspring, so we are also created by God. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He had heard this before. In Pororo's mouth, Pororo also said the same thing about the origin of their mermaids. They were created by the sea god. Then what about Lucilia, who has sharp ears and a long life? She always calls her race human. Julia, the mermaid who gets along well with their race, also said the same thing, but she thinks Lucilia and her race are just a branch of humans. Just like even if everyone is human, but because they are in different places, they will have different skin colors. The same situation applies to the Broken Islanders, who have grayish-white skin and flaming eyes. This was a simple question he had asked when communicating with Balish before, and it was also a question he had asked in his dream. These Islanders also believe that they are human. His thoughts were getting farther and farther away. In order to pull himself back to his thoughts, Alka said to Lucilia, if you don't mind, please translate the text on these introductions for me. Of course. We'll look at them one by one. Lucilia began to pull a few people, introducing each antique item and tool calligraphy and painting to everyone, including the introductions under the statues. Through these introductions, they also gained a deeper understanding of the city-state of Vaspa. This castle was indeed built in a different space. It is peaceful and tranquil here. With the four-part god's priesthood, the whole city has a very high academic atmosphere, and they are very happy to put their knowledge into practice, create and improve better tools, compile more practical spell arrays, combining spell magic with tools, creating more powerful constructs. The translation does say constructs, and also said that they are at the forefront of construct manufacturing technology. That is to say, before the War of Gods caused the world to be broken, this world had already developed the construct technology. The construct technology they are using now. And these things are actually left over from their predecessors. And from these introductions, it can be seen that many of them have already gotten used to it. From the introductions of some constructs, it can be learned that even the technology commonly used in daily life is out of their reach. For example, the space division technology that almost everyone uses. That is, the pocket ring. They knew it themselves. Their pocket rings were made entirely from special gemstones. They were minerals given by nature, and they were given a portable space by the corresponding spell arrangement. But the space division in the city-state was really to carve out a piece of space and stuff it into a small object. And each of the residents had one of these spaces, which was something to be proud of. So it was written in the museum. However, they excavated several temples, but did not find a single sample. This thing is obviously not so easy to preserve. Not to mention that this civilization is more than 30,000 years old. This is still a conservative estimate, because there is no strong evidence. The more he learned, the more interested Alka was in the ruins. He already had a lot of ideas. Chapter 245: The Mystery of the Alien Species. Alka absent-mindedly crawled out of the tunnel they had dug. As they came out of the cave, the people who were wandering around immediately surrounded them, with curiosity in their eyes. They were also very interested in the ruins. Alka, how is it? Did you get anything? Some valuable items, and some shocking information. Let them tell you the details. Seeing Alka's absent-minded look, Jason did not bother him too much, and asked the people behind him. Others were also listening quietly. From time to time, exclamations were heard. Simon's eyes were red, and he was very excited. He had heard from the descriptions of several people that this was a civilization that was very good at constructs. They had even integrated the use of constructs into their daily lives. The arsenal had already shown him this. He held the shovel in his hand, and he felt that his shovel was already thirsty. His blood was boiling. After hearing these words, he could not wait to come to Alka, who was in deep thought. He stared at him with red eyes. His face was full of excitement. Alka, who was thinking about something, turned his head to look at him, and looked at him with a confused look. He could not help but turn his head to look at the others with a questioning look. What's wrong with him? The others shook their heads helplessly, and spread their hands. Simon asked excitedly, "Boss, when will we conduct the next excavation? I love archaeology." He waved the shovel in his hand, and even fixed the shovel on his hand to show his seriousness. Looking at the excited Simon, Alka was somewhat speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, "No hurry. Let's go back first. I have to sort out the information today before I can decide on the next step." Simon nodded. Although he was excited, he was not so excited that he just kept digging. This ruins had been excavated by them, and other places had completely collapsed. If it completely collapsed in such a museum, basically no useful information could be obtained. After they buried it, they started to return. On the way, they saw a white bird returning to its nest. They walked quickly towards the town. They passed through the town and returned to the ship. Since they learned some information from Baraz, they have been staying on the ship. In such a port, they can better discover other strangers who come to the island, and they can also make better strategies to deal with them. After all, unless there is malicious intent, no one will inexplicably explore other people's ships, especially when there are people on the ship. After returning to the ship, everyone cleaned up briefly, and then went about their own business at night. They waited for dinner. After spending so many days in the infinite sea, they gradually got used to this place. They did their main work during the day, and spent half of the night doing their own work or resting. After all, the night was too long, and they were used to sleeping longer at night. After eating and drinking, Alka came to the captain's room alone. He held the map in his hand. This time he ignored the golden light, but directly clicked on the orange light. He first had to confirm whether the orange light was the heart painted on the mural. Heart of Vasva. Difficulty: 4-point power, 3 stages. Popularity: 126,000. Treasure information: City-state Vasva, the ancient city, believes in the ancient god of mystery. 4-point, also known as the City of Change. This is the Temple of Parsva, the core of the city-state. The temple is connected to the Parliament Hall deep underground. Just read the name of the temple, and you can go there. All the affairs of the city, big or small, and festivals are held there. But only the 4 leaders of the great temple know that the core of the city is hidden underneath. The treasure was forged by His Majesty Vasva, the founder of the city-state, who killed the hollow demon, cut out its heart, and with the help of the power of the 4 gods, the scepter-level treasure star of opening, opened up this space, allowing the Vasva people to live in peace and tranquility, and the energy of the treasure infected, and also turned the former humans into the current Vasva people. The information obtained from the museum instantly expanded the treasure information of this orange light. Except for the last, most important part: how to obtain this treasure. It has basically reached perfection, and Alka has already known that this is indeed a scepter-level treasure. Orange light equals scepter level. It seems that the previous prediction was not wrong, and the expansion of the information of this treasure is enough for Alka to understand the secret of this treasure. As shown on the mural, this treasure turned the normal human beings at that time into the image of the later Vasva people. It gave them strength and a smart brain. In addition, the Vasva people are very good at using space, and even created so many space-related technologies. Alka seriously suspected that this treasure also gave them space-related talents. After all, this treasure is definitely related to space. It is clearly stated above that this treasure has opened up an alien space that is large enough to fit the entire city-state. You have to know that the island under their feet is only 1/4 of the entire city-state. You can imagine how big the entire alien space is. No matter which of the two treasures' functions are displayed, it is outrageous enough. And this may not be the full power of this treasure. Because Alka seriously doubts that changing people's appearance to grant more strange powers may be just a byproduct. After all, the human body in this world clearly shows that it is very easy to be affected by the surrounding magic. This is something Alka knew early on. The Frost bloodline that was once known in the home sea is because they have mastered a Holy Grail level treasure related to Frost for generations. Even if it is only the energy emitted by the Holy Grail level treasure, it can change the blood of the entire family to a certain extent after 2 generations. There is also Juanlu, the most typical person on their ship, who eats and drinks a lot and uses the energy of food to quickly restore his body. Doesn't it also come from the blood of the former family? Although the family has declined, the blood has faded, and the treasure has disappeared long ago. But this blood still exists, and it can emerge from time to strengthen the descendants. Scepter-level treasures, changing the appearance of a race to grant more exaggerated changes, which is equivalent to the ability to directly change humans into another race, are also understandable. After all, humans in this world, are so adaptable. If they stay in an environment with strange energy for a long time, they will change themselves according to such an environment. And scepter-level treasures also have this power. He has no doubt about the energy strength of scepter-level treasures. The Dark Realm has proved this. He seriously suspected that people like Lucilia, who seemed not very human, might also have mastered more powerful treasures. Thinking in this way, the changes of Pororo, Julia, and even Mathlisa were too exaggerated. The Vastwa people can be said to have mastered this treasure for generations, and they have not seen it become so exaggerated. Could it be because their ancestors mastered more advanced treasures? For example, crown level. This speculation is very reasonable. Holy Grail brings physical changes, almost no major changes in appearance, brings some unique abilities. For example, the attribute of changing its magic power from birth. Scepter brings higher physical enhancement. Appearance undergoes certain non-human changes, such as ears, eyes, skin, etc., but it is still humanoid. It will also give more powerful power and talents. Make it an immortal species. Crown brings complete changes in the body structure. Appearance undergoes more drastic changes, while retaining certain humanoid features. For example, hands, head, legs, and even the whole body. At the same time, it almost completely separates the race from humans, giving it new powers and talents. These are all Alka's guesses based on the information known now. The Holy Grail level is almost certain. The Scepter level is almost half certain. And the Crown level depends entirely on normal logical guesses. Even if it is wrong, it will only be half wrong. The world is becoming more and more interesting. And Alka is becoming more and more interested in more treasures. The strength and secrets of these treasures may be beyond his imagination. This feeling of uncovering the secrets of the world step by step makes him obsessed. Retract your thoughts, calm your heart. Alka stared at the information of the treasure, thinking about how to get this treasure. Looking at a certain item in the information, he thought about it, reached out, and touched the golden light. The thing with the direction as the top. Difficulty, Hunter Phase 2. Popularity, 0. Treasure information. Enshrined in the Great Temple of Vastwa, the thing is the 4-part god, representing 1/4 of its treasure. The treasure is one of the top ones among the Holy Grail class ones. It symbolizes the winter flower, and is placed in the Blue Temple in the north. It is controlled by Winter, one of the 4 highest priests of Vastva. He is next to the body of the Winter priest. Perfect, it is perfect. Alka never expected that the treasure information with the treasure is so simple and perfect. The treasure is next to the body of the so-called Winter priest. The place where the golden light is located is the location of the temple. And the body is obviously in this temple. The reason why it is so perfect is that this treasure does not have any hidden mechanism, but because the person who controls the treasure died there. As long as the body is found, the treasure can be found naturally. In fact, it is just like the treasures that Alka found easily before. Because it was an accident, there is not much information to know. You only need to know that the golden light is here, where this place is, the specific situation of Vastva, and the existence of 4 leading priests. Naturally, all the treasure information was expanded. The orange light was different, because it was something hidden on purpose. Unless the key point was found, it would never be expanded. The most critical information. One of the reasons why Alka clicked on this golden light was that he might have found the key point where the orange light buried the treasure. The orange light treasure clearly stated that the only ones who knew about the existence of the Star of Creation were the leaders of the 4 major temples. That is, the 4 priests, who were equivalent to the highest level of this city-state. And they have different powerful Holy Grail treasures in their possession. Each treasure is different, but it corresponds to 1/4 of the 4 gods. Put yourself in this leadership. If you know and want to protect and hide the most important thing for the entire city-state. How to do it? Combined with some of the situations you already know. If you want to take out this treasure, you must get the most powerful person in the 4 city-states, or the person with the highest power to nod your head. Everyone doesn't want others to take this thing at will. Nor do they want others to take it without their consent. After all, this is related to the survival of the race. Thinking about the difficulty of the treasure 4-point power, it is very clear. It should be that the 4 most powerful priests must be present at the same time to open and obtain this treasure. What can represent them? Without a doubt, it is this most powerful Holy Grail treasure. It is also clearly stated above that each one is controlled by the priest. Think about the underground hall that he and others entered at that time, and the 4 statues holding the statues in their hands. The meaning of the 4-point power is that you need to collect these 4 treasures to get the scepter-level treasure Star of Creation. Although this is just a guess, Alka thinks it is reasonable, but more information is needed to prove it. After all, if there is no concrete proof of the guess, the treasure information will not be expanded, and more problems are coming. Once it is confirmed, it will be even more difficult to get this treasure. Because the former city-state had long been broken, the place where they are now is just a fragment, and there is only one of the great temples on it. In this chaotic sea, it is simply a pipe dream to want to collect them all. Because of the chaos, the entire sea is changing. How can we find all the treasures? Thinking of this, Alka leaned heavily on the back of the chair, and couldn't help sighing. The orange light was right in front of him, but his discoveries seemed to indicate that he couldn't get this thing at all. Calming down, it cannot be fully confirmed yet. After all, the information about the treasure of orange light is still not perfect, and the conditions for obtaining it are still unknown. What if I guess wrong? After all, even I can guess the way to obtain it. It can't be so straightforward. And this method has many hidden dangers of insecurity. For this kind of treasure that is related to the core of the entire city and the fate of the entire race, it is not too rigorous. Thinking of this, Alka no longer worries. Now that we have come to this point, then tomorrow's goal will naturally be to focus on this golden light. Another treasure is about to be obtained. Looking at the remaining blue and white dots, Alka also raised his hand and clicked on them one by one. With this exploration of the museum, too much information was revealed in front of him. And these blue dots also have more extended information, no longer like before, just giving an ambiguous explanation for a project. As more and more treasure information came into Alka's eyes, a certain idea in his heart became more and more firm. Decided. When Alka woke up from his sleep, the night sky outside was still full of stars and huge planets. Since the night was so long, everyone's schedule had already become very chaotic. Alka also waited in his dream until everyone's bubbles disappeared and woke up, and then he woke up. After a simple wash, waited for the ding-dong sound of dinner. Come to the restaurant. Everyone had already sat around the dining table, chatting with each other. When the meal was almost over, Alka knocked on the table. Hearing the knock, everyone turned their heads to Alka. The chattering stopped and became quiet. It seemed that Alka had something to say, based on the current situation and the exploration during this period. I have a proposal. I need your opinions, or whether you agree. After a pause, Alka said, according to Baraz, I decided that we will stay on this island for a long time, until our strength reaches the 9 spirals. This should be a watershed. At this stage, the rapid improvement of strength no longer exists. Many people will be stuck here forever. This is also a common limit. That is to say, at this stage, we also have a certain ability to protect ourselves, so as not to appear too weak. After all, after they came to the infinite sea, they came to this small island where they first landed. And the town on that island had only a few thousand people. The problem is that among these few thousand people, there are several third stages. Alka only knew that one of them was the mayor, and he didn't find the rest. There are only a few thousand people here. When they reach the southern cross island, there will be more strong people. If they don't reach the 9 spirals, they will be easier to see through. And once a conflict occurs, they may be more likely to be injured and more likely to fail. This is too dangerous. Not to mention the treasure information that Alka saw in the blue dots on the map yesterday. So he continued, and you should have discovered that. There are countless things buried underground on this island. We can also excavate these ruins during this time. It's the best of both worlds. He had an idea. That is to clear the island completely and extinguish all the bright spots on the island except for the treasures with the 3rd level of danger. The treasures indicated in the treasure information are also worth doing. These treasures can definitely enhance the combat effectiveness of all of them, and can even strengthen the sound of dawn. Alka can also improve the puppet nights during this period. The materials here are good enough, and there are enough of them. After speaking, Alka looked at everyone, waiting for their answers. Chapter 246 surrounded. Everyone at the table was thinking quietly. What Alka said was real, and there was nothing wrong with such a proposal. It was rather well thought out. Simon, what do you think if you had the magic gathering stone when you were in the 4th spiral and meditated here? How long do you think it would take you to reach your current stage? Jason thought, and suddenly asked Simon next to him. This way he could infer how long they might stay here. Hearing this, several people at the table looked at Simon. After all, he was the highest-ranking person among them. Simon thought, and began to make inferences based on his experience. After a while, he probably came to a more accurate conclusion and said, it will take more than a year. Then how long will it take you to reach the 9 spirals now? Alka asked. I don't know, but I think in my current situation, it won't take half a year. Speaking of this, he raised his right hand and shook the index finger of the precision hand. That is a treasure. That is to say, with the treasure, from 79, with the help of the infinite sea and the magic gathering stone, he felt that he could reach it in less than half a year. If there is another treasure, do you think the time you spent on improving your strength will be reduced? Xiaodaidi also asked. If I always have this holy ascension, the time I just mentioned can actually be halved. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. That is to say, if they have treasures, magic gathering stones, and are in the boundless sea, it may take a year for them to reach the 9th spiral. It may not be accurate, but at least there is a reference standard. Among them, those who have treasures are Alka, Xiaodaidi, Lucilia, and Simon. Among them, Alka has 2 treasures, and he will definitely be promoted faster than ordinary people. This is certain. Simon has already reached the 7th spiral, and those who have reached the 6th spiral are Julia and Mathlisa, and their levels are comparable. The only people who have reached 4 spirals and have no treasure are Poro, Jason, and Juanlu. Juanlu has not reached 4 spirals yet, but it will be in the next few days. That is to say, except for the 3 of them. The others can conservatively estimate that they can reach 9 spirals within a year, and there will be another treasure soon. According to their contributions, this treasure will definitely be given priority to Poro and Jason. In the end, only 2 people cannot guarantee to reach 9 spirals within a year. The rest can reach this standard. And the 2 people who cannot reach the standard but have stable strength will no longer attract attention, because there is nothing strange about individual cases. Everyone present figured it out. So conservatively speaking, we still have to stay on this island for another year, and during the rest of this year, we can also excavate the ruins, and it won't be a waste of time. Finally, Alka made a summary. I agree. Simon raised his hand first to show his agreement. He was eager to turn all the ruins here upside down. Since we have to stay here for such a long time, we will definitely be able to gain enough from these ruins. I don't mind either. Okay. Seeing that everyone agreed, Alka nodded. Then it's decided. As soon as the voice fell, there was a ding-dong sound outside. Lucilia's eyes lit up and she said, there are strange ships coming. Do we need to avoid them? He, who had been on alert in the observation room, had received the news. You stay here first. I'll go out and take a look, Alka said, and the pink mist surged out and enveloped him. Just like that, he disappeared in front of everyone. Alka relied on the pink mist dream to use a strange method to become invisible. Looking into the distance, a 50-meter-long 2-masted sailing ship was heading towards the island. From the angle of its sailing, it seemed that it had just discovered the port here and was adjusting its angle. It didn't seem to be coming straight, but passing by chance. The overall color of the ship was reddish-brown. Even the sails were painted red, and the symbol on the sails was two crossed white swords. The whole ship has a gun deck, and the gun muzzles are closed. Compared to Alka and his friends who were watching, the two ships from the small town in the port slid from the track to the sea. Instead, they drove out first, as if they were ready to inquire about the purpose of the ship. Necessary safety procedures. The reason why Alka and his friends were not received like this was because they arrived in the town first. Alka watched them interact and communicate in the observation room. And then the three ships sailed into the port together. The small port was already crowded with 4 ships. The reddish-brown ship was also a spell ship. It made sense. If it was not a spell ship sailing in such a place, the danger of sailing would be too great. Alka felt that it was tantamount to seeking death. A total of 20 to 30 people got off the ship on the deck, followed the guidance of the islanders on the ship, and walked towards the town. He could feel their curious eyes, and from time to time, he looked at the Dawn Sound parked at the port. After watching them leave, some people were still left on the ship. Alka narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at those who stayed on the ship. Everyone's magic power was abnormally boiling and violent, and it was easy to feel their strength through this exposed magic power. Most of them were between 25 spirals, and a few were 6 spirals. Silently walked down the observation room, and returned to the restaurant. How is it? An unknown ship. There are about 70 people on board. The leaders were not visible, but most of them were at the second stage, and their magic was very obvious. Alka told everyone some of the information he had seen. No matter what, they were not worthy of offending. What are we going to do now? Xiaodai looked at him and asked. After all, they just said that they would stay on the island for a year, so they had to think about how to avoid contact with these outsiders. Alka pondered for a while, and said, at night on the island, the only safe place is around the town. Or in other words, return to the sea, and avoid going to the island at night. Then we will go around the island during the day today, and mark all the places where the boat can be parked around the island. Then plan the route for our ruins excavation based on these marks. Alka said his method. Then he stopped hiding, took out the map, and took out a thin piece of paper from Xiaodai and laid it on it. He picked up a pen and began to point on it. These are the places I have explored, where there may be treasures. The ruins at these points are what we will excavate later, and we will plan based on these points. Jason tilted his head to look at those points, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Holy Mother, are there so many on this island? Alka densely pointed countless points on it, and everyone was a little shocked. Yes, I can't guarantee it completely, but it's almost certain. What treasure hunting structure? It's ridiculous. Why doesn't the Holy Mother have mercy on me? They completely underestimated the treasures on this island. No wonder Alka is willing to stay on this island to improve his strength. It's a win-win situation. All kinds of complaints sounded, but it also means that they agreed to this plan. Driving the sound of dawn, they began to sail around the island, pulling the speed to the fastest. They began to record every place where the ship could dock, and the points where it could be safely docked. It was indeed different to draw a map from the island and to experience it from the sea. After personally circling the sea with the boat, they knew which points that originally looked more suitable for docking on the map had many reefs below. This meant that many points that they had thought might be possible to dock were abandoned. However, after circling the sea, they finally found a good point, and began to connect the treasure locations pointed out by Alka according to these points, and planned each area, in order to achieve the greatest efficiency. Take these treasures. The question is, how can we ensure that we will not meet those strangers when digging? Simon looked at the map and asked suddenly. Hearing this, Alka smiled and looked at him and said, Don't worry. I will naturally find a way. By the way, our first stop is here. I have a hunch that there is a big treasure here. As he said, Alka drew a small cross at the place of golden light. Big treasure? Hearing this description, Xiaodai turned around and looked at him in surprise. For Alka, something that is a big treasure, then it can basically be equated with a treasure. Alka understood what she meant, and nodded to confirm her idea. Until the second day, they stopped the boat at the northeast corner of the island, if there is a northeast direction. This is the closest stop to the Golden Point. Get ready and we'll go there. Everyone got ready, led by Alka, and headed for the Golden Point. Soon they stepped into the vicinity of the point. Xiaodai said quietly, It seems we are surrounded. As he finished speaking, one after another, giant brown-haired wolves emerged from the bushes. These monsters looked exactly like wolves, except that they were much larger than normal wolves. and their fur seemed to be shining with oily luster. Looking at these giant wolves that emerged from behind, around and in front of them, the total number reached more than 20. They surrounded them. They had obviously regarded them as prey. The ruins of the great temple, where the golden treasure was buried, were less than 800 meters away from them. They seemed to be able to evade my detection. Even if they appeared in front of us, we could not find their traces, Xiao Daidi said. This was why she did not warn them in advance. And the wolves seemed very patient. They seemed to have smelled their arrival long ago and ambushed them on the road they might pass. Otherwise, they would not have entered the encirclement and found the traces of these wolves. Obviously, the hunters with difficulty level 2 were caused by these giant wolves, and they also came to the territory of this wolf pack. Listening to Xiao Daidi's words, aka smiled. This means that these wolves must have materials that can avoid detection and conceal their bodies. AKA has been longing for this material for a long time. Don't do it. Let me try, Simon suddenly said. He wanted to try these constructs he had just obtained. Speaking of which, he didn't seem to have shown his strength in front of AKA, although his paper data is the strongest in the team. In the past few nights, he also modified and repaired these constructs, which is when actual combat is needed. Moreover, his strength has reached the 7th spiral, which is in the upper middle level, and with the help of the constructs, he can be said to be a good player in group battles. When everyone heard this, they nodded, moved closer slightly, and moved back a little to make room for him. Although this group of wolves acted in secret and were numerous, they would not pose too much threat to them, and they were ready to appreciate Simon's methods. Since Alcati had said that they might be in danger, Simon was not unarmed. The most conspicuous thing was the backpack on his back. The backpack almost hung from his back to his waist, as if he was carrying a huge box. There were all kinds of protrusions and pendants around the box. Except for Alka. No one could understand what they were. With the sound of dripping, the wolves did not attack rashly, but let out a gloomy roar. The sound of dripping made them more alert. Simon raised his right hand and snapped his index finger. Combat mode. Lock. Free fire. As the 3 commands were issued, the 4 sentinel patrol planes that had been floating above their heads immediately emitted red light. 4 red rays swept out. Awah! The wolves cried out in pain, and 2 wolves were directly pierced through the head by the red rays. One was pierced through the hind legs and was paralyzed on the ground. Another one managed to escape with difficulty, but its fur had been pierced. More hair means less fire. Looking at this scene, Alka suddenly said with a smile. With the screams of pain and the attack of the patrol plane, the rest of the giant wolves immediately rushed towards them and launched an attack. Several huge ribbons flew out, circling around them in a circle, sweeping away all the giant wolves that rushed over. A soft song sounded, but a hint of harshness was heard from the song. As the song surged, the magic power was on Simon's body. Now they are mocked by you. If you don't die, they won't attack us. Stay away, Julia said with a smile after humming. Those who didn't know thought they had abandoned Simon. It was also to fulfill his idea. The pink magic and the sun's rays fell and enveloped everyone. In Simon's eyes, Alka and the others disappeared directly in front of him. Alka's dream mist can only make himself completely invisible in the dream, and bring others with him, and at most become hazy. It gives people a sense of touch that is not real, and makes people a little dazed. But Xiao Daidi has learned how to perform optical invisibility, and use it with the mist. Although it was not possible to completely disappear in the eyes of these giant wolves, it could at least reduce their desire to attack. The combination of the 2 plus Julia's ridicule instantly diverted the attention of these wolves. After all, you can't expect the intelligence of monsters to be high. They are just stronger beasts. Looking at the disappearing people, Simon smiled. Thank you. As soon as the voice fell, the tail of the backpack sprayed flames, and as he jumped, the flames were carried away by the jet. The giant wolves surrounding him immediately rushed towards Simon at a very fast speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, he caught up. So what is this taunt? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Alka asked. It only works on animals. Now Simon is the enemy of nature, Julia explained briefly. Then everyone looked at Simon's fight. After Simon landed, the palm of his left hand turned into a slender blade. He turned around and raised his arm, and stabbed upwards with force. The hot wolf blood splashed on his face, and at this time, Simon's face was already covered with a metal mask. He crouched down, avoided the attack of another wolf, rolled to the side and pulled out the sword, and the moment he stood up, used the force of pulling out the sword and slashed. He cut off the body of a wolf directly. Blood and internal organs slid all over the ground, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. The treasure's index finger was already wrapped in blue light, and a beam of light shot out the moment he raised it. It penetrated the giant wolf that wanted to attack from behind. For red rays shot around him, piercing through two giant wolves, and ignited the fur of more giant wolves. The giant wolves had to roll on the ground and give up attacking Simon. The whole set of attacks was smooth, like a silky dance. It was completed in the blink of an eye. As more gaps appeared around Simon, more giant wolves attacked him. The backpack emitted a visible vibration, pushing the air to sweep away the giant wolves that pounced on him. Another spray, bringing him into the air. And then a javelin appeared in his left hand. It was the two they had brought out from the arsenal before, but he modified and shortened it. He threw it with force. And another one appeared in his hand, which he also threw out. The two javelins went forward one after the other, heading straight for the leader wolf standing in the distance and giving orders. Its size looked no different from the surrounding giant wolves, but it had always been outside the wolf pack, and every roar would change the wolf pack's attack. Simon had already keenly discovered this, and concluded that he was the leader of the wolf pack. The backpack's jet had a certain time limit, and in addition to making him jump farther, it could only float for a short time. With the throwing of two javelins, the floating time has come to an end. The moment he fell, 3 balls fell from the bottom of the backpack. One of the patrol planes flew behind him and ejected a round hook, hooking his backpack and throwing him to the direction where the wolf leader was. A gust of wind suddenly hit, knocking Simon down in the air like a heavy hammer, and flying to the side. Simon, who fell to the ground, did not wait in place, but rolled quickly to the side. He could smell a hint of fishy smell and heat passing by his ears. That was the wolf's huge mouth. It appeared at Simon's landing point in an instant. This was the position where it intended to hit with the wind hammer. This wolf was very smart. It rolled to avoid and stood up immediately. And the wolf had appeared at the place where he just landed, and was roaring at him with its mouth open. If he hadn't dodged, he would be injured now. Several wind blades flew over, cutting off the trees behind him. It also instantly broke a corner of Simon's mask. I really underestimated you. A beast. Simon touched the blood on his cheek. A wooh! As the giant wolves that were still alive around Alka roared, they were about to surround him. An explosion sounded. The 3 balls Simon dropped in the air exploded, and a large amount of flame spurted out. It was similar to Alka's cross flame. It engulfed the giant wolves around, igniting their fur. Dozens of giant wolves began to roll on the ground. The other giant wolves were already afraid, and seemed no longer willing to fight Simon. Such a price made the leader wolf also ready to turn around and flee. However, as soon as it turned around, it saw 4 sentinels aimed at it. Now, I'm surrounding you, ha ha ha. Simon's laughter came from behind. Chapter 247, Withered Flowers. I really didn't expect that he would actually chat with the beast. He felt quite accomplished. Among the people watching Simon fight from a distance, Jason complained. If the wolf was a desperate villain, this scene would be much more appropriate. Alka echoed beside him. Because Simon was really chattering there, they couldn't hear what Simon was saying specifically. But the 4 sentinel machines were indeed facing the giant wolf, to prevent it from escaping. But if you look at it this way, Simon is more like a villain, Matt Lisa said silently. Then Simon's laughter was heard again. Hearing this laughter, it seemed to be right. There are 3 more who seem to want to come over and interfere. Do you want to deal with them? Jason suddenly raised his gun, pointed at the 3 giant wolves hiding in the jungle in the distance, and asked, Fire 2 shots to scare them away. They dare not come over again. Their souls are full of fear. Julia said silently. Okay. I'll listen to you. There was no need to refuse a small request from his companion. Jason raised his gun and fired twice, and 2 bullets flew out, making 2 pits in the mud where the giant wolves were hiding. Sand and stones splashed, accompanied by the roar of fear. The 3 wolves escaped in the jungle. At this time, Simon also walked towards the crowd. 2 drops of water flew over, and landed on his face and calves. The scars on his face and the wounds on his legs disappeared immediately, and he recovered quickly as usual. They are all simple external injuries, which can be cured in an instant. Thank you, Simon said to Matilda with a smile. No need. Alka looked at the thing Simon was carrying, and asked curiously, Why did you catch it? You don't want to be a hunter, do you? What do you mean by hunter? I just think this wolf is interesting. I want to study it. You will know when the time comes. Simon squatted down and patted the giant wolf that was tied up tightly beside him. Evil woo woo. The giant wolf that was patted on the head let out an angry roar. However, its mouth and limbs were firmly bound by metal, and it could do nothing. Simon had already ordered the Sentinel robot to start decomposing the materials of the giant wolves. I didn't expect him to add this function. Okay. Whatever you want. Let's go see the ruins first. As they said that, everyone came to the ruins not far away, looking at the protruding part of the ruins. This protruding part was very conspicuous, at least 8 or 9 meters high, and it was well preserved, with only half of it collapsed. However, it can be seen that this seems to be the top of some kind of building. It's the same old rules. Now that everyone is familiar with it, let's start working. After that, everyone divided the work and cooperated. The first was Xiaodaidi's exploration. This ruins is well preserved, although more than half of it has collapsed. It covers a large area and is very high. As he spoke, he marked the ground. As he marked, everyone began to dig. If we dig like this, we won't meet those strangers from yesterday. Right? Xiaodaidi suddenly asked. Alka, who was digging the soil, raised his head and waved his hand when he heard this. Don't worry, they are still far away from us. You are so confident. What did you do? Xiaodaidi asked curiously. So confident, Alka must have done something to those strangers in a place they didn't know. I marked their dreams, a method I discovered some time ago, which allows me to sense the distance between me and them. Alka had marked those dream bubbles or dream creatures in his dreams before, so that he could directly locate them without having to search again the next time he entered the dream world. Later, when the person he marked woke up from the dream, when they met in the daytime, Alka discovered that he could actually feel the mark he had made in the dream even when he was not dreaming during the daytime. It was just that compared to the dream where one could sense the mark at any distance and check the situation around the mark, in reality, such a sense was very vague, unless the distance was relatively close. Otherwise, it was basically not felt. After many speculations and experiments, the mark allows Alka to sense the distance of the marked person within a range of 2 kilometers. Although it is very blurry, if you really pay attention, you will feel it. The closer the distance, the more obvious the sense. And Alka has marked all the strangers last night. After listening to Alka's explanation, Xiaodaidi nodded. You are really thoughtful. The excavation was carried out in an orderly manner. Did I see it wrong? Why did I dig up bones? Jason looked at the area he dug and what he dug out, and asked in confusion. His voice also attracted everyone present to come and check, including Alka. Looking at the bones dug out by Jason, there was no golden object next to the bones. Isn't it this body? Why are there bones? Speaking of which, we have dug so many ruins before, but we didn't dig out a body, which is really strange. Xiaodaidi looked at the body, squatted beside it, and said in confusion, Let's dig it out completely first. Alka said, as he looked at the bones that were almost completely buried in the soil. Several people dug out the bones completely, then took them out and pieced them together outside. They perfectly pieced together a skeleton more than 2 meters high, slender arms, and finger bones, all indicating that this unknown skeleton was indeed the body of the Vasva people. Except for the fractures in the hands and thighs, there are no fatal injuries in other parts of the body. It seems that he did not die from injuries, Matlisa said after examining the bones. Wait, that's not right. She seemed to have discovered something again, and bent down. The tip of the snake's tail was quiet, and no longer swayed. Then he gently picked up a rib, looked at the color on the rib, and even sniffed it gently. Some kind of soul absorption caused the effect. A large amount of soul passed through this bone, leaving some soul power in the bone. Hearing this, Pororo curiously took the bone from Matlisa's hand. He looked at it over and over again, and even learned to smell it. Is it so mysterious? I can't see it at all. If you can see it, then you will become a doctor. Jason complained beside him, and received a kick from Pororo. Okay. Let's keep digging. We don't have enough information now, and we don't know what it is. After Alka said that, everyone dispersed and started digging again. As the digging went deeper and deeper, the entire ruins were revealed, and more bones were dug out. Without exception, most of these bones did not die from trauma. At least there were no fatal injuries on the bones. But whether there were bones with fatal injuries or not, there were traces of soul absorption on the bones. This means that most of them died because their souls were sucked away. As for how the souls were sucked away, they didn't know who caused it. After all, they had never even seen soul sucking, and Lisa only knew about it, and she didn't know the real situation either. What's strange is why there are only bones here, and not in other places. Jason and the others are already speculating, is this place a cemetery used to bury people? It's not impossible to use a high tower as a cemetery, after all. This is an ancient name from tens of thousands of years ago, who knows? With the complete excavation of the ruins, Alka discovered that the ruins were actually well preserved. It was not damaged by external attacks, but by the vibration of the ground. After all, the collapse caused by the two was different. The two I saw before, except for the museum, were all caused by external attacks. It was like being broken by a huge hand. It was different. And Alka had already seen the golden light coming out of the cracks in the stone. He picked up the shovel and walked over, and gently dug. What are you digging there for? Simon asked curiously. There were traces of ruins that had collapsed there, so it had to be protected. There are treasures inside, Alka said quietly. Oh, there are treasures. Simon nodded indifferently after hearing this, and did his own thing. Then he turned his head suddenly, his face full of surprise, and asked loudly, What did you say? There are treasures? Treasures? Where are the treasures? Jason also ran over curiously. Everyone was attracted by the sound. Hey, isn't this it? Alka pointed to the pit he dug, and the object in the pit that was emitting golden light. Next to the gold mine, a half of the skeleton was revealed. Why half of the skeleton? Because he had no lower body, and Alka only dug the side of the upper body. Everyone immediately leaned over. Don't push. Don't push. Alka dug out the object completely, and held it in his hand, and the golden light disappeared with his touch. This is a withered flower, with withered petals still hanging on the stamens, and even the roots have turned yellow. If it wasn't for the golden light, it would look exactly like a withered flower, without the slightest difference. Is this a treasure? Jason asked. To be honest, it's hard to believe. If it wasn't dug out of the soil, after all, a withered flower can't stay in the soil for tens of thousands of years. It's really hard to describe the appearance of this. It will be promoted to the top of the list of the most inconspicuous treasures. Lucilia suddenly said. When did this list come out? How come I didn't know about it? It just came out. My flag was at the top of the previous list. At this moment, Alka suddenly felt something and lowered his head. The priest's hand, which had turned into a skeleton, suddenly grabbed his ankle tightly. The pink mist suddenly burst out, and Alka's face appeared like a mirror. And he instantly entered the state of the dream god of death and appeared a few meters away. The whole process took no more than 1 second. The surrounding Xia deity and others also jumped behind them to avoid it. The corpse in the pit remained intact, except for the arm that was broken due to the grip. A few meters away, Alka suddenly exited the state of the dream god of death, looked at the hand bone on his ankle, and took it off. Samorlu. 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 Erlu. This word kept echoing in his mind. The whole word filled his mind, making him completely unable to resist. He resisted, and sweat dripped down his head. Alka is in trouble. Save him! Xia deity was the first to notice Alka's abnormality, and shouted loudly. Lucilia's body went limp, and her soul came out, piercing into Alka's body like a sharp blade. She saw that Alka had mental problems, and was ready to enter Alka's soul space, which should help him resist. This was something they had done a long time ago, and it had some merits. However, it was too late. Alka opened his mouth and spoke a language that no one could understand, but they could tell was the unique language of this island. Everyone was disappointed. Samarode, the temple has been activated, Julia said, feeling the sudden increase in magic power around her. This time, they didn't want to wait there, but went to the side of the pit. Zadaiti and Jason, who were closest to Alka, stepped forward, prepared to take Alka with them. But this time was different. As soon as the words fell, their bodies immediately disappeared from the spot. Only the doll shell of Lucilia, who had lost her soul, had returned to its original state and fell to the spot. The beautiful clothes on the doll were covered with a layer of dirty mud. As it fell and tumbled, it fell into a pit. As this sentence was shouted, the words that were frantically occupying Alka's mind disappeared. His thoughts returned, and his brain started to work again. He controlled his body and looked around. Lisa had come to his side. Her hands above were aimed at his brain, and a faint magic power surrounded his head. The hands below were raised, assisting in the inspection. The others turned their backs to Alka, protecting him in the middle. How do you feel now? Lucilia's voice came from his soul. When did you get into my body? Alka said in a strange way. Just now. His mind was full of the same sentence, making him not care about what was happening around him. Just now, you were in a trance and had problems, and you recited Sama Road, activating this temple. Really? When the corpse grabbed me just now, this sentence came into my mind, forcing me to recite it. Now recalling, if it weren't for the fact that the strength of his spirit and soul was much higher than that of ordinary people, when this thought came into his mind, he might not be able to resist it at all. And I at least resisted for a few seconds. Think about the identity of the corpse. After all, he was a strong man from the mythical era tens of thousands of years ago, and one of the leaders of a city-state. It was good enough that I could resist for a few seconds with the backup left behind. Alka comforted himself in his heart. With the treasure beside him, the corpse must be the high priest. Looking at Mathlisa, who was checking him, he opened his eyes and said, "It's okay, I'm okay now." Mathlisa looked at him and nodded. She had just checked it and, indeed, found nothing wrong. Just because I was worried about Alka's condition, I conducted a detailed inspection. Is this the overlapping space of the temple? Alka asked while looking around. Xia Deity nodded. Are you okay? What happened just now? It's okay. Something went wrong just now. I'll tell you later. Then he looked at the surrounding situation. This is a square space with a side length of about 200 meters and a height of about 10 meters. The surrounding things had already been broken and scattered on the ground. And only a blue crystal ball in the house was still floating quietly. At this time, the blue crystal ball was emitting a faint glow, which was getting stronger and stronger. The crowd gathered together and became more alert. Lucilia's soul emerged from Alka's chest and looked at the situation outside. As the blue light gathered, a flickering figure composed of light appeared. It had obvious Vastva features and was wearing a robe of unclear color. Judging from the patterns and symbols on the robe, it seemed to be some kind of religious robe. His eyes were numb, and his expression was like a machine. What was noticeable was that he had no lower body, and only the upper body, which was condensed by a faint light, was floating. Looking at Alka and others, he suddenly started to speak something. He spoke the language of the island, and the problem was that Alka could understand it. He scratched his ears to make sure he had heard it correctly. He spoke the language of the island. Right? Hearing this, Xia Deity turned his head to look at him, and then nodded. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are from. And I don't even know how many years you will come from. But I hope you can help us. Help our compatriots trapped in the alien space, trapped in the heart of the pioneering. This is a divine treasure. It is stored in, opened, autumn, put together, beat, hope you, thank you. Listening to this man, except for the first few sentences, he spoke in a variety of intermittent voices. He couldn't even maintain the condensed body shape, flickering, as if it was short-circuited. Fortunately, Alka was able to learn more information based on the treasure information, so he could still understand some of it. I can probably understand what he wants to say. When he said the last word thank you, he disappeared directly. The crystal ball floating behind him dimmed, and fell straight to the floor of the space, rolled to the side twice, and got stuck in the corner. What did he say just now? Why is it so intermittent? And from the looks of you, can you understand it? Xia Deity looked at Alka and asked. Alka nodded. Maybe it's because of the message just now. I can suddenly understand their language. It's normal after all. He is seeking help from us. Right? If we can't even understand the language he left behind, then how can we help them? Lucilia, who also understood, said beside him. Alka nodded. That was indeed the truth. What did he say just now? He seemed harmless. What did he want us to help them with? Jason asked curiously. The series of actions just now were all the means by which this phantom sought help when he was alive. Perhaps he himself did not expect that the first person to find his body after his death would find him here tens of thousands of years later. Alka thought it was amazing that the sphere could last for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 248 Winter Flower. From the intermittent words just now, the only thing Alka heard was that he seemed to want to tell him how to open the mechanism in the Parliament Hall and take out the scepter-level treasure. This seems to be related to saving his race. But the more important question is, it has been 30,000 years. Does the so-called salvation really have any meaning? 30,000 years have passed. Everything has changed a lot. Saving something has lost its meaning. Alka remained skeptical. But this space was obviously nothing special. The light ball that could be used to convey information had dimmed. Do we need to transport this thing out? Jason knocked on the dim blue ball that looked like crystal and asked. Looking at the ball, Alka shook his head. How do we get it out? Our rings can't hold it. And we don't know how to open the door to the outside world. That's right. Jason just thought of this question. Okay. Let's go out first. There's nothing here anymore. And who knows how long this space can last? Alka said, as he reversed the spell he had just entered. As the ripples spread, they immediately disappeared from the spot. The world became dark again. And when the light appeared again, they had already appeared on the ruins outside. Alka looked at the withered hand that was still holding his ankle and pulled it off. He threw it into the corpse pit not far away, looking at the half-dead body and the withered flower in his hand. We have got the thing. Let's leave here first and bury it. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia asked curiously, Aren't you going to dig a little deeper? No. Let's leave first. After all, they had already obtained a treasure, so they were no longer greedy. They climbed up the pit and swept the surrounding soil into the pit to bury it. They moved very quickly and filled the pit in a short while. They walked quickly towards the place where the ship was docked. When they returned to the ship, it was not dark yet. In the captain's room, Alka held the withered flower in his hand and handed it to Pororo next to him. According to the order of the members who didn't have a treasure yet, Pororo was undoubtedly the first. Take it. This treasure is yours. After all, if Alka just held it, the two treasures in his body would have a repulsive effect at the same time. Pororo took the withered flower, carefully placed it in his palm, and felt the vague amount of it. He had been coveting this treasure for a long time. The aqua blue magic power flowed out from his palm and wrapped around the flower. With the influx of magic power, the originally withered appearance of the flower changed, and it grew again as if it had regained vitality. The branches became emerald green, and green leaves stretched out from both sides, and the crystal clear petals also curled up again. The magic power around was also rising rapidly. The flower floated in his hand, and kept floating like this, and suddenly fell. The magic power around was also decreasing rapidly. This obvious situation showed that Pororo had already mastered this treasure. He held the flower in his hand, and opened his eyes. Winter flower, Alka thought that the effect of this flower would make the surroundings somewhat colder. The result was just like this. It didn't seem to match his name very well. How is it? How is the effect of this treasure? Jason asked curiously beside him. Pororo raised his index finger, and the electric current was wrapped around it. Suddenly, with a finger, a current shot out and hit the back of the chair next to Jason. A corner of the back was hit. A faint white smoke fell from above. It was just an ordinary attack caused by the gathering of weak currents. It seemed nothing special. However, the place hit by the current began to corrode inexplicably. As the corrosion effect occurred, it was like melting, and finally turned into flying ash, which floated in the air. A semicircular gap also appeared on the back of the chair, and the place hit by lightning completely disappeared. What effect is this? The attack power is so strong, Jason said as he touched the gap in surprise. Especially in the end, it turned into ash. Looking at the curious eyes of the crowd, Pororo stretched out his index finger and pinched the flower in his hand and said, It is called winter flower, and it has only one effect, which is to make things wither like winter. Through this simple explanation, plus the demonstration just now, everyone can easily understand the effect of this treasure. So that's it, Alka nodded in sudden enlightenment. It turns out that the name of winter flower is taken from this meaning. Alka had previously thought that this treasure was related to winter, and was thinking whether to give it to Julia. After all, Julia has a high degree of control over the power of cold, and she is also very adaptable. It turns out that this name means winter withering. Although there is only one effect, this one effect is indeed powerful enough. It makes things wither like plants in winter. The corner of the chair back just now has clearly demonstrated this feature. Then you have really become a strong attacker now. Your attacking ability has been greatly improved. I hope your enemies will not be hit by your attack, Simon said with a smile. This attacking ability can be seen in the demonstration just now. It can be attached to lightning. If this strikes, it will be terrible. For enemies who don't know it, this is definitely a very terrifying attack effect. It can cause serious damage to people in the moment of attack. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Don't touch me casually in the future. I don't want to lose a piece of meat suddenly. Jason pointed at Pororo's hand and said. Hearing this, Pororo stretched out his finger and poked Jason twice. Oh! Damn! You just got hold of him. Don't move. Jason quickly patted the place touched by Pororo. With Pororo's control of the treasure, the strength of their team was strengthened again. Finally, a player who could make the final decision appeared in the team. Pororo and his winter flower had such ability. Okay. Everyone, go do your own things. I'll plan tomorrow's trip. After hearing this, everyone stopped disturbing him and left the captain's room to do their own things. Alka sat alone in his seat, looking at the map in his hand. He looked at the golden light that had disappeared and turned into a dim golden dot. He reached out and touched the conspicuous orange light column. Although the information left by the winter priest was intermittent, this intermittent voice was enough to expand the treasure information in his hand to perfection. Heart of Vasva. Difficulty: 4-point power 3 stages. Popularity: 126,000. Treasure information: City-state Vasva, ancient city, faith in the 4 points. The ancient god of pursuit of secrets, also known as change. Gather the treasures of the 4 great temples, you will automatically gain 4-point power. In the parliament, disperse the treasures, fall into the hands of each statue, recite Vasva, get the hidden treasure. The original opening method has long been unusable due to special reasons. You need to obtain other treasures related to spring, summer, and autumn, and obtain a trace of divine power, and simulate 4-point power in the parliament disc to open the treasure. Perfect. Looking at the perfect treasure information, Alka's expression was solemn, and he fell into deep thought. He was already half disappointed. Just as he expected, the treasure information was indeed perfect. And it was indeed the same as the way he thought of opening it before. And it was indeed the treasures of the 4 temples. However, for some inexplicable reason, this method is no longer effective. You need to find treasures that represent, or can replace the 3 seasons of spring, summer, and autumn. Just like the winter flower, it should be related to winter. For example, withering. You also need a little divine power. Alka doesn't know what divine power is at all. He can only tell from the literal meaning that it seems to be related to the power of gods. He wondered for a moment if this treasure was worth it. Was it worth spending so much energy and effort to obtain? From the unknown reason, plus the alternative solution, it can actually be guessed. It should be that the treasures representing the first 3 seasons cannot be obtained or have disappeared. Alka looked at the popularity. 126,000 popularity. Could it be that the Vasva people are still alive? Really stayed in the alien space? Then why are the other treasures not famous? This is obviously wrong. Alas. Alka sighed, cancelled the information on the orange light column, and no longer focused on him. In his heart, he had actually swept this treasure aside. Obviously, this is a treasure that will take a long time to obtain. Maybe a lifetime. The 3 treasures representing the 3 seasons, and the power of God, have already kept Alka out of the door. I can only see if I can get it in the future sea voyages. I calm down, and don't force it. After all, I have already obtained a treasure on the island. This is enough. In this way, calming down my emotions in my heart, Alka looked at other blue treasures. The orange treasures no longer need to be paid attention to. But these blue treasures, and even white treasures, still contain many useful things, including but not limited to technologies and finished products related to space expansion and space cutting, various possible weapons and equipment. These have been clearly shown in the treasure information, as Alka gets more and more familiar with Vasva. After ensuring it, this year may have to be spent on the island. Alka decided to have a good discussion with his teammates. At night, after dinner, everyone gathered in the captain's room again. According to what we said yesterday, in the next period of time, our goals and things to be done are respectively: 1. Try to improve your strength to the 9 spirals, or even the 3rd stage, and hide your identity. 2. Try to avoid strangers who will come to the island. 3. Excavate the ruins on the island, obtain their knowledge items, and some technology. After Alka finished speaking, he looked at everyone with his head tilted. Is there anything else to add or better suggestions? Everyone pondered. If we want to improve our strength as quickly as possible, then we can't go to the island as a whole to excavate the ruins, because it will waste our meditation time. Xiaodaidi said after thinking for a while. The daytime hours are more than 10 or even 20 hours. If we always act together, it will waste our meditation time. After all, the magic gathering stone needs to cool down, and the calculation here is based on a day and night. In fact, in general, we don't need to spend a year. After all, a year here is obviously not the same as a year in the home sea. This day is just a day and night, which may be more than 30 or even more than 40 hours. 1 year is equivalent to 2 years in the past. Lucilia nodded and said, "Does that mean we have to split up into teams?" Alka nodded and agreed with their idea. Finally, after thinking for a while, he said, "Lucilia and I will take turns leading. Julia and Matilda will also take turns joining the team. The rest of the people will be arranged according to their strength and the degree of danger of the place they are going to." After hearing Alka's suggestion, everyone thought about it and nodded. This is indeed very appropriate. After all, if they split into 2 teams, someone needs to understand the language and collect information. Before, only Lucilia knew the island language. But later Alka also learned it because of the last soul of the priest. Naturally, the 2 of them took turns to lead the team. Julia and Matlisa were the only 2 in the team who had healing methods. Although one was mainly for healing, the other had certain healing methods. But they also needed to enter the team separately, to ensure that everyone could save their lives when they were fatally injured. And they also had the last guarantee, the stagnation spell, a real life-saving artifact. Unless they are wiped out, they can survive. Julia, Matlisa, Simon and Jason are all very familiar with this spell. Xia Dedi also has it. Then I can try to enter the town on my rotation day to collect more information, such as information related to the outside world. If it's just one person, it's not uncommon for the magic power to be stable, isn't it? And if I often move around in the town, I will be less conspicuous. Jason thought for a while and said, this suggestion made everyone fall into contemplation. Because in this case, Jason will definitely fall into some danger. Such activities are dangerous. Okay, but you have to pay attention to safety. Bring a doll with you every time you go out. Alka thought for a while and said, the doll and Lucilia have a very long connection, which can transmit information to each other and know whether Jason is safe more quickly. Then you will be responsible for communicating with Balish and sell him some treasures on our ship and get him a list of items we need. Xia Dedi said beside him, they always need some supplies on the ship. Alka and Simon also need forging materials. They are also planning to improve the puppet army during this period of time. The materials on the island are obviously not enough. This will also allow Xia Dedi to better understand some of the prices in the outside world, so as to avoid being slaughtered in the subsequent sea voyages and transactions. Then everyone discussed some details. For example, the necessity of Xia Dedi. After all, if they want to excavate the ruins, without Xia Dedi, the progress of the excavation can be imagined. It is not impossible that the excavated ruins may be destroyed by them. For this, Xia Dedi needs to go back and forth between the 2 places when she is on the move, and mark the place where the next excavation will be carried out in advance. It is also necessary to avoid contact with strangers on the island during the operation. Simon also needs to make more useful tools for excavation. After all, it was just a temporary excavation before, but now it is obviously necessary to excavate for a long time. Then better, faster and more practical tools must be made. Alka also needs Xia Dai to provide more detailed maps of the island, no longer a map of the entire island, but divided into blocks and enlarged. In this way, Alka can better mark the locations of treasures. After all, many white dots overlap, and not every blue dot has a prominent ruined building. Many are completely buried deep underground. These need more detailed maps to mark. After everyone discussed these detailed details, they began to prepare. On the second day, it was time to start the trial. On the first day, Alka would lead the team, bringing along Xia Dedi, Matlisa, and Jason. They would form a group and excavate the ruins outside. Of course, they also carried heavy backpacks, which were the excavation structures Simon had forged last night. They were specially used for excavation, and could excavate large pieces of soil, and also perform fine repairs on small areas. With the abilities of Alka and the others, the speed of excavation would not be slower than before, and might even be faster. The following time would proceed from this. Chapter 249, 160 days and nights later. When the black starry sky curtain covering the entire sky was once again pulled open, the blue sky and white clouds, and the sunshine that nourishes all things appeared again, shining on the sea. In the observation room built on the tall main mast, Jason was surrounded by a ball of rich magic power. Large balls of magic power poured down, and was absorbed into his body. The magic gathering stone above his head was surrounded by a ball of magic power, and soon the surrounding liquid magic power dissipated. The magic gathering stone was also closed, and it stopped dimly above. Seeing Jason still sitting there, with no intention of moving, he, who was observing the situation outside, jumped down, walked over and raised the long needle in his hand, and stabbed Jason's butt. Ouch! Jason opened his eyes immediately, stood up at once, and touched his butt in pain. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why do you always call me in such a violent way? I told you that it's not good to learn these things from air. It's a bad habit. He, wearing a black mask, stared at Jason with calm dead fish eyes, unmoved. Jason was a little flustered. Okay. Who made me unable to beat you? Jason said helplessly. He sorted out the items around him, replaced the magic stone and closed it. He stabilized his magic power, and felt the current strength in his body. His strength has reached 6 spirals at this time. In a few days, he will be able to advance to 7 spirals. But even Yi's strength has reached 7 spirals. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Yi, who was staring at the vast sea outside the window, and said, I really envy you. You can increase your magic power without doing anything. Yi turned his head disdainfully and looked at him, then turned his head back. At this time, the door of the observation room opened. But no one came in. Seeing this, Jason immediately became alert. However, the slender short blade was already on his neck, and he felt the slight coolness on his skin. Jason raised his hands. Okay. I'm dead. Your vigilance is getting worse and worse. In the shadows, Lucilia walked out. She was wearing a black and white gothic outfit, and she carried a big sword on her shoulder that was bigger than her body. In addition to the one on her shoulder, she also had a similar sword placed horizontally on her waist. It's not that my vigilance is getting worse, but that you are getting stronger. You are now 3 spirals higher than me, Jason complained. Lucilia, who had already reached 9 spirals, patted her head. That's right, but you just said you were envious. Then do you want to join in? Forget it. Forget it, just a joke. Jason waved his hand awkwardly, picked up the coat and scarf hanging at the door, and wrapped himself up, pushed the door, and walked out. As soon as he came out, a cold wind blew, making Jason shiver. He tightened his scarf, took out the egg from the hat behind him, and stuffed it into his arms, and put on his hood. Now, except for his eyes, he had wrapped himself tightly in clothes. It's snowing again. It's so cold. Feeling the cold winter wind, Jason slid down the mast silently. On the deck, several puppet girls controlled some structures to clear the snow on the deck as if they were controlling a machine. They couldn't feel the cold, unless the cold was enough to freeze their joints. Otherwise it wouldn't have much impact on them. Jason had long been accustomed to this, and greeted the puppet girls around him, and walked towards the restaurant. These puppet girls were not team leaders, but ordinary team members, because most of the 12 team leaders had already been created by Alker and Simon. Even the ordinary team members would be gathered in a short time. As for the vacancies for the extra team leaders, Alker had other ideas. This also made the ship more lively, which was a good feeling. As soon as he approached the restaurant, several puppet girls with wings flew over and took off his coat and scarf from his neck and hung them beside him. 2 puppet girls took the eggs in his arms and carried them to the stove next to him to keep warm. There was a special nest for eggs, which Jason built himself. These puppet girls with wings were still wearing black and white maid outfits. Normally, these puppet girls are doing these simple things on the boat. Except for Lucilia, who is going to the upper part for alert, the rest of the people are seated at the table. Interestingly, except for Air, who is sitting on Xia Dedi's shoulder. On Julia's and Matresse's shoulders, there is also a girl sitting respectively. They are San and C, and they have the same hair color as them. San's hair is aqua blue like Julia's, and C's hair is wheat yellow like Matresse's. Speaking of which, the men with hair on their ship all had black hair, but the women on the ship had colorful hair. The doll girls made from the hair of the 2 also verified the possibility of the second. However, it also showed that the personalities of the doll girls made from their hair really represented their childhood. You are here. Are you going to the town later? Simon asked, sitting next to him. Jason nodded. According to calculations, Barrage should come today. Anyway, it's only a few days. Really? Finally he's here. Hearing this, Alka said happily, sitting opposite. Due to the lack of some materials, many ideas are difficult to realize. And the puppet girls are just missing the arrival of this last material. Jason also nodded, expressing his expectation. Then the list of people who will explore with me today. Juanlu, Poro, Julia. The people whose names were called nodded. They knew it yesterday and were ready. Are you going to dig today too? With such a heavy snowstorm. Why not wait a day? Jason, who had just come in, couldn't help but say as he looked at the snowstorm outside. With such a heavy snowstorm, even if we go to dig, the efficiency will be reduced, and there will be certain dangers, somewhat outweighing the gains. This snowstorm won't last long. It blew for most of the night last night. It has become much smaller by dawn. It will be good if it can last for an hour or two, Julia said while looking at the weather outside. As her strength grew stronger, Julia became more sensitive to the surrounding environment. When she reached the 9th spiral, she was able to predict the weather simply, especially in extreme weather. Hearing this, Jason nodded, picked up the fish cake on his plate and started to bite. Oh, not bad. What's for breakfast today? Jason asked in surprise. Last night, Poro caught it, a very strong sea beast that I've never seen before. Hearing Jason's praise, Juanlu looked up and said, It looks like its meat is pretty good. Hearing this, Jason looked at Poro. At this time, Poro's upper arm was still bandaged, and some torn scars could be seen on his body, but the bleeding had already stopped. It hasn't healed yet, which means the previous injury was not light. What kind of sea monster is it? It seems that you were seriously injured last night? It's just a sea monster that has just reached the 3rd stage, and has 10 spirals, Poro said with a relaxed expression. Hearing this, Jason curled his lips in disdain. He had already heard the arrogance in Poro's voice. You advanced to the 9th spiral yesterday? Damn it. Among the people on the ship, the ones who controlled the treasures had already reached the 9th spiral, with the help of the magic gathering stone and treasures. The strength of the infinite sea increased rapidly, especially Alka, who had 2 treasures. He reached the 9th spiral early, and even began to move towards the 3rd stage. In addition to him, there was Simon, whose strength had reached the 7th spiral, and who also possessed treasures. He might be able to move to the 3rd stage faster than Alka in the future. Among the 4 people who did not possess treasures, Julia, Jason, Juanlu, and Matlisa. Matlisa had already reached the 9th spiral. Julia will also need a few days. Jason may need a few more days to reach the 7th spiral, and Juanlu has just stabilized at the 6th spiral. According to the current situation, it may not be long before they leave the island, because even most of the ruins on the island have been dug by them, except for those with difficulty reaching the 3rd stage. But for Alka, he never had the idea of exploring these 3rd stage ruins. After all, none of them reached the 3rd stage, and the spiral gap between the strengths of the 3rd stage is huge. 1027 spirals all belong to the 3rd stage. Who knows where the dangers in these 3 stages are? With 1 or 2 more spirals in the 3rd stage, Alka and the others can compete. It may be easy to beat Alka and the others in the middle and high-level 3rd stage. Such unnecessary adventures are meaningless. Alka ate the fish cake in his hand and looked at the map on the table. There were not many light spots left on it. There were only 8 blue spots left, and about 30 white spots. Among them, there were only 3 blue spots left that they could explore, and less than 10 white spots. The main reason was the arrival of winter, which seriously affected their excavation progress, because even the soil was frozen like iron, which greatly reduced their excavation speed. Even if their strength increased, it did not increase the excavation speed much. I didn't expect that there would be seasonal changes in the endless sea, Julia complained while eating the food in her hand. I thought that in such a ghost place, such a chaotic place, there would be no seasonal changes. If jumping directly from spring to winter is also considered a seasonal change, then it is indeed the case. Xia Dai also complained when he heard Julia's words. That's right. 80 days and nights ago, they were still in spring, and their strength was generally 6 or 7 spirals. However, one night, it brought violent snowfall, and from then on, spring turned into winter. This made them from the normal sea area extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they knew some information from the town. It said that this was a normal phenomenon, and they entered a long winter. This winter may last for a long time, even hundreds of days and nights. And it was only on this island and the surrounding sea. It didn't matter to such a situation, and everyone had already been numb. Even if there was a hole in the sky of your endless sea, they wouldn't be too surprised. At this time, C, who was originally sitting on Matt-Lisa's shoulder, suddenly jumped off her shoulder. What's wrong with you? Matt-Lisa turned her head and asked. Everyone also cast a curious look. I saw C using his little snake tail to swim to the side of the egg, and knocked on the crystal-like eggshell. I feel the egg is about to hatch. Bang! After hearing this, Jason stood up suddenly, and the chair he was sitting on fell to the ground. He ran over quickly and touched the egg next to the fire, turned to C and asked, Really? You are not lying to me? C waved his hands hurriedly and said softly, No. No, it's true. At this time, Matt-Lisa swam over, held C on her shoulders. She stretched out her 4 arms and placed them on the egg, and by the way, she also put her face on the eggshell and closed her eyes to feel it carefully. Soon, the life inside has taken shape. She is gathering strength, and she will soon come out of the egg. Matt-Lisa closed her eyes and spoke softly. Hearing this, Jason's expression was a little excited. Is it finally going to hatch? This egg has been with him for 3 years. Is it finally going to hatch? Thinking of this, Jason was a little excited. Is it now? What should I prepare? He was already a little incoherent. Looking at Jason, who was a little excited, Matt-Lisa covered her mouth and smiled. How can it be so fast? Even if it takes some time to gather strength. Relax. Hearing this, Jason calmed down and nodded. Your baby is coming out. Jason. Pororo laughed teasingly. Uh-huh. Jason smiled and didn't refute. If he had refuted before, he would have refuted it. But he had heard such teasing for several years, and he was used to it. He couldn't help but touch the eggshell. It was finally hatching. Is there a baby inside? The baby is finally coming out? What will it look like? The puppet girls in maid costumes fluttered their wings around the egg and asked in a chirping voice. I don't know what's inside either. Listening to their questions, Jason smiled awkwardly. Alka shook his head with amusement and stood up, saying to the people at the table, It's almost time. Let's go. The snow outside is about to stop. At this time, the snow outside had become very small, with only gusts of wind and snowflakes falling. After eating, the people picked up the coats and scarves hanging next to them, put them on, left one by one, and got off the boat. As they stepped off the boat, 5 puppet girls wearing black fitted clothes disappeared into the shadows and appeared on their shoulders. They were not surprised by the sudden appearance of puppet girls on their shoulders, as they were already used to it. Walking on the snow-covered plain in thick soled boots, each step would leave a deep footprint on the snow. They did not carry anything except clothes, and the huge excavation tools, and the attached structures that they used to carry on their backs were no longer needed. A mirror floated in front of Alka. He looked at the figures in the mirror walking on the snow. Is it the same team from a few days ago? Juanlu asked. Alka nodded. You really don't know what's good for you. Pororo looked at the picture in the mirror and said. Alka didn't say much, but shook his shoulders. The puppet girl on his shoulder turned to look at him. Take your team and follow them. Yes, Captain. With that, the puppet girl on Alka's shoulder jumped and disappeared into the shadow of the grass beside her like a sharp arrow. The puppet girls on everyone's shoulders also disappeared. These puppet girls belong to Yi's subordinates, and are used for tracking, reconnaissance, and sentry. They have special assassin training, and even the materials they are made of are related to these characteristics. These puppet girls are ordinary members, so their strength is only higher than 5 spirals, but weaker than 6 spirals. Lucilia's strength is 9 spirals, and her deputy leader Zero is also 9 spirals. The captain in the second echelon is in the 7 spirals. These ordinary members are weaker than the 6 spirals. However, Lucilia's strength has just been raised to the 9 spirals not long ago, and she has not yet completely established herself in the 9 spirals. After she has completely established herself in the 9 spirals, the strength of these members should be fixed at the 6 spirals. All members are closely related to the strength of the leader. If they don't know what's good for them, what are you going to do? Julia asked as she walked behind. If they don't know what's good for them, then they will naturally pay the price. Alka said quietly. Chapter 250 Pirate Pursuit. The heavy snow last night covered the entire island with a layer of white. With the sound of a mess of long boots stepping into the snow, a group of people walked out from the direction of the town. These people were wearing dirty black cotton clothes and scarves like rags around their necks. They all looked a bit sloppy, and no one was clean and tidy. And they didn't seem to care. They walked unsteadily and were careless. What is noticeable is that almost every one of them is armed. And most of them are human. The leader, a slightly dark-skinned man, looked into the distance, with a hideous scar running from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. This added a touch of intimidation to his already hideous face. His slightly dim eyes, with a hint of ruthlessness, moved back and forth in his crooked eye sockets. Observing the surroundings, he seemed to be on guard all the time. "Tay, it's really cold." A strong man following behind him rubbed his arm, and then was stabbed by the coldness on his palm and retracted his hand. Then he looked at the leader in front and asked, "Captain, what are you doing out in such a cold weather?" "It's so cold, isn't it?" Hearing this, the leader turned his head, stared at the strong man who asked the question with his eyes slanted, and the scarred face made the strong man couldn't help but shut his mouth. "If I remember correctly, I should have told you last night. Do you take my words as fart?" Gyro? A small man next to the strong man jumped up and slapped the strong man on the back of his head, making the strong man lower his head and stumble a few steps. After hitting him, the little guy cursed, "You idiot. I told you not to drink last night. We are going to cause trouble for those people. Understand?" The strong man nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I understand." The leading captain did not say anything more, turned around and continued to move forward with the people behind him. "Captain, what are we going to do today? Tracking and investigating? Or directly?" A man who was obviously his deputy came over and asked. The captain did not stop, but his voice came quietly. "Sir, tell me what you know." "Oh, of course, my dear captain." An old man with a limp, a scraggly beard, and a cane staggered out of the team. The posture was awkward and fast. After coming out, he did not forget to take out a shiny wine bottle from his arms and took a sip. "Ah, this damn weather is really cold." He licked the wine on his lips, for fear of wasting a drop. Putting the wine bottle back into his arms, he said, "We all know that the big ship of Baraz will only go to this damn place during this period. But the last time he shipped the goods, there were a lot of treasures in it. Not just materials. Everyone knows that this damn place is dangerous. And there is nothing valuable. Except those damn ruins. I have been wandering around this island for a long time." The villager said that there is a ship that has been wandering around the island. They go to the island every day to dig up those ruins. There are a lot of valuable things. And our friends in the caravan also said that his captain traded with the people on this ship. And this group of people, it seems not very strong. After saying that, he couldn't help but take a sip of wine. But this time, he didn't continue to talk. At this point, even the almond-sized brains of these pirates could understand what he meant. This was indeed the case. Moreover, the pirates who followed him, their eyes were already starting to light up. In their eyes, Alka and the others had become lambs to be slaughtered, with golden treasures hidden in their stomachs. "Baby. I like baby the most. I like all kinds of baby. Hee. Are they strong? They dare to stay here for so long. They must be strong. Right?" A pirate, who was a little more rational, asked quietly. He obviously ignored some of his words. Although they were pirates, they knew that there were many people they could not afford to offend. Otherwise they would have perished long ago. The deputy following behind the captain said, "I asked our old friends, and when they saw the people on this ship before, they did not think they were that dangerous." The captain did not speak the whole time, just looking ahead and walking silently. However, the deputy followed behind and asked quietly, "Is it worth it, Captain?" He felt that it was not a wise choice to fight with the people on another ship for something whose specific value was unknown. Those people are very strange. They must be hiding some secrets. And I am very interested in this secret. They must know which of these ruins are dangerous, which have treasures, and these ruins are all over the island. The captain said with a slightly ferocious smile. The ship kept circling, but rarely stopped at the small town at the port. This is not normal, very abnormal. If it was just those passing by, or just wanting to come to this island to buy some materials, of course they would not care about these. People who are familiar with this island and its surroundings will not come here for no reason. People who are not familiar with it will be more cautious and vigilant when they move on the island, and will not deliberately cause trouble. But pirates are different. Especially pirates in the vast sea. It is not so easy to rob. So they have to use their brains to rob. People who sail on the sea in this sea area are not good people. In the shadows between the grass and trees next to it, there seems to be a shadow flickering slightly. But no one noticed. No one would pay attention. At this time, Alka and others who had arrived at the destination were clearing the snow inside. The snow accumulated last night was too thick. As the snow was cleared, the deep pit that had been dug was exposed, but there were some places in the deep pit where water had accumulated and frozen. Bororo had to pick up a shovel and an ice crusher to start cleaning the ice. Every time I do this, it's annoying. Juanlu took the ice crusher and complained while knocking it. Digging the soil in winter is troublesome. If it snows at night, the pit dug yesterday will be buried, and there will be ice covering it. The workload will be increased inexplicably. But fortunately, the pit was dug deep enough yesterday, and the general appearance of the ruins has basically been revealed. As long as the broken ice and snow are cleared, it will be much easier. Some four-legged spider-like structures have begun to work with their excavation tools. Some mirrors are floating in the sky, gathering the surrounding sunlight and shining it around the ruins, raising the surrounding temperature, allowing them to work better in this place. San, who was sitting on Julia's shoulders, swung his fish tail, and suddenly realized something, and was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "The pirates are coming again." Hearing this, the people who were busy working stopped where they were, and looked up at each other. They really don't know what's good for them. Juanlu scratched his hair, and said helplessly. They had known that a pirate group had come to the island some time ago, and they began to learn about their information intentionally or unintentionally as soon as they arrived on the island. Ask from those islanders. For Jason, who has been in the town for so long, the news they asked about naturally reached Jason's ears very easily. Alka and his team followed, and they also confirmed during the action that this pirate team seemed to be coming for them. They had a bad idea about them. Especially after these teams received Alka's performance of strength a long time ago, they seemed to have confidence and became more radical. Compared to normal pirates, they are obviously smarter. I don't know if it's because of the bad working environment in the endless sea, but although they have brains, they are obviously not smart enough. These pirates may not know until now that their every word and action has long been clearly understood by Alka and his men. Even their understanding of Alka was specifically told by the islanders on the island. After all, they are just pirates, and Alka's people have indeed made a contribution to the entire town and helped them. The islanders, who could communicate with these people, were all hunters. They were more rational, and had a stronger sense of belonging to the town. They also hated these pirates more. How many of them came? Alka asked after a brief thought. 36 people. So many? Almost all of them came out, Julia said with narrowed eyes. They already knew the exact number of pirates. This was almost all they had. Does that mean there are not many people left on their ship? Jason sent a message that there were only 6 people left on their pirate ship, San said truthfully. Hearing this, Alka smiled slightly, then passed the message to Xiaodaidi and the others. And let these people who overestimate their own abilities sink into the deep sea. San nodded, and passed Alka's message to Lucilia on the ship. With the treasure and Alka's special functional structure, the puppet army can communicate with each other. It may not be guaranteed how wide the range is, but at least there is no problem on this island. Looking at the 3 people who were ready, Alka thought about the number and strength gap between the enemy and us for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, let Lucilia and Xiaodaidi bring some people from the puppet army to join us, and let Jason and Simon take the rest of the puppet army to sink their ship. This order was still passed on quickly. Although these people are stupid, they are not weak. There are more than 40 pirates in the group. Although the leader is not strong, he is also at the 3rd stage. The rest of the cadres are all at the peak of the 2nd stage. But there are not many cadres. Only 3. The rest of the people were all in the middle of the 2nd stage. And not everyone was a toucher. Only about 1/3 of the people were touchers. And the strength of the rest was similar to that of the totem hunters on the island, except that they might use different methods. For these obviously hostile strangers, Alka and his team had already figured out the enemy. They even made several targeted plans. But this island is our home ground after all. I will be the main bait, and drag it until night, and try to avoid causing too much damage to us, Alka said. And then his figure shook, and everyone knew that this was Alka's dream substitute. Soon they received news from Xiaodaidi and his men. They were ready at a specific place. The enemy had already appeared not far from them. As soon as they arrived, they saw Alka and others digging something. At this time, Alka was holding something covered with mud in his hands. Seeing the arrival of the pirates, he threw the things on the ground without hesitation. Run! Xiaodaidi, Julia, Juanlu ran without hesitation. watching the four of them running away. The subconscious reaction of this group of pirates was to chase them. It was almost instinct. Don't let them run away. They must have dug up something good. Some pirates rushed out impatiently. They were already eager to grab the treasures. The leader fell in the middle. He walked quickly to the pit, and then the lame old man who followed knocked the mud blocks thrown by Akka with his crutch. As the knocking continued, the dirt on the mud block peeled off. It revealed items made of gems and precious metals, which were obviously valuable. Looking at this thing, the old man's cloudy eyes became clear. The captain also showed a wild smile on his face, pulling the hideous scar on his face. Ha ha ha. Chase them. Don't let them run away. He laughed, kicked the ground hard, and his body turned into a sharp arrow and shot out, surpassing all the pirates in a moment. The old man leaned on his cane, and used one side of the cane like a hook to hook a young pirate who wanted to chase him, and dragged him back. You, stay here. These are all treasures. If you lose one, I will break your legs. The young pirate who was dragged by him had slightly red eyes, and was very excited. He was ready to gesture to the old man with his weapon. Then he looked at the old man's expression and calmed down, looking at those people who were already chasing quickly ahead. He snorted reluctantly, but he had no choice but to stand there. This old man looked weak and easy to bully, but no one really dared to do so, so he could only wait there obediently. Seeing this, the old man smiled and patted him with his cane, and ran out quickly with the cane. The speed of running did not make people think that this was a lame old man. Bah, a bunch of bastards who are greedy for money. It's better for all of you to die outside, damn it. The young pirate said disdainfully. After venting his anger, he sat there a little irritated. Looking at the things in the backpack in the mud, his eyes lit up, and he began to clean the mud outside. Although he couldn't keep it all to himself, it wouldn't hurt to touch it and experience the feeling of mastering wealth. After all the pirates disappeared from the field of vision, it took a long time. A shadow flashed in the bushes nearby. It seemed that a figure flashed out, and the young pirate was still obsessed with the treasure in his hand, carefully cleaning the mud off it. From time to time, he would sigh to himself. Suddenly, he frowned and his aura changed. He turned around and threw the treasure in his hand with force. He drew his sword and chopped it down. The puppet girl in the shadow behind him had to show her figure and cross her two small long swords to block the blade. The puppet girl seemed to be a little bigger. Little thing, you still want to sneak attack me? The young pirate's eyes lit up when he saw the puppet girl. It must be worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, he raised the blade with all his strength, wanting to continue slashing at the puppet girl. However, before the blade in his hand fell, he opened his eyes wide and covered his neck. At this time, 2 bloody wounds appeared on his neck, and blood kept gushing out. He covered his neck with both hands, and the blood kept flowing out from his fingers, and it couldn't be stopped at all. 2 puppet girls walked out from the shadows behind him, and watched him struggle silently. The puppet girl in front of him took up the long sword in her hand, and stabbed it into the pirate's chest. Even though the blade was slender and short, it was enough to pierce the heart. After doing all this, the 3 puppet girls quickly hid in the shadows and ran away, and the body lying in the pool of blood. The pungent smell of blood was spreading around. The hunger brought by winter attracted everything around. These existing corpses, naturally there would be something to help them clean up. At this time, a figure was running wildly on the snow. It was Alka, who was covered in wounds. As he ran wildly, his blood dripped onto the snow. He kept changing directions, running back and forth between the bushes and the grass. He tried to shake off the pursuers behind him. The pirate captain was smiling and chasing bloodily. Looking at the blood on the ground, he smiled. Fear. The smell of panic. Oh, I like it so much. He liked the feeling of hunting so much. Looking at Alka, who was still running away in the distance, he swung his right hand. Nothing was thrown out, but Alka stumbled as he ran away, and regained his balance, and continued to run away. His clothes on his back were inexplicably cut open again, and a wound appeared in the flesh inside, and blood began to drip. Ha ha, run, run. Speed up. As he was chased, the magic power in Alka's body was also forced to be exposed. The strength of the 9 spirals was clearly seen by the pirate captain. Although it was not as weak as expected, it didn't matter. For him who has already advanced to the 3rd stage, the enemies of the 9 spirals are just toys. He enjoys this process very much. It is not easy to get such an opportunity at sea, so the opportunity is rare. He has to play it well. For his game, Alka also tried his best to cooperate. He was originally thinking about how to keep attracting the captain's attention, and he had prepared several methods and means. In the end, the pirate captain had his own methods, and Alka didn't need to prepare them for him. Alka's face was full of panic, and he was still cleaning his wounds while running. He was holding a ball in his hand. He was recording the time and predicting the arrival of night. Chapter 251, The Current Battle. If Alka is being chased overwhelmingly, it is a cat-and-mouse game. Then Julia and the others are just playing a game of arbitrariness. Since the enemy captain, who is the strongest person, is chasing Alka. Although they are scattered, at least the enemy they are facing is not strong. They don't need to act weak like Alka, just play normally, and fight and retreat at the same time. This way the enemy will fall into the trap. Then they were all caught in one net. Run faster. Everyone. If you keep dawdling like this, the enemies will all run away. The sloppy old man, while running, raised his cane and whipped the slower pirates. And Julia, who was running away in the distance, was about to disappear from their sight. A pirate, who was chasing, was suddenly tripped when passing between two trees. The moment he fell to the ground, his head was pulled up by something, and then a blood mark appeared on his throat. Blood gushed out. Ha. Ugly. Air's voice came from the tree branch, then she poked her head out and made a face at the pirates below. Faced with the sudden death of her companion, the quick-witted pirate next to her threw a dagger. However, Air, who made a face, was quickly dragged away from a distance, with a thin thread tied around her waist. Goodbye. Ugly monsters. Is that little thing also one of theirs? Some pirates asked. Hurry up and chase them. Don't talk about this here. The sloppy old man knew that there were puppet-like members in Alka's team, so he was not surprised. It seems that they sent a signal to the members on their ship. At this time, a pirate ship more than 50 meters long was sailing on the edge of the island. The earth-brown hull was hung with a dark black sail, and the black canvas was painted with white paint, and a white skull with a dagger inserted from the top of the head was painted. It showed their status. There were only 6 members on the ship, and they all gathered on the deck. One of them was manipulating the rudder, controlling the ship to move slowly around, and the others were looking around. With so few people, they were able to move such a large ship, and it was obvious that this pirate ship was also a spell ship. Haven't you found that damn ship yet? The man at the helm asked loudly. No, keep going around. The captain ordered us to keep a close eye on that ship. This island is not small, it's really troublesome. Even so, the ship was still moving around the island, and the ship they were looking for was Alka's ship. Their mission was to keep a close eye on the Dawn Sound, to prevent the Dawn Sound's crew from ignoring their teammates on the island and escaping by boat. If they were the ones to do so, they would certainly do so, and naturally they had to prevent others from doing so. After all, the wealth was basically stored on the boat. It was understood that Alka and his crew seldom returned to the town. If the boat ran away, they would not be able to get much treasure. However, their luck did not seem to be good. Even though they accelerated and drove around the island for most of the time, they still did not find any trace of the Dawn Sound. It was as if the ship had disappeared out of thin air. Damn, where did they go? They didn't run away. Did they? No way, after all. The captain and the others are still on the island. They just started. How could they run away so quickly? Another pirate thought for a while and said, Drive faster, maybe they are on the other side. The helmsman had no choice but to control the rudder, and had to speed up again, let the ship start searching. Just behind the ship, the waves on the sea surface made inappropriate movements. Like bubbling. Something was trying to come out of the sea. The first thing that appeared was a lookout room, followed by a tall mast and a folded sail. The lookout was a small flag on the top, with a compass eye pattern. Then a 3-meter-long gun barrel appeared, and the black muzzle had already aimed at the pirate ship in front. Obviously, the attack that came from behind was a long-planned attack. The people on the ship finally discovered the movement behind. Behind? Look behind? Is that the ship we are targeting? It seems so. Ha! It finally showed up. Just as the pirates were happy, one of them opened his eyes wide, with an extremely frightened expression. He shouted loudly, Stop laughing. Run as fast as you can. Run as fast as you can. Why? We have found the enemy's ship. You damn idiots. He came out of the sea. You should dig out your eyes and feed them to the fish. The pirate roared loudly. The voice was full of urgency and despair. Hearing this roar, the smiling pirates realized the seriousness of the situation. A ship emerged from the seabed. Isn't that a ghost ship? This is a ghost ship. The owner of the ship must have treasures. But they have never heard of this news, which means that the enemy has concealed this news. The captain's on the island. They don't want to think about it anymore. They just want to leave here quickly, the farther the better. However, they obviously have no chance. A great ball of light was shot out, and it landed precisely on the rudder. The helmsman and a pirate next to him were directly caught in it. There was not even a scream, and a flash of white light. There was only a pit left in that place, and everything around it disappeared. It was a precise hit. I was really accurate. Looking at the target, he had hit accurately, Jason said with a smile. Although cannons and guns are different, it does not affect his accuracy. Simon waved his hands, and the treasure on the index finger of his right hand flickered. Then it's my turn. The shields on both sides of the Dawn Sound opened a gap, and round structures flew out one after another. Like a swarm of bees, they flew to the pirate ship in front, and red rays were shot out. The first thing to be burned was the black sail on the mast, and some spell arrays on the ship used to control the speed. Even though the sails were made of tough material and fireproof materials, they were pierced like paper under the red rays. The black sail slipped off, and the speed of the ship dropped by 1 knot as some spell arrays were destroyed. The speed of the ship slowed down again and again. But it did not stop completely. Several puppet girls with wings were flapping their wings, flying towards the enemy ship as fast as streams of light. Except for one pirate whose limbs were pierced, and who lay on the deck wailing. All the other pirates were dead. These puppet girls began to take over the ship, destroying some spells, and controlling the pirate ship. Soon Simon and Jason boarded the pirate ship. A spell ship. So how dare these pirates leave so few people on board? If you knew, wouldn't you be a pirate? The two of them talked, and walked around the ship. At this time, Jason looked towards the island. A white bird was returning to its nest. It's getting night. Hearing this, Simon looked up and said with a smile, Night, isn't that our home ground? So I'm lamenting for our enemies. May the Virgin Mary bless them to die more quickly. Jason folded his hands, as if he was praying seriously. At this time on the island, all the white birds that wanted to fly towards the battlefield were tied up with a white line and dragged down. All the pirates in the battlefield did not know that. The white birds had returned to their nests. They would fight with Alka and others at night. They were enjoying the joy of fighting and treasure. There seemed to be more time. However, when the sky was quickly covered by a curtain, they suddenly realized. Why is it night? Night is night. What's there to be afraid of? I'm a pirate. But didn't the residents on the island say that? The night here is very dangerous? Is it more dangerous than us? Ha ha ha. Don't care about those residents are just brainless natives. For the arrival of night, these pirates did not seem to care much, and even slightly disdainful. Even though there were some companions lying at their feet. It was obviously not the island that caused it. It was their enemies. Everyone who had not experienced the night on the island would say this. Until they stayed outside for a night. Oh! It's night. Alka, who was running away, suddenly stood up and said with a smile. He suddenly didn't want to run anymore. The pirate captain who had been chasing him stopped. He looked at the dark sky. He looked at Alka, who was covered in blood but standing there with a smile. Is this what you're waiting for? Waiting for the night to come? Do you prefer to die in the dark? The pirate captain suddenly asked with a smile. Because at this time, Alka was already covered in wounds. Even his right arm was hanging down. There was already a huge tear on his shoulder, and his right arm was obviously unusable. He was covered in wounds, almost disabled, and his strength was only 9 spirals. What if it was night? He had no idea how he would lose. He also knew something about the island's nighttime conditions, and he didn't think it would cause him any harm. Now take me to your ship obediently. I'm a pirate, and I'm only interested in treasure. As long as you give me enough treasure, I'll make sure you won't get hurt. I swear. He walked over with a smile. His steps were graceful and slow, as if he was sure of victory. The sailor's long knife waved in his hand. That was dug out by my team, and I with great effort. How could I give it to you so easily? Alka turned around, his face covered in blood, and said angrily, Ha ha ha. The pirate captain seemed to have heard a joke, and suddenly burst into laughter, and even slapped his thigh. This joke almost made him laugh to the point of choking. So where are you from? You are so naive. This is the boundless sea. Here we only believe in the weak, the flesh, the strong, the food, and here the strong naturally have everything, he said arrogantly, and even raised his hands to the sky, as if he were the strong man. However, Alka was wearing a pair of glasses at this time. He looked at the pirate captain in front of him, and said in a calm and puzzled tone, "But you are not strong either? You are only 11 spirals. And you have just entered the 3rd stage. You can't even beat the mayor of this town. As a pirate, you are so quiet in the town. Isn't it embarrassing?" The pirate captain, who was wildly embracing the sky, paused, lowered his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Alka with dangerous eyes. "Your glasses are very nice. It seems that you don't quite understand the huge gap between the stages." He seemed to have lost his patience. He held the sailor's long sword that was dancing in his hand steadily, and swung it fiercely in the direction of AKA. The invisible and invisible attack flew out. Ah! A scar appeared on AKA's chest again, which made him scream and step back a few steps, covering his chest. Blood flowed like water. "Look! You can't even see my attack. What can you do?" he said, shook his head helplessly, and walked towards AKA without delay. At this moment, he suddenly stood up, and jumped a few steps to the right. A space crack suddenly appeared where he was just now, and began to absorb the surrounding matter. After a second or two, it disappeared. He turned his head and looked at Alka, who was a little surprised, with a bit of despair on his face. "So this is your way? This is how you wait for the night to come? It seems that you really don't know the gap between the stages. For me, although these space cracks are sudden, they are not imperceptible. It's really pitiful." As he said, he swung his knife at Alka again without hesitation. Another knife chopped Alka's chest, forming a cross blade with the previous wound. A lot of blood kept pouring out. Then he jumped forward a big step, avoiding the space crack that suddenly appeared. "What a pity. Should I wait for you to bleed out?" he said with a smile. Then he walked over and squatted beside Alka. At this time, Alka was lying on the ground, leaning against the tree and breathing heavily. The pirate captain picked up his long knife and poked a wound on Alka's body with the tip of the blade, listening to Alka's hoarse voice of pain. "Now, are you willing to take me to your ship? My previous promise is still valid. I am only interested in the treasure on your ship." He took out a bottle of potion from his waist and gently dripped it on a wound on Alka's thigh. The small wound on the thigh healed quickly and scabbed, leaving only a scar. "You see, I don't have much ill intentions, right? Take me to your ship, and I can use this potion to save your life. If you keep bleeding like this, you won't live long." Alka raised his hand tremblingly, trying to grab the bottle of potion in his hand. The pirate took the bottle. "No, no, no, not now." He was waiting for his crew to find Alka's ship. He had not received any information from his crew that they had seen Alka's ship. This was obviously abnormal. So he was stalling here with Alka. Alka's hand fell, revealing a few cards at his sleeves. The card shone with a beautiful luster. This luster obviously attracted the attention of the pirate captain. He stared at the card for a few times. With a layer of magic wrapped in his hand, he picked up the conspicuous red card. "What is this? A magic item?" He could sense the magic surging on the card, and then picked up the blue card to check. The texture of these two cards is very good, and they look like expensive magic items, or decorations. It seems to be very valuable. Alka stretched out his hand powerlessly to grab the silver medal. The aqua blue card exploded, and the water chain shot out quickly and wrapped around the enemy. The red card gushed out flames, and wrapped both of them. Alka rolled on the spot, and rolled out with flames on his body, and the silver medal flashed, and was thrown into the flames. Then all the burn marks on his wounds disappeared, and he stood there neatly, as if he had never been injured. He even changed some of his tattered clothes. The mirror surface appeared on his face. The huge mirrors stacked up one after another surrounded the surroundings, directly turning into a maze of mirrors. Pink mist poured out from under his feet, covering the entire maze. The burning flames exploded. The pirate captain, dressed in a mess, emerged from the flames, his eyes full of anger. Although he was in a mess, and had some burns, it was obvious that this did not cause him any great harm. Except for a bloody mark on his neck, blood was constantly flowing out of the wound, and one could even clearly see the flesh and bones in the huge wound. He gritted his teeth and dripped all the medicine in his hand into the wound. He pulled out his sailor's hidden knife and looked around vigilantly. "You damned guy, you dare to play tricks on me. I will chop you and your crew into pieces one by one." His voice was full of anger, he said with gritted teeth. The large mirrors around him obviously had the function of affecting perception. He could only feel the mirrors around him, but not those farther away. Holding the long knife in his hand, he began to walk in the mirror maze vigilantly. The figures that kept appearing dizzy his eyes and affect his vision. It forced him to observe too much and focus on his pole. He swung the knife twice. Several mirrors were cut into pieces by the invisible attack. Seeing that his attack only destroyed a few mirrors, he was obviously not satisfied. The hardness of this mirror was obviously beyond his expectations. Looking at the pink smoke that filled the air, he immediately covered his mouth and nose and held his breath. He even put on a magic shield for himself. This thing looks poisonous no matter how you look at it. Suddenly an object hit the shield. Several cracks appeared on the shield immediately. The pirate swung his sword back, but it hit nothing. There was nothing there. Only a few mirrors were broken by his invisible attack, but new mirrors were immediately filled in, seamlessly connected. "Are you playing tricks, delaying your own death?" he said loudly. As he finished speaking, he clearly felt a different magic fluctuation and a slight sound coming from a direction. This is a change that only he can detect at this stage. This is the flaw revealed by the enemy. He immediately rushed forward like a chariot and kept waving the long sword in his hand. In an instant, he broke through a long mirror and slashed it with the sword. Hee. A doll box was chopped by his blade, and the laughter and dolls inside were revealed after it was broken. The funny face was full of ridicule for his low IQ. Damn it! He kicked the doll away with one foot. He roared angrily. He was fooled again. The kicked doll exploded instantly, and the shock wave of the explosion caught him off guard and took a few steps back. The shield on his body was also broken instantly. The moment the shield was broken, a black sickle stretched out from the mirror on the side and slashed down. Chapter 252 Killing. The improvement of strength is the increase in the number of spirals. The total amount of magic power increases. The use of magic power will be more meticulous, and it can also cope with more consumption. It brings about the improvement of physical fitness, because the total amount of magic power in the body increases. It will be fed back into your body to strengthen your body. These are the only 2 points of enhancement brought by the increase of strength-enhancing spirals. It doesn't seem so exaggerated. Such points seem to be compensated by talent, race, and other aspects. This is why some special races are stronger than others of the same level. They want to eliminate the gap between different strengths. Spells are a good option. Except for some spells that have strength requirements, most spells do not have much strength requirements. In the entire second stage, almost all spells can be learned. All you need is to understand and use spells. The combination of spells is also very important. If magic power is compared to ammunition, spells are the weapons that fire the ammunition. You can't just have a lot of ammunition without good weapons. There is also a simpler and more violent method that can quickly improve the gap between strengths. That is treasure. A treasure has the effect that can only be achieved by combining many powerful spells. Moreover, it is easy to control with low mana and low consumption. Sometimes the ability is unreasonable and has a higher priority than the spell. The detection glasses are a magic item obtained by Alka in the ruins excavation. It can detect precise circuits within a certain strength. According to Alka and his friends, at least the third stage will not be the limit of this item. In the detection of the glasses, they have long known that the strength of this pirate captain, who has ill intentions towards them, is only 11 spirals. Although it is in the third stage, it has just stabilized its strength at this place. It has not started to develop upward at this stage. Alka relies on the full level strength of the second stage 9 spirals, and 2 holy grail treasures to easily close the gap between the two. The black sickle that emerged from the mirror, with a white edge on the blade. The sudden attack and swing made the already unstable pirate captain take a solid blow. The knife flashed, leaving a black trailing shadow. A trace of flesh and blood, and a large amount of blood gushed out. A deeper wound appeared on the waist, and the internal organs could be seen clearly, and something like intestines seemed to be about to slide out. Ah! A scream rang out. The pirate captain covered the wound, and slashed back with a knife. The invisible attack flew out. The mirror where Alka had just leaned out was broken, but his figure was no longer there. He once again hid in the maze of mirrors. Although the treasure could make up for the gap, but Alka had no intention of taking the enemy's attack head-on. The dream substitute that Alka had used during the day was not just a bait to delay time. It was also for more intelligence collection. In the case of the enemy being in the dark, this was the best way. Facing the enemy's invisible attack, Alka had never thought of dealing with it head-on. This attack is invisible and colorless. There is not even any wind pressure from the air. It is truly invisible. The moment he cuts you, it is difficult for you to feel the direction of the attack. At least Alka can't feel it at all now. In order to avoid being attacked, Alka directly built a mirror maze and hid his body in it. For an enemy with the strength of the 3rd stage and who has never fought before, this must not be the limit of his strength, otherwise he would not be worthy of being a pirate in the endless sea. You bastard. A rat-like thing. The pirate captain staggered around, looking around, in a vigilant posture, covering the huge wound with his hand. The blood kept flowing out, and his hand could not stop it at all. The faint light poured into his left hand, and he dragged the wound all the way to the thigh and buttocks. The wound on the waist and abdomen disappeared. The wound appeared on the buttocks. For this position, this injury was not considered a serious injury. Through the mirror, Alka frowned as he watched this scene from a distance. It really can't be underestimated. This ability is simply a life-saving skill. The pirate captain was still yelling and cursing in the middle, but he had already been thinking about retreating in his heart. Facing such a situation, he knew that he didn't have much chance of winning. The enemy's means were far beyond his strength. He must have treasures with him. He didn't think that the 2nd stage could play the spell of making a mirror so smoothly. It was strong and could create such a large scene, and immediately make up after the destruction. A real mirror maze. This huge amount of magic consumption is obviously not something that can be achieved by spells, nor can it be possessed by people in the 2nd stage. He couldn't help but feel jealous. He relied on wound transfer, an invisible blade, to survive until now. In addition to the usefulness of these 2 spells, it was because he had no better. He decided on a retreat. He closed his mouth, resolutely stabbed in one direction, and slashed the blade in his hand frantically. The invisible blade was swung out quickly, mixed with a lot of magic. Even a solid mirror could not stop the constant damage. The enemy had already rushed out before it was repaired. Looking at the pirate captain's unstoppable momentum, Alka knew he wanted to run. When he smashed a mirror again, the broken mirror brought a lot of water splashes. 5 water chains as thick as arms shot out, and tied the captain tightly. The sudden attack made the pirate captain's eyes wide open. He was already very careful. He turned on his induction to avoid these cards that would harass him. Why would the mirror be like this? He couldn't figure it out. This guy was really insidious. He had never shown this trick before, but he showed it at this time. He was already regretting in his heart why he chose this team. His body struggled frantically. A silver-white light flashed, and the silver plate mixed with silver light passed by. It cut his neck. The coming of death made him struggle frantically, and a large amount of magic power flowed into his upper body. The physical strengthening brought by the 3rd stage still allowed him to forcefully break free from the restraints of his upper body in 1 second. He tilted his head down at the moment when the silver metal was about to cut his neck. Ah! Blood splattered. Although he avoided death with extreme evasion, his left eye and half of his face were covered with blood. This wound made him blind in one eye. You bastard! He cursed. Rage was already beginning to surge into his brain. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze in place and suddenly closed his eyes. The pink mist mixed around him suddenly exerted force, dragging him into a dream. When he opened his eyes, he was awakened by the pain. Why would I fall asleep at this time? His heart was filled with fear. The pain woke him up, forcing him to lower his head and look at where the pain came from. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. The black blade had penetrated his chest like a hook. There were 2 more water blue cards next to his hands, which firmly fixed his hands. You. He didn't finish his words. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He coughed a few times and closed his eyes. His whole body softened and was hung in the air. This pink mist is not poison. How sinister. This was the last thought in his mind. The blood in his body flowed out from the wound, like a stream of water dripping down to his feet. Alka stood behind him and watched quietly. After watching his life completely drain away, he removed the water chain on his body. The body fell heavily into the pool of blood motionless. This man actually doesn't have a large-scale attack, which is really puzzling. Looking at the body, he muttered to himself. In the mirror maze, the best way to crack it is to use a large-scale attack to directly destroy the mirrors. The strength of the mirror attack is limited. A range attack can destroy them in pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is a good choice to attack or leave the maze. But this pirate just doesn't have such ability. From beginning to end, in addition to some common spells, there are only 2 special moves: invisible attack and the transfer of damage. And that kind of damage transfer must be done with hands. When his eyes were attacked, he did not transfer immediately, but tried to break free of his arms. At that time, under such circumstances, his trump card was basically impossible to hide. So Alka used the pink mist that permeated the surroundings without hesitation to drag him into the dream. Taking advantage of this extremely short time, control his hands and kill him. Looking at the corpse, Alka squatted down and began to touch the corpse. As a captain, he must have some trophies on him. A bracelet and the knife in his hand were found. Looking at the two objects in his hand, Alka looked at the body with some disdain. This is too poor. Do you really have 3 stages? Incomprehensible, shockingly poor. Alka suddenly understood why this man didn't have many means. In the shadows, a puppet girl jumped out and jumped onto Alka's shoulder. How are they doing? Alka asked. After all, among the enemy team, except for the leading pirate captain, the others are unlikely to pose too much threat, especially at night. Thinking of this, Alka began to walk towards the direction where the noise came from. It seemed that there was a battle going on there. In the distance, a dark sphere covered a large area. It was pitch dark inside the sphere. The darkness here was extremely pure, except for the screams coming from the sphere from time to time. All the pirates in the sphere were filled with fear and collapse. How do we get out? How do I know? How do I know? It's over, we're done. The pirates in the sphere have begun to collapse. Ah! A scream rang out. The pirate who was just talking next to him was silent. Fake eye. Fake eye? There was no response to the shout. Ah! He finally collapsed, running in the darkness with a scream. Until suddenly his head hurt, and there was no sound. In the dark environment, there were only screams and shouts of fear. When the darkness disappeared and the light of the starry sky shone down again, this place was already full of corpses. Corpses were lying everywhere, and the smell of blood was everywhere. All the pirates were wiped out in the darkness. In the pure darkness, there is no ability to fight against it, then it is just a lamb to be slaughtered. I don't know how Alka is doing, Siadaiti said with some worry. By the way, he wiped the blood off his hands. Alka sent a message, he has solved it. Air suddenly said, that's good, clean up the battlefield and go back to the ship. The puppet girl hidden in the shadows began to clean up the battlefield, and by the way, clean up the blood on her body, and search these pirates for valuable items. After the search, they began to wander around the island, to avoid the space cracks that would appear at night. As for those dangerous beasts in the dark, they had long been attracted by the bloody smell of the battlefield. A new fight will begin without anyone. When Siadaiti and others returned to the Sound of Dawn, they found that the Sound of Dawn was towing a somewhat shabby ship. However, looking at the overall appearance, it was still well preserved. On the deck, Alka had returned. Did the operation go smoothly? Is anyone injured? Siadaiti smiled and waved his hand. Although his body was stained with a lot of blood, it was obviously all from the enemy. What about you? How strong is that 3rd stage person? Why do you feel like you are not injured? Jason came over and looked at Alka and asked him. Although they knew the strength of the pirate captain, they were also a little surprised that Alka did not seem to be injured. After hearing Jason's words, Alka turned his head and looked at him and said with a smile, what's so surprising about me having a stand-in? Although that person is quite strong, his methods are not very good. The methods are too weak, especially the attack methods. It is not that easy to be all-powerful with one trick. Alka discovered another very useful use of the Dream Substitute, which is to let the Dream Substitute fight first, to collect more complete information about the enemy's battle. If he had not taken many attacks from the enemy with the Dream Substitute, he would not have known the enemy's invisible attack, which was extremely concealed. If he had used his physical body to fight the enemy, he would definitely not be as intact as he is now. Okay, let's clean up. It's not good to be covered in blood. Soon everyone cleaned up the dirt on their bodies, and piled the spoils collected from the pirates' corpses on the table. What Alka cares about most is the bracelet he got from the pirate captain. This thing looks very much like a pocket item, and there must be some valuables hidden inside. But the problem is that he doesn't know how to open such a thing, and such things have certain anti-theft measures. How is it? Can it be opened? Alka handed the item to Simon. Simon studied it carefully for a long time, and finally reluctantly stretched out his index finger and tapped the treasure. The treasure on the index finger flashed slightly, and the items in the ring were poured out. Various items were poured out, and it looked like a garbage dump. You can't expect a pirate's items to look clean. Wow! Using a skull as a bowl? I thought it was just a joke. You know? Juanlu picked up a bowl made of skulls, and said with some disgust. He didn't expect that there were pirates who really did this. It was too disgusting. Look at this, Jason said, holding a yellowed bone cup. A small wine glass made of a thigh bone. Oh my god, I'm going to vomit. A pickled, shrunken head with a special function? Is this human skin? All kinds of incomprehensible, cruel and disgusting things were piled together. Everyone could only suppress their nausea and select these things. Only the human skin was left. Because the human skin was embroidered with unknown patterns with tattoos, it looked like a map, but only half of it was cut off. Of course, there are some valuable gold coins and jewelry items. But how to say it, there are too few. Alka and the others are more or less looking down on it. All their attention is attracted by the human skin map. The human skin map is only half. Is it a map? Alka was still a little unsure, and showed it to Xiaodai. Xiaodai suppressed his nausea, observed it carefully, and nodded. It is indeed a map, but it uses ancient techniques, and it is only half. That's good, this thing looks like a big treasure. Alka put away the human skin map carefully. It doesn't matter what material it is made of, as long as it is a map. Invisible blade. Wound transfer. Julia looked at the 2 spells recorded in a booklet and muttered softly. These 2 spells are very good. I suggest you learn the wound transfer. You don't have to master it, but at least you have to learn it, Alka said, and briefly described the battle between him and the pirate captain. Compared to invisible blade, wound transfer is actually the spell Alka wants more. This thing is really useful in some emergency moments. Hearing this, everyone looked curiously. Juanlu also smiled and waved, left the captain's room, and walked towards his kitchen. He needed to prepare food for everyone. It was getting late. Come to think of it, I didn't see Baraz's ship in the town today. He should have arrived in the next few days, Jason said with some surprise. It's been a long time. It's almost the limit. If he doesn't come now, he'll have to wait until the next time. Chapter 253 Leaving. Today, the second team will go to dig. Alka arrived at the ship early, of course. On the pirate ship behind them. He had to think about how to deal with this ship. It was obviously impossible to use it by themselves. They didn't have so many people, nor did they have such a demand. And to be honest, they also looked down on this ship. It was too small. The spells on the ship were also ordinary, and there was nothing special. The supplies in the pirate ship had been looted by them. Why don't we sell it? Sell it to the people in the town. This ship looks much better than the 2 they use. Juanlu thought about it and suggested. Alka nodded. This suggestion seems good. Okay, I'll try it later. Because these days may be the time for Balish to land on the island, Jason did not follow the team to excavate the ruins, but waited in the town. After breakfast, he followed a few people to tow the pirate ship to the port of the town. Yinmu, you 2 are here today. It's been a while since we last met. As soon as Jason got off the boat, he went straight to the 2 hunters from the small town guarding the port. Looking at how familiar they were with each other, it was obvious that they had known each other for a long time. Or Jason knew almost all the hunters in this small town, or even knew them very well. Are you familiar with that pirate group? If possible, listen to my advice. Jason, it's better to keep a distance from these pirates. The hunter called Yinmu whispered in Jason's ear. Hearing this, Jason smiled and shook his head. No, we are not helping him. But the pirate ship belongs to us. Yours? Yinmu was a little confused. Then he seemed to think of something. That's right. Those pirates seem to be quite interested in you. Did they attack you? After all, Alka and his friends have been here for a long time. And everyone in the town with some strength knows their existence. Because of Jason and Alka's frequent help. Their relationship is quite good, to be honest. They can even be called benefactors. Because Alka and his men gave the mayor of the town a more detailed map of the island. Because of this gift. So they are still very popular in this town. Especially for these hunters, that map is equivalent to helping them a lot and saving their lives. Yes, they attacked us yesterday without any eyes, but they are obviously not our opponents. Jason patted the rock in front of him, and said with a smile. Yenmu nodded gloatingly. The pirates were attacked and destroyed, which was something that almost all the orderly forces were very happy to see. Although there were only a few thousand people in their town, the reason why these pirates did not dare to attack was that some people in their town were quite strong. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed by the pirates. And the town had fought with those foreign pirates before. So no one would have a good impression of pirates. Even though these pirates behaved very civilized and polite when they came to the island. So are you interested in taking over this ship? After all, we are not many, and cannot operate 2 ships. Jason smiled and said. Since we are all friends, I will give you a discount. You want to sell this ship to us? Yenmu was a little surprised. For such an ocean world, good ships are always in short supply. In this chaotic sea, the more ships are built, the more they are destroyed, and the more they are needed. Not to mention that the pirate ship must be a spell ship, and it can also sail long distances. The two ships they have on their island are not very good ships. Even long-distance voyages have certain risks. This is really too unsafe. Even so, these two ships have been well maintained. There is no way. They are too few in number, and there is no way to get good ships. The only specialty of their island is those relatively good spell materials. But after all, the population of the town is small, and hunters cannot go out hunting often. The results of each hunt, the harvested materials will not be too much. There is no stable supply. Only barrages would come to purchase from time to time. Even the two ships were actually given by an islander who had developed outside the island. Now there is a chance to get a better ship, of course they are willing. Okay, no problem, you wait here, I'll go find the mayor. With that, Yenmu strode towards the town, and his teammates beside him smiled and began to receive Alka and others. After a while, the mayor of the town came over, followed by several hunters. Looking at Alka, he smiled and hugged him. Friend, you have brought me good news again. Among the hunters following him was Baishur, who waved to Alka and the others. This is called helping each other. Well, let's take a look at this ship. Does it suit your mind? Alka said, and led the mayor to the place where the pirate ship was docked. Looking at the pirate ship, the mayor did not ask too many questions. Instead, he walked around the shore and looked at it, and then asked, Do you mind if I go on board to take a look? Of course I don't mind. When they got on the ship, the scene on the ship was somewhat beyond the mayor's expectations. In addition to the lack of sails, the ship was surprisingly clean, and there were no signs of fighting. Even the spells on it were not damaged. The mayor received news of a battle on the island yesterday, and he speculated that it was Alka and his men who were fighting these pirates. The island was too small, and there were only a few strangers. Logically speaking, the ship should have been captured by them yesterday, and it was impossible for the pirates to just surrender and let them occupy the ship. This ship should have a lot of traces of battle, and there must be some damage. The reason why he came up to take a look was to bargain. After all, they don't have much property. Every bit of property is very precious. But the problem is that this ship is as good as new. The mayor scratched his head in confusion and looked at a hunter next to him. The hunter also shook his head in confusion. Forget it. Let's see if there are any hidden dangers, the mayor said with joy and regret in his heart. He led his men to start the inspection on the ship, and the inspection was very detailed. Alka and his companions were not in a hurry to chat with Baishur, and waited quietly. Fortunately, he and Simon repaired the ship yesterday. Simon, who had the treasure, was unexpectedly fast in controlling the construct to repair the ship. The main reason was that the spells on this pirate ship were not complicated, and the forging technology was not difficult. Not to mention that because of Simon and Jason's deliberate efforts, the ship was rarely damaged. The spell was only damaged at the key points, so they could just recarve it, and the damaged part was only the rudder, which they could also repair. The main coupling structure had no problem at all, except for the burned sails that could not be quickly recovered. They almost completely repaired the rest. They even had time to clean and maintain the ship, making it look more perfect, and sell it at a higher price. These were the skills they learned from maintaining the Dawn voice day after day. Compared to the sound of Dawn, the maintenance of this ship is child's play. After all, it is not too serious to treat your own girl. I have to say, this ship is beyond my expectations. How much do you want? The mayor came over and said helplessly. Hearing this, Alka smiled. After communicating with Balish, they also have a certain understanding of the prices around here. Because in the endless sea, the requirements for ships for long-distance voyages are very high. So there are almost no ordinary ships here, in addition to the fishing boats near the coast. The starting point is the spell boat. In addition, the materials for making spell boats with high magic power here are not in short supply. As a result, the spell boats here are much cheaper than those in the home sea. The most common low-level commercial spell boats can only patrol the coastal waters around the island, and it is very difficult to sail far without any weapons. It usually only costs about 200 gold sails. Of course, this is only the standard of the infinite sea. in the sea area of the four gods. The sea surface conditions are not so bad. The pirate ship they had a gun deck with 24 guns in total. And the price of these weapons was not low. However, they did not know the price of these rock-shaking cannons, because they had never seen this type before. It was obviously unique to the infinite sea. Moreover, the size and structure of this ship obviously exceeded the ordinary standards, and it was built according to the standards of warships. So they directly used the price of the standard spell ship of the warship. Due to different requirements, the warship must be smaller than the merchant ship. This ship is obviously a mid-level ship. After all, it is more than 40 meters long, and the number of cannons is also up to standard. When fully loaded with weapons and ammunition, a ship built according to the standard of a warship, the market price is around 1,500 gold sales, excluding the fact that it is second-hand and it is a pirate ship. 1,200 gold sales, or spell materials of equal value. Hearing Alka's price, the mayor immediately shook his head. No, this is too expensive. This ship is obviously not worth that much. It has no sails, and it has been used for a long time. We will need to replace some materials soon after we get it, not to mention that it is a pirate ship, so it is at most 800 gold sales. 800? How is it possible? It is too little. It is impossible to take it down at such a price. The two people bargained back and forth. The people around him went from being surprised to getting used to it, and finally started chatting with each other, and no longer paid attention to the two. How about this? Let's each take a step back. 600 gold sales. And settle with your materials. But you have to let me and a friend take a look at your totem technology. Alka stated his request. Hearing this, the mayor waved his hand without hesitation. How could the core technology of the island be shown to outsiders? Impossible. Don't even think about it. I can swear to our respective gods that only the two of us will see it. And it will never be passed on to outsiders in any way. In this world where gods do exist, swearing to gods is truly worthy of recognition. If you break your oath, there will be no good end. Not to mention that it is the gods you believe in. Even if it is possible to circumvent the oath, it is not a method they can use now. Hearing this, the mayor was silent. He couldn't help but start thinking. He knew that Alka believed in the Virgin Mary, and he could see it. After thinking for a while, he said, 500 gold sale materials. I will agree to your request. After all, their totem technology is not that good, and many forces of all sizes have similar methods. Alka was simply interested. He had a certain hobby of collecting technology, and he wanted to use this technology on dolls. It was obviously much better than the spell carving technology he was using now. Now was a good time. Deal? Just a few hundred gold sales. Worth it. The wealth they had gained from digging on the island for so long, after careful calculation, also brought them an income of about 600 gold sales. The two shook hands vigorously. The mayor then said something to the hunter beside him. Then he said to Alka, "Do you have any requirements for these materials?" "No requirements, I'll take a little of each." The mayor nodded. "That's no problem, we will deliver the materials you want later." "Okay, this ship is yours. This is the secret command for spell control." Alka handed him the crystal chip in his hand. The command reconstructed through the key connection point last night is equivalent to the control center of a spell ship, similar to the remote control of a car key. Without this thing, you have to bring enough crew members to start the ship, and you can only drive a relatively sturdy ordinary ship, because the spell on the ship is locked. The deal is officially done. Everyone is happy, and everyone leaves the pirate ship. He is now a member of the broken town. Jason was next to him, and asked the mayor with some curiosity, why hasn't Baraz come for so long this time? Has he had such a situation before? Alka and the others are also planning to travel with Baraz to the Southern Cross Island together. Hearing this question, the mayor's expression was a little serious. It has happened before, but it rarely happens. To be honest, he was also a little worried. He was worried every time. It was not because he had a good relationship with Balish. If Balish had an unexpected situation, he would have to find a new partner. This was not easy. After all, the trust between the two sides was not enough. Balish and his team had been working together for a long time, and a good partner was very rare. In another day or two, it will be more than 50 days and nights. I heard that you are preparing to leave, Bishar suddenly asked while walking behind. He had heard Jason talk about this recently. Alka nodded. He really thought so. Most of the members on the ship have reached the standard. Juanlu and Jason have no treasures, so everyone has no better solution. Yes, it will be soon. Then you have to hurry up. We will leave the island chain in more than 10 days. These 10 days are the best time. The mayor heard him, and said beside him. Basically, every 60 days and nights is a cycle. And among these 60 days and nights, only 15 days and nights will reconnect the island chain with the Southern Cross. This means that 15 days out of 60 days are the best activity period, whether it is leaving the island or going to the island. These 15 days are usually at the end of the cycle, with some fluctuations, and are not necessarily accurate. This time it is between 45-60 days and nights. And generally speaking, Baraz will arrive in the first 5 days and nights. This way, there will be enough time to trade goods, deal with unexpected situations, and ensure that you can leave the island within a certain period of time. Are there still 10 days and nights? Alka muttered to himself. It was indeed a bit urgent. If you miss it, you will have to wait until the next time. After parting with the mayor and others, Alka looked at the map in his hand, looking at how many map points were left. After thinking for a while, he crossed out some white points, leaving only the blue points that could be obtained and several adjacent white points. Let's dig these few spots in the last few days, and then we'll be ready to leave. Jason looked over and nodded. They had already dug so many ruins without realizing it. To be honest, he felt that his skills in digging had reached perfection. 10 days and nights were neither long nor short, and they passed quickly. In the last few days, Alka and Simon found the mayor to learn about their totem technology and made a vow. After the oath was made, Alka obviously had a strange feeling, which seemed to have bound him, when he wanted to tell others about these techniques. The restraint would remind him in his heart that if he insisted on doing it, he would be punished. It seems that in this world with gods, any oath related to gods is very serious. It can't stand any jokes. As the last blue point was cleared, Alka looked at the map in his hand. Compared with the points that were once densely packed on it, it is now much emptier. Large areas of empty space are the result of their efforts. Unfortunately, they don't have the strength to clear all the points above. Only a few blue dots and some white dots are left, scattered everywhere. There is also the extremely bright orange light column that makes people feel unwilling. During this period, Alka also found the existence of well-known people on many blue and white dots. It's not just the orange light column that is well-known people. It means that there are still people who remember this unknown civilization 30,000 years ago. And some people still have memories of them. Some ethnic groups still have records of this civilization. And Alka also figured out some information. The reason why they couldn't get the remaining 3 golden treasures. Most likely, it was because they were still in the alien space. The broken island under their feet was just a part separated from that space. That's why they needed orange treasures to save their tribe. Because only orange treasures can be opened. The ship was about to set sail and head for the Southern Cross. Otherwise, they would miss the last minute. Xiao came over and saw Alka staring at the map. He smiled and said, "Why? Is there any treasure on this island that you are reluctant to leave?" Alka nodded. "Yes, there is." "Really?" Xiao was just joking. But he didn't expect it to be there. "Then why don't you go find it?" "Because you can't get it. There are requirements, which may be requirements that you can't achieve in this life." Hearing this, Xiao eyes were full of curiosity. "A request that you can never fulfill in this lifetime? I need 4 corresponding Holy Grail treasures." "4 treasures? And corresponding ones?" Xiao tone was a little surprised. This request was not exaggerated. "What treasure do you need? Could it be?" Xiao eyes were full of shock, somewhat unbelievable. Alka saw her expression, smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's just what you think. A treasure of the scepter. Level. Chapter 254 Call Daddy. Say goodbye to some friends I met on the island." The Dawn voice, which had been circling the broken island for more than 160 days and nights, finally began to leave the island and sail away. Alka, who was standing on the ship, had a streamer in his hand. There was a cross mark on the thin streamer. It was Baraz's guiding flag. With the influx of magic power, the streamer kept fluttering in one direction. Even if the breeze changed direction, it still did not waver with the breeze. After thinking for a while, Alka took the ribbon and tied it to the rudder. In this way, the person at the helm can see the direction indicated by the ribbon, although they almost never steer the rudder. But after all, the place where the rudder is located is a relatively safe position on the ship. Alka supported the edge of the boat with both hands and looked at the surrounding waves. Finally, they set sail again. How long will we sail on the sea this time? Alka suddenly asked. Hearing this, Xia Dai, who was standing next to him, said, according to the information we knew when Balish came last time, it is generally between 10-25 days and nights. Such a big fluctuation? Alka turned his head and said with some surprise, the fluctuations are a bit too exaggerated. It's okay. It depends on when you leave the broken island. Although it is dragged by the Southern Cross Island link, it is also dragged far and near. Xia Dai spread his hands and said helplessly, a landmark island will form a link effect on the surrounding islands, which is equivalent to the landmark island binding the surrounding islands. Because of the changes in the ocean currents, these bound islands will break away from time to time, but they will always come back within a certain period of time. Then it fluctuates far and near within a certain range around the signpost island, until it moves away again, according to some books provided by Balish. In the entire infinite ocean, most of the gathering places are spread around the signpost island. Although there are many signpost islands, compared with the vastness of the entire infinite ocean, they are not many. Even if the islands connected by them are counted, they are just the tip of the iceberg for the entire infinite ocean. If the market on the sea has no purpose, then it is very likely that all you will encounter in a year, or even many years, are random drifting islands. Well, I hope we don't have to sail too long. Alka rubbed his forehead and said. Xia Dai looked at the sea, and then looked at the guiding flag that was always fluttering on the rudder. Are we going straight to the target this time? Do we need to stop in the middle? Alka shook his head. No. Go to the Southern Cross Island first. He planned not to stop at any time along the way, and go straight to the Southern Cross Island. The supplies on the ship were already full. At this time, the supplies in the supply cabin on the ship were enough for them to live for several years. Even the supply warehouse they had specially compressed. And who knows if we will be farther away from the Southern Cross Island after landing on the island? This is a problem that must be considered. At this time, Jason came from behind and said, according to Baraz, it would be much better to go to the Southern Cross Island first, and then leave. There you can better understand the situation of the entire infinite ocean, and avoid making some mistakes. But we'd better use force with caution on the signpost island. The rulers of the signpost island hate the existence of people who disrupt order. Hearing this, Alka suddenly said, speaking of which, I still don't know, what kind of organization is the government in power on the Southern Cross Island? I heard that it was occupied by a tribe, and later developed and grew. Now it is equivalent to a small country, and there is a royal family. Jason thought for a while and said, as for more specific information, there is not much, and the information in this area is limited. While talking, the surrounding sea surface began to distort again, but there was no problem with the ship's navigation. Here it comes again. I heard Baraz say that such changes only occur in the broken sea, Jason said, as he looked at the undulating sea surface. The chaos in space caused the sea surface to distort randomly, which did not seem to be a phenomenon unique to the entire infinite sea. It was just because this space was more chaotic. Soon, the sound of dinner was heard in the restaurant. Everyone gathered in the restaurant. It was obviously a small restaurant in the stern deck, but the area inside the restaurant was obviously much larger than before. It seemed a little crowded before. Now it seemed unusually spacious. But if you look from the outside, you will find that the stern deck has not been expanded at all. It is still the original size. Looking carefully, you can see strange spells, and several round beads made of special materials floating around the room. Alka had just finished his meal when he heard a ding-dong sound coming from the observation room. This meant something was happening outside. He wiped his mouth and went to the deck. He saw a black dot in the distance. Another island. So soon? We just left not long ago. Right? Xia Dai stood beside him and said with some doubt. Logically, the two islands could not be so close. And they had not heard from Balish that there were any islands around. It had only been a few hours since their ship started moving. But with the appearance of the black spot in front of them, they could not help but believe it. Arka used his hands and feet to quickly climb into the observation room, and looked out the window into the distance. Looking at the strange island, Arka always felt that it looked familiar. The island did not occupy the entire end of the field of vision, but it occupied half of it, extending to the end of the field of vision on the left. As the island got closer, Arka slid down. He came to the edge of the deck, looking at the island passing by them. Everyone looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on? This island is Broken Island. Right? Look there. There are traces of us staying there. Simon pointed to a shallow beach on the island and said, "This place always gives you a little shock when you think you have gotten used to it, and it doesn't matter." Julia complained silently. As a defender of the natural order, she had already started. Since life has not changed anything in this sea area, what can she do as a believer? Just watch quietly and get used to the sea area. But she still said, "This island is the broken island. We didn't feel it wrong. It's just that the movement caused by the special changes in the infinite sea brought it to our front." She noticed more. When they completely left the island, then they saw that the island seemed to be moving and the speed was getting faster and faster until it disappeared. For a moment, they didn't know whether it was because their ship was running fast or whether the island really moved. "That means if we leave the island at this time, we will be closer to the Southern Cross Island. Is that what you mean?" Jason finally understood and asked. Alka nodded, "Yes. You are very smart." "Don't be so smart. You never mean it literally." "Ha ha ha." Alka smiled, waved his hand, and walked down to the cabin alone. The long-awaited sea journey naturally brought idle sailing time. It was just right to sort out the harvest on the island. Thinking like this, Alka came to the manufacturing hall. As soon as he entered the manufacturing hall, he could sense that there was something obviously wrong with this place. The size of the manufacturing hall at this time is equivalent to the entire space of this level of the cabin combined. But if you stick your head out, you will find that something is obviously wrong. It is still in the previous position without expansion. And there is no change. There are also strange spell patterns around the manufacturing hall, and round beads floating in the corners above. At this time, within the scope of Alka's work, the table is full of various materials and drafts. He sorted them out and filed some technologies into the book. This includes space expansion technology, which is Lucilia's favorite technology, although she may not know how to use it. This technology is the reason why some spaces on the ship are inexplicably expanded. As long as this technology exists, there will always be enough space on the ship. This is also one of the data obtained from the excavation. In addition, they also have space division technology. That is to divide a piece of space and put it into some objects, such as a ring. The actual improvement brought by this technology is that everyone once again has additional space equipment. But this technique is not as flexible as the pocket ring. The space inside the pocket ring is not divided, but the material on it comes with it, so after special construction and design, it is very easy to move objects in and out. This is indispensable in battle. For example, to take and replace objects, you only need to input magic power and a thought. Put the weapon in, and when you want to take it out, the weapon will appear directly in your hand. There is no cumbersome process in between. But the space separated by magic is not enough. You must have a concept of space, and then put your hand in. The actual usage is different from what Alka and the others thought before. It is more like a space pocket, but the actual size of this pocket is obviously very exaggerated. It looks more like a space expansion, but it is actually a division, after all. A pocket cannot withstand expansion. Even if it can be expanded, its material does not allow it to expand much. So now you can see that Alka and the others all carry a small waist bag on their waists, placed where they can reach with both hands. The space in these waist bags is much larger. In daily life, each person carries some personal items and supplies, which is completely enough. The internal space is not square because they divide the space, and the technology is immature. It is a circle, and the size of the circle is different, which causes the size of the space to vary. The largest waist bag was given to Poro, which was specially made for him, otherwise he couldn't even put his hands into the pocket. The pocket ring is used to hold some items that are needed in battle or frequently, which is more convenient. These two technologies can be said to be the two most important knowledge and technologies obtained from their treasure hunt on the entire island. In addition, there are various knowledge that is not so special, but can bring them different inspirations and technical improvements. Especially Simon. As a mechanic, he also has a treasure that is closely related to mechanics. A large part of the knowledge excavated in the Vastwa city-state is related to constructs, which has fascinated him for a long time. After sorting out these materials, Alka put it on a bookcase next to the manufacturing hall, and then came to the place where he made objects. From the materials around here, it can be seen that all the doll girls are made from here. Looking at the semi-finished product on the workbench, Alka fell into deep thought. "What are you thinking about standing here for so long?" A sudden voice came from behind. It was Simon, who was making the structure. He didn't know when he came in, and it seemed that he had been working there for a long time. With the reminder of Simon's voice, Alka came out of his deep thought and looked at a strand of hair in his hand. I was just wondering if we should implement it. Oh, that experiment you mentioned before. The one where you used your own hair to make a puppet? Simon asked curiously. Yes. Alka nodded. Several female members on the ship had puppet girls corresponding to them. The appearance of these puppet girls clearly showed that they almost improved the personality and wisdom of the entire puppet army. It was like wisdom and spirituality could be shared. All the puppet girls behaved more and more like people, and had their own emotions. These puppet girls were almost exactly the same as the children of their source materials. At that time, Alka was thinking, what would be the difference if the puppet girls were made of men's hair? This is also the reason why Alka did not use dream materials to make puppet girls. He postponed this technology because he wanted to experiment with his own hair. This time, he would use complete mysterious technology to construct it. Because it is his own hair, and combined with the materials in the dream, it can create a real girl who can bring out the characteristics of these materials. This has a different meaning. Exploring the limits of the puppet girl is also to improve the strength of their entire team. By the way, use the totem technology on her to see if she can use the power of the spell better. Give it a try. Anyway, this technology is mature, it's just an upgrade. Simon suggested beside him. It's just an upgrade and safety experiment. Just do it if you want to. Don't worry too much. Alka nodded and stopped nagging. I hope that if I really make a male doll, Lucilia won't be angry. In fact, according to my research, it is unlikely that a male doll will appear. Oh, why? Alka asked curiously. Because Lucilia doesn't want male dolls to appear in her subconscious mind. She thinks it's not cool enough. She wants a doll night group composed of all women. At this point, Simon shrugged. After all, it is she who activates the dolls and gives them vitality and magic. Isn't it? Hearing this, Alka nodded. This is indeed true. When the doll girl is not activated by Lucilia's treasure, it will not have any gender characteristics at all. Because it is just an object at this time. It does not have any life. In any case, let's make it first and see. After thinking it through, AKA started to work. The semi-finished doll in front of him has already been made. And the materials used are also the dream materials that AKA took out from his dream. It's just that the hair is used for mystic inspiration, giving it a mysterious meaning. The whole process did not take long. After the production was completed, it was Alka's turn to be on duty in the observation room. After the shift, he took Lucelia to the manufacturing hall. The final mysterious enlightenment was carried out. The whole doll was completed. Then it was Lucilia's job. Is this the captain or a member of the team? Lucelia asked. Captain. Lucelia nodded, the flag floated out, and red light flashed. The red energy began to flow into the doll's body, giving it vitality and stimulating its magic power. Long black hair grew out from her head, and quickly fell to her waist, and her figure and face began to change rapidly. The changes in her body indicated that this was a doll girl, and she did not become a man because she used Alka's hair. The clothes that had been made long ago were put on her body, and her face began to soften. Finally, she opened her eyes. The first time she opened her eyes, she glanced at Lucilia, and then looked directly at Alka. When she looked at Alka, she smiled. Father? Ah? Alka was stunned. Lucilia beside her also widened her eyes, and looked at her in shock. Simon, who had been observing from a distance, almost laughed out loud. But luckily he held it in. No. 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 Don't call me that. Call me Captain. Alka waved her hand and began to correct him. The address of the puppet girl in front of her was wrong. And she shouldn't have communicated with Lucilia first. Even if she was made of hair before, she would have communicated with Lucilia first. It's just that they are closer to the corresponding female members. The girl tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. But you are the father. Then what am I? Lucilia came to her senses and asked curiously. You are? You are Mom. No. You are the leader. The girl confirmed, nodded and said, No. I am the one who gave you life. You should call me Mom. Lucilia corrected beside her. You wish, the doll girl said, and then jumped onto Alka's shoulder. She acted very close to Alka. Alka was already thinking at this time. This doll girl is obviously wrong. There is a big problem. The previous doll girls who used hair although they still have spirituality after waking up, are not as spiritual as this girl. And it seems that she has some knowledge. For example, when Lucilia asked her to change her name, she simply refused. She can clearly understand the differences and meanings between these names. Dad, what should I call you? She stared at Alka with her dark eyes. Xian. Let's call you Xian. I wanted to call her She. But this name obviously doesn't sound good. With the wisdom of this doll girl, she might refuse. It sounds good. I will call you Xian from now on. Then Xian. Don't move. Let me check for you, Alka said. He wanted to know why Xian's wisdom was awakened earlier than other puppet girls. It was obvious that there was some reason for knowledge. The difference in change was too big. Xian did not resist and nodded. Magical power flowed into Alka like a thread, and he began to carefully check what the biggest difference between her and other puppet girls was. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he seemed to understand. What is the reason? Have you checked it out? Lucilia asked curiously beside him. She could also clearly see that Xian was different from other puppet girls when they were born. Alka nodded, and said with a strange expression, She used my hair. So this happened. Is your hair any different? Lucilia frowned and thought for a while, and asked doubtfully, What difference can there be? Just because of the different genders? That shouldn't be the case. I am very different from you in one aspect. That is, my soul is much stronger than yours, Alka said. Oh! Lucilia's eyes lit up, and she seemed to have figured it out. So that's it. She had entered Alka's soul space. Alka's soul is indeed much stronger than that of a normal person. This also makes his strength and resistance in spirit and soul far superior to those of the same level. And hair is the channel connecting the soul, that's what mysticism says. So the doll girl made of Alka's hair naturally is born more spiritual and wise than other doll girls. Yes, thinking about it this way, it seems much more reasonable. Chapter 255 The Puppet Knight's Egg Broke. After determining the cause, the two brought Xian to the deck. Because of the space expansion, on the third floor of the stern deck, where Xia Dedi, Lucilia and Matt Lisa lived, there was a specially expanded room next to it, which was used for the puppet girls to live in. Due to their body size, after the expansion, this room was more than enough for their entire puppet army to live in. It was just the furniture that fit their body size, which took Alka and Simon a lot of effort to make. Making these things always makes Alka feel like playing house, especially the more than 70 sets of beds and quilts. When the two came up, they were surrounded by a bunch of puppet girls. They all looked at Xian on Alka's shoulder curiously. As puppet girls, they could easily feel the newly created sisters. Is this a new sister? So beautiful. But she looks different from us. She is a captain. Stupid. All the team members have been made. Of course, there is only the captain. Looking at these puppet girls chattering, Alka did not say anything, but observed carefully. Confirmed, Xian's arrival and the changes that have taken place have improved the minds of these puppet girls. They are more agile than before. Xian, go and say hello to everyone. Alka lifted the puppet girl on his shoulder and said, Yes. Xian nodded, and jumped down without hesitation. He hugged and talked with the puppet girls in a familiar way, and soon became friends with them. Then there is only one captain left now, Xia Dedi asked behind him. Several people on the boat had long been attracted by the movement here, and were watching from the side. In simple terms, the puppet girls on the boat can be roughly divided into 6 parts. 10 members form a team, plus a captain. They are all subordinates of E, and all of them use materials that can hide, as well as various spells that can conceal their bodies and shield their perception. They are used as a team for spying, patrolling, and sentry, and are built based on E. The names are named E, Air, 2, 3. For the 3 puppet girls are made of the hair of 3 women on the ship. So the 3 of them are not puppet girls made of their prototypes. They usually follow the corresponding crew members. Because these puppet girls with hair may have different talents, following the hair provider is equivalent to teaching by example. If necessary, they can be combined into a small team. Xian made of Alka's hair will also belong to this team. In Alka's expectation, this team will eventually consist of 6 captains, who will assist Lucilia in fighting or help Alka and others. The other 6 captains among the 12 captains will lead 60 team members. He will lead the assassin team. Puppet Girl 5 was created by Simon with great effort. Although they are called puppet girls, Alka always feels that they are more like mechanical girls. The team she leads is the logistics team on the ship. After all, there are so many puppet girls, and it is impossible for two people to carry out repairs and maintenance every time they fight. The two of them don't have much time left. This team is specifically used for this purpose. This team uses the most structural configurations, professional customization, and they all learn casting and mechanical construction, but they obviously haven't learned it yet, and are still learning under Alka and Simon. However, they already have the ability to maintain and care for their sisters, and are now trying to maintain and care for the Sound of Dawn. As long as the girl has various structural bodies on her body, she is from this team. Puppet Girl Lu is the largest puppet girl. Normal puppet girls are about 30 centimeters tall. She is 40 centimeters tall. And she also uses 2 rapiers as weapons. She wears soft armor that fits her body. The puppet girl she leads are the same as her, but they are 35 centimeters tall. And they also hold double blades and wear soft armor. The soft armor they wear is not ordinary soft armor, but power soft armor made of constructs. They are a siege team, and are good at frontal group attacks. Doll Girl 7 is a magic character who uses spells for long-range attacks, and is also a carver. The Doll Girl team she leads, like her, provides various spell support. But they cannot use their original abilities yet, because they, like Wu and the logistics team, are also learning spell carving and related knowledge under Alka. Doll Girl 8 is a long-range physical attack character, using a sniper rifle that is larger than her. Made by Simon, it uses extremely small armor-piercing bullets. Due to its size, it can only penetrate and attack. It is the same as the puppet girl it leads. Puppet Girl Geo. She belongs to a special category. She and her team have wings, which is the team that helped in the restaurant before. With wings, they are highly maneuverable and can fly freely in the air. They are air support type. As for Puppet Girl Sure, she does not have a team to lead her. Like Air and the others, she belongs to the special team. But it is not made of anyone's hair. It is the culmination of Alka's work. She can receive information from everyone's team at the same time, and transfer the information feedback to others. This includes Alka and his team. At the same time, her perception ability is extremely strong, using Xia Dedi's silver ripples and Julia's perception ability. But the problem is that it can't be used for a long time, so it will only be used when a more intense battle really occurs. And she can also fly, and can also be invisible in dreams. The only weakness is that she can't fight at all. In simple terms, she is the center of the entire battlefield. She is an outsider in the battle, providing information and intelligence support to everyone in the battle. She is the eyes in the battle. However, after being created, she has never really exerted her strength, so it has not been verified. When fighting with pirates before, she was still debugging and learning and familiarizing herself with her own abilities, so she did not participate. I don't know if her role is as important as when Alka created her. That is to say, the only one who has not been created yet is the 12th captain. Except for her, the entire army of puppet girls is already complete. The happiest one is of course Lucilia. Because her character knights have reached perfection, this has brought her a strong improvement in strength. So Lucilia has now inexplicably become the second strongest person on the ship. With a small body and strong strength, once hidden, the fatal attack launch will make people feel terrified. They had been sailing on the sea for nearly 10 days and nights, but they still hadn't seen the so-called Southern Cross Island. They might not be as close to the Southern Cross Island as they thought. During this period, they also passed by an island, but they went around the side of the island directly, and did not land. Turn direction, don't be carried away by the current. Alka reminded standing in the observation room. As he spoke, the voice of Dawn slowly adjusted its direction, keeping its direction consistent with the direction of the flag. There was no other way. The more they sailed, the more they knew that the ocean was really moving on its own. They kept moving forward, but they always turned inexplicably, and they didn't even notice it. Until they saw the flag that had been facing the front was completely tilted, they realized that their ship was tilted. If they didn't go to the signpost island with a guiding flag, they would definitely get lost. In this case, wouldn't the special meaning of the signpost island be lost? Lucilia, who was writing the monster encyclopedia next to them, asked curiously. After all, if you look at it this way, you may not be able to keep a straight line when sailing on the sea, and there is no reference point in the vast ocean, so who can guarantee that they can always move in one direction? Then the landmark island will never drift with the current. Wouldn't it be meaningless? The island is immovable, but the ship will get lost, and then they won't even know the direction. And they have tried, The compass and guidance device that they used in the home sea before doesn't work here at all, because in this damn place, the sun never moves. And the night is even more outrageous, changing every night. The moon sometimes appears, and sometimes disappears. And sometimes there are stars that are equivalent to the moon. The day is dead silent. The night is chaotic. Alka shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. But one thing is certain. The signpost island always stays in one direction. Right? It's just because we are sailing in the wrong direction. According to the special significance of the signpost island, there must be something that can guide us to the right direction in this chaotic ocean current. But we don't have it now, Alka said thoughtfully. He remembered that when he was chatting with Balish before, he seemed to have heard about such a thing. It was similar to the compass and guidance tool of the home sea. However, Balish said that it could only be obtained by going to the Southern Cross Island. And even they didn't have more. So Alka didn't ask about it at that time. Now it seems that it should be something that allows them to sail in the ocean and maintain the correct direction. Lucilia, who was writing the monster encyclopedia, suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Eggs. Eggs are about to hatch. What eggs are about to hatch? Alka was a little confused. Then his eyes lit up. Isn't there only one egg on the ship? Jason is going to be a father. No, I mean Jason's egg is about to hatch. No, never mind. I'll leave this to you. Alka turned to E and said. He nodded. The two quickly pushed the door open, jumped down directly, held a flying rope, and swung to the stern deck. He rushed in quickly. At this time, the fireplace in the corner of the wall was surrounded by people. In addition to Jason and others, the doll girls were also watching curiously. It's no wonder that they care so much. It's mainly because the egg has been on the ship for too long. The egg has been there for as long as the ship has been there. And because of the magic power of the egg, it always hurts the people around from time to time. It makes people unable to forget it. Now that the egg is about to hatch, who wouldn't be curious? Alka and the other person squeezed in. Shoulders sank. And Xian sat on it. Dad. Forget it. Alka had given up correcting her address. At this time, on a soft egg nest next to the fireplace, the gradient-colored crystal-like egg was shaking. Jason watched nervously from the side. To be honest, he really looks like a father waiting for the birth of his child. Xia Daidi whispered in Alka's ear. To this, Alka nodded in agreement, because Jason was so nervous that he was sweating. It's coming out. Marta Lisa, who was observing the egg, said hurriedly. She felt like she was delivering a baby. As the words fell, cracks appeared on the eggshell, and a cracking sound was heard. A rainbow-colored crystal-like claw stretched out, with a crystal-like structure, but it gave people a feeling of softness instead of hardness. There were 5 claws on the palm, and the small claws waved around. Then the cracks became bigger and bigger. A head crashed out from inside. Ing! A strange childish cry. A head that was as crystal-like as her arm, but soft as fur came out. Big, watery eyes, with pupils that sparkled like diamonds with countless faces, and a pair of small horns protruding from the round head. 2 slightly protruding feet could be seen, like crystal pillars. The nose buried under the crystal hair revealed 2 long whiskers. Then the whole body came out. When they saw the complete appearance of this creature, the eyes of several people widened. Dragon? Lucilia couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Because this creature really looked like a giant dragon, with a body similar to that of a lizard, but covered with crystal-like hair. It had 4 limbs, short wings on its back, and a slender dragon tail wrapped in crystal fur that swung back and forth. She seemed to have not yet learned to run, and she fell to the ground and struggled to stand up, and was adapting to her limbs. Looking at this, Jason couldn't help but help. But Julia stopped him. Calm down. She's growing up. After staggering a few steps, she obviously learned it. She ran to her egg and ate it in big mouthfuls. The solid eggshell was like a biscuit, making a crisp sound. Everyone watched but didn't disturb her. Facing everyone's gaze, she didn't seem to be afraid or scared, but ate it by herself. After a while, she ate the eggshell cleanly. Burp. She also burped. She looked at Jason next to her, staggered over. Her eyes narrowed, and seemed very confused. Jason quickly reached out, and the crystal dragon went straight into his arms. Swoosh had adjusted its position left and right, and made a comfortable sound. Jason stood up holding the crystal dragon in his arms. Boogie! The crystal dragon looked at Jason, and made an unknown cry. She's calling my name. Jason muttered to himself. Reaching out to touch her head, and straightening her crystal hair. Several people stood by and watched, listening to the cry of the crystal dragon and Jason's mumbling. It seems that only Jason can understand what she is saying, Alka said. At this time, Juanlu looked around for a while and suddenly asked, "What does she eat?" Hearing this question, Jason was stunned for a moment. Then his face suddenly became heavy, and he said with some trembling, "She eats meat, but mainly eats crystal gems." Hearing this, everyone was silent, looking at Jason with a little sympathy. It seems that Jason's small treasury may have to be used to feed the crystal dragon in the future. But after a while, Jason's face suddenly became better. He looked at the crystal dragon that had fallen asleep in his arms, staring at everyone with shining eyes, and said, "You may not believe it, but this child is equivalent to a treasure." "Ah?" Xia Dai made a puzzled sound. "What does it mean to be equivalent to a treasure?" Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jason raised his hand directly and demonstrated to everyone. As the magic power gathered, a bullet-like crystal was condensed. I linked a contract with her, and this contract gave me feedback. It was like I had a treasure, which allowed me to master her special abilities. Jason had also controlled a treasure before, so he had a very clear feeling about this. And if I want to get a treasure in the future, it depends on whether I can adapt to her. The same treasure can be fed back to both of us, Jason said, feeling the difference. Is there really a treasure in the treasure? Alka thought for a moment and said, after nearly 4 years, the dragon finally hatched. But it was worth it. If you think about it this way, this thing could not be a growing treasure, the kind that the protagonist is equipped with? Thinking of this, Alka could not help but look at Jason with a strange look. Speaking of which, how many gems, crystals, and other items do we have on the ship? Jason suddenly asked. After all, they have already sold some, and they don't know how much is left in the treasury, and whether it is enough for the little guy to eat. Xia Dai said directly beside him, "Don't worry. There are still a lot left. And the main thing for sale is precious metals such as gold." As the financial manager on the ship, she knows everything. That's good. Everyone looked at the crystal dragon for a while, and saw that she was sleeping soundly in Jason's arms. And it seemed that she had no intention of waking up. At this time, Jason suddenly thought of something, and said to Alka and Simon, "If you don't mind, help me make a bed that fits her body shape." "No problem." The two nodded, and took Jason to the manufacturing hall. "A new member has been added to the ship. To celebrate the hatching of the egg, we'll have a party tonight." Oh. Keep your voice down. Do you want to wake her up?" Party! No problem, I'll go prepare the ingredients." There were all kinds of cheers on the ship, and the happy sounds of the puppet girls running around. It's getting lively. It seems that this is not bad. After sailing for more than 10 days, and nights again, they finally saw the island in the distance. Alka stood at the bow, and looked into the distance. The black spot in the distance was getting bigger and bigger. Various ships appeared around. The size of these ships was generally over 40 meters. They even saw a giant ship with a length of 100 meters, which was passing slowly from a distance. That ship is too big, isn't it? How was such a big ship made? Simon looked through the telescope. He couldn't help but say in amazement, "I don't know. You will know when you go to the island. Why do you care so much?" That's right. They could already see the island at this time. And the size of this island was also not small. The coastline stretched to the end of the field of vision. It was indeed a big island. They were heading to a port, which was very large. It almost covered a corner of the island. Various ships were docked around. There were many giant ships of 100 meters. The raised masts of the ships were lined up together, like entering a forest. It was indeed a landmark island. The appearance of the island alone was enough to meet their expectations. Everyone was somewhat excited. Chapter 256, Southern Cross Island. Ships come and go at the port. In addition to the houses that can be seen in the distance, the seaside area is full of various platforms and squares for piling up goods and warehouses for storing goods. There are also tracks around to tow ships into the shipyard for maintenance. You can even see many ships parked on the shore. Even if you look at the entire port from a distance, you can see people coming and going like ants. The entire port is busy, and the noisy sounds seem to be heard here. One after another, ships with light gray and khaki colors were patrolling around. They seemed to be the guard force of the Southern Cross Island, because there was a red cross star on their sails, which was the symbol of the Southern Cross Island. They had seen it before in the book given by Balish. Even at the port, The top of the tall lighthouse built on the coast was also a Red Cross star. This place is really big. Jason didn't know how to describe it for a while, and suffered from his lack of culture. They docked the Sound of Dawn in the sea outside the port, waiting for the local government's ship to come for inspection. After a while, a gray ship about 40 meters long with a red cross came to the side of the ship. This ship was obviously shorter than Alka's Sound of Dawn. A soldier on the ship, wearing a white and blue Navy uniform and with a red cross on his chest, looked up at Alka and others. There was also something like a notebook floating next to him, and a feather pen. He said, "New faces? What exactly do you do?" "The language of the home sea." "It's strange. Why is the common language of this sea area the common language of the home sea?" But he didn't think much about it, and answered directly, "This is our first time here, as a treasure hunting team." "Treasure hunting team?" He looked up and glanced at Alka and the others in surprise. "Okay, but remember not to dig randomly on the island. All the property on the island belongs to the royal family of Lasses, and any random digging is considered theft." Obviously, this was not the first time he had dealt with a treasure hunting team, and he spoke skillfully. "Of course." Alka nodded. "As for whether it is illegal or not, we need to look at the map first to make sure." Alka thought silently in his heart. "Then it is necessary to register now. Please answer carefully." After saying that, the notebook next to him floated in front of him, picked up the feather pen floating on the notebook, and began to ask questions. It seems that because Alka and his group came for the first time, the process is slightly complicated. "Do you have a group name?" "Compass I." "How many people?" Is this question difficult to answer?" The Navy frowned and asked Alka with vigilance. "Okay, 9 people." He thought about it, but still didn't count the puppet army. "What ship? Is it a ghost ship or a spell ship?" Hearing this question, Alka frowned slightly, which obviously touched on some privacy. "You newcomers, I'll explain it to you." He seemed to be used to it, and then he started to explain directly. "The standards of the port are different. For ghost ships with intelligence, they must be placed in a specific port area. Of course, this costs extra." "Ghost ship." He nodded. Even though he knew it was a ghost ship, it didn't surprise him much. After recording, he tore off the whole piece of paper, and magic power flowed into the paper. And then he threw it out. The paper folded into a cross in the air, and then it was dyed red and pasted on the right side of the bow. "This is the pass mark. Okay, you can go in now. Remember to prepare the money." He waved his hand without waiting for Alka and the others to answer, and drove the boat towards the other ships behind. The people on the deck looked at each other. "It looks quite regular." "Okay, Sound of Dawn. Keep going." Then the boat started slowly, the sails were already furled, and the boat was pushed by the spell on the bottom of the boat. Slowly moving forward, they passed a white mark on the sea. The sound of soft music came over. "You said the boat is out of control?" Hearing this, Alka frowned and looked at the bottom of the boat. At this time, the sea current was changing, and the waves of the water slightly lifted the bottom of the entire boat, controlling the boat to row diagonally, swimming towards a special area in the port ahead. The cross star on the bow was flashing red light. "Some kind of spell structure? I have to say it's really advanced," Simon said as he looked at the current under the boat. "It's not just their boat, but also the boats that enter the port with them. It's the same. It's obviously a normal phenomenon in this port. This avoids the crowding of boats. After all, you can't always expect these people to abide by the rules and learn to be polite. It seems that because they are ghost ships, the area they are lifted to is obviously farther away from those spell ships. The various facilities there also look more advanced. As they sailed towards that area, they also saw other ships in the port area. As soon as they passed by, they could feel the surging magic power rippling over. It was a magic gathering area. It has been artificially transformed, and the concentration of magic power is 1 level higher than the surrounding area," Julia said as she felt the difference in that area. "The ships in that area are much more advanced in appearance than other spell ships. Most of them are between 40 and 60 meters in size, and each ship has its own personality. The colors are not only colorful, but also have various patterns. And the sculptures on the bow are also of various styles. Some exaggerated ones are not absent. The most conspicuous one is a 60-meter-long, 3-layer gun deck, which is about 3 or 4 meters higher than Alka's ship. However, the gun ports on the gun deck are all closed, and there are spells on them to lock them. Not only them, when Alka and her crew sailed in with the dawn sound, the gun ports were also sealed with spells. Looking at this, Simon nodded. No wonder they dared to let our ships with rock-shaking cannons openly dock there. As the ship slowly approached the shore, with the sound of the chain, the anchor sank to the bottom of the sea. When Alka and her crew got off the ship, a naval officer came up with 2 soldiers. Hello, we are the Navy of the Southern Cross Island. The docking fee for the ship is 1 gold sail. 1 gold sail. What's the difference between this and robbery? But Alka didn't say much, and silently took out a gold sail. Obviously, the local government knew clearly that the ghost ship owner didn't care about this little money. And this demon gathering area, and the supporting facilities nearby, looked really good. But it was definitely not worth the price. It was a new arrival, so I had to look around more. Seeing Alka and the others so straightforward, the captain of the Navy was also a little surprised. He was sure that he had never seen the ship, nor had he seen this group of people. It was strange that there was no procrastination in trouble, but it also made their attitude obviously better. He accepted the golden sail, and a trace of magic power surged in his hand, and shot it at the cross-star mark on the side of the bow of the Dawn Sound. The cross-star mark lit up slightly. The validity period is 1 week. If you need to dock again after 1 week, then please continue to pay. If you need to dock for a long time, and any maintenance work on the ship is required, please go to the Star Shipyard over there for consultation. He pointed to a small house not far away. There were many people outside the small house. Then I wish you a pleasant journey here. He bowed slightly, and led the 2 Marines away. What should we do now? What should we do? Jason turned around and asked. It had been a long time since I came into contact with the civilized world, and I was a little confused for a moment. We have just arrived, so you can do whatever you want. You can move freely on the island, and we will gather on the ship in the evening. Alka calculated the time and said, it was only a dozen hours of daytime now, and it would be at least 6 hours before night, which was enough for them to have a certain understanding of the island. This was the first island they had docked at in the infinite sea. It was a big island with a city. They were already full of curiosity and the desire to explore. After hearing this, everyone nodded. After chatting for a while, they left together. As for the ship, there were naturally puppet troops guarding it. Besides, this was a port of a powerful force after all. No one would be so arrogant. Several girls walked together towards the port town. Do you want to join us? Jason turned around and asked. Alka thought for a moment, waved his hand, and prepared to act alone for a while. Jason did not force Simon and the others to go together, and also walked towards the town. Alka stood there and looked around. This place is very spectacular. The ships are neatly arranged side by side. The huge hulls and tall masts are like a dense forest. The cranes made of wood and some metal are constantly turning around to retrieve some goods made of wooden boxes. The workers carrying goods in the square are not only humans, but also many subspecies and races of different skin colors. Alka even saw the gray-skinned broken islanders. And there were also many different kinds of fishmen. After all, fishmen are taller and stronger. After a casual look, most of the racial differences are mainly reflected in some minor changes in skin color and limbs. For example, the difference between broken islanders and normal humans. With a flip of his palm, a business card appeared between his fingers. It was written on it that it was Barraza's Golden Trout Chamber of Commerce, number 28 Mass Street. After putting the card away, Alka began to walk towards the town. Make way. Make way. We need 10 porters. Work until tomorrow morning, 10 copper swallows. The more you work, the more you earn. Be careful, the goods are coming. The Red Blade Commando is recruiting sailors. 50 copper swallows a day and night, and 2 silver snakes will be given as a settlement fee once you get on board. All kinds of noisy voices came from all directions. But most of them were various people or forces recruiting in various ways. What laborers and sailors? Alka even heard fighters. The recruitment price of sailors ranges from 10 copper swallows per day and night to 50 copper swallows. From this point of view, it is indeed a high salary. As for why the difference is so big, just look at the recruitment point that requires 50 copper swallows. Basically no one is interested. It looks like the danger level is not a little bit, and it is notoriously dangerous. Especially this group also gives resettlement fees, which is almost like buying life. And the forces that recruit combatants give very high wages, according to calculations. It is equivalent to a monthly salary of more than 10 silver sails to 1 gold sail. If a war breaks out, they have to share the spoils. Just like pirates. Alka turned his head and looked at the ghost ships that were passing by side by side. According to a conservative estimate, there are at least 20 treasure controllers on this island. It's outrageous. This is just based on the number of ships. It will definitely be a lot less. Because there will definitely be ships, more than one treasure controller. For example, Alka and his group. There are several treasure controllers on one ship. Is this the Infinite Sea? Alka didn't know what the overall status of this signpost island was in the entire Infinite Sea, but according to some descriptions in Dream Chaser, from the infrastructure of the island port, we can tell that, although it looks good, it is definitely not a good place to get in. Even so, there are so many treasure masters docking at the signpost island. It can almost be said that they are everywhere. Alka thought that he had left the square of the pier and entered the town. Many residents of the town can be seen here, except for the salty and humid sea breeze in the air. The surroundings are still clean. It is not as dirty as Alka thought. Like in the Middle Ages. The street under my feet was unusually spacious. At least enough for 2 large carriages. There were street lamps on both sides, but I didn't know what they were used for. The houses on both sides were not made of wood. Most of them were brick houses between 36 floors, with some wooden houses dotted around. However, the walls of most houses were painted in gray and brown. Some workers were also seen repainting. The salty and humid sea breeze from the seaside had a great erosion on the surface of these houses. There is a tavern next to the intersection. The sign of the tavern is a huge sea fish and a harpoon, and there is a wine glass next to it. Fisherman's Bar. However, it seems that there are not many people in the bar, and Alka has no intention of going in. He wants to find the Chamber of Commerce of Baraz first. He looked at the street signs. White Sail Street, it seems not Mass Street. There are many shops at the intersection, but most of them are various shops related to ships, selling various accessories related to ships. Apart from the tavern, there was not even a place to eat. Alka continued to walk inside. Finally, he saw the sign of Mass Street at a crossroads. He immediately walked towards Mass Street. It was obviously different when he entered this street. The concentration of magic power increased slightly. It was not that there was anything special here, but that many items here had magic power. With more such items, the magic power around would naturally increase slightly. Alka looked at the shops on both sides. He could see a few restaurants with decent food, and then he could see shops selling spell materials and various weapons. He could see the magical sheen on some weapons from the door. There were many people in various clothes shopping. Most of these people were in groups. This place obviously focused on selling items related to touchers or combatants. Number 28. Number 28, got it. Seeing the house number of number 28, Alka looked down. However, it seemed different from what he thought. The goods in this shop had been taken down, and it looked like they had been taken down not long ago. At this time, the door of the shop was open, and some workers were packing up the things inside. And it looked empty. A man was standing there directing, and his back looked a little tired and vicissitudes. From the back, it should be Balish. Alka walked over and patted his shoulder. Balish turned around. When he saw that it was Alka, his slightly tired face, he perked up a little and smiled. Arka? Long time no see. He opened his arms and gave Arka a simple hug. After all, Arka and his friends had been in the Broken Island for quite a while, and had met Balish several times. They were already close friends. My friend, I was just wondering if you would come over. Congratulations. Thank you. But are you encountering any difficulties? Arka asked, looking at the store that seemed to be moving, and looking at Balish's face. We can tell that he doesn't seem to be in a good condition now. It's obviously not like he's moving to a better place. Hearing this, Balish was a little helpless, waved his hand and sighed and said, Let's not talk about this. Business competition is always cruel, isn't it? Hearing this and looking at the shop gone, Alka couldn't help but ask, You're not going to do this business anymore, are you? He looked like he was going to go bankrupt, which made people worry. No, of course not. Balish shook his head. It's just a small setback. The shop was lost, but my boat was not lost. Some of my crew members are still willing to believe in me. It will only take some time for me to get back to the past. Hearing this, Alka nodded. This was obviously much better than he thought. He also knew some of the conditions of the Chamber of Commerce in Balish. They mainly relied on the 70-meter-long ship at that time to carry out activities. As long as the ship was still there, this could only be regarded as a slight setback. And this time I also cleaned up the disloyal people in the team. So it can't be said to be a complete failure, Balazs said, as if he was comforting himself. Although Alka didn't understand the whole story, he still nodded. In that case, why don't we go have a drink? I just arrived at this island. Hearing this, Balazs was obviously interested. No problem. Wait for me. He said something to the people who were carrying things inside. He came out and said, "Let's go." He took Alka to a tavern in a small alley not far from Mass Street. Looking at the tavern in the alley, if you are not familiar with it, you will definitely miss it. Lao Hutong Bar, my favorite. Don't worry, although it's in this bird cave, it's really a good place. Balazs winked at Alka while saying this. Trust me, this bar is important and very safe. Hearing this, Alka perked up a little. Obviously, this place seems to be some kind of special place in the local area. Walk up the stairs, open the iron door, and go to the second floor of the house through a spiral staircase. This bar is actually built on the second floor of the house, not on the first floor or the basement. It's really special. You can feel the obvious difference as soon as you come in. It's not dark here, but the surrounding windows make it bright. And it's not noisy. It's in line with Alka's wishes. Chapter 257 Human Skin Map. Can you still drink? Alka looked at Balazs in front of him. At this time, Balazs's cheeks were red, and he was full of alcohol. His eyes were half open. My friend, don't underestimate me. Look at me. I grew up with alcohol, so this little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. Hearing that he even started to stutter when speaking, it was obvious that he was not as powerful as he said. It seems that the alcohol content of the alcohol he grew up with is not high. Okay, let's have another one, Alka said helplessly, clinking his glasses with him. After all, Balazs was in a bad mood right now, and alcohol was the easiest way to vent. At least he didn't get drunk, which was good, wasn't it? As long as he didn't get drunk, he could get drunk. Ah, cool, Balazs sighed, put the glass on the table, and leaned heavily against the wall next to him. I'm really unlucky this time. All because of those damn traitors. I think I'm a good captain. I've been a merchant for more than 10 years. From a small boat of only more than 30 meters long to a large merchant ship of 70 meters long now. I haven't treated my brothers and I badly. As a result, those guys betrayed me just for a mere 382 gold sales. Alas. He leaned against the wall and sighed heavily. Then he looked at Alka with half-closed eyes, and asked solemnly, Friend, I know you also have treasures. But there are only so many quotas. I can't do anything if I get them all. Right? Hearing this, Alka's eyes widened slightly, and he looked around vigilantly. This is obviously not the place to say such things. Looking at Alka's appearance, Balazs smiled and patted his shoulder. Relax. Friend, I'm just drunk. Not stupid enough to do that. As he said this, he opened his left palm, and there was a circular pattern on the palm. A faint magical power surged out. On a disc-shaped object, a white stone disc with dense regular patterns appeared. You can see these patterns flowing on it like magma, revealing a fiery red color. Alka felt it as soon as it came out. This is a treasure. Then Balazs made a move that amazed Alka. He took the treasure and threw it to the boss at the bar. Rachra, come on, keep it for me. The muscular, dark-skinned old man opened his one eye, raised his right hand, and caught the treasure. Then he casually threw it beside the bar, without any thought at all. The customers drinking around him just raised their eyes slightly, seemingly used to it, and not interested. See it. He looked a little proud, and then he stretched forward slightly, and whispered to Alka, This is not an ordinary bar, there are spells to change the words next to each seat. People without treasures can't come up. Hearing this, Alka looked at the table he was holding, but didn't see anything different. Now that I think about it carefully, I realize that something is wrong. The conversations coming from the seats around me are indeed too bland. Just like normal small talk. Alka thought that the people who came to this bar were more civilized. Is this the reason? And he didn't even feel that there was a mechanism to detect treasures when he came up. No. What's surprising is that there is a mechanism to detect whether someone is carrying treasures. And in this bar alone, there are only more than 10 people sitting. If that's the case, it's incredible, because this place is obviously only visited by people who are familiar with this island. The treasures here are really overflowing. The endless sea really can't be underestimated. I have to be more low-key, Alka thought silently. Then I heard Baraz continue to complain while drunk. You may not believe it, actually. When I got the treasure, more than half of the quota on my treasure was used up, and I could only give enlightenment to more than a dozen people when I got it. Speaking of this, he was extremely discouraged. Alas, I can understand them, but of course I can't help it. Each quota of enlightenment is so precious. I have tried my best to provide quotas for those friends who have followed me all the way, but it is still a little short. He poured himself another cup and drank it by himself. To be honest, Alka couldn't empathize with him. He didn't think the quota of enlightenment was precious. It was better to say that there were too many. There were a total of 6 people on the ship who controlled the treasures. Except for Jason, who holds a living treasure, and Lucilia's special treasure. The remaining 4 people hold 5 treasures, with a total of more than 600 quotas. Close to 700. Almost none of the quotas they hold have been used. And even if they have, the people who have used them have already died. In the Sea of Home, the total number of people who have been enlightened is less than 20. He has no idea how to use so many quotas. How can you ask him to empathize? Although he could not empathize, Alka could understand. It is not the lack of people that is worrying, but the inequality. And the later the revelation is received, the greater the gap will be, and the more anxious one will be. Seeing that Baraz seemed to have finished complaining, leaning against the wall and drinking by himself, Alka suddenly said, speaking of which, before leaving this time, we encountered an interesting thing. Oh! Baraz turned his head and looked curious. What interesting things can you encounter on the broken island? You didn't come this time, so you don't know that a pirate group landed on the island, and the target is heading straight for us. According to the information we obtained through interrogation, it is said that it is because some valuables are mixed in your shipments, which are different from the past. But I think this is obviously not enough for them to go to great lengths. Maybe some of your crew members provided some information that they shouldn't have provided. Hearing Alka's words, Baraz frowned. As for the pirate group, among the betrayers, there is indeed one person who is in collusion with a group of pirates. Does their captain have a scar, from the corner of the eye to the corner of the mouth? Alka nodded. The captain he killed did have such a feature. The bone pirates, some cowardly scum with no great skills. I'm sorry, because of the problems on our side, you are in danger. Baraz apologized sincerely. Alka waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to worry about it. It didn't cause any danger. Don't worry about it. Except for the leader Alka, who spent a little time on it, the other pirates were just garbage. At this time, Balash suddenly thought of something. He slowly raised his hand, and the pocket ring flashed. Half of a map made of human skin appeared in his hand. Then did you get this map from him? Looking at the map, Alka didn't expect that the other half was actually with Balash. What a coincidence. The other half also appeared in his hand. Balash was a little surprised when he looked at the map, and said with a smile, "It's really interesting." Then he explained, the reason why the betrayer wanted to contact this pirate group was because the leader of the pirate group took a fancy to the half map in my hand. I didn't care at first, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Alka listened, drank a little, and tapped his fingers lightly on the human skin map. At this time, the back of the map was facing up, and the front was covered by Alka on the table. The atmosphere between the two of them became slightly quieter. Balash seemed to have sobered up, and was thinking about something. So, my friend, are you interested in cooperating? He said, as he pushed the map over. Alka looked at him and asked directly, if you don't mind, would you like to tell me a little bit of information about this map? As he said that, Alka turned over his map, and put it together with the map he pushed over. Seeing Alka's sincere action, Balash no longer hid anything and said, this human skin map was peeled off the skin of a pirate leader 20 years ago. He was quite famous in the broken waters around the Southern Cross Island. But he was also a scumbag, specializing in robbing merchant ships and immigrants on some islands. But this also made him amazingly rich, cautious and cruel. In order not to expose his whereabouts, he often destroyed and sank the entire ship, causing countless killings. After he was caught, he refused to tell where he hid the treasure until his death. What is worrying is that he has tattoos all over his body. After his death, 2 pieces of skin were inexplicably missing from his body, in different locations. He pointed to the 2 human skin maps on the table. It can be clearly seen that, although the maps are spliced together, there are obvious differences in the drawings, skin colors, and textures. They are obviously not in the same area. One of the skin maps, when I got this treasure, came with it as a gift. I used to care about it. But later, I really didn't know where the other half of the skin was. So I gave up. These treasures may make up for my losses. And even make my Chamber of Commerce go further. Balish looked at Alka, waiting for his answer. But he thought Alka would not refuse. After all, they were a treasure hunting group. Right? Alka seemed to be in deep thought, his fingers tapped gently on the map. In fact, he had already known the treasure point on the map through blinking. There was only one point. The golden beam of light, according to the saying, must be more than just a treasure. There must be a lot of additional wealth attached. And the place where he tapped was exactly this golden point. Bloody secret treasure. Difficulty, Seeker, Stage 3. Popularity, 86,000. Treasure information. Treasure hidden by a scum pirate. This is his life's harvest. This is also ill-gotten gains, stained with the blood and souls of innocent people. The treasure is hidden in an unexpected place. A place that is safe enough and only known to him. Since it is the golden light, then Alka must have gone there. The problem is that the information he knows is not enough. He doesn't even know the name of the pirate. And most importantly, he doesn't know which island the map points to. Because even if the two maps are put together, the map drawn on them is just an area, and he doesn't even know the shape of an island. The golden light spot was clearly marked in a very detailed area. If there were no points, it would be impossible to see anything from this map. As for the unexpected places mentioned in the treasure, they were clearly marked. So what if it was unexpected? The only thing to care about is where the island is. Cooperation is inevitable. Otherwise, just collecting intelligence would waste a lot of time for Alka and others. It would be better to cooperate with Baraz, who has been working on the Southern Cross Island for more than 10 years. How should the treasure be distributed? Alka suddenly asked. Hearing Alka's words meant that he agreed. Balaz smiled. To be honest, if he was asked to search alone, he really didn't have the ability to do it. Because even if the two maps were put together, he couldn't understand what the thing was. Because it was all lines, there was no indication of where the treasure was buried. This map might as well not exist. But Alka and his team were a treasure hunting group, and they were much more professional than himself. You are professionals. Do you have any suggestions? Alka knocked on the table. After thinking for a while, he said, each side will send people, and the distribution will be based on the contributions of both sides. The party with higher contribution will take priority. After hearing this plan, Baraz pondered for a while. This plan sounds very fair. According to the minimum contribution, Baraz's combat power alone, plus he provided half of the map. His contribution is not too low. He thought that in the process of treasure hunting, he would definitely not play a big role. At most, he would be a thug and provide some information he could get. He basically couldn't do anything else. He knew this. But he was afraid that there might be treasures among the wealth that he didn't understand. After all, he was just a businessman, not an identification expert, nor an archaeologist. He didn't have such a good eye, especially in finding treasures. As we all know, treasures are introverted. If you don't take it and input some magic into it, you don't know that this thing is a treasure. He was afraid of making a mistake here. Some treasures look really tacky. After a moment of silence, he said, yes, but both parties must not conceal the preciousness of the treasures they already know, and they can sign a divine contract. Sure enough, it was impossible to bluff. They are all shrewd people. Alka felt a little regretful, because he could clearly see the border of the treasure, and knew it was a treasure. But obviously others were not stupid. Nodded, no problem. He still had the confidence to take most of the contributions, and then take the treasure. At worst, I can give him all the remaining wealth. Okay, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two held hands together, and smiled at the same time. Then each put his own map into his pocket ring. I will solve my own problems first. Some troubles may take 5 or 6 days and nights. We will meet here at that time, and then discuss the details. I will also sort out the information I know during this period. Hearing Balish words, Alka nodded. No problem, I happen to be interested in this island. After the two chatted, the bell rang outside. Hearing the bell, Balish looked out the window, and then said, the bell will ring an hour before night falls. And the same is true when day comes. Hearing this, Alka nodded. In other words, there must be some ability or prop that can know the arrival of night and day in advance. The two left their seats. Balish took the treasure on the bar in his hand, and then greeted the boss. The two walked down together. They parted at the door of Balish's store. We've been drinking for so long. Time flies. Alka thought silently while looking at the pedestrians on the street. He stretched his body vigorously. He returned to the port. Even though night was approaching, there was no change around. However, some people wearing helmets and carrying rock-shaking rifles on their backs appeared on the street. They wore brown-gray clothes, and the cross on their chests indicated that they belonged to the local forces here. There was also one person who did not carry any weapons, but walked on the roadside with a long metal stick. He came to a street lamp, raised the long metal stick, and passed it through a hole under the lampshade. A little magic flowed from his hand into the metal stick. He lit the street lamp. Then a pale white flame ignited in the lampshade, and the lampshade seemed to be able to amplify the light. Is this how it is lit? Alka thought it would light up by itself. This scenery is quite interesting. After watching for a while, Alka quickened his pace. When he came to the port again, there was still noisy sound. However, with the sound of the bell, the number of busy workers in the port decreased a lot, and the tavern at the entrance of the street also heard a noisy sound. The snack stalls pushed by wooden carts were also pushed out to the square. Some hungry workers began to buy food from them. Alka tilted his head and looked at the food, which was similar to bread and looked good. It seemed that in the vast sea, food was not too difficult to obtain. He didn't even see some skinny and hungry people on this island. But this scenery is unusually full of fireworks. I couldn't help but slow down my pace, looking at the way these workers worked, watching some housewives carrying lunch boxes to deliver meals, taking advantage of the gaps in this work. Some workers squatted beside and had a temporary warmth with their families. Make way, sir. A man carrying goods spoke from behind Alka. Alka immediately turned his body to make way and said subconsciously, sorry. His apology surprised the workers carrying goods, but he nodded and left quickly. After a while, the sky was covered by a curtain. The bright sky immediately darkened. But there are many stars twinkling and radiating faint stars in the night sky today, so tonight's night does not seem dark. Chapter 258 Island News. Alka returned to the ship. When he returned to the ship, Jason and others had already been waiting on the ship. Why are you back now? I thought something happened to you. Zadaiti, who was standing on the deck, said when he saw Alka climbing up. Just delayed for a while, Alka said with a smile. But it's not too late, after all. It's just getting dark. Alka then came to the captain's room, where all the important members of the ship were already seated. Alka sat in his seat, looking at everyone, and said, what do you think of this island? As far as this port town is concerned, it's not bad, but it's just a port town after all. According to the information I asked before, this island also has a city, and several other towns, Zadaiti said, as a map appeared in his hand. Hearing this, Alka was a little curious, and took the map. He didn't know much about the specific situation of this island. I picked up the map and took a look. The shape of this island is probably an irregular cross star, but although it is irregular, the shape of the island is really peculiar, which should be the origin of the name of this island. The town where they are located is called Nanju Port, which is the corner below the cross star. In the middle of the entire island is a city that is obviously several times larger than the town. There is a town on each of the other three corners, but it is not at the end of a corner like Nanju Port, but in the middle. Nanju Port is also the largest town. After all, it is the only outlet to the sea on the island. It is understandable that it is more prosperous than other towns. From the map, we can only see that this town is quite large, and the island shape is a bit strange. There is nothing else to see. Alka blinked slightly. The island lit up. After all, for such a large island, even if there are forces on it, it is impossible to prevent the treasure from being buried on it. 2 golden beams of light appeared, and there were 7 blue dots scattered all over the island. There are only 3 white dots, except for 2 in the wild, one of which is in the city in the center of the island. 2 golden lights? This is something Alka did not expect, and the 2 golden lights are both in the city in the middle. In the center of this city, he reached out and touched a golden light. Hidden treasure. Difficulty, bloodline owner. Popularity, 1654. Treasure information, none. It can be said to be the most basic information column. There is almost nothing. It means that Alka knows nothing about the treasure. However, this difficulty made Alka frown. After thinking about it, he ignored the golden spot. Alka had seen this difficulty before for bloodline owners. This also indicates that the treasure was hidden by someone intentionally. It is obviously a relic left for future generations. If you don't have the bloodline, You can only get it by force. In the capital of other major cities. Using violence to get a treasure. Not to mention that this is still the boundless sea. Their current strength can only be said to have just reached the baseline. Alka would rather not take this treasure. This would definitely put them in danger. Doing something that is not in line with their own strength is undoubtedly seeking death. He shook his head helplessly. Reached out and touched another golden light secret treasure. Difficulty, key owner. Popularity, 1165. Treasure information, none. It is almost the same as the golden light next to it, except that the difficulty this time has become to have a key. This means that this treasure is also placed somewhere, and it can be opened with a key. Neither of these two treasures can be easily obtained now. And Alka doesn't even know any information about them. If you really want to get these two treasures on this island, you may have to stay for a long time. Alka couldn't help thinking. If you want to find treasures on this island, I suggest you keep a low profile. Jason looked at Alka staring at the city map and suggested. After all, Alka stared at the map, usually to find out if there was any treasure on it. Hearing this, Alka turned his attention away from the map, looked at him puzzledly and said, "Oh? Why?" According to what I have learned, the mayor of this town is a staff bearer, and the highest combat power on this island is a crown bearer. He shook his finger and explained. Then several people looked even more puzzled. They were puzzled about what the titles of staff bearer and crown bearer meant. Is it the literal meaning they think? Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jason also knew why, but he shrugged helplessly and said, "I don't know what these two titles represent, but these two titles are related to strength. For example, staff bearer represents the fourth stage of strength. It should be related to the treasure." Regarding Jason's words just now, Julia said after thinking for a while, "The levels of treasures are divided into Holy Grail, Scepter, Crown. Although I don't know why there is no name related to the Holy Grail. Holding a staff and wearing a crown. Doesn't it sound obvious?" She explained the relationship between the two. It does sound so. And from the literal meaning, it can indeed correspond. So the so-called staff holder means holding a scepter. Level treasure? Pororo simply understood. How is it possible? Alka shook his head. How could it be like this? This understanding is too one-sided. Moreover, the mayor of a small town holds a scepter. Level treasure. And the strongest person on a target island is a strong person carrying a crown. Level treasure. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible, and it is too cheap. The holder of the scepter represents the fourth stage, which may indicate that in order to control the scepter, level treasure, you need to reach the fourth stage. Simon thought about it and said, "This is a more reasonable and correct guess." Of course, Pororo's guess is not impossible, but it is unacceptable. That is to say, the person who rules this town is at least level 4. And the person who rules this island may be even stronger. Maybe level 5 or even higher. Juanlu said. Jason nodded, yes. That's right. And it's not guaranteed that the person who rules this town is definitely level 4. The information I got is that the staff bearer is at least level 4. And the strongest person in this town may not only be level 4. In short, if they make too much noise or too conspicuous because of the treasure, they may violate the laws of this island. Just as the Navy who inspected the island said when they first came to it. According to that Navy, a treasure hunting group must have done this on the island before, and then was discovered. With a previous experience, it is impossible not to be vigilant. And according to their understanding, there are quite a few people on this island. Even in the wild, it is not a wilderness. After all, this island has a city, 4 towns, and some villages. Even though this island is very large, once these settlements are distributed, there is basically no complete wilderness. Basically, everywhere on the island is inhabited. It is very likely that you will meet some ordinary civilians living here. The main reason is that they are too weak. To put it bluntly, they don't even have the ability to protect themselves. A treasure hunting group composed of people who are not even in the 3rd stage. Even when digging for treasure on the island, they have to avoid contact with strangers, so as not to be discovered that they are special. There is no room for arrogance at all. At this stage, try to avoid any contact with strangers, and minimize the risk. Thinking of this, Alka looked at the map in his hand, and covered it directly. Don't worry. Our goal will not be on this island for the time being. Do you have other goals? Jason asked curiously. Alka nodded, and then told everyone about meeting Balish today, and discussing with Balish. Is there a treasure with a lot of treasure? It is indeed worth going at this stage. Xiao Daidi muttered to himself after listening. The funds on their ship were indeed insufficient. Mainly because of the ruins of Aspa, which were too long ago. And the magic items they obtained from the superimposed space were too precious. And they did not want to trade them at all. Every item was useful. At this point, Alka remembered something and said to everyone, while Baraz is dealing with other things in the next few days. Let's finish what we should do. Xiao Dai. How much public funds are left on the ship? About 300 gold sails. Alka nodded. It was enough for a short period of time. Dispose of all the remaining valuables in the treasury. Except for precious metals and gems. Precious metals and gems are both hard currencies. And can be disposed of anywhere. So there is no need to rush. Not to mention that these two things are materials. Moreover, the gems have now become the rations of a member of the ship. And the treasure allocated to Jason may have to be exchanged for gems in the future. As for those valuables that are obviously more decorative and look better, it would be a pity if they were smelted. Selling on an island with a large population, power, and even nobles like this can obviously bring in more wealth. In addition to the public funds on the ship, each person should have about 100 to 200 gold sails. Jason, go there to register tomorrow and tow the Sound of Dawn up for maintenance. After all, the Sound of Dawn has never been towed to an island since it went to sea. To maintain the bottom of the ship. Although she is a ghost ship and is much stronger than others, she still needs good maintenance to sail further. It's fine if we don't have the conditions at sea, but we can't be stingy when we get to the island. The Voice of Dawn is also an important member of their team. Jason nodded. No problem. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know if you are interested. When I was walking around the town, I saw someone buying and selling knowledge related to spells. Julia suddenly said. But the price is not cheap. Ranging from 1100 gold sails. Lucilia said beside her. This price is indeed not cheap. But knowledge is priceless after all. And the sale of spell-related knowledge also exists in the home sea. However, the touchers in the home sea are secretive, and can only be seen at certain times when touchers gather together. If it can be bought, can it also be sold? Jason suddenly said. I don't know about that. We haven't asked specifically, but it should be possible. However, the spells that can be purchased, I think the effect is not much better. It would be more appropriate to supply this thing to one's own forces as a reward. After all, spells can be regarded as the specialty of forces. Moreover, forces that do this kind of business can be said to be making money without doing anything. After chatting for a while, they talked about some information they learned while wandering around the island during the day. Alka suddenly looked at Simon and asked, how long will it take to reach the third stage? It will only take a few days. I have this feeling, Simon said. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He was almost there, and he should be able to reach the third stage in these few days. By then, they will have 2 third-stage combat forces on board. Do you want to take more contributions? Xiao Dai asked. Alka nodded. That was his idea. If he really went treasure hunting with Baraz at that time, a contract would definitely be signed at that time, then he would have to consider the issue of mutual contribution. Because he knew there was a treasure there. How much do you think a treasure is worth? Alka suddenly asked. Alka's sudden question made everyone present silent. How can we calculate this? Not to mention this thing in the home sea, the core of a power has never seen it, and no one has taken it out for trading. There is not even a record. After all, with the treasure, who needs money? I think it's better to ask Balish about this kind of question. There must be cases of trading treasures in the endless sea. Xiao Daidi said beside him. Why do you say that? Look around our ship. This should only be a place for ghost ships, right? After hearing Xiao Daidi's words, everyone was not stupid, and they understood what she wanted to say in an instant. So that's how it is. From this point of view, it is indeed possible. Julia suddenly realized. Are you guessing riddles? Poro looked at the few people and said helplessly. Although he is not a fool, he rarely thinks about these words. He is uncomfortable with the roundabout and indirect words. Why do you always talk in a roundabout way? Can you be more straightforward? Hearing Pororo's words, everyone couldn't help but smile. In the end, Alka smiled and explained, there are at least 20 ghost ships parked around us. Conservatively estimated, there are 20 people who hold treasures on the island now. This is still the minimum standard. Because it is definitely not just our team that has multiple people holding treasures. This is just a signpost island in the vast sea. Although there are not many signpost islands, they are not rare. In the vast sea, ordinary Holy Grail level treasures are obviously not legendary things. Think about the difficulty of owning multiple treasures. There will definitely be people who get treasures that do not match themselves. At this point, Poro nodded in understanding. In this case, it is impossible that there will be no treasures being traded. So it is definitely better to give the treasures to people you trust. But who has such courage? There is more selfishness in their hearts. It may be more useful to share the treasure with others and sell it to make a lot of money. Especially in some cooperative teams that do not trust each other so much, there are only two choices to get the treasure. Communicate well, or fight bloody. Okay, you guys chat, I'm going to cook, Huanlu said, stood up and walked out. Not long after, the signal for dinner came from outside. Everyone left the captain's room and came to the restaurant. Huanlu handed a plate of reddish gelatinous substance to Jason. Here, what you want? Thanks. Boogie! Boogie! When he heard the shout from behind, Jason's face was full of helplessness. Okay. Okay, stop shouting. I'm coming. He returned to his seat helplessly, pulled the stool next to him, and lifted the crystal dragon on his stool and put it next to him. Looking at the cute head of the crystal dragon rubbing against his chest, he touched the soft crystal hair on her head. Then several transparent crystals and red and blue gems appeared in his hands. He put them on the plate next to him with a look of pain on his face, and took the gel in his hand and poured it on them. Okay, eat it quickly. Eurylius, the crystal dragon next to him, ate the crystals in the plate in big mouthfuls, making chewing sounds like eating candy. Watching her chewing, Jason's face was even more painful. Every bite is money. This kind of eating behavior is like stuffing a golden sail into your mouth. The people next to him were eating the food on the table, and they looked at Jason with a painful expression on their faces. I think the crystal gems in your hand may not be enough for him to eat. I suggest you go to the island to buy more. Alka looked at him and suggested with a smile. Hearing this, Simon next to him said with a smile, You may not know that Jason is a little famous on the island because you didn't come with us today. Oh, what's wrong? He was generous today and spent several hundred gold sails to buy all the crystal gems in the store. Yes, and then we encountered 2 gangs of robbers and several thieves along the way, Juanlu said helplessly, listening to the stories of several people. Alka couldn't help but laugh. Ah! 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 From the classroom across the street, Eurylius fluttered her short wings, opened her mouth, and called to Jason like a hungry chick. Why do you want to eat more? Has your appetite grown again? Jason asked in confusion. The crystal dragon shook his head and nodded. Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Jason was extremely helpless, and took out a few gems from his pocket ring, glued them with light red gel, and fed them to her. Her face was ashen. You have to know how long this crystal dragon has been born? It's only been a dozen days. But her appetite is increasing almost every day. From 1 or 2 gems for a few days, now she eats 1 meal every 2 or 3 days, and each meal may require 2 fist-sized gems. It can be predicted that, as her body grows bigger, her appetite will become more and more terrible. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Jason, who looked ashen, and couldn't help but feel some sympathy. From now on, most of Jason's wealth may flow into the stomach of the crystal dragon. Juanlu patted Jason on the shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, fortunately we are quite efficient in digging for treasure. Chapter 259 Advancement to the 3rd Stage. After a comprehensive maintenance, the Sound of Dawn was parked at the port again. This comprehensive maintenance cost Alka and his team 50 gold sails. But fortunately, it was worth it. At this time, the Sound of Dawn was like a brand new one, and it was brand new from head to toe. You could hear the faint sound of music all day long. This good girl was in a very good mood. For Alka and his team, spending money on the ship was a completely acceptable thing. I don't feel heartbroken at all. Not to mention the whole maintenance process, Alka and Simon were watching from the side. These shipbuilders are not afraid of such methods leaking out, because it is not a very powerful technical method at all. They have learned some of them secretly, and can incorporate them into daily maintenance activities. But they also confirm that 50 gold sails are indeed worth it, because the material cost alone, as far as they know, is at least more than 30 gold sails. So what is difficult is not the technology, but the cost of this technology. These people really only earn hard-earned money. No wonder, they are not afraid of others stealing their knowledge. If you want to learn, you can learn, because several of the materials are unique to this island. It's profitable anyway. At this time, Alka was sitting in the observation room of the ship, sitting cross-legged and floating in the air. The magic gathering stone above his head was spreading the magic power absorbed from the surroundings to Alka's surroundings. At this time, the magic power poured into Alka's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Alka was like the eye of a whirlpool. His aura was also rising steadily. But the absorption of such a large amount of magic power also brought a visible burden to Alka. The sweat on his head was dripping like water, forming a small puddle of water below. Such a fluctuation of magic power finally alarmed everyone on the ship. Although the fluctuation caused by the third stage promotion was not large, at least it could be felt on the ship. Is Alka being promoted? Jason looked up at the observation room at the top of the mast and asked. Didn't he say it would only be a few days? We have been on this island for 4 or 5 days. I didn't expect him to be one step faster than me. I have to speed up. Simon felt his body and said. The speed of strength improvement brought by 2 treasures is indeed faster than that of 1 treasure. Not to mention that Alka's soul is stronger and his efficiency in absorbing magic power is higher than theirs. If they don't speed up, they will be left further and further behind. Although everyone was chatting, they had already stood in different places on the deck to guard Alka. At this time, Alka in the observation room was absorbing magic slower. But the spiral circuit in the body was beginning to undergo different changes, just like the promotion from stage 1 to stage 2. The overlapping spirals in groups of 3 spirals began to tighten, and finally completely overlapped. It became a combination of 9 overlapping spirals, and a new spiral circuit appeared on the periphery. Its smallness compared to the combination next to it looked extremely awkward. But with the appearance of this spiral, it also indicates that Alka is trying to break through the second stage and enter the third stage. The speed of absorbing magic power is about to stop, and Alka, who is floating up, lands on his feet. The whole person's clothes are completely wet and stick to his body. Looking at his feet, there is a small puddle formed by his sweat. Alka waved his hand to clean it up. Huh? He exhaled heavily. At this time, the changes brought about by the increase in strength have not completely stopped. The improvement brought about by the influx of a large amount of magic power is strengthening his physique. According to this change, it may last until tomorrow morning. It may bring instability of power. So we need to prepare well. Turn off the magic gathering stone. Open the door. Pull the rope and swing down. At this time, several people on the deck are waiting for Alka. Congratulations. Haha. Thank you. But I'm too tired. I have to go back to my room to rest for a while. Alka and everyone simply waved and returned to his room. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the bed. The whole person sank into the mattress. Comfortable. The physical and mental exhaustion brought by the promotion made Alka fall into a dream after lying on the bed for a while. Due to excessive fatigue, Alka did not even wake up from the dream, but had a good sleep like an ordinary person. When he opened his eyes again, it was dark outside, only the starlight shone in through the window. There was a food box on the table next to him, and the spell on the edge of the box was heating it slightly. It seems that I have slept for quite a while. His stomach growled. Hungry made Alka eat quickly. The food was specially prepared by Juanlu to quickly restore physical strength and magic power. As the food went down, Alka felt much better and felt that his strength had been restored. He lay down on his bed again. He began to carefully check his body to see what changes had taken place compared to before. The magic power enhancement had passed, and the physical improvement brought about by it had been fixed. That kind of power is increasing anytime and anywhere. The feeling has disappeared. Compared to the second stage, Alka's physique is stronger now. He clenched his fist and gently waved it in the air. Instantly, the air made a sound of breaking through the air, and the wind from the fist blew the lantern hanging on the bedside table next to him. It seems that I have to adapt for a while. The improvement between spirals will not bring too much physical change. It is easy to adapt. But the physical change brought by the improvement between large stages is a bit too big. It takes a certain amount of time to adapt to the new power. The spiral in the body is slowly rotating. Feeling this rotation, Alka frowned. As the rotation, the surrounding magic power is automatically absorbed into his body, part of which will be used to improve his strength. The magic power brought by the rotation is indeed much more than before. But the problem is, the amount of magic that can be absorbed into the body has decreased. Compared with the past, it has increased, but compared with the current total strength, it is too little. Feeling this change, Alka immediately sat up, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. As the runes of meditation appeared in his body, stabilizing the veins of magic, the surrounding magic began to slowly enter Alka's body. After a while, Alka stopped meditating and opened his eyes. The speed of absorbing magic has slowed down. The amount of magic absorbed that can be integrated into the body has also decreased. This discovery made Alka think about it. If this change is not special, but normal, this means that the improvement of the third stage of strength will no longer be as fast as before. This is what Balish called a bottleneck. The rapid improvement of strength in the second stage and before kept the magic power in a relatively boiling state. It was for this reason that Balish found something wrong with Alka and the others. At that time, compared to spending time to stabilize the boiling of magic power, spending time on meditation, it is obviously more helpful to improve strength. So unless there is a problem, most people will choose to meditate quickly until they reach the perfection of the second stage, until such an advantage disappears. Then spend time to stabilize the strength that has slowed down and is difficult to improve. Stabilize it, and then make a breakthrough. Now that we have reached the third stage, such a rapid improvement in strength, it no longer exists. If you want to make your strength slightly stronger, you have to stabilize your magic power again, or you can only stabilize your magic power because you have nothing to do. And such changes let Alka understand something different. For those who have treasures when meditating, the treasures will also participate in the absorption and conversion of magic power. This is why people who have treasures improve much faster than those who don't. If the strength improvement and magic absorption speed brought by meditation is 1, because of some physical and talent differences, the standard of 1 will definitely fluctuate. But the difference will not be too large. A Holy Grail treasure will add an extra 1 on this basis. Depending on the level of the treasure, there will be an up and down range. For example, Alka's mirror is equivalent to only adding 0.9, but the Dreamcatcher adds 1.2. This is the level of the treasure, different changes brought about by different treasures. Among the treasures controlled by everyone, the one with the biggest bonus is Jason, who changed due to the birth of the Crystal Dragon some time ago. The appearance of the Crystal Dragon gave Jason an extra 1.5, but the problem is that the Crystal Dragon is obviously not a treasure that can be judged by common sense. She is a real ancient creature, and is equivalent to a treasure in her childhood. For normal treasures, the one that brings the biggest improvement is Poro's Winter Flower, which has a bonus of 1.3. The Flag of Lucilia, which has the lowest value, is also 0.9. But it is a little lower than Alka's 0.9. According to the calculation, the bonus of the Holy Grail level treasure should be between 0.8 and 1.3. Think about the information of the treasure when we obtain the Winter Flower, the most powerful batch of Holy Grail level treasures. The reason why we can calculate so accurately is not because they are so powerful, but because they have obtained the legacy of the Vaspa city-state. Those blue dots bring incredible items and knowledge. These blue treasures are not necessarily used in battle. They are fascinating in their own fields. A ring-shaped device appeared in Alka's hand. The device was double-layered, with a light blue magic line in the middle. Input magic to control it, and then Alka entered meditation again. This equipment began to observe and record nearby. After meditating for only 1 minute, Alka stopped. He began to collect data from this soul detection ring. This is also one of the blue treasures they obtained from Vaspa, which can help them collect accurate data about the body. It can almost be called a universal human body detection device. It is a well-preserved new experimental device, because it is placed in a special storage box. It has existed in the superposition space for tens of thousands of years without damage. It is basically used by Alka, Simon and Matt Lisa. Only the 3 of them have such a need. And it is very useful. Following the feedback from the data, it's only 0.2, it's dropped so much. Such feedback surprised him a little. The one that was once used to improve individual strength has been directly reduced to only 0.2. The third stage seems to make it more difficult for people to transform magic power into the body, which is equivalent to a bottleneck hindering it. But the changes brought by magic power in the feedback have not decreased, and it remains the same. He picked up the notebook and wrote down his findings in the notebook, and thought about it, and wrote it in the speculation at the end. According to the data changes mentioned above, the strength improvement of the touchers in the third stage will be greatly slowed down. But the improvement brought by the treasure has not decreased, which means that the people with treasures will be far ahead of the touchers of the same level in the third stage. Even at a certain stage, normal touchers will not have much chance to continue to improve their strength. If they want to improve, they must have treasures. There may also be other means. Write your speculation in a notebook. To verify this, you only need to ask Balish later. This is not information worth hiding. And Simon will also be promoted to the 3rd stage in a few days. We can tell whether it is an isolated case by looking at his changes. Then the treasures of other people on the ship must be put on the agenda quickly. Jason already has a treasure because of the birth of the crystal dragon. If he wants to have a treasure, he must ensure that the treasure is compatible with the crystal dragon before he can use it. It is like looking for the second treasure, which creates a certain degree of difficulty. Now the only ones without treasures are Juanlu, Julia and Mathlisa. Julia and Mathlisa have even reached the 9th spiral. If they don't have treasures, once they enter the 3rd stage, their strength will stagnate. After understanding this, Alka began to check the impact of his own strength increase on the treasure. The mirror reappeared on Alka's face. Then the figure of the dream god of death appeared on the mirror. Alka directly became the dream god of death, feeling the changes brought by strength. The Dream Reaper still makes Alka's body undergo different changes, but the enhancement is not as exaggerated as the 2nd stage. In other words, the high strength improvement brought by this form no longer exists. But it is still a good form change. After all, the Dream Reaper's teleportation, the defense brought by the light and shadow cloak, and the sickle that can hurt the soul are all very good. Moreover, he can't use the sickle at all. But the Dream Reaper sickle is like the arm of the body, and he can control it like instinct. This undoubtedly improved his melee weapon skills. He had to find some more powerful creatures to simulate, not necessarily as comprehensive as the Dream Death. Then a mirror 2 meters high and 1 meter wide appeared in front of Alka. Looking at the mirror in front of him, Alka punched it. A heavy punch hit the mirror, causing cracks to appear on the mirror surface immediately, but it did not break. The mirror is more durable, and the conductivity of magic is better. So, can my previous idea be realized? Alka thought. The mirror in front of him was repaired, and a rune whose specific shape was unclear appeared on the mirror. As the rune merged, the mirror surface began to ripple like the surface of water. Alka raised his hand gently and reached in. It was like reaching into the water. But there was no arm coming out from the back of the mirror. At this time, a mirror appeared behind Alka at some point, and the mirror surface was also like ripples on the water. But Alka's hand was sticking out. Seeing this change, Alka smiled. It's feasible. It's completely feasible. Since I can pass through with my real body, then Zyadite and the others can also pass through. The surprise on Alka's face was visible to the naked eye. The reason why this effect can be produced is that the spell engraved on it is a spell that Alka and his friends obtained in the city-state of Watwa. Seal of Link, the original effect is to connect 2 objects. The effect is very vague, after all. It is a spell from 30,000 years ago. According to Alka and his research on some documents of Vasva, in that era of gods, spells were not popular. They generally used their magic to communicate with the runes of nature and merge the magic of nature to produce more powerful effects. In short, they used means similar to magic, and spells were more like an auxiliary means. But after the War of Gods, the destruction of the world made magic no longer usable. Spells came on the stage. Of course, Alka and his friends didn't know what kind of changes had taken place in the meantime. Alka applied the spell to his mirror, making the 2 mirrors link successfully. Then Alka merged a very simple, but inexplicably suitable spell. Wall penetration. After using the spell, one can pass through obstacles. The thickness of the obstacle and the material of the obstacle will result in different mana consumption when using the spell. In the 2nd stage, Alka had already completed such a fusion operation, but the problem was that his magic power at that time was not strong enough to control the link seal. As a result, he could only use the form of the Dream Death God to travel through. The light and shadow cloak and the dream attribute of the Dream Death God allowed him to reach from one mirror to another. Although it was still good, the effective use was greatly reduced. In short, it was not so practical. Now his strength has reached the 3rd stage. The improvement of magic power and the fine control of magic power allowed him to successfully complete his idea. From now on, it will be called Travel Mirror, the mirror that allows others to travel through. His own mirror maze tactics are getting stronger and stronger. Now it is no longer a mirror maze that belongs to one person. According to his current magic power and control level, when the real fight starts, he will definitely be able to build a mirror maze that covers the battlefield, coupled with Zyadite's absolute darkness. Thinking of this, Alka's expression became more and more rampant. Such strength should be able to protect himself, right? Understanding the changes in the mirror, Alka shifted his attention to the dream catcher. However, it is obviously not easy to figure out the changes in the dream catcher in reality. Alka lay back on the bed. He closed his eyes and entered the dream world. He opened his eyes and was in his dream bubble. Behind him was a huge, irregular transparent crystal that was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Inside the crystal, the energy of gold and silver intertwined in a spiral, like a beam of light, slowly rotating in the crystal. It was no longer just a little light as before. There were also a lot of materials piled up around the crystal column, as well as various dream items. These are all spoils of war. There is no way. After arriving at the infinite sea, there are too many dream creatures of all kinds. Even if he does not actively hunt these dream creatures, they will come to disturb their dreams. It can only be said that Alka is passively defending himself. He has not taken the initiative to leave at night to hunt for a long time. The main reason is that he only spent dozens of days and nights, and basically walked around the broken island. And from time to time, he can find a gathering place that appears inexplicably in the distance, and disappears the next day. Alka looked at his dream bubble. He was too tired when he was sleeping and resting just now, and he didn't sink into the dream, and he hadn't discovered it yet. His dream bubble. It has become much bigger, at least more than twice as big as before. Chapter 260, The Cloudy Serpent That Covers the Sky. The dream has become bigger, Alka can understand. After all, the size of the dream is positively correlated with strength. After the promotion, the physical condition becomes better, the spirit becomes stronger, and the magic power becomes stronger. Nature makes the bubbles in the dream bigger. But the question is, will it be too big? Thinking of his soul, Alka no longer hesitated. After all, his dream bubbles have always been bigger than those of the same level, and he should have gotten used to it. Standing in the dream and waving his hand, a large amount of pink mist gushed out like water. Well, the amount of pink mist that gushed out at once was even larger. This was normal after all. I could mobilize more power and magic from the dream catchers. I fanned my hand again, and the pink mist that had gathered into a ball immediately spread out. As it spread, it became lighter and lighter, until its pink color could no longer be seen. It was like dust in the air, melting into the entire space, with stronger concealment. The control of the pink mist was also more delicate, if it was placed in the mirror maze during the battle. Thinking of this, Alka smiled. The previous method of pouring dream mist into the mirror maze was too conspicuous. Even if the enemy didn't know what it was, they would be on guard against it. Now it is more hidden. In addition, the attribute of forcibly dragging people into dreams. A moment of trance in battle is fatal. Retract the mist in the dream. Alka launched and flew out of his dream bubble. Speaking of it, he has been on this island for several days. But he hasn't taken a good look at the dreams of those people on this island. However, as soon as he stuck his head out, Alka immediately retracted his head. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What the hell is that? It's a ghost. Alka kept taking deep breaths, and couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, he retracted his head quickly. He couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure his eyes were not blurry. He turned his head again. And this time, he didn't rashly stick his body out, but rubbed it slightly on the film. A transparent area only the size of a round hole appeared, allowing Alka to see the situation outside through the film of the dream bubble while staying in the dream. I saw that the outside was full of dream bubbles. These dream bubbles were distributed throughout the space, extending all the way to the end of the field of vision. This is normal. After all, there are countless people on this island. Even if we estimate it based on the minimum number of people, the number of people on this island is probably more than 100,000. For such a large island, this number is obviously a bit small, but there is no way. This is the boundless sea. It is such a large gathering island, and it will naturally produce enough dream bubbles. Because it's not just humans, the animals they raise also have bubbles, and they stack up on each other, as if they were in a sea of bubbles. But Alka had expected this. What shocked him was the area above the bubbles that looked like the sky. That area itself also belongs to the dream area. Usually there will be some light and shadows, like flying birds or cloud creatures flying above. There are also very few bubbles in that area. If the entire three-dimensional dream world is divided into 3 parts, the middle part is where various dream bubbles usually appear. Depending on the area where you live in reality, bubbles will appear at different heights. And most of the fish bubbles are much lower than the area where human bubbles are located. Bubbles rarely appear in the upper and lower areas. Or there are some strange color blocks, and the color lines of the misty dream. But now it is different. There is a creature that covers the sky and the sun, a creature that is huge enough, like a python. It is entrenched there in a mass, and its structure is neither a light and shadow creature nor a black cloud creature. Alka observed carefully. Obviously, this is a mist-like creature, one of the 3 dream creatures Alka had speculated before. It is the rarest, and the most peaceful dream creature, the kind that will not even destroy the dream bubbles. And now this mist-like creature is just as Alka had speculated before. It just hovers in the sky, its mist-like body moves from time to time. It does not swallow the dream bubbles around it as food. And among the huge number of bubbles below it, there is no strong enough light and shadow creatures. And all of them are very ordinary creatures. These ordinary creatures, even if they destroyed the dream bubbles, were not enough to wake up the bubble owner from his dream. The damage caused was very low. As you can imagine, this phenomenon was obviously not right. Alka could not guarantee that there were no such creatures, because he was only on the periphery of the bubbles. He could not see the deeper scenes, but the overlapping of a dozen bubbles almost blocked his vision to explore inside. And the huge cloud-like creature made Alka dare not go out rashly. He knew it himself. He was a hunter in the dream. From the previous shadow giants and the dream death god, they could sense his difference and were extremely afraid of him. He didn't think such a huge snake would be afraid of him, and might even attack him. For the sake of safety, forget it. Let's keep a low profile on this island, and don't do any dream activities at night. Alka muttered to himself. Although he felt helpless, he didn't want to touch danger inexplicably. Although in dreams, even death is just a wake-up call. But this creature is too outrageous just by looking at it. Who knows if it is just a wake-up call? What if it has special abilities? He can know from the knowledge he obtained from the dream catcher that some powerful dream creatures can cause enough harm to people in reality through dreams. Even at special times and special places. They can forcibly penetrate the barrier between reality and dreams and reach reality. As long as he was in the bubble of the dream, he was safe enough. Because the destruction of a dream bubble would not really cause a lot of damage. The damage was accumulated over time. Moreover, such a big snake was coiled in the sky and was a fog-like creature. The bubbles and residents on this island were still living relatively healthily. It was obviously a relatively friendly creature. At least he hoped so. He withdrew his thoughts and stopped focusing on the outside. He returned to his dream bubble. I'm free anyway. Let's settle the previous matter. Alka raised her hands. An ordinary mirror emerged, and the mirror surface rippled like the water. The picture was no longer Alka's appearance, but changed to another place. Xian. Xian. As Alka called out, Xian's figure appeared in the mirror. She tilted her head to look at the mirror, and then directly put her head in. Dad? What are you doing? I didn't let you in. Seeing Xian stick his head into the mirror, Alka slightly widened his eyes. But he still held back his emotions and reached out his hand, pressing Xian's head back. Listen to me, sleep and dream. Follow the method I taught you before, and overlap the dream bubbles on my dream. Hearing Alka's words, Xian nodded on the other side of the mirror. Then Alka waved his hand gently, and the mirror disappeared. How could she get into the mirror? Alka said to himself. He couldn't understand. He didn't use any mirror-related materials in Xian's construction. Almost all materials, except the most basic ones, are all related to dreams. This also allows Xian to move freely in dreams. And she is the only one among the doll girls who can dream. Being able to dream means that she has truly become alive, which makes Alka very happy. Even with the same structure as her, 2, 3, and 4 cannot produce dream bubbles. And they don't even need to sleep. Instead, they are dormant. Is it because of the connection between her hair and soul that Xian has the same affinity with the mirror? Speaking of the changes that treasures bring to the body, the dream catcher, which was obtained earlier, did not change as much as the mirror. The change of the dream catcher only made his magic slightly like pink mist. The mirror is different. Alka's revelation was opened by the mirror, and he also obtained the spell related to the mirror. The change of the mirror to Alka existed from the beginning, and became more obvious after obtaining the mirror. For example, Alka's magic can turn into a mirror out of thin air. It is a power without using any spells or treasures. Just pure magic. It was like an instinctive mirror. Such a change could make Xian, which was made of Alka's hair, have the same characteristics. This was not an isolated case. 2, 3, and 4 all showed such characteristics. But they were different. While Alka was thinking, he felt a change in his dream. A round dream bubble appeared in the middle of his dream world. He could feel the connection with the other party's dream, and he could even control the other party's dream. However, he already knew this feature, so he was not surprised. He waved his hand, and the dream bubble above disappeared, and Alka's dream expanded again. He merged his dream with Xian's dream. Of course, it only worked for Xian, because she was born from this. Catch me, Dad. A little girl fell from the sky. Alka reached out to catch her. In the dream, Xian was no longer a doll girl, but a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. Wearing a plain white dress with a little black lace, she hugged Alka's neck. She smiled brightly at Alka. Hee hee. She stretched her hands under her armpits and lifted her up like this. What? Dad? The lifted Xian asked curiously. Alka looked at this little girl who had the same hair color and eyes as him, and even had a slightly similar face shape. She was inexplicably touched. Because of illness in her previous life, she did not get married, and naturally she did not experience the feeling of having a child. I felt it inexplicably here. Thinking about my current age, I seem to be only 21 years old. Counting, I have come to this world without knowing it, and it has been so many years. Feeling the slight chill on his face, Arka's thoughts were interrupted. Xian patted his cheeks with his hands, laughing. His palms were slightly cool, without the slightest warmth, although they could feel soft, but they could still feel hard. Putting away his emotions, Arka pinched her nose. Okay, now let's get down to business. Put her on the ground. Alka began to practice some skills needed in his dream. But he could only do it in his dream bubble. After all, there was a big guy outside. Now was not the time to go out. But in the early stage, his bubble was enough. After all, he could control his bubble to change and simulate. When the curtain of the sky was lifted again, Alka woke up in his room. After a simple wash, he came to the deck. At this time, Xia Daidi had already woken up and was doing his daily morning exercises on the deck, punching and kicking at a target on the deck. After thinking for a while, he walked forward. How about we practice? Hearing this, Xia Daidi retracted his kicking leg and turned to look at Alka. Why? Do you want to suppress me with your current strength after the promotion? What are you talking about? If you come to hit me, I will only dodge and block without counterattacking. Alka said. Okay. Use me as a training tool. But it would be a pity not to hit the target that is delivered to the door. Xia Daidi showed a bright smile. Threw the white sweat towel on his neck to hang on the target. And the golden silk thread on his forehead flickered slightly. A white light flashed. And he disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already beside Alka. And his side kick had already kicked Alka's head with a light. He didn't follow the ethics of martial arts. And he attacked by surprise. Although Xia Daidi's sudden attack caught Alka off guard. When the golden line on Xia Daidi's forehead flashed, he had already made a defensive move. He instinctively shrank his head, and the golden light kicked over his head. The breeze from his calf stung his cheek, and his hair was lifted up. You want to kill me? It would be painful if this attack hit the head. Xia Daidi didn't say anything. The right leg that had just kicked out changed its move in the air instantly. The calf was slightly bent, and the sole of the foot kicked sideways towards Alka's head. This sudden and powerful change of move caught Alka off guard, and he couldn't dodge it at all. Immediately raised his hand to block it. The huge impact made Alka bend his knees slightly, and he felt a heavy feeling on his arm. The rapid attack made his arm temporarily not feel pain. However, Xia Daidi had already used the force of his foot on Alka's arm to lift him into the air. He then turned sideways. His left leg was shining with light, and he kicked at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. He immediately raised his free right hand to block. But the strong impact still caused Alka to retreat to the side and back. He stopped with a side step and stabilized his body. This time, Xia Daidi did not continue to pursue the victory, but stood still. How is it? Not bad. Right? This attack was smooth and flowing. From the beginning to now, everything was completed in just 2 seconds. Ring of light. The speed it brought to Xia Daidi was exaggerated. Alka shook his hands and said in surprise, not bad, so strong. You are not the only one growing. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but smile, took off his coat, and threw it aside. Then I have to test your skills. Stop bragging, I taught you close combat skills. Well, Alka couldn't refute this. In terms of close combat skills alone, Xia Daidi is indeed the best on the ship. And he is much better than the second one. Because the second one is Alka. As for Pororo, who is also a close combat player. I'm sorry. He has no skills at all. Because he doesn't need skills. Especially after he has the winter flower. He doesn't need them anymore. He just needs to know how to maximize his strength. Too much attention to skills will make him waste his own advantages. I'm ready. I'm coming. Xiao shook his short silver hair. The sweat on his head was splashed away, sparkling in the sun. The water drops slid down his cheeks, fell to his swan-like beautiful neck, passed over his beautiful collarbone, and stained his clothes. Alka made a gesture to start, and bent his fingers. Come! The golden lines on his forehead flickered, and the ring of light was worn on Xiao head. Are you serious? How else can you see your changes? Hearing this, Alka nodded. A mirror surface appeared on his face. Reinforce yourself with the sound of dawn. As the words fell, the entire deck, the surrounding walls, and the masts showed a mirror-like luster. The surface of the entire ship was coated with a layer of metal to strengthen its defense. Whoosh! A sound like the aurora was shot out. A ray of light flashed out. Xiao disappeared directly on the spot. The speed was too fast. Even Alka, who was already close, could not see clearly, and could only feel it. Alka immediately tilted his head back. He didn't even see his legs. Only a flash of light passing a few centimeters in front of his cheek. But Alka could see a thin white leg. This was too fast. Alka couldn't help but shout in his heart. Another whip kick came, hitting Alka's shoulder directly, forcing him to retreat repeatedly without any time to defend. Ahem. The air in his chest was disrupted. No. Relying solely on physical fitness, he could not defeat Xiao who attacked with the ring of light. Mirrors appeared above his head, reflecting the scenes of the entire area around Alka from every corner. This allowed him to observe the overall situation of the entire battle. Behind, as if Alka had expected it, he bent over and rolled forward. The beam of light hit Alka's position just now, making a violent sound. It was like a fist hitting a metal plate. Toot! Toot! The sound of dawn made a slightly dissatisfied musical sound. At this time, only a beam of light could be seen on the deck, constantly refracting and attacking. If the dynamic vision was good, it would be found that the beam was Xiao. Alka was dodging inexplicably. And if he couldn't dodge, he would use the mirror to block it.